Chapter 39-36. He hadn't crawled far when he felt something tighten around his ankle. He was probably caught by the lady boss and then his whole body was dragged back. Drink more. The lady boss pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and poured the wine down his throat. The world spun around him. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly woke up. He felt that his mouth was extremely dry and his throat was burning. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see a pink gauze curtain. He was slightly startled and absent-minded. After a while, some chaotic and blurry memories gradually came back to him. He seemed to have come to see what had happened to the lady boss, and then he was violently beaten up by her. After that, she forced him to drink a few jars of wine and then he lost consciousness. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was caught and forced to drink the second jar of wine. As for what happened after that, he had no recollection of it at all. He didn't know what kind of wine it was, but it was actually so strong. Just 2 jars of wine was enough to make him drunk. Where was this? He stared at the pink gauze curtain above his head and thought for a long time. Only then did he realize that he couldn't have been on the lady boss's bed, right? This gauze curtain was obviously the thing on the lady boss's bed. He had a terrible headache. He wanted to reach out and rub it, but found that his arm was being pillowed by something. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. His drunkenness was swept away and his whole body felt uncomfortable. The thing that was pillowed on his arm wasn't anything but the lady boss's head. At this moment, the lady boss was lying on her side next to him, curled up and sleeping soundly. He didn't know what she was dreaming of, but there was a faint smile on her lips. He didn't know how long she had been in this position, but Yang Kai felt that his arm was a little numb. He felt his hair stand on end. The scene was really a little scary. It wasn't that the lady boss wasn't beautiful or good-looking. On the contrary, the lady boss was a natural beauty. She had the face and the figure. He was afraid that no man would be indifferent to her. If there was someone who could sleep with her, that would be something that he couldn't ask for more. Most importantly, this person was the lady boss. Yang Kai had been tormented by her for the past few days. Previously, when he came over to comfort her, he was beaten up by her. If she knew that he not only got into her bed, but also hugged her to sleep for a long time, Yang Kai reckoned that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough for him to survive. Fortunately, the lady boss's clothes were still neat. Looking at himself, although he was a little embarrassed, there were no signs of him taking off his clothes. In other words, nothing should have happened when he was delirious. This made Yang Kai secretly sigh in relief. The current situation was not the worst. If something really happened, then it would be over. Even though that was the case, their current situation was extremely ambiguous. If others were to see them, they would probably do something. No matter what, it was best to retreat first. After making up his mind, Yang Kai held his breath and carefully pulled his arm out from under the lady boss's jade neck. Then he tiptoed over her body and quietly got off the bed. Turning his head, he saw that the floor was full of wine jars. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Drinking really made things worse. He had only heard people say this before, but he had self-discipline. Even if he drank, he would not drink excessively. So he had never experienced it before. Now that he was forced to get drunk, he finally had a profound experience. Not having the time to clean up, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the lady boss who was still lying on the bed. He gave her a big fist and tiptoed out. Gently opening the door, Yang Kai flashed out and carefully closed the door, not making the slightest sound. The whole process was like that of a thief. If he didn't deliberately suppress it, he would definitely be able to hear his own heartbeat. After doing all this, Yang Kai's anxious heart finally relaxed. It was not good to stay in this place for a long time. It was more important to go back to his room quickly. Yang Kai buttoned his clothes as he turned around and jumped down, landing directly on the deck. When he looked up, he saw White Seven standing in front of him with a bucket of hot water. When their eyes met, White Seven was stunned. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He was already very guilty. He didn't expect to bump into this guy when he turned his head. He quickly tidied up his clothes and said, "Brother White, are you busy?" White Seven nodded subconsciously. "Then I'll leave you to it. I'll go back first," Yang Kai said. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the cabin step by step. White Seven stared at his back in a daze. Then he looked up at the wing on the top floor. The bucket in his hand fell to the deck with a crash, and the hot water spilled all over the floor. Pretending to be calm, Yang Kai returned to his room. He wiped the cold sweat on his head. Before he could sit down, he heard a loud bang from the door. Then 3 big men rushed in. All of them looked gloomy and murderous. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He looked warily at White Seven, the accountant, and the cook who were approaching him. At the same time, he slowly retreated. The 3 of them didn't say a word. They cooperated tacitly and subdued Yang Kai on the bed in 2 to 3. The accountant held the golden abacus high in his hand and was about to smash it. The cook put the polished kitchen knife on Yang Kai's forehead. White Seven even wrapped the white towel around Yang Kai's neck twice and tightened it. Yang Kai said in a hoarse voice, "Let's talk nicely. Why are you touching me?" Bai Qi leaned down, almost touching Yang Kai's face. With a ferocious expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, I'll ask you something. Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, I'll immediately take your life." Ask me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. There were 3 of them. He couldn't beat them at all. White Seven's eyes were red. "Where were you last night?" "Where else could I be? Of course I was in the room." He was right. He was in the room, but it wasn't his own room. "How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? Teach him a lesson." White Seven tilted his head at the cook, who immediately raised the kitchen knife in his hand. "Wait." Yang Kai was shocked. These guys were serious. If they cut him with the knife, how could he survive? "I gave you a chance, so you should cherish it. I'll ask you again, where were you last night?" White Seven gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai was embarrassed. He was speechless. "Didn't you see it? Why are you still asking me? What I saw might not be the truth. I want you to tell me yourself, where were you last night?" "Lady Boss. In the room." Yang Kai scratched his face. His eyes were wandering and he had an embarrassed smile on his face. After he finished speaking, he felt the towel wrapped around his neck suddenly tighten. The kitchen knife on his head also emitted a sharp aura. White Seven tightened the towel. His eyes were red and he was panting heavily. "Did you do it?" What did you do?" Yang Kai couldn't breathe because of the towel. He kept slapping his arm. "I asked you if you did it." White Seven gritted his teeth and repeated. I didn't do it. Lady Boss and I are innocent. We didn't do anything." Yang Kai stuck out his tongue and defended himself with difficulty. "Really?" White Seven still had a look of disbelief on his face. It was mainly because the scene just now was too suggestive. Yang Kai ran out of Lady Boss's room early in the morning with disheveled clothes. It was hard for him not to think too much. "It's absolutely true." Yang Kai hurriedly raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. White Seven stared at him seriously. After a long while, the redness in his eyes slowly dissipated. With a shake of his hand, he pulled down the towel wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. He stood by the bed and looked down at Yang Kai. "Tell me what happened. You better not lie at all. Otherwise, us brothers will not let you off easily." As he spoke, he held one end of the towel in each hand and shook it a few times. The accountant waved his golden abacus at the side, making a clattering sound. The chef waved his kitchen knife and the cold gleam on the blade made people feel dizzy. Yang Kai touched his neck and coughed a few times. He raised his head and looked at the 3 burly men standing in a row in front of him. With an anxious expression, he said softly, "Actually, I don't really know what happened either." "You don't know?" White Seven glared at him again with a fierce expression. "Then tell me what you know." Helpless Kai Yang could only briefly recount what had happened. He said that he had heard the sound of soft crying coming from upstairs, so he went to check on the situation. In the end, when he entered the Lady Boss's room, he saw her crying her heart out. Instinctively, he wanted to comfort her, but who would have thought that she would directly force him to drink 2 jars of wine, causing him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, he was lying on the Lady Boss's bed. As for what had happened in between, he really didn't have any recollection. Even now he couldn't remember. After listening, White Seven and the other 2 looked at each other. Their divine senses surged and they secretly communicated. "Old White, didn't you tell this kid not to disturb Lady Boss these few days?" the accountant asked. White Seven was slightly embarrassed. "I forgot. After this kid sent the snowy sky frontline over, I immediately sealed the restriction in the room. I can't feel anything. The chef and the accountant also nodded, indicating that they were the same. If White Seven hadn't sent them a message just now, they were prepared to hide for another day. The chef held the kitchen knife and touched his chin. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Then do you think this kid's words can be trusted? Old White, didn't you say that you saw him run out of Lady Boss's room with his clothes disheveled with your own eyes, looking like a sneaky thief?" "I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake?" White Seven was a little angry when he thought of the scene just now. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The accountant said thoughtfully, "I think this kid's words should be trusted. It's not like you haven't tasted Lady Boss's wine before. My brothers couldn't even bear half a jar. If this kid was really forced to drink 2 jars, I'm afraid he won't have the ability to do anything else." White Seven and the chef both nodded. Thinking of the strength of Lady Boss's wine, they shuddered and didn't want to taste it again in this life. "Then it's fine?" The chef looked at the two of them. The accountant nodded and said, "It should be a false alarm." "Then I'll take my leave first." The chef said, "Lady Boss is awake. I'll go make some hangover soup for her. I still have some debts to settle. I'll take my leave first too," the accountant said and followed the chef out. Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 burly men left, leaving only Bai Qi standing there alone. Yang Kai was confused. Just now, when he saw the 3 of them talking to each other with their divine senses, and from time to time, they would shoot him cold glances. He was really a little scared. No matter what, a big man like him had run into a woman's bed and slept with her in his arms for a long time. Even if he hadn't done anything, it was still somewhat improper. He had already prepared how to explain himself if Bai Qi and the others questioned him, but who would have thought that there would be no follow-up? Bai Qi turned to look at him and nodded. "It seems like it's a misunderstanding. We've wronged you." Yang Kai also nodded. "So it's a misunderstanding." "Yes." Bai Qi smiled and said, "But why did you go to the Lady Boss's room to comfort her at this time? Every time this happens we hide as far away as possible. Not to mention comforting her, we don't even dare to go near the Lady Boss's room. Speaking of which, it's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Hey, what are you doing?" As he was talking, he suddenly found that Yang Kai had opened the restriction of the room. Then he stood up and punched his left palm with his right fist. He approached him step by step with a ferocious smile on his face. Bai Qi squeezed out an innocent smile. "Yang Kai, this is a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. As a cultivator we have to walk on the road and look forward. Don't hit my face." He squatted on the ground and protected his head. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Just because of a misunderstanding, you brought 2 burly men here in such an aggressive manner. Do you know how sharp Chef's kitchen knife is? If I hadn't shouted in time, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by him. I made you misunderstand." After a series of punches and kicks, she also vented her anger at the Lady Boss. After a long while, Bai Qi stood up angrily and shouted, "Enough! If you hit me again I won't be polite. Don't think that I can't beat you. I'm just letting you go. I'm too lazy to fight with you." Yang Kai kicked him to the ground. "You're really something. You hit me so hard." After a while, Bai Qi sat on the chair with a bruised face. He gently rubbed his wounds and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. "This is nothing. When the Lady Boss hits me, it's called ruthless. You deserve it." Bai Qi sneered and pulled his wounds. He could not help but cry. "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Bai Qi said angrily, "Of course." Kai Yang was in a good mood, so he chuckled a couple of times. His expression became serious and he whispered, "I want to ask you something." "What?" Bai Qi replied unhappily. Kai Yang sorted out his words and muttered, "Do I look like someone? Someone very close to the Lady Boss." Bai Qi's hands paused slightly and he said unintentionally, "Who?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know." Thinking back to the encounter in the Lady Boss's room, he was very concerned about a few words of the Lady Boss. At that time the Lady Boss probably mistook him for someone else. Otherwise, why would she say something like, "Just come back and don't leave"? This was obviously something she said to an acquaintance she had not seen for a long time. "You don't know? Then why are you asking this?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked at him. Kai Yang didn't know how to explain it, so he could only vaguely say, Anyway, yesterday the lady boss gave me the feeling that she thought I was someone else. Oh right, is the lady boss married? He thought to himself that this crazy woman shouldn't be thinking of him as her husband, right? No. There are many suitors, but the lady boss doesn't like any of them. I've never seen her have any emotional entanglements with anyone. Bai Qi shook his head and deliberately changed the topic. What did the lady boss do? Why do you have such thoughts? Nothing much. First she beat me up, then forced me to drink 2 jars of wine. I don't know what happened after that. She didn't say anything. She said don't leave when you come back. She was probably drunk and talking nonsense. Yang Kai nodded. This was the only explanation. The two of them were silent for a moment. Bai Qi said, you didn't think of leaving? We've what? Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Bai Qi said, didn't I ask you to go to the 9th netherworld to pick the snowy skyline? Why didn't you think of leaving at that time? No one was with you at that time. Where should I go? Yang Kai sneered. The first in is so powerful. Unless I don't show up in front of people in the future, I will definitely be exposed. When that time comes, I will be caught by you. What good will that do? Suddenly, he came to a realization and looked at Bai Qi with a frown. You asked me to go to the 9th netherworld alone. So it was just a test? Not really. You are now a member of the first in. It is natural for you to do something for the lady boss. Bai Qi chuckled. Just as they were talking, the door was pushed open. Chef walked in with a food basket and put it on the table. I made some hangover soup. Wait for the lady boss to wake up and send it to her. Yang Kai blinked a few times before finally responding, me? Chef glanced at him. Who else can it be? Yang Kai said guiltily, I won't go. Chef, you can send it over yourself. Chef said, the lady boss said before that you will be in charge of her 3 meals a day. I don't dare to disobey the lady boss. Old Bai. Yang Kai turned to look at Bai Qi with a pleading expression. Bai Qi stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Good luck, I can't help you. After saying that, he didn't care about Yang Kai anymore and left with Chef, leaving behind a person looking at the food box on the table at a loss of what to do. He didn't know when the lady boss would wake up, but it should be soon. After all, his cultivation was so much lower than hers. He had already been awake for more than half a day. How long could the lady boss, a 6th grade Kai Tian, be drunk? He didn't have to wait for too long. 2 hours later, the bell hanging in the room suddenly rang. Speaking of this bell, Yang Kai was irritated. Ever since the lady boss ordered him to be in charge of 3 meals a day and washing chores, Bai Qi made a bell in his room. Once the bell rang, it meant that the lady boss was calling for something. He couldn't ignore it, but the bell kept ringing. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, got up and grabbed the food box. With a few steps, he came to the deck. He jumped to the front of the room on the top floor and raised his hand to knock on the door. Lady boss. The lady boss's languid voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai could almost imagine what she looked like now. I'm coming in. After saying that, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He went straight into the inner room and looked up. He found that it was as he thought. The lady boss was sitting at the table, one hand supporting her forehead and the other gently rubbing her temples. The mess in the room was still the same as when he left. The floor was full of wine bottles and fruit pits, and the bed was also very messy. Looking at the graceful figure sitting there and thinking about how he hugged her and slept for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't believe it. It was simply luck to be able to survive. He didn't know if the lady boss remembered what happened before and if she would find trouble with him. Feeling uneasy, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and opened the food box. He took out a bowl of thick soup and placed it in front of the lady boss. Lady boss, the chef made a bowl of hangover soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. The lady boss responded weakly, closing her eyes. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, she brought the bowl of hangover soup in front of her. She picked up the spoon, gently blew on it and drank it spoonful by spoonful. The way the lady boss drank the soup was very elegant. Even though she was drunk, she didn't lose her manners. Instead, there was a different kind of seductive feeling. Rub it. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, the lady boss suddenly said, N. Yang Kai was on tenterhooks when he suddenly heard her say this. He didn't react. My head hurts. Rub it. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped on her forehead. Yang Kai was speechless. He slowly walked behind her and reached out his hand to press on her temples, gently rubbing them. "Why are you so obedient today?" the lady boss said while drinking the soup. Yang Kai also felt that he was a bit too guilty. The main thing was that he didn't know if she remembered what happened last night. Hearing this, he said, "Seeing how drunk you are, I was too lazy to talk to you. You are a woman, is it appropriate to drink like this?" He swallowed his saliva and probed, "What if someone took advantage of your drunken stupor to do something to you? I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the strength to resist." "I'm afraid that person doesn't want to live anymore," the lady boss said lightly. Her tone was calm, but it was full of dominance. "I'm just saying, what if? In this world there are always people who are bold and lustful. I think you're quite honest." Yang Kai's hand froze and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He swallowed his saliva and said, "You remember?" "If you remember, why wouldn't I?" The lady boss lowered her head and drank the soup. "But I don't remember much." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. It was better to be silent. He silently rubbed the lady boss's temples. "What happened last night, don't tell anyone." The lady boss suddenly reminded him again. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I already said it. It was Lao Bai and the others who forced me. I really had no choice," but he didn't dare to admit it. He nodded repeatedly. "I won't say it, I won't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it." Not long after, the bowl of hangover soup was finished. The lady boss said, "Clean up. Go get some hot water. I want to take a bath." Yang Kai didn't say a word and started to get busy. He quickly cleaned up the room and walked out with the food box. After a while, he came back with hot water and poured it into the lady boss's bathtub. He suddenly realized that after what happened last night, he couldn't confidently challenge the lady boss. He always felt very guilty. He was completely ordered around like a servant, so he didn't have any temper. He stood outside the room and waited. From inside came the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Soon there was the sound of water splashing. Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. He didn't think too much. His gaze passed through the endless void, his mind wandering. When the lady boss finished bathing, he helped her throw away the water. He didn't need to do anything to change her clothes. The lady boss wouldn't let him do it either. The first in's maidservants would do it. When the lady boss came out again, she was radiant. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. He felt that the person in front of him was completely different from the person who drank too much yesterday. Chapter 39-38. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the lady boss leisurely walked to the side of the ship. She gazed at the colorful and endless void and was lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai didn't disturb her. He turned around and went into the room. He took out the bath water and poured it out. Then he came to the lady boss and said, "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go down first." The lady boss said without turning her head, "This vast universe is quite beautiful." Yang Kai looked up and thought, the scenery is the same everywhere. What's the difference between beautiful and not beautiful? He didn't dare to casually reply and just stood there in a daze. After standing there for a long time, the lady boss waved her hand gently and said, "Go back to your work." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned around to leave. The rest of the trip didn't have many twists and turns. The only difference was that after that incident, the lady boss seemed to have changed a little. She was no longer alone in the room. Instead, she often came to the cabin and pulled Lao Bai, the accountant, and the cook to play drinking games. Usually, Yang Kai couldn't escape from this kind of situation. Old Bai and the others were obviously familiar with this matter, but Yang Kai had never experienced it before. At first, he had been drunk by these bastards a few times, but as time passed, he gradually became more familiar with the situation and didn't fall behind. Could be said that he saw another side of the lady boss. A sixth-stage Kai Tian could actually get along well with people from the Emperor realm. She was very approachable. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in the side room when the door was pushed open again. Lao Bai barged in. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He didn't know how many times he had told him to knock before entering, but this guy just couldn't remember. Yang Kai suspected that he was doing it on purpose. "I won't drink, I won't drink. Don't call me today." Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. It wasn't a big deal to drink in a crowd. After all, as long as it wasn't the lady boss's wine, he wouldn't get drunk. The main thing was that the frequency was too high and he was a little sick of it. "It's not drinking," I'll take you somewhere. Bai Qi chuckled. Where? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. It's a good place. Follow me and you'll know. Bai Qi waved at him. Yang Kai frowned. This guy's mysterious appearance really made people curious. Since he had nothing to do, he followed him out. Arriving on the deck, Bai Qi turned her head and shouted at the room on the top floor. Lady Boss, open the door. The lady boss didn't respond, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the light curtain that enveloped the ship. Clearly, it was under the lady boss's control. Let's go. Bai Qi pulled Yang Kai's arm and soared into the sky. After the two of them left, the crack quickly closed up. Where are we going? Yang Kai turned his head and asked as he flew side by side with White 7. Over there. Bai Qi pointed in a direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. That was because in the endless void there was a castle-like building. This castle didn't look very eye-catching from a distance, but it was obviously not small and had a metallic luster to it. What's that place? Yang Kai asked excitedly. Hee, you'll know when we get there. Bai Qi pretended to be mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, this guy shouldn't harm him. After flying for an hour or so, Kai Yang finally arrived in front of the castle. While still in the distance, Kai Yang saw that there were many people going in and out of the castle, making it seem very lively. Moreover, next to the castle's main entrance, there was a huge stone with two big words engraved on it. One for heaven, one for earth. The two words were written in a sharp and flamboyant style. It was obvious that they were written by a great master. Heavenly Palace? Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Bai Qi had told him before and immediately had a guess. Bai Qi grinned. Smart. That's right, this is the Heavenly Palace. Then we're here for, Bai Qi said. The lady boss told me to bring you here to leave your brand so that it will be convenient for you to come here in the future. Although you yourself are proficient in the spatial laws and can teleport, the Qiankun escape method is the most practical in this void. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Then I'll have to thank the lady boss properly. Previously, when he heard Bai Qi mention the Qiankun escape method and the Qiankun escape seal in the inn, Yang Kai was extremely curious. He had originally thought that if he had the chance in the future he would definitely go and experience it, but he did not know where the Heavenly Palace were located, so he did not expect to see it so quickly. While they were talking, the two of them had already landed in front of the Heavenly Palace. Although the Heavenly Palace had the word, palace, it was much larger than any of the other palaces. Furthermore, there was only a cultivator coming out from inside, but not a single one of them came in from outside like him and Bai Qi. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those cultivators could come to the Heavenly Palace by using the Qiankun escape method, so they naturally did not need to rush over. He was like this because he had never left his brand in the Heavenly Palace, so it should be the same for other people who came here for the first time. In front of the main entrance, two guards in bright golden armor stood on the left and right, looking majestic. One of them held a spear while the other had a sword. Bai Qi secretly sent a sound transmission. The Heavenly Palace was jointly created by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands, so the people guarding the Heavenly Palace are all people from these peak forces. All of them have their eyes on the top of their heads. Don't say anything later, I'll handle it. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He quietly glanced at the two gatekeepers and found that they were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. He was secretly dumbfounded. If even the gatekeepers were at the heaven-opening realm, then what kind of master was in charge of this place? Yang Kai estimated that they were at least on the same level as the lady boss. No wonder no one dared to act presumptuously here. Who would have the guts to do so if they were not strong enough? Even if they were strong enough, they would not dare to provoke the Blessed Enclave. Otherwise, it would not be fun to be hunted down by them. What are you doing? The heaven-opening realm guard on the left looked at Bai Qi and Yang Kai and shouted. Bai Qi chuckled and cupped his fists. Master, my brother wants to brand himself, so I hope Master can make things convenient. The man turned his head and sized up Yang Kai, not showing much expression. He had probably seen many people like Yang Kai before, so he said indifferently, "You know the rules, right?" Bai Qi nodded repeatedly. I know. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. The man received it and casually tossed it aside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he nodded and said, "Come with me." Saying so, he led the way. Bai Qi called out to Yang Kai and the two quickly followed. Following closely behind the golden-armored cultivator, Yang Kai asked in confusion, "Why do we have to give benefits to leave our brand here?" Bai Qi glared at him, "Don't speak nonsense." Seeing that the heaven-opening realm guard did not have much of a reaction, he quietly said, "Why do you think those paradises created this heaven and earth palace? Is it just to make things convenient for others? If you want to leave your brand here, you have to pay a fee." "How much?" 100,000. Yang Kai was startled. "That expensive?" 100,000 heaven-opening pills, a set of third-grade materials, only cost 150,000. This kind of wealth was a huge sum for many people, and at the level of the Emperor realm very few people could afford it. Even for some ordinary low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, 100,000 was not a small sum. Suddenly thinking of a problem, he frowned and asked, "You said before that in this universe, there are heaven and earth palaces in every large territory, with some having 3 to 5 at most and some having 1 or 2 at least. Does every heaven and earth palace require this kind of fee?" "Of course. However, the price is clear. 100,000 for a brand is the same." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was the case, then a cultivator would have to spend a huge sum on a heaven and earth palace alone. However, in consideration of one's own safety, this kind of expense was unavoidable. After all, when comparing worldly wealth with one's own life, it was clear which was more important. Just think about it, if one was chased to the point of no return and could use the heaven and earth escape technique to escape to a heaven and earth palace, how fortunate would that be? Those who could not bear to spend this kind of money could only be chased to death. This is really a huge source of income. Yang Kai sighed. Even if a cultivator left a brand in 10 different heaven and earth palace in his life, the cost would still be 1 million heaven-opening pills. In these 3,000 worlds, there were as many cultivators as there were carps crossing the river, so who wouldn't leave a way out for themselves? Moreover, rich people would definitely leave a brand in more than 10 heaven and earth palace, so the cost would only be even more terrifying. With the heaven and earth palace here, it was simply a path to wealth for those paradises. As long as the heaven and earth palace was not destroyed, there would be an endless stream of heaven-opening pills flowing into their pockets, and it would be effortless. That's why they need to work together. No one can monopolize such a big piece of fat meat. Bai Qi chuckled. As they chatted and walked, Yang Kai discovered that there were actually many shops in the heaven and earth palace, and many of them were quite lively. Many people were in a hurry, and this was just like a city. Although it was not as prosperous and noisy as a real big city, it was still not bad to have such a scene in the void. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those who used the universe escape technique to come here would definitely need to rest here. Maybe some of them were being chased and forced to come here, so how could they not have a good rest? That was why so many people were gathered here. If there were people, there would naturally be transactions, but the heaven and earth palace did not allow any form of private fighting, so although there were many cultivators here, the security was quite good. The golden-armored cultivator led the way in front, while Bai Qi and Yang Kai followed behind him and conversed. At the same time, they brought Yang Kai to observe the situation around him. Not long after, they arrived in front of a secret room. The golden-armored cultivator stopped and turned around. "Go in. After entering the array, leave your brand and you can come out." Bai Qi patted his shoulder and said, "It's always a little uncomfortable for the first time, but I'm too worried. I'll wait for you outside." Yang Kai nodded. The golden-armored cultivator took out a token and opened the restrictions of the secret room. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 39:39. After entering the room, the secret room closed. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Looking up, he saw that on the floor of the secret room, lines of patterns lit up, gradually outlining a complicated and huge formation. Yang Kai understood and walked towards the center of the formation. Just as he stood still, a buzzing sound came from his surroundings as if the formation was operating. A faint suction force came from the formation. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. He calmed his qi and focused his mind. He could clearly feel that his qi was being attracted by the formation. He knew that the formation was recording some of his unique information. The buzzing continued as the formation rotated. After a long time, the buzzing sound gradually subsided and the light of the formation gradually weakened. In the end, the secret room returned to darkness. Yang Kai carefully sensed it and discovered that he seemed to have a faint connection with a certain place in the heavenly palace. However, he did not know how to use this connection for the time being. After all, he had never cultivated the heaven and earth escape technique. However, judging from the current situation, the brand should be completed. He was actually quite curious about what the heaven and earth escape seal was. He originally thought that he would be able to take a good look at it this time, but who knew that he wouldn't be able to see it at all. Even if he couldn't see it, there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai walked around the room a few more times and didn't find anything special. Only then did he push the door open and leave. Outside the door, Bai Qi said, "How is it?" "It's done." Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with his proficiency in the laws of space. Those who did not know the laws of space would probably feel uncomfortable when they came here for the first time. "That's good." Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and cupped his fists towards the golden armored warrior. "Thank you, master." That person nodded indifferently. "No form of fighting is allowed in the heavenly palace. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. Take care." With that, he sealed the secret room and turned to leave. He was mainly responsible for bringing Yang Kai here to leave the brand. He didn't need to care about the rest. When Yang Kai and Bai Qi wanted to leave, that was their own business. The heavenly palace would not interfere. "Come, accompany me to buy some things," Bai Qi said. She pulled Yang Kai's arm and walked in a certain direction. Seeing that he was familiar with the place, it was obvious that it was not his first time here. The things that Bai Qi wanted to buy were very messy. Obviously they were needed by the inn. Yang Kai followed behind him and looked around casually. "Leave behind your brand and cultivate the Qiankun escape technique. In the future you can come to this place as you wish. Of course, the premise is that you are in this large territory. However, you must remember that you must be in a safe range. Once the Qiankun escape technique is used, you will directly escape to this place. If the distance is too far with your current cultivation, you will not be able to withstand it. At that time there will be the risk of your body being crushed." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. "There's one more thing you have to remember. When you use the Qiankun escape technique, there will be a certain amount of time delay. It doesn't mean that you can escape immediately. You have to grasp this time well. If you are chased in the future, don't use the Qiankun escape technique in front of others. Otherwise they will kill you before you can escape. You must use this technique from a safe distance." Yang Kai said, "How long is this time?" He had to ask clearly. Bai Qi glanced at him. "With your current cultivation, it should be about 5 or 6 breaths. Of course, the higher your cultivation, the shorter this time, but no matter how short it is, there will still be a delay." "Then who should I learn the Qiankun escape technique from?" Yang Kai asked. "I'll teach you later." Bai Qi grinned, "But there will be a fee." Yang Kai covered his space ring and said vigilantly, "I have no money." He still owed the lady boss 10 million and he didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Bai Qi said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You even got the Golden Crow corpse in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Didn't you get some Sun's True Fire or Sun's True Gold?" As he said this, he winked at him. "No," Yang Kai said decisively. "Don't be so stingy. I'm not picky. Just give me some Sun's True Fire or whatever. Forget it. I'll ask the lady boss to teach me the Qiankun escape technique later. I won't trouble you." Bai Qi was speechless. An hour later, the two flew out of the Qiankun palace and returned the way they came. The first inn's ship hadn't gone far and was still waiting there. When they returned to the ship, the lady boss talked to the two of them and asked about the situation. After learning that everything went smoothly, she didn't say much. She just nodded and waved her hand to let the two of them leave. However, before she left, she flicked a jade slip to Yang Kai. "Since you've left your brand, you have to cultivate the Qiankun escape technique. You're proficient in the law of space, so the Qiankun escape technique shouldn't be too difficult for you. Go and cultivate it." Yang Kai thanked her and left with Bai Qi. After closing the door, Yang Kai waved the jade slip in his hand to Bai Qi with a smug expression. Bai Qi's expression was one of boredom. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai cultivated the Qiankun escape technique in his room. Just as the lady boss said, this secret technique wasn't difficult for him to learn. After all, he had the foundation of the space divine technique. Strictly speaking, the Qiankun escape technique was also a kind of space divine technique. However, it required the help of the Qiankun escape seal to display it. Moreover, even if one wasn't proficient in the law of space, they could still display it. This was the greatest charm of the Qianquan escape technique. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master it without a year or so. However, Yang Kai had already mastered it in 10 days. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he even wanted to try the magic of the Qianquan escape technique. However, although he didn't have the opportunity to try it, when he activated the Qianquan escape technique, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he had a close connection with the Qianquan temple. However, unless it was a critical moment, Yang Kai would break it, lest he really had to escape to the Qianquan temple. The ship continued to sail. Yang Kai didn't know where the destination was. About a month after setting out from the old site of the first inn, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came and the entire ship shook violently. Yang Kai was startled and rushed to the deck. He saw that Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant were already there. The lady boss stood at the bow of the ship with a solemn expression. She was forming a seal with one hand and her strength was surging. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Bai Qi said, "We're going through the territory gate. Don't be nervous." Only then did Yang Kai notice that the ship had come to a territory gate at some point and was slowly sailing through it. He had passed through the territory gate several times before, but those times were under the protection of Ah Sun's white jade fox. Except for the last time when the white jade fox's strength was exhausted, the other times were extremely smooth. He never thought that the ship would cause such a big commotion when passing through the territory gate, making him think that there was a strong enemy invading. "We're going to another large territory?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It seems so." Bai Qi nodded. Hearing this, he also didn't know where the destination of this trip was. The ship was huge, so the pressure they had to bear when passing through the territory gate increased. Fortunately, the lady boss's 6th-stage heaven opening cultivation base was here, so the several people present were not nervous. Not long after, the entire ship entered the territory entrance. With the protection of the light screen, they didn't feel much. When they turned their heads to look around, they found that the scenery around the ship was warped and distorted. It was strange and bizarre. In just an instant, the ship shook and then stabilized. Everything around it returned to normal. Obviously, they had jumped out of the territory gate and entered another large territory. The lady boss seemed to be a little tired after being busy, so she turned and went into the side room to rest. Yang Kai was dragged by Bai Qi to drink and play with the cook and the others. A few days later, Bai Qi left the ship with Yang Kai and went to another heavenly palace. With the experience of the first time, the second time was even easier. Soon they left their brand in the heavenly palace. Along the way, Bai Qi would take Yang Kai to the nearby heavenly palace every once in a while. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. On the way back, he said, "Old Bai, did I delay your trip?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked over. He chuckled. "Did you just realize?" Yang Kai was speechless. "If it weren't for me, you should be able to use the heavenly escape technique and travel from one heavenly palace to another. There's no need to take the ship like this." "Yes, but you're also a member of the first inn now. Since you're a member of the first inn, we can't just leave you behind." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Is it the lady boss's idea?" Bai Qi nodded. "Of course. The lady boss is actually quite nice." Yang Kai scratched his chin. "Just the cost of the heavenly palace alone is 800,000. Bai Qi looked at him and blinked. "Do you think the lady boss gave you the money to spend?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Isn't it?" Bai Qi grinned. "The lady boss said to put it on your account. When you have money in the future, you can slowly pay her back." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. "This is my own money? What else can it be?" Bai Qi winked at him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought the lady boss paid for the heaven-opening pills for him, but it turned out to be the truth. His face twitched involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Qi said, "If you feel bad about it, next time we pass by the heavenly palace, we won't go there." "I'll go." "Why won't I go?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He had to go to the heavenly palace. Maybe it would become a life-saving retreat. Even if he didn't use it to save his life, it would be good for him to travel. After all, he had so many debts that he didn't have to worry about. It was just 100,000 at a time. Compared with the 10 million that he owed, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Half a year passed in a flash. After passing through 4 large territory, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Hearing the news, Bai Qi excitedly pulled Yang Kai to the deck and pointed at the spiritual state in the distance. "Kid, do you know where that is?" Yang Kai said, how would I know? Outside of this world he was still in a state of groping and unfamiliarity. How could he know where this place was? Looking sideways not far away he saw the lady boss standing by the side of the ship. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind and she had a smile on her face. It seemed that the boring voyage of the past 6 months had made her feel a little bored. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, her mood naturally changed. Chapter 39-40. Yang Kai walked over, stood not far from the lady boss and asked, is that our destination? The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear and nodded, yes, that's our destination. What is that place? After flying for more than half a year and passing through several large territory, Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. That's the star market of this territory. Bai Qi came over excitedly. Boy, do you know what a star market is? He thought Yang Kai had never heard of it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. That's a star market? He couldn't help but look over there, but it was too far away and he couldn't see what was going on there. Moreover, the entire spirit state seemed to be covered by a large array, so looking from a distance it was hazy. Zhang Rua, she had said that if he wanted to inquire about the world tree, the best place to start was Star City, because this place was a gathering place for people from all walks of life. The more people there were, the more information there would be and the more good things there would be. Perhaps he would be able to find the world tree. Unfortunately, as soon as Yang Kai entered the 3,000 worlds, he was introduced to the 7 possibilities land as a handyman. After that, he wandered for a while and then came to the first inn. He didn't have the time to look for a star market, let alone know where to find one. He didn't expect that the lady boss's destination this time was actually the star market. What a coincidence. You know about it? Bai Qi was stunned. I've heard of it. Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at the lady boss. Are we going to stay there in the future? The lady boss's first inn was destroyed in the battle, so she definitely had to find another place to stay. After spending half a year here, she naturally wouldn't just buy some things. It was very likely that she would stay there. For now. The lady boss nodded and noticed Yang Kai's excitement. She turned her head and smiled. Are you interested in the star market? Yang Kai said, I've never seen it before, so I'm a little curious. The lady boss smiled. It's nothing special. The world you came from must have places like markets. The so-called star market is just a little more advanced than those markets and the things are more expensive. Yang Kai nodded and looked over, wondering if he should ask the lady boss about the world tree. After all, the first inn was in charge of intelligence gathering. If there was really a world tree, the lady boss would have heard of it. But after thinking about it, he decided to ask first when he got there. Bai Qi, the cook and the 3 bookkeepers were already gathered in a corner of the deck. They were whispering something. Calm. Behind him, a silver-armored young general stepped out and shouted, Who are you? Where is the document? The lady boss gestured to Bai Qi, and Bai Qi immediately ran over and handed a jade slip to the silver-armored young general. The young general took it and scanned it with his divine sense, revealing a trace of surprise. He then handed the jade slip to the golden-armored general. After reading it, the latter nodded slightly and said, So it's Madame Lawn from the first inn. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please don't blame me, madam. The lady boss smiled sweetly. The general is at the Wuxia Star Market. You are busy with military affairs, so it's natural that you didn't recognize her. While they were talking, Bai Qi smiled and handed a dimensional ring to the silver-armored young general. The lady boss said at the right time, Brothers, you've worked hard. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as a treat. The young general held the dimensional ring and didn't know what to do with it. He looked at the golden-armored general. The latter smiled and said, Since it's from Madame Lawn, take it. The young general accepted the dimensional ring with peace of mind. He turned around and cupped his hands at the lady boss. The golden-armored general said, It's just a routine matter. Please don't take it to heart, madam. He raised his hand and returned the jade scroll to Bai Qi. He led the group of people down the ship and waved his hand, Let them pass. The restriction formation of the ferry slowly opened. The lady boss thanked him and steered the ship into the spirit state. On the ship, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. It wasn't hard to see that the lady boss had a wide network of connections. She didn't necessarily know the golden-armored general, but as soon as the document came out he immediately recognized her as Madame Lawn of the First Inn, which showed that she had a great reputation outside of this universe. It was no wonder. A 6-stage sky splitter was not weak. Moreover, she was such a charming beauty. It was easy for her to attract the attention of others. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai a little curious. He moved closer to Bai Qi and asked quietly, "Why is there a large number of soldiers on the periphery of the Star Market? Is the Star Market not safe? Or is someone coming to attack Star City?" White Seven said, "No one dares to do that. The Star City here is the foundation of the Great War Heavens. The golden armored general and the silver armored general you saw just now are both from the Great War Heavens. They guard the ferry, firstly to make it easier to control the Star City, and secondly to guard against void beasts. Have you seen any void beasts before? Does the 1,000-jointed insect count?" Yang Kai's only encounter with a void beast was the 1,000-jointed insect. As a result, he and Zhang Ruoxi were separated. He still didn't know where Ruoxi was. However, Ruoxi had awakened some of her ancestors' memories and knew more about the outside world than he did, so he didn't have to worry too much. If he guessed correctly, Ruoxi should have gone directly to Langya Blessed Land. After all, it was the place where her ancestor was born. You can say that. However, the 10,000-jointed worms aren't that dangerous. Some void beasts like noisy places the most. Moreover, they are very powerful. If these fellows were to rush into the Star City, they would definitely cause a lot of damage. With them guarding the ferry, under normal circumstances, no void beasts would dare to cause trouble. Yang Kai understood and asked again, "The Great War Heaven you mentioned just now, could it be the Great War Cave Heaven, one of the 36 heavenly caves?" He vaguely saw it in the jade slip given to him by the Great Moon State's disciple Meng Hong. "Yes. And the heavenly temple you went to for the first time, the 2 gatekeepers were also from the Great War Heavens. The people of this place are very easy to recognize. They are like an army and do everything according to military rules. The internal hierarchy is also divided according to military ranks. They are very rigid." Yang Kai nodded. No wonder that guy just called himself a general. Bai Qi chuckled and said, "A general is a middle-grade heaven splitter. That guy just now should be a great general with the strength of a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Below him are 4th-grade generals and above them are 6th-grade generals. Above them are marshals and grand marshals." "Interesting." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and then changed the topic. "Speaking of which, what kind of force is the First Inn?" Although he had joined the First Inn for half a year, he still didn't know which big tree was behind the First Inn, although he was sure that it was definitely one of those paradise grotto heavens. "You should ask the lady boss." Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai glanced at him and wanted to tear his mouth off. While the two were talking, the ship had entered the spirit state where the Star Market was located. After passing through the clouds, the rich heaven and earth's spiritual chi rushed toward them. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. After drifting in the void for so long, he finally arrived at a place like this and felt like he had taken root. The spirit state wasn't very big. Looking down from the sky, one could see the end of it at a glance. It was almost the size of several large cities. However, the entire spirit state was almost filled with all kinds of buildings. The clean and spacious streets crisscrossed like lines on a chessboard. Below them, the lights were waning and it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the ground, people were walking shoulder to shoulder. In the sky, there were people flying here and there from time to time. There were also many flying secret treasures of different shapes shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was thoughtful. It seemed that this place didn't prohibit flying. This was very humane. Some places were set up with restrictions and it was impossible to fly within the restrictions. It would take a lot of time to travel. The ship kept moving forward. After about 5 minutes, the lady boss's voice sounded, "Get off the ship." Hearing this, the people standing on the deck all flew out. The lady boss's hands changed seals and the power on her body fluctuated. She made several seals, and the huge ship immediately shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into something the size of a palm and was put away by the lady boss. Scope. After calling out, the lady boss directly descended, and the people of the First Inn followed closely behind her. There weren't many people in the First Inn, but there were still about a dozen of them. Except for White Seven, the accountant, and the cook who Yang Kai was familiar with, the rest were all people who did odd jobs. After all, it didn't take too many people to maintain the operation of an inn. A dozen or so people were enough. Soon the group landed in front of a shop. The shop didn't have a signboard and it was in a good location. It was at the intersection of several streets and there was a lot of traffic. The lady boss looked around and nodded slightly. Then she lifted her long dress and stepped in. The group followed closely behind her. Immediately, an elderly man came in and cupped his hands. Yuan Rueda greets the master. This elderly man was in the heaven-opening realm, but his level wasn't too high. Therefore, despite his age, he was still very respectful to the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly. Yuan Rueda said, "Master, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to rest first?" The lady boss waved her hand and said, "No need. Let's do our work first." "Yes, master, please take a seat." Yuan Rueda gestured with his hand. After Madame Lan took a seat, Yuan Rueda took out a jade slip and handed it to Madame Lan, saying, "This is the deed for the shops here. They've all been handed over." The lady boss took it and glanced over it, then put it away. Yuan Rueda took out another jade slip and said, "This is the location of the businesses under those forces, as well as the names of the shops and the distribution of the experts inside." He took out another jade slip and said, "This is all the information about the shopkeepers and workers in those shops." Chapter 39-41. The lady boss carefully checked the information in the two jade slips behind her and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Rueda said, "It's my duty." The lady boss played with the jade slip and asked, "Where's the original owner of this shop? He didn't let anyone suffer any grievances, right?" Yuan Rueda smiled and said, "I bought his shop at a price of 20% above the market price. That money was enough for him to buy another shop in another place. He couldn't be happier, so how could he be wronged?" "It's good." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Rueda bowed and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll take my leave first and go back to report." "Do you want to rest for a night before leaving?" "I appreciate Master's kindness, but I've already rested here for a few days. It's more important to go back and report." "Then I won't keep you. Old Bai, send him off," the lady boss called out. Bai Qi stepped out with a smile and gestured with his hand. "Please. I'll take my leave." Yuan Rueda bowed and left in large strides. After Yuan Rueda left, the lady boss turned around and looked around. She nodded and said, "This place is not bad." Bai Qi went up and said, "Lady boss, are we going to open a shop here in the future?" "Can't we?" the lady boss replied casually as she strolled casually. Bai Qi's eyes shone with golden light as he chuckled and said, "How can we? As long as Lady Boss is here, it doesn't matter where we are." The lady boss sneered, "Don't think that I don't know that you guys are tired of staying outside. You can't wait to come to this busy city to eat, drink, and play. Let me tell you, you can play, but don't cause me any trouble. Don't delay my work. Otherwise you'll be in trouble." "Absolutely not," Bai Qi promised solemnly. Then he turned his head and winked at the chef and the accountant with an excited expression. "There's dust." The lady boss wiped the armrest of the chair, looked at her fingers and wiped them on Bai Qi's clothes. She made a circle with her small hand. "Find someone to change everything here tomorrow." "Yes." Bai Qi replied respectfully. The lady boss covered her red lips and yawned. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. You guys should also find a place to rest. We'll start work tomorrow." "Lady boss, take care." Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant stood in a line and respectfully sent him off. Yang Kai was stunned when he saw this and hurriedly joined the line. The lady boss gave them a sidelong glance as if she had already seen through their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked into the inner room and said, "Yang Kai, follow me." White Seven and the others immediately looked at Yang Kai with sympathy. Yang Kai was speechless. He had wanted to take this opportunity to see what Star City was like. Who would have thought that he would be caught by the lady boss? He had no idea what this woman wanted to do. Helpless, they could only watch enviously as Bai Qi and the others walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. With a sigh, he walked towards the inner courtyard. Following the sound, he came to a side room and knocked on the door. "Come in." The lady boss's voice came out. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Inside the side room, two maidservants were busy making the bed for the lady boss. To Yang Kai's surprise, the incense bed he saw on the ship was also moved out. "Lady boss, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. In the past few months, he had been getting along well with the lady boss, and this woman had not made trouble for him again. The lady boss sat there and looked up. Do you have a secret treasure that can hide your body and aura? Why did she ask this all of a sudden? Yang Kai was puzzled, but this matter could not be hidden from her. The main thing was that the lady boss had already discovered his tracks in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, so it was natural for her to have this inference, so he nodded and admitted it. Let me see. The lady boss stretched out her hand. Yang Kai took out the shadowless veil and handed it over. The lady boss took it and said with a faint smile, "Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you?" Yang Kai laughed. That's not necessary, right? How could this thing even enter your eyes? That's hard to say. The lady boss said as she lowered her head to examine it carefully, pouring her Saint Qi into it from time to time. After a while, the lady boss gently nodded. This thing is quite good. It should be able to completely isolate anyone below the mid-rank splitting the heavens realm. Even if it is a mid-rank splitting the heavens realm, if one does not examine it carefully, they may overlook it. Yang Kai gave her a big thumbs up. The result of this examination was exactly the same as what Du Ruffing had said. It had not been refined, but she had come to this conclusion after just a brief examination. It could only be said that the lady boss's eyesight was quite good. Your courage is quite big. Back then you relied on this thing to act recklessly in the Golden Crow Divine Palace? The lady boss looked at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai sighed. At that time I had no choice but to do so. It was not my will. After being inexplicably trapped in that passage, everything that happened afterwards was instinctive and not deliberate. Even the Golden Crow corpse was something he had obtained by chance. Do you believe me? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, not knowing how to answer such a sudden question. The lady boss played with the shadowless muslin and said, "If you believe me, leave it with me for a while and return it to you later." What does this woman want to do? Although the shadowless muslin was good, it shouldn't be enough to arouse her greed, right? After all, she had seen through the shadowless muslin's concealment ability at a glance, and from the long time they had spent together, the lady boss was not the kind of person who would rob others. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "May I ask what you want to do?" "You'll know when the time comes," the lady boss said, not caring whether Yang Kai agreed or not, directly putting away the shadowless muslin, not giving him a chance to regret. Yang Kai had a toothache. His strength was too low now, and the shadowless muslin was definitely the most useful artifact for him. If it was really taken away by the lady boss, he didn't know where to cry. However, his fist was not as big as hers, so he could only accept it. In any case, he still owed her 10 million, so he could only use it as payment. "This is for you," the lady boss said, taking out a box and pushing it in front of Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "Open it and see for yourself." Since she said so, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the box and looked at it. It was not heavy nor was it big. It was the length of a chopstick, so he didn't know what was inside. Opening the lid, Yang Kai was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. Inside the box was a mask, vivid and lifelike like human skin. It was a little too exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by an artifact refining master. He reached out and picked up the mask, but it didn't have the slightest weight. The whole mask was as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so he vaguely guessed the purpose of this mask. 7 faces. The lady boss folded her hands, supporting her chin, and looked at him with a smile. This artifact is called 7 faces, which means that it can change into 7 different faces. What's more, it can even change a person's breath, voice, and even figure. It can be said to be very mysterious. It's a little thing I got a long time ago. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. A long time ago he had obtained an artifact that could change one's appearance, similar to a mask, but that thing could only change one's appearance and was very easy to expose, so he hadn't used it many times. But now this 7 faces could even change one's breath, voice, and even figure, which was a bit amazing. In other words, this thing could really transform a person into a completely different person. This artifact has the same weakness as yours. It can't hide from the prying eyes of those who are too strong. If the other party has a strong enough divine sense, they can also see through it, but it should be able to block the prying eyes of a low-rank heaven splitter. Swallowing his saliva, Kai Yang said in disbelief, "Lady boss, you are Take it, your current strength is too low and you really do need some external protection. How could I accept this? Yang Kai grinned, but even though he said this, he was reluctant to put it down. The shadowless gauze was already enough to protect him to a certain extent, and if it was supplemented by this 7 faces, there were many things he could do without worry. Although he wanted nothing more than to quickly refine this 7 faces and experience its wonders, Yang Kai still said, "This thing is too precious, Lady Boss, I can't accept it without any effort." The Lady Boss looked at him with a smile. 5 million. Yang Kai was stunned and turned to look at her. What do you mean? Why did she suddenly ask for 5 million? The Lady Boss said, I'll lend this thing to you. Before you break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, 5 million Heaven Splitter pills. Yang Kai was furious. You still dare say you're not running a shady shop? He wanted nothing more than to smash this 7 faces into her beautiful face. Just borrowing it before he broke through to the Heaven Splitter realm actually cost 5 million. Why didn't she just rob him? No wonder she had been smiling at him all this time. It turned out she had been waiting for him here. Just now he had been slightly moved, but now he realized he had been blind. The Lady Boss said, It's up to you whether you want to lend it or not. Yang Kai angrily placed the box in front of her and turned to leave. The Lady Boss looked at his back, a hand supporting her cheek as she smiled. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed back in and hugged the box to his chest. He glared fiercely at the Lady Boss before leaving once more. The Lady Boss shouted from behind him, 16,200,000. Yang Kai staggered, his mouth filled with bitterness. He had only been in the universe dimension for a short time, yet he had already owed such a large sum of money. Who knew when he would be able to pay it all back? The Lady Boss's unbridled laughter came from behind him as if she was very happy. His heart filled with bitterness, he found a room in another courtyard and pushed open the door. The room's furnishings were quite good, and it had all the necessary amenities. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his head to examine the box. Although 5 million was indeed a bit expensive, this 7 faces definitely wouldn't be any less useful than the shadowless gauze. If he used it at the right time and place, it wouldn't be something that could be measured with money. Even though the Lady Boss's heart was as black as charcoal, Yang Kai could only brace himself and borrow the 7 faces. Chapter 3942. After closing the door, Yang Kai took out the 7 faces from the box and carefully stuck them on his face in front of the mirror under the faint candlelight. As if they were nothing, he didn't feel any discomfort. Even after sticking them on, he didn't feel much. However, his appearance didn't change much. After all, he hadn't refined them yet. He turned over and got on the bed, sat cross-legged, calmed his chi and silently urged his power to refine them. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was refining the 7 faces, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming in his direction. Then the door was pushed open. Bai Qi poked her head out and said, Boy, it's time to get to work. Come to the front hall. Yang Kai responded, took the 7 faces off his face, put them away carefully and stepped out. After a few days of refining, the 7 faces hadn't been completely refined. For the time being, he couldn't use its effect. However, this was something that couldn't be rushed. It was a painstaking effort. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. In contrast, Yang Kai was more curious as to why the Lady Boss had taken the trouble to come all the way to Star City. Logically speaking, her first inn had been destroyed, so she should have rebuilt it on the old site. So why had she come all the way here? However, this wasn't what he needed to care about. Now he was just a waiter of the first inn. He only needed to listen to the Lady Boss's instructions. When he arrived at the front hall, he found that almost all the people of the first inn had gathered. He was the only one missing. Yang Kai quickly stood beside Bai Qi and looked around. All the facilities in the front hall had been changed. The tables and chairs were shiny and new. They should have been changed in the past few days. After he stood there, the Lady Boss gave him a lecture. There was nothing special. It was just that the first inn had been destroyed and everyone would have to stay here in the future. Although it was a change of location, what they had to do was the same. She hoped that everyone would work hard and work together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then the Lady Boss asked Yang Kai and White 7 to hang up the sign of the first inn. This was considered the opening of the business. Yang Kai was a little speechless when he saw this. The first inn had such a big name, but no one came to congratulate them. It was quite shabby. But then again, it was probably because the lady boss didn't invite anyone. After all, they had only been here for a few days and didn't have the time to do such things. Moreover, as long as the sign of the first inn hung there was no need to worry about not having business. The reputation of the first inn wasn't just for show. This was Star City, a place where people gathered and information traveled quickly. As long as someone wanted to inquire about some secret information, they would definitely come to the first inn. As soon as the sign was put up, a skinny middle-aged man with a wretched face and rat eyes walked in stealthily. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. It was as if he didn't dare to believe that he could actually see the sign of the first inn in this bustling city. After entering, he looked left and right and his words were evasive. It wasn't until the lady boss slightly revealed the aura of the lower sixth-stage heaven splitter that this fellow finally confirmed it. He asked for a secret room and had a good chat with the lady boss. He didn't know what the lady boss was thinking, but she brought Bai Qi and Yang Kai with her. The person had come to inquire about information and it wasn't anything too secretive. It was about the whereabouts of a rare treasure. The lady boss told him the information and the person was ecstatic. He thanked her profusely and after leaving the reward he left with light steps. Yang Kai was amazed. He didn't know how much the reward left by the person was, but Yang Kai thought it wouldn't be too little. The first inn could make money by selling information. This business without any cost was really enviable. After sending the guest away, the lady boss handed a jade slip to Bai Qi and Yang Kai respectively and said lightly, "Take a look." As she spoke, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the information recorded in the jade slip was very strange. It seemed to be the name of the shop and then the location of the shop as well as the name and cultivation of the shopkeeper. Thinking of the jade slip that Yuan Rueda gave to the lady boss a few days ago, it seemed that this was the information. Full of confusion, Yang Kai looked at the lady boss and asked, "Who are these people?" The lady boss looked up at him and said, "Like you, they all owe us money." Yang Kai asked curiously, "There are people who dare to owe money to the first inn? Besides, wasn't the first inn in the business of trading information? This business had always been paid in cash, so how could there be people who owed money?" Bai Qi next to him kicked him and Yang Kai turned his head and said, "What?" The corner of Bai Qi's mouth twitched and he laughed dryly. The lady boss said angrily, "The destruction of the first inn has something to do with the owners behind them. I said none of them can escape." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, "You mean the owners of these shops are the forces that attacked the first inn before? Of course, otherwise why would I come all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then what do we need to do?" "Collect the money." The lady boss tapped her finger on the table and said word by word, 10 million for each shop and get the money back. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. The reason why he owed the lady boss 10 million was because he had something to do with the destruction of the first inn. Now it wasn't too much to ask for 10 million for each shop. But then again he was just the Emperor realm, and the people who attacked the first inn before were either first-class forces like the Blessed Enclave or second-class forces with middle-ranked Kai Tian in charge. If a little pawn like him went to collect the money, would they care? As if she saw Yang Kai's concern, the lady boss said, "It's only right to pay back what you owe. No matter where you go, we'll always be on the side of reason. If they're willing to pay, that's fine. If they don't, I don't mind going to their headquarters." Yang Kai said with a toothache, "Lady boss, if I remember correctly, there were people from a few grotto heavens who were causing trouble at the first inn." "Those people," the lady boss said, "I'll deal with them myself so you don't have to worry about them. What I'll leave to you are the leftovers." Her phoenix eyes swept over. "This matter concerns the reputation of the first inn, so don't mess it up." "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll definitely complete the task perfectly and won't embarrass you." Bai Qi cupped his hands and said firmly. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The lady boss looked at him and said, "What about you?" She was forcing him to make a statement. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "I'll try my best. I've never collected money before, so I'm not familiar with it." The lady boss said, "Don't you owe me 16,200,000? How about this, you'll pay back 5% of the money you collected." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. 5% didn't sound like much, but if he could get 10 million then 5% would be 500,000. On the jade slip that the lady boss gave him there were about 20 shops. If he really collected all of them, it would be tens of millions. Really? The lady boss nodded. Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fists. Don't worry, lady boss. I'll collect the money even if I have to die. The lady boss nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. Go. Yang Kai and Bai Qi turned around together. Both of them were full of murderous intent. Even if there were 10 million people around, they would still go forward. After leaving the secret room, Bai Qi said, "When did you get another 5 million? Wasn't it 11,200,000? The 10 million was originally owed, and the 1,200,000 was the cost of the brand of the Heavenly Palace." He remembered all these clearly, so he was a little puzzled by the sudden addition of 5 million. Yang Kai looked around and said, "Old Bai, I think we should first discuss how to collect the money." The lady boss had called him over alone to lend him 7 faces. Yang Kai felt that it was better not to make this matter known to everyone. Bai Qi said, "I had the same idea even if you didn't mention it. Let's go to my room first. Let's have a good discussion." He pulled Yang Kai's arm and dragged him over. After entering the room, the two of them sat down. Yang Kai said, "Have you ever collected money before?" Bai Qi shook his head and said, "No, it's the first time for a lady to get on a bridal sedan chair." Yang Kai glared at him. "You dare to talk nonsense when it's the first time?" He even said that he had completed the mission perfectly. Bai Qi looked indifferent. "What are you afraid of? The lady boss is standing behind us. We'll ask for it first. If we really can't get it back, we'll ask the lady boss to do it. I don't think they dare to not give it back." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. Old Bai could have this idea, but he couldn't. The lady boss had said that he would pay back half of the money he collected. He was still hoping to pay back a little more. If he asked the lady boss to do it, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Qi said, "No matter what, we still have to be courteous before resorting to force. They are also reputable people and they might not know what happened before. It's not appropriate for us to suddenly go over and collect the money." "You're right." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Well, let's send a greeting card first and explain the cause and effect of the matter in the greeting card. Then we'll explain the reason for the visit and see if they will cooperate with us before making a plan." "That's good, let's do it. If that's the case, we have to ask the lady boss for a token. Otherwise, how can they believe that we're from the first in?" "This is easy. Let's go to the lady boss later." After the discussion, the two of them immediately got busy. They took out blank jade slips and made greeting cards. As they had discussed before, they explained the cause of the matter and the purpose of the visit in each greeting card. They used tactful words and a kind tone. Although they were asking for money, they didn't give people a feeling of disgust. There were 19 shops in Yang Kai's jade slip. Of course, he made 19 greeting cards. The number on Bai Qi's side should be about the same. After they finished, the two of them checked each other and confirmed that there were no problems. After that, they went to look for the lady boss together and asked for the first in's token. The lady boss was straightforward and directly gave each of them a palm-sized jade token. It was written with the words "first in" on it. After everything was prepared properly, the two of them immediately left the inn and cupped their hands at each other at the entrance of the inn. They said that they had succeeded and parted ways. It was rather tragic and stirring. Chapter 39-43. Walking along the crisscrossing streets, Kai Yang leisurely strolled through one shop after another, appreciating the local customs, which was quite an eye-opener for him. Half a day later, he entered a tea house, ordered a pot of tea and waited in silence. When the waiter served the tea, Yang Kai stopped him. "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you." The waiter politely said, "Please ask." Yang Kai said, "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anyone familiar who can introduce me to this star market?" The waiter said, "Sir, are you looking for a guide?" "Yes." "Then you've asked the right person. I have some recommendations, but I don't know if they meet your requirements." "Bring him here so I can take a look," Yang Kai said lightly. "Okay, please wait a moment," the waiter responded. Yang Kai leaned against the window and looked into the distance, sipping his tea while waiting. Although the jade slip given to him by the lady boss contained all kinds of information about the 19 shops, he was clueless about this star market. Even if he had the jade slip, he didn't know where to look for it, so he came to this tea house to find a guide. Now it seemed that he had made the right choice. No matter where it was, tea houses and restaurants were always places where people from all walks of life gathered, so it was easy to find a guide. With a local guide it would be easy to find those shops. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. After waiting for a while, the waiter led a person over. Yang Kai looked up and found that the person was a woman in her early 30s. She had a plump figure and was still charming, especially her full breasts, which were spectacular. However, there was a cautious smile on her face, and there was a sense of restraint in her expression. She followed behind the waiter and looked at Yang Kai nervously. Her cultivation was good and she seemed to be at the peak of the Emperor realm, but Yang Kai didn't feel the aura of Dao from her. In other words, this woman hadn't condensed her own Dao seal yet. This was not surprising. At the level of the Emperor realm, 90% of the people would not be able to form their own seal and would be stuck there for the rest of their life. The waiter walked over and whispered into his ear, "Sir, this woman is a local and is very familiar with this star market. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with her. If you are not satisfied, this little one will give you another one." Yang Kai looked up. The woman immediately bowed to Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Greetings, master." Her voice was very pleasant and soft. If one didn't look at her face, one would think that she was a young girl in her early 20s. Yang Kai raised his hand and handed over the jade slip the lady boss gave him. "Do you know how to get to these places?" The woman took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes. With our current location as the starting point, plan out the shortest route to these places and carve it into the jade slip for me to take a look." "Yes." The woman lowered her head and busied herself. Soon she returned with both hands holding the jade slip and respectfully said, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai took the jade slip back and checked it. He found that there was more information inside. The 19 shops were rearranged in order. "Are you a local?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The woman pursed her lips and said, "I was born in this star market and have never left." Yang Kai nodded and said to the waiter, "She'll be the one." Then he flicked 2 heaven-opening pills over to the waiter. The waiter caught them and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This little one will take his leave now." In the 3,000 worlds, it was a famous first-tier force with a high-grade heaven splitter overseeing it. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was a bit difficult to ask for payment from a blessed land as soon as he arrived, but since he was already here he could only give it a try. As expected of the blessed land's business, this Zhou Yuan's shop was several times bigger than the neighboring shops. Moreover, there were many customers going in and out of the shop. It was hard to tell what kind of business they were doing, but since they had opened their shop here and their business was booming, they must have made a lot of money. "Master, do you want this servant to accompany you?" Luo Hai asked in a low voice, her voice trembling. Yang Kai turned his head and found that her face was slightly pale. One of her hands was subconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking very nervous. Although he had just met her, Yang Kai could tell that this Luo Hai was a woman with low self-esteem. She had always been at the bottom of Star City, so it was likely that she had never entered such a big shop before. At this time her expression was somewhat unnatural. "No need, you can wait for me outside." Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her red lips. "Then I wish master all the best." She did not know why Yang Kai had come here, but what he said was definitely true. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around and walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the shop, a young servant greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly took out the card he had prepared and handed it to him. "I want to see your shopkeeper." The young servant was stunned. Although he was only doing odd jobs in this shop, he was also a person from 9 stars blessed land and had his own pride. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yang Kai, wanting to see the shopkeeper as soon as he came in. How could the shopkeeper be so easy to meet? Only some big customers would be personally received by the shopkeeper, but looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it did not seem like he ran a big business. The young servant suspiciously received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face immediately became serious as he realized that this person's background was not small. He was actually from the famous First Inn, so he immediately restrained his expression and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go ask for instructions." Turning around, he entered the inner room. While waiting, Yang Kai casually strolled around the shop and found that this Zhou Yuan did a lot of business. All kinds of goods could be found here, from alchemy and artifact refining materials to finished products. Casually picking up a few items, a young servant would come over and enthusiastically promote them. Not long after, the young servant ran out again and gestured, "Shopkeeper invites you in." When the first-in's name was mentioned, not many people would refuse. Yang Kai nodded and calmly followed the young servant inside. Soon he saw the shopkeeper of Zhou Yuan in a secret room. He was a thin old man with a heaven-opening realm cultivation. The feeling he gave Yang Kai was similar to that of Duan Hai in the Qiqiao lands. He should be a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, which was consistent with the information recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. This kind of great force was truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper of Star City was actually a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. If this kind of cultivation was placed in the Qiqiao lands, he would be an earth protector. However, thinking about how the first-in was even more excessive, and the lady boss was a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai understood. When Yang Kai entered, the old man didn't get up. After all, the difference in cultivation was obvious. If he really got up to greet him, it would be too embarrassing. The young servant withdrew and closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Gong Sun." The shopkeeper of Zhou Yuan was called Gong Sun Hong, which was recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. His appearance and cultivation matched, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gong Sun Hong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, sit down and talk." Yang Kai thanked him and calmly sat down. Although the difference in cultivation was not small, he was representing the first in this time, so he naturally wouldn't appear too weak. Chapter 3944. Seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, Gong Sun Hong nodded inwardly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Gong Sun Hong said, "This old man has seen Little Friend's letter and knows why you are here. However, Little Friend said you are from the first inn. Do you have a token with you?" "Of course I do." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang took out the jade token that the lady boss had given him and handed it over to Gong Sun Hong. Gong Sun Hong took it and channeled his energy into the jade token. In the next moment, the jade token lit up. Gong Sun Hong's expression changed slightly and he turned to look at Yang Kai, his expression slightly twitching. "Your innkeeper is Madame Lan?" "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know what secret was hidden in the jade token that allowed Gong Sun Hong to recognize him immediately. However, looking at Gong Sun Hong's expression, he seemed to be a little afraid of the lady boss. This was easy to handle. Yang Kai was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of the lady boss. As long as he was, the 10 million would be easy to get. "Madame Lan is here?" Gong Sun Hong asked again. "Yes." "When did she come? Why didn't this old man receive any news?" "A few days ago." Yang Kai replied with a smile. The lady boss keeps a low profile. Even when the first inn reopened, it was just a plaque hanging. There wasn't much fanfare. Gong Sun Hong's expression suddenly became unnatural. He coughed lightly and said, "Madame Lan's way of doing things. She is indeed very low profile." It was unknown what he recalled, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. After a short pause, he continued, "The first inn's reopening is a big event. This old man should be there to attend the ceremony. However, since Madame Lan doesn't want to make a scene, she should have her reasons." Yang Kai chuckled. As a servant, this junior shouldn't ask too much about the lady boss's matters. Gong Sun Hong nodded slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a while he said, "This old man doesn't know what Little Friend said in the letter. Can you tell me why that person from the 9 Stars Blessed Land started a fight in the first inn? He even destroyed the first inn." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for me to reveal that. The shopkeeper Gong Sun wants to know. You can just ask the lady boss." Gong Sun Hong smiled and raised his hand. Have some tea, have some tea." Yang Kai took a sip and turned to look at him. "Shopkeeper Gong Sun, this junior came here under orders to ask for compensation. Our lady boss said that 9-star blessed land is famous and the gathering virtue source earns a lot of money every day, so this little bit of compensation is not a problem. This junior still has to go to other places to ask for payment. Time is tight and the task is important. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, do you think you can settle the bill first?" Gong Sun Hong asked curiously, "You're going somewhere else?" Yang Kai said, "Of course." He opened his mouth and listed the names of several shops. Gong Sun Hong was shocked. Could it be that there were many people fighting in the first inn? Behind those shops, could it be the forces of the Blessed Lands? There are indeed many. Yang Kai nodded and said, I won't hide it from shopkeeper Gong Sun. The reason our lady boss brought us to Star City is to ask for payment. The lady boss said that no one can run away. Everyone has to pay. If you can get it, then so be it. If you can't, then go to the headquarters of each shop and have a good talk. The lady boss also said that all the Blessed Lands are of the same breath and branch. There's no need to make everyone unhappy over such a small matter. Gong Sun Hong frowned slightly. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. Yang Kai looked around and said, the Gathering Virtue Source is such a big shop, it should have a lot of income every year. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, although 10 million isn't a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem for the Gathering Virtue Source. If it's convenient, can you help us? Let this junior return to the lady boss as soon as possible. Gong Sun Hong nodded. Little friend, since you're from the first inn and brought Madame Lan's token here, this matter shouldn't be false. This old man should also compensate. However, suddenly he changed the topic and said, that's just your words, so I'll have to send a message to the main altar to inquire about the situation. If it's really as you say, my 9-star blessed land will not deny it. He knew it wouldn't be so simple. If he could really get 10 million just by casually talking, it would show that the 9 stars blessed land was too afraid of the first inn. However, this was also within his expectations, so Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. He simply nodded and said, of course, I just don't know how long it will take for shopkeeper Sun to send a message back to inquire. 1 month. Gong Sun Hong said, I'll give you an answer in 1 month. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Gong Sun. Take care, I won't see you out. Gong Sun Hong waved his hand. When he walked out of the Jude Origin, he saw Luo Hai standing not far away from him. He waved at her and Luo Hai immediately came forward to greet him. She asked in a low voice, My lord, have you settled the matter? It's all right. Yang Kai nodded. This trip could be considered to have achieved his goal. Let's go to the next inn. He ran down one inn after another. After spending an entire afternoon, he only went to 3 inns. Among the 3 inns aside from the Juda Origin, one of them was from the Blessed Lands. The answer he received was similar to Gong Sun Hong's. He also needed to send a message back to the headquarters to ask for more details. The other inn was from a second-class organization. They weren't as stubborn as the Blessed Lands. When they heard that the first inn was coming to collect their debt, they were a little fearful. They were also very polite to Yang Kai, but in the end the result was the same. Night fell, but the star market was still very lively. Yang Kai ran around for an entire afternoon and pretended to be polite. He was a little tired, so he asked Luo Hai to go back and rest. He would find her the next day. Before leaving, the two of them exchanged contact details and agreed to continue the next day. Luo Hai naturally agreed to it. When he returned to the first inn, he saw that it was very lively inside. People were coming and going and the hall was full of guests. Everyone was toasting each other. Yang Kai was stunned. The lady boss was shuttling through the hall, chatting and laughing with the guests at each table. Yang Kai was in a daze as if he had returned to the first inn in the void. It had only been a day, but the business here had become so popular. It seemed that the first inn was indeed famous. The lady boss looked up and saw Yang Kai. She reached out and waved at him. Yang Kai quickly walked over. He followed the lady boss into the inner room. The lady boss turned around and sat down. She looked at Yang Kai and asked, How was it? Not bad. Yang Kai walked over, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He drank a few sips and said, The first inn is famous, so no one dares to make things difficult for us. Who asked you that? The lady boss glared at him. Did you get the money? Yang Kai put down the teacup and laughed. How could it be so fast? They all need to send a message back to the headquarters to ask. They will only decide whether to give the money after it is confirmed. How many did you contact? 3. All of them said so. The lady boss nodded. Of course, but the time limit can't be too long. Don't worry, it's all agreed. 1 month is not too long. 1 month. Okay, you can go do your work. The lady boss waved her hand. What work? Yang Kai looked at her, stunned. The lady boss blinked. You are the inn's waiter. Don't you need to be a waiter? The inn's business is good now, but we are short on manpower. Hurry up and help. Yang Kai was speechless. He had never been a waiter in his life. What? Hurry up and go. Do you want me, the lady boss, to do it myself? Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. After a long time he was defeated. She had big eyes and could not stare at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you are ruthless." He turned around and slammed the door. Behind him, the lady boss crossed her legs and pursed her lips into a smile. When he reached the main hall, Yang Kai looked around. He grabbed a piece of white cloth from a servant and put it on his shoulder. He then went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since they were all cultivators, they were full of energy, so there was no need to close the shop. Yang Kai was busy all the way until dawn when he finally had time to rest. What made him feel indignant was that Old White was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai guessed that this guy knew that he had to come back, so he decided to spend the night outside. He secretly made up his mind that he would not come back tomorrow. Not long after, Yang Kai went out again. He sent a message to Luo Hai in advance and went to the tea house where he saw her yesterday to wait for her. When Yang Kai arrived, Luo Hai was already standing there. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Hai saw that Yang Kai's expression was not right and went forward to ask. "Don't mention it." Yang Kai was very depressed. It was not that he did not rest well, but that he did not rest at all. Although it was not a big problem, he was still a little tired. Yang Kai did not say much and Luo Hai did not dare to ask more. The two immediately went on their way. Today's situation was similar to yesterday. After visiting one house after another, the replies were almost the same. Thinking about it, it was not strange. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not just listen to one side of the story, even if the signboard of the first inn was there. He sat down in each shop and chatted with the shopkeepers of each shop. In this day he had only gone to 6 or 7 shops. In this way it would take another 2 to 3 days to finish all of them. He did not know how Bai Qi was progressing. He took out a communication device to contact Bai Qi, but there was no response. He did not know what he was busy with. Later that night, Yang Kai took Luo Hai to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine as a token of his thanks. Luo Hai had been running around with him all day, following him wherever he went. It really was quite tiring. Luo Hai did not want to make Yang Kai spend so much effort, but Yang Kai insisted, so she could only go along with it. During the banquet, there was naturally a respectful toast. Yang Kai was not used to this. No matter what, Luo Hai was also in the Emperor realm. There was not much difference between her and him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty when she called him master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Hai's face became a little rosy and her eyes became hazy. It seemed that she was not very drunk. Yang Kai was curious about something and asked, "How do people in the Emperor realm outside of this universe comprehend martial arts?" He had condensed his own seal in the Heavenly Void Hall. Every great emperor in the Star Realm had this experience. Presumably, the great emperors in the other universe realms were also like this. However, the capacity of those small universe realms was limited, so there were not many people who could condense their seals. But what did people outside of this universe realm do to reach this step? He happened to run into Luo Hai, so he asked casually. Chapter 39:45. Luo Hai patted her slightly feverish cheeks and said with a smile, "Those with good aptitude can rely on their own comprehension to condense their Dao seal. Those with inferior aptitude like me can only rely on external help." After drinking some wine, she seemed to have relaxed a little and was no longer as cautious as before. External help? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There are some natural treasures that can help people condense their Dao seal. There are also some pills that can help, such as great Dao pills. However, these things need to be bought with money and are more precious. Yang Kai nodded. He had been wondering what those from the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed their own Dao seal could do with the heaven-opening pill. Although this thing was a kind of hard currency outside of this universe and could be used to buy all kinds of things, it wasn't very useful to those from the Emperor realm. It wasn't like the heaven-opening realm, where they could use the heaven-opening pill to increase their grade. Now it seemed that the heaven-opening pill was useful to anyone. Luo Hai was working so hard to earn money because she wanted to buy a great Dao pill and condense her own Dao seal to advance her martial Dao. However, condensing a Dao seal was only the beginning. She still had to condense yin, yang and 5 elements before she had a chance to advance to the heaven-opening realm. The path of martial Dao was long and far, accompanied by enormous financial support. How many people were as lucky as him, first condensing high-grade wood elemental energy, then obtaining high-grade fire elemental energy. However, even he wasn't confident that he could find other yin, yang and 5 elements energy that matched his requirements. As long as there was a problem with any of them, even if he reached the heaven-opening realm, his grade wouldn't be too high. As they ate and drank, the two chatted and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow." Luo Hai put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched her leave. After what happened yesterday, Yang Kai made up his mind not to return to the first inn. He didn't want to have to run errands again. He took out his communication device and contacted White 7. Surprisingly, White 7 replied quickly and asked where he was. White 7 told him the name of a place. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew that this place was not a good place. This guy was actually fooling around in a brothel. Bai Qi warmly invited him to have fun, but Yang Kai decisively refused. After drinking by himself for a while, Yang Kai put down the money for the dishes and left the restaurant alone, preparing to find an inn in the city to rest for the night. The inns in Star City weren't cheap, but they weren't as expensive as the first inn. Back then, the first inn had cost 1,000 heaven-opening pills for a night, but the black-hearted lady boss had raised the price to 10,000. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Kai saw a figure standing opposite him. He walked over in surprise and asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Luo Hai had been waiting for him outside. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Nothing, I'm just worried about Master." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a little wine, you won't get drunk. You should go back early." He thought that this woman was quite considerate. "It's still early. If Master is willing, I can accompany Master to stroll around Star City. I've been busy during the day, so Master doesn't have time." She added, "It's free of charge." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Sure, but it won't delay you, right?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing to do when I go back." She paused and said, "Where does Master want to go?" "There's a brothel in the western part of Star City. Men like to go there." As she spoke, she blushed. Yang Kai casually asked, "Where's the Spring Breeze Drizzle building?" Luo Hai nodded and said, "Master, do you know about the Spring Breeze Drizzle building?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue. "I've heard about it, but I've never been there." He knew that Lao Bai was fooling around, and now it seemed that he was right. "Master, do you want to go?" Luo Hai inquired. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, I'll just walk around." At this point he suddenly thought of something. "Right, I want to buy a map. Where can I buy it?" Luo Hai asked, "Master, do you want to buy a map of the universe? Then you should go to the Four Seas workshop. The maps of the universe there are the most complete, and the updates are also the most timely. Let's go take a look." Yang Kai was suddenly interested. He had this idea before, but he didn't remember who had mentioned it to him. The map of the universe included a map of all the large territory that had been discovered outside of Qianquan. It could be said that it was one of the essential things for a cultivator who wanted to travel outside. Yang Kai really wanted to find where the astral world was in the map of the universe. He was swallowed by the thousand-knuckle worm, and then inexplicably appeared in the large territory of the Kikikyo land. Although he hadn't found the world tree yet, it would be good if he could find the way home in advance. Luo Hai was very familiar with the Star Market. She led Yang Kai through a few streets and arrived in front of a shop. That shop was the Four Seas workshop. Although it was nighttime, the Star Market was still very lively. After entering the shop, a woman dressed as a maid immediately greeted them. She curtsied gracefully and said sweetly, "Good evening, esteemed guest. What do you want to buy?" Luo Hai walked out at the right time and answered, "My master wants to buy a map of the universe." The maid smiled and said, "This way please." She gestured with her hand. Under her guidance, Yang Kai came in front of a row of shelves. There were no maps on the shelves, but there were things that looked like long boxes. They were the length of chopsticks and were completely black. They looked very strange. Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Luo Hai said, "Introduce them." The maid understood and immediately said, "Yes, esteemed guest. Our shop's map of the universe is divided into 3 types. The lowest level is a map of the large territory, which includes the locations of the mini-universe worlds that have been discovered, as well as the locations of some fixed altars in the spiritual state. The middle level is a map of the entire universe, which includes all the large territory that has been discovered, as well as the contents of the lowest level map. It also includes the various Qinkuan palaces and the locations of the territory gates. It's clear at a glance, simple and convenient. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about the middle level and above?" The maid smiled and said, "There's not much difference between the middle level and the high level." Yang Kai asked curiously, "If there's no difference, why is there a middle level and high level?" "It's like this. Although there's no difference between the two, if you buy the high-level map and discover a new large territory in the future, our shop can help you update the contents of the map of the universe for free. Our shop has branches in many star markets, so you don't have to worry too much. You just need to bring the map of the universe there. If you buy the middle-level map, you won't have this convenience. If you want to update it, you'll have to pay more." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The maid said, "Esteemed guest, do you want a map of a large territory or a collection of all the maps of the large territory?" Yang Kai said, "A collection, of course." The maid said, "Then I recommend you buy the high-level map. The middle-level map is fine." Luo Hai interrupted her before she could finish. The maid glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course it's your choice." "Get me a copy," Luo Hai said. The maid nodded and turned to walk to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hai sent a message. "Master, as far as I know, the price of a middle-level map and a high-level map are twice as expensive. Moreover, no new large territory has been discovered in the past 1,000 years. It's a waste to buy the high-level map." Yang Kai nodded slightly. A moment later, the maid took out a long black box and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, "Pour your divine sense into it and you'll be able to check it." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he realize that the long box in front of him was actually the map of the universe. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. Pouring his divine sense into it as instructed, Yang Kai felt his field of vision suddenly change, as if he had entered a strange world. His field of vision constantly shrank towards a certain place before finally coming to a stop. Focusing his eyes, there was a small red dot constantly flashing in front of him, and at the location of this red dot was marked with the words Star City. Understanding this, Yang Kai knew that this small red dot probably represented his current location. The Star City marked on the map should be the one he was currently in. With a thought, the vision continued to zoom back and around the Star City. Some other names gradually appeared, all of which seemed to be the names of the mini-universe world. Although he had just gotten hold of this thing, Yang Kai soon figured out how to use it. Seeing it like this, it was very simple and convenient. He really had to buy a copy of this thing as it would be more convenient for him to move around in the future. Withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai asked, "How much is this thing?" The maid responded with a smile, 500,000. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This price was not very expensive, but did he have 500,000 on hand right now? Most of his heaven-opening pills came from the dead people in the After all, Great Moon Province was only a third-class force, and those heaven-opening pills were Wei Kei's personal compensation, so it was naturally impossible for there to be too many. Yang Kai estimated that these 100 or 200,000 heaven-opening pills were enough to hurt Wei Quebec. If not for Wei Kei's compensation, Yang Kai would not have been able to buy the World Atlas. Just as he was about to count how many heaven-opening pills he had, Luo Hai pulled the maid to the side and quietly communicated with her through sound transmission. By the time Yang Kai finished counting, Luo Hai had also finished her discussion and walked over. "Master, we've already agreed on a 10% discount, 450,000. Yang Kai was speechless. Only now did he realize that Luo Hai had pulled the maid over to haggle. This was a 50,000 heaven-opening pills discount, which was a great discount. However, when he checked just now, he found that he did not have enough heaven-opening pills. In total, he only had about 430,000. This was a bit awkward. The price had already been negotiated and he was only waiting for the bill to be paid, but he did not have enough money. How could he accept this? It was a bit difficult to speak, but Luo Hai was a smart person and immediately saw through Yang Kai's difficulties. She quietly asked, "Master, did you not bring enough money?" Chapter 3946. Luo Hai had asked if he hadn't brought enough, not if it wasn't enough. This question was very clever and greatly alleviated Yang Kai's embarrassment. Nodding gently, Yang Kai was about to put down the world map in his hand and come back to buy it some other day when he heard Luo Hai ask, "Master, how much are you missing?" "Not much, 10,000 to 20,000. Yang Kai scratched his face awkwardly. Luo Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Master, if you don't mind, this mistress will pay for it. Master can return it to me later." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she actually had such courage. He had only known her for 2 days at most, and it was only a concubine relationship, neither a relative nor a friend. What's more, Luo Hai herself was not a wealthy person. These 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills were likely the result of many years of savings for her. Being able to lend them to him as soon as he opened his mouth was not something she could do without some courage. After all, up until now she still didn't know who Yang Kai was. If he took these things and ran away, she wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing Yang Kai look over, Luo Hai whispered, "I trust Master." Since she had already said so much, Yang Kai couldn't refuse anymore and immediately nodded. "All right, I'll consider it a loan. I'll definitely return it to you later." Luo Hai said, "I'll go pay the bill." Yang Kai handed over a space ring and watched her walk towards the counter with the maidservant, secretly sighing to himself. This woman was really meticulous. Although it was only a simple act of paying the bill, it greatly alleviated his embarrassment. This way he wouldn't have to take the heaven-opening pills from her and let others know that he didn't bring enough money. On the other hand, she could quietly transfer the insufficient heaven-opening pills into her space ring without anyone noticing. After a while, Luo Hai returned, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai nodded, stuffed the world map into his space ring, and walked out of the Four Seas Square with her. "Master, is there anything else you want to buy?" Luo Hai asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so poor, why would I want to buy anything?" Luo Hai also understood and felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had spoken without thinking, so she changed the topic and said, "Then is Master going back to rest?" Yang Kai shook his head. Thinking of yesterday's experience, he would rather die than go back. Originally, he wanted to find an inn to rest, but now it seemed that there was no need. He didn't even have the money to get a room, so what was there to rest for? Luo Hai had probably thought of this as well. She suggested, "Master, would you like to come to my place for a chat? Is it convenient?" Yang Kai hesitated. Luo Hai pursed her lips and smiled, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no one else at home, just me." At this point she suddenly realized that her words were a little ambiguous, making it seem like she was seducing him. She couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to mind and simply raised his hand, "Then let's go." He couldn't really wander around here all night, that would be too boring. On top of that, he had just borrowed some money from her. If he were to be in such a hurry to separate from her, it would be a bit like running away from a debt. "Master, please come with me." Luo Hai immediately led the way. Along the way, they gradually left the bustling trade area and entered a more chaotic area. This place seemed to be the outermost area of the entire Star City. It was some distance away from the center of the Star City. Houses stood everywhere without any order, and there wasn't even a proper road. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out of this place, but their cultivations were not very high. Most of them were on the same level as Luo Hai, while some were even weaker. Yang Kai understood that this was probably the place where the lowest level members of the Star Envoys lived. Fortunately, although this place was a bit dirty and messy, it was still within the boundaries of the Star City, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Many people obviously knew Luo Hai. Along the way, there were people constantly greeting her. A few women saw Yang Kai following behind her and couldn't help but have a slightly ambiguous look in their eyes, which made Luo Hai feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a house. Luo Hai stepped forward and closed the restriction on the house. She opened the door and said, "Pastor, please." Yang Kai walked in and looked around. He found that although the house was small, it was very clean and tidy. There was no courtyard, only a main hall and a side room. There was a faint fragrance in the room which was very pleasant and made people feel very warm. Luo Hai invited him to take a seat and made a pot of tea. She said apologetically, "The place is a bit small, Master, please don't mind." Yang Kai chuckled, "I also came from a small place and am used to living a poor life." Luo Hai said curiously, "You don't look like one." Then what kind of person do I look like? Luo Hai thought for a moment and said, Master, you look like someone who holds a high position all year round, either rich or noble. Yang Kai laughed. Luo Hai shook her head and said, Master, please don't think this concubine is flattering you. This concubine has been in this star market for thousands of years. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do have a good eye for people. Master, why do you think this concubine dared to lend her life savings to you? It is because this concubine thinks you are a trustworthy person. Master may be troubled for a while, but there will be a day when you will be proud of the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's smile faded and he looked at her seriously. He really couldn't tell that this woman who was nervous and reserved when they first met had such insight. Luo Hai covered her red lips with her hand and said nervously, This concubine misspoke, Master, please don't blame me. Yang Kai waved his hand, Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Although your strength isn't high, it isn't too low either. Have you never thought about joining some great force? Luo Hai smiled bitterly. There are at least 8,000 people like this concubine in the entire star market. I have no connections or background, so which great force would want me? What can they do if they took me in? Spend time and effort to cultivate me? She paused for a moment before continuing. In the past there was a great force that came to Star Market to recruit disciples, but they wanted to recruit young and malleable disciples. This concubine doesn't have such good fortune. Yang Kai nodded. He was also a sect master, so he naturally knew this. When a sect recruited disciples, they would rather spend a large amount of resources to cultivate them from a young age than accept those who already had a foundation. This was a matter of loyalty. This concubine's current wish is to save enough money to buy a few great Dao pills and see if I can condense my own Dao seal. If I can reach the heaven-opening boundary in this life, then I won't have lived in vain. I heard you mention great Dao pills before. Are these spirit pills very expensive? Usually one costs around 10,000 or so. Moreover, refining these pills seems to be a bit difficult, so there aren't many of them. Usually when a great Dao pill appears, it will be quickly snatched away by others. Yang Kai nodded. The situation outside the universe realm was quite tricky. There should be many people who were stuck at the threshold of the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to condense their Dao seal. This was why the Great Dao Pill was so popular. It could be imagined that this thing was not only popular among the lowest class of people like Luo Hai, but also many great forces. As such, the chances of people like Luo Hai competing for it were very small. How many Great Dao Pills do you think you need? At least 3. Luo Hai smiled shyly. This concubine's aptitude isn't that good. If I don't have 3 pills, this concubine doesn't have the confidence to condense my Dao seal. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what materials were used to refine the Great Dao Pill. If he had enough materials and obtained the pill recipe, he should be able to refine it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, Go and rest first. You've been busy the whole day. Luo Hai said, Then I'll rest first. Master, if there's anything, just call me. She didn't refuse. She probably felt that it wasn't good to let a man like Yang Kai rest in her room. She got up and walked into the room. After a few steps, she stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and asked softly, Master, do you need someone to serve you tonight? There's someone here. I can help, Master. Call someone over. Yang Kai looked at her and shook his head. No need. Luo Hai was obviously relieved. She walked into the room and closed the door. Yang Kai was left alone in the living room. He looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would end up in a situation where he had to stay the night. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some money tomorrow. At most, he could just sell a portion of the Grand Sun Primordial Flame. The Grand Sun Primordial Flame of the 4th grade was worth at least 150,000 heaven-opening pills. It was more than enough to repay Luo Hai's debt, and there was still some left over. He had a total of 6 Grand Sun Primordial Flames in his possession, and even 3 Grand Sun Primordial Flames of the 5th grade, all of which he obtained from the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As for the 5th grade ones, they were worth 1,500,000. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't repay his debt even if he sold all of them, Yang Kai would have thought of a way to sell the Grand Sun Primordial Flame in his possession. That way he wouldn't be bound to the first in and lose his freedom. Thinking about it, the hundreds of thousands of opening heaven pills that Wei Kei left him was indeed a big loss. These opening heaven pills were enough to buy a portion of 4th grade materials. Great Moon Province was only a third-grade force. They didn't even have a fourth-grade opening heaven pill. Thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He took out the 7 faces and placed them on his face, silently refining them. At the same time he took out the scroll of the universe and sent a strand of his divine sense into it to search carefully. He wanted to search the scroll of the universe to find where the star boundary was. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but the moment he did he was given a fright. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized that there were over 1,000 large territory that had been discovered. And this was just the ones that had been discovered. There were many that had never been set foot in before. Among these 1,000 large territory, each large territory had its own small world. There were also the headquarters of many forces, the locations of the territory entrances, and so on. These 450,000 opening heaven pills were well spent. Wei Kei had spent a great deal of effort to summarize these things and had definitely used many years to constantly innovate and innovate. It was truly worth the price. But then again, as long as one had enough money, anyone would be willing to buy a scroll of the universe. This 4C square would definitely make a lot of money. Each large territory had its own name, but Yang Kai quickly discovered that the names of these large territory were closely related to the most powerful force within it. For example, the large territory that the 7 Openings land was in was called the 7 Openings territory. This was because the most powerful force within the 7 Openings territory was the 7 Openings land. There was no one more powerful than it. Chapter 3947. There were also large territories where the blessed enclaves were located. They were basically named after the respective blessed enclave. For example, the 10,000 Demon Realm was called the 10,000 Demon Territory, and the Great War Territory was called the Great War Territory. Yang Kai also found Langia Blessed Land and Golden Spirit Blessed Land in the universe map. The reason he paid attention to Langia Blessed Land was not because of anything else. It was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Now that Ruoxi had come to the universe map, she should be going to Langia Blessed Land. As for Golden Spirit Blessed Land, it was because of the existence of the sharp metal Yuan Qi. If he wanted to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, he might need to go there. Silently calculating the distance between these 2 blessed lands and himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. Neither blessed lands were close, separated by several dozen great territories. If he relied on flying alone without the assistance of the universe escape technique, it would take him several years to arrive. This made Yang Kai a little worried. Although Ruoxi's strength was good in the star boundary, it was obviously not enough outside the starry sky. He didn't know if it was safe for her to go to Langia Blessed Land alone, or if she could arrive there smoothly. In addition to those large territory with their own names, there were many large territories without names, only code names such as A1 territory, B3 territory, and so on. Yang Kai looked for a while and summed up a pattern. These large territories without names and only code names were all large territories without second-class forces. For example, the large territory where Great Moon Province was located was called D39 territory, not Great Moon territory. In this way, only second-class forces were qualified to have their name on a large territory. Third-class forces did not have this qualification. There were also some large territory that did not even have third-class forces. They only had many small universe worlds, each of which was marked with a name. It was a big project to find the location of the star boundary from such a large map. Yang Kai carefully checked it and his eyes were sore. Time passed by and suddenly he heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and looked up, only to see Luo Hai coming out of the inner room. Yang Kai was in a daze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It should be dawn. Master didn't rest? Luo Hai looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai put away the world portrait and shook his head. I was busy with something and forgot about it. Is it dawn already? Luo Hai nodded. Yes. They had to start work at dawn. After packing up a little, the two of them immediately set off. After 2 days of running around, Yang Kai was already familiar with the process of collecting debts. Anyway, he didn't expect to get it immediately. The other party always needed to verify before deciding whether to pay or not. All he had to do was to send a visiting card and then talk to the shopkeeper for a while to inform him of the reason and the 1-month deadline. A few more clans came down and everything went smoothly. Master, be careful in the 100 refinements hall later, Luo Hai suddenly said as they walked. Why? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Was there something different about this 100 Refinements Hall? He hadn't heard her say anything about being careful before. Luo Hai said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's rumored that the shopkeeper of this 100 Refinements Hall is an unreasonable person. Yang Kai looked down at the jade slip and found that the background of this 100 Refinements Hall was a blessed land. He smiled and said, It doesn't matter. If he's reasonable, I'll reason with him. If he's unreasonable, someone will naturally take care of him. The lady boss of the 6th grade Splitter Heavens sect was standing behind him. As long as the other party wasn't a high-grade Splitter Heavens sect, Yang Kai didn't need to be afraid of anything. Moreover, from the attitude of the shopkeepers these past few days, the background of the first inn was most likely one of the 36 paradises. Although the Blessed Enclave was a first-class force, there must be a reason why the Blessed Enclave was ranked at the top. However, if it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble the lady boss. First of all, half of the debt he collected would be his, and second of all, if he troubled the lady boss over such a trivial matter, it would make him seem too incompetent. Seeing him like this, Luo Hai didn't say anything more. After all, she had never come into contact with such a master before. What she said was just a rumor, and it would be awkward if she made a mistake. Outside the 100 Refinements Hall, Luo Hai was still waiting. Yang Kai sent a greeting card, and after waiting for a while, someone came to lead him into the inner courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, Yang Kai felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from there. He was startled, wondering why someone was fighting here. Moreover, from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the strength of the attacker wasn't too high. They shouldn't have reached the Heaven Splitter realm. They should be around the same level as him, someone who had condensed a Dao seal. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. In front of him was a transparent barrier. In a large field, two figures were crisscrossing, fighting endlessly. The divine technique was endless, and they were locked in a fierce battle. One was an azure-robed youth, while the other was an old man. Yang Kai didn't know what enmity they had with each other, but both sides were extremely ruthless and seemed intent on killing. The two of them were evenly matched, and their techniques weren't bad either. It was like they were evenly matched. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. The manservant leading the way turned around and said, "Follow." Only then did Yang Kai withdraw his gaze and follow. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a high platform. On the high platform, a man with a large waist and a ferocious face had his hands on his waist. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battle below without blinking. This man's face was ferocious, and even if he didn't circulate his strength, he still gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, his strength was extremely unstable, causing the servants accompanying him to tremble in fear, afraid that he would unleash his anger. The manservant leading the way lowered his head and looked at his feet, saying in a trembling voice, "A shopkeeper, I've brought him." "Wait." The burly man waved his hand, not even glancing at him. He continued to stare at the battle, looking extremely nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what he was nervous about. Kai Yang was speechless. Every time he went to a shop before, the shopkeeper would always treat him politely and didn't look down on him because his cultivation wasn't high. This was the first time he had been ignored by someone. It seemed that there was no smoke without fire. Luo Hai saying that he was an unreasonable person was quite possible. The host followed the guest's wishes. Since the guest wanted to wait, Yang Kai could only wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for nothing. Yang Kai simply looked at the battle below as if he was watching a good show. In the field, the battle was extremely lively, but because their strength was on par, it would be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall seemed to be a little impatient and shouted angrily, "How long do you two want to fight? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you can't determine a victor, then scram to the mines." Yang Kai turned his head to look at him with a speechless expression, thinking that there were all kinds of birds in the forest. The two of them were originally on par with each other, yet they insisted on determining a victor within 10 breaths of time. Wasn't this forcing them to use their trump cards? Sensing Yang Kai's gaze, the burly man glanced down at him and grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Yang Kai could only respond with a smile. In the battlefield, when the two people who were fighting endlessly heard this shout, they both jumped back a step. Then their expressions became solemn as the strength in their bodies fluctuated violently. In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have discussed it before they each turned into a dazzling ball of light and collided with each other. An earth-shattering sound rang out from the battlefield, and countless ripples appeared on the light curtain that wrapped around them. The light gradually dissipated and one person fell to the ground unable to get up, while the other stood proudly. The one who fell to the ground was an old man, and the one who stood was a young man in azure clothes. However, even though he had won, the young man's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. Obviously he had suffered some injuries. The burly man raised his hand and said, "Throw the loser out to the mines and win the reward." The young man cupped his hands. "Thank you, shopkeeper." The burly man chuckled, turned around and sat down. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then looked around and said, "Now it's a little more interesting, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people nodded, not daring to say no. Yang Kai was even more speechless. He didn't know what this 100 refinements hall was selling, but why would they let this kind of guy be a shopkeeper? How could he make money with this kind of personality? He might even lose his pants when the time came. "Boy, you don't seem to agree. What do you think?" The burly man suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "The first in's Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Pei." The shopkeeper of the 100 refinements hall was called Pei Buan, and it was recorded in the jade slip that the lady boss had given him. He was a 4th grade heaven opening master and his strength was not bad. "The first in." Pei Buan rubbed his chin. "Huh? Oh, what a big name. Boy, why have you come here?" Yang Kai replied, "The purpose of this visit has been stated clearly in the letter. I'm here to collect a debt." Pei Buan chuckled. "Debt? What debt?" Yang Kai frowned, thinking to himself, "Isn't this asking the obvious? It was clearly stated in the letter, so it seems that this trip won't go smoothly." Thinking this, he said, "Shopkeeper Pei, someone from your side fought at the first inn and destroyed it, so the lady boss wants me to ask for compensation." Pei Buan clicked his tongue. "Someone fought at the first inn, that's amazing. Then who is this person you're talking about?" Yang Kai shook his head. "This boy doesn't know, nor do I know. Who knew what kind of people fought at the first inn? The lady boss definitely knew them, so how could a nobody like him know them? Moreover, he was hiding in the wishful pouch at the time, so he didn't even know when the first inn was destroyed." "Was this lord there?" Pei Buan asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. "No." Come closer and take a closer look. "Was this lord among the people who fought at the first inn and destroyed it?" Pei Buan asked as he moved his face closer. "No." Yang Kai continued to shake his head. "Are you sure?" Pei Buan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm sure." Chapter 3948. "Since it wasn't me who destroyed the first inn, why do you want me to compensate you?" Pei Buan slammed the table beside him. His palm overflowed and the table fell apart. He glared at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, do you think I'm easy to bully?" "I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai lowered his head. "I'm just following orders." Pei Buan snorted coldly. "Go ahead and look for the person who destroyed your first inn. It's none of my business if someone else destroyed it." Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Pei is right. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. However, there's something I need to tell you." "Speak." Pei Buan looked at him. "Before we left, my lady boss said that we'll collect the debt. If we can't get it, she'll come here personally and have a good talk with all the shopkeepers. If it still doesn't work, then we'll go to the headquarters and have a good talk." Pei Buan chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm scared? Ask her to come. See if she can get a large sum of money from me. If she can, I'll call her great aunt." In a loud voice, Kai Yang said, "Junior will remember. I will definitely pass on this message to my family's lady boss. I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." Pei Buan suddenly thought of something and frowned. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Pei Buan's eyes flickered. "You mentioned your lady boss just now. As far as I know, the people in charge of the first storehouse are mostly men. There are only a few women. What's your lady boss's name?" It was mainly because those few women were not to be trifled with, especially 2 of them. "My lady boss is called Madame Lawn." Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the first inn with a respectful face. Pei Buan's face twitched. "Madame Lawn? Which Madame Lawn?" Yang Kai said, "I don't know how many Madames Lawn there are in the first inn. I haven't been with the lady boss for a long time, so I don't know much about the first inn. However, I have the lady boss's token. Would you like to take a look? Give it to me. Pei Buan stretched out his large hand. Yang Kai presented the jade tablet to Pei Buan with both hands. Pei Buan took the jade tablet and activated it slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he laughed dryly. So it's Madame Lawn. Familiar, very familiar. I still remember when I visited the first inn a few hundred years ago. Madame Lawn was very enthusiastic. Aha, in the blink of an eye, a few hundred years have passed. It's really. He really didn't know how to continue the conversation after a long while. Changing the topic, he asked, has Madame Lawn arrived at this star market? Yang Kai said, yes, the first inn has also reopened. It's just a few streets away. Pei Buan nodded. Is there anything else, Manager Pei? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lady Boss, wait for me to report back. It's fine. Pei Buan waved his hand and handed the jade pendant to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed it, but he did not let go. Yang Kai looked at him and said, what's the meaning of this, Manager Pei? This jade pendant isn't worth much. If you want it, you can go to the first inn. Lady Boss should have quite a few and can give you some. Why would I want this jade pendant? Pei Buan said angrily. He let go of his hand and said, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me think about it. As he said this, he stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would reveal a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Yang Kai admired the lady boss even more. Pei Buan and the other idiots were terrified when they heard her name. Although they did not show it, how could Yang Kai not see it? He was really curious about what the lady boss had done to make such a big name in the 3,000 worlds. After a while, Pei Buan suddenly stopped as if he had made up his mind about something. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, kid, you want to collect your debt, right? Yang Kai replied, I want compensation. It's the same meaning, you want money. Pei Buan waved his hand and looked at him. I see that your cultivation is not bad and you have already condensed the seal of Dao. How's your experience in fighting? Yang Kai frowned. This question was baffling. He pondered for a while and said, I came from the mini-universe world. In other words, he had fought his way up step by step. There was no need to say more about his experience in fighting. As soon as he said this, Pei Buan's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, good. He pointed at the arena below and said, do you see that guy? Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the young man who won earlier was meditating with his legs crossed. It was obvious that he was adjusting his breath and healing his injuries. What do you mean, Manager Pei? Yang Kai asked. I want you to fight with him. I don't understand. Pei Buan hugged his shoulder and put his arm around his back. He lowered his voice and said, if you can beat him, I'll pay you the compensation. Yang Kai was surprised. Are you serious? Of course. How much? I'll pay you the full amount. What kind of stupid hobby was this? How bored was this guy? He actually liked to watch people fight. But then again, this kind of idiot couldn't be judged with common sense. It was undeniable that this proposal made Yang Kai somewhat tempted. The compensation limit was 10 million. If he took half of it, it would be 500,000. He just needed to fight and he could get the money. Could be considered very easy. Compared to other people who needed a month's time, Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully fulfill the agreement. Yang Kai was still very interested. Most importantly, he borrowed some heaven-opening pills from Luo Hai yesterday. If he could get the 10 million, he could also return the money to her and stop thinking about it. Yang Kai had seen that young man's strength just now. He wasn't weak, but his foundation didn't seem very solid. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was still very confident that he could beat him. He guessed that Pei Buan was probably afraid of the lady boss's reputation. Previously, he said that he would call her grandaunt if she deducted a large sum of money. This time he was probably looking for a way out. If he refused, it wouldn't look good for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, okay. Good. Pei Buan clapped his hands and laughed. Wait a moment. That guy just had a hard fight and consumed a lot of energy. Let him recover first. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections. Pei Buan's figure flashed and entered the field. He said a few words to the young man. The young man looked over and nodded slightly. Then Pei Buan handed a jade bottle to the young man. Seemed to be some kind of healing pill. The young man didn't hesitate. He took out the pill and consumed it. Then he continued to meditate with his legs crossed. Pei Buan flashed back and said with a smile, "Wait for 2 hours." 2 hours wasn't a long time. However, in order to prevent Luo Hai from worrying, Yang Kai took out his communication device and told her that he was safe. He also told her that he was in the middle of a discussion and would only be able to leave after a while. On the other side, Pei Buan asked the servants to change the table. He served tea and started to chat with Yang Kai. 2 hours passed quickly. In the field, the young man stood up and waved at Yang Kai. "Shopkeeper Pei, I'm going down. Don't forget your promise." "Don't worry, I won't forget," Pei Buan said with a smile. Yang Kai walked to the center of the field. When he reached the center of the field, he cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai." The young man also cupped his fists. However, the moment he raised his hand, his figure suddenly flashed and punched at Yang Kai's face. The terrifying fist force produced a sonic boom. The violent force wrapped around the fist as if Yang Kai had a deep hatred for him. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai frowned and also punched out. With a loud bang, the two figures retreated. A strange look flashed in the young man's eyes. Apparently, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn. However, before he could recover, Yang Kai had already stabilized his body and rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The young man was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he felt an unstoppable force spread out from his opponent's fist. This time it was more than twice as strong as the first punch. Shocked, he tried to summon his artifact, but it was already too late. With a cracking sound, a sharp pain spread from his hand as his arm was broken. The next moment, a sky full of fist shadows shrouded him. The young man's face instantly turned ashen. In the stands, Pei Buan's pair of ox-like eyes showed a look of surprise at first, but then they became brighter and brighter as if he had found a treasure. His nostrils were even breathing hot air. A series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. In the field, the young man could only block and was unable to fight back, falling into a disadvantageous position. For Yang Kai, fighting opponents above his realm was a common occurrence. He might not be a match for a heaven-opening realm master. After all, his opponent had already opened the heavens and earth and could use the world force. But as long as his opponent hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. If his opponent had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone too far. The key was that this young man had attacked without saying a word, so Yang Kai had no choice but to be ruthless. Although he was in human form, he possessed the strength of a 1,000-meter dragon, so how could an ordinary person compete with him in terms of strength? If his opponent had opened up a distance and competed with him using artifacts or secret techniques at the beginning, he might have been able to hold on for a while. But now that he had engaged in a melee battle, he was simply courting death. A short time later, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai threw out his last punch and the young man lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Yang Kai didn't kill him, but with such injuries he would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Yang Kai returned to Pei Buan's side without panting, as if he had just warmed up. He cupped his fists and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, fortunately I didn't disappoint you." The group of servants looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, all of them surprised. Pei Buan even put his hands behind his back and circled around him, clicking his tongue and pinching his arm from time to time. Yang Kai was not used to this and frowned. "Shopkeeper Pei, as you said, I won. As for the compensation..." "Compensation? What compensation?" Pei Buan stared at him. Yang Kai's face sank. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you going back on your words? You clearly said just now that as long as I won, the guy below would give me money." Chapter 3949. Did I say that? Pei Buan turned his head and looked around in bewilderment. "No." The crowd shouted. Pei Buan looked at Yang Kai, crossed his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "You see, they all said no, so I definitely didn't say anything like that." Yang Kai's face twitched. He looked at him in disbelief. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you serious?" This guy was actually playing dumb. Yang Kai had never seen such a person before. For better or worse, he was a 4th-stage heaven-opening master and he was also the shopkeeper of a shop. People who did business had always been honest. It would be strange if he could run a business like this. If he didn't lose money, Yang Kai would follow his surname. He was indeed a fool. Luo Hai was right. Pei Buan smiled and didn't answer. "Thank you." Yang Kai cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he had been toyed with by the other party and his heart was filled with indignation, he was in the other party's territory and the difference in strength was so great that Kai Yang really couldn't do anything to him. He secretly swore to himself that he would go and drag the lady boss over to teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Pei Buan looked at him and stroked the stubble on his chin. "Kid, help me fight another round and I'll definitely give you the 10 million. Yang Kai didn't stop. Once trust was broken, it was hard to make up for it. After suffering once, Yang Kai wouldn't fall again. "I'll personally compensate you with 500,000 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai pretended that he didn't hear anything. 1 million. Pei Buan gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk out of the inner court, he immediately shouted, "I swear on my own Dao seal." Yang Kai had 1 foot out of the inner court. After hearing this, his body froze in place. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. After a while he slowly turned around and walked back. Pei Buan grinned and watched Yang Kai walk to the side and sit down. He also sat down and moved his head closer. "Kid, fight 1 round and I'll give you 11 million heaven-opening pills immediately. Make an oath first." Yang Kai held his teacup and didn't look at him. His eyes were indifferent. Pei Buan said, "It's easy to swear, but I have another condition. You have to win. If you lose, not only will you lose the heaven-opening pellet, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai glanced at him and saw the ominous glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to be joking, so he frowned and said, "You can't expect me to fight a heaven-opening realm expert, right?" Pei Buan said, "Don't worry, your opponent isn't at the sky-opening realm. He's not even at the half-step sky-opening realm. He's not much weaker than you." "Swear it." Yang Kai nodded. As long as his opponent wasn't at the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai didn't need to fear anything, let alone this opponent he had yet to meet who wasn't even at half-step heaven-opening. So confident? Pei Buan was surprised. He had been thinking of ways to get Yang Kai to fight, but now seeing Yang Kai's performance he was a little nervous. "If you trust me, then swear it. If you don't, then I'll leave right now." Yang Kai took a sip of tea, put down the cup and stood up. Pei Buan frowned and looked hesitant, but after a short while he suddenly stood up and solemnly swore, "I, Pei Buan, swear on my own Dao seal as long as, what's your name?" The last sentence was for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai introduced himself just now, he probably didn't listen carefully. Yang Kai said it again. Pei Buan continued, "As long as Yang Kai can win 1 more battle, I will give you 11 million heaven-opening pellets. If I go back on my words, may I, Pei Buan, cut off my future path and destroy my Dao." Yang Kai said calmly from the side, "My opponent's cultivation." Pei Buan bared his teeth and swore again, adding Yang Kai's request. Only then did he look down. "That should be enough. If you still can't do it, then you're going too far, kid." Yang Kai nodded, "That's enough." This idiot swore on his own Dao seal, so he was quite trustworthy. No one dared to joke around with their Dao seal. If he really went back on his words, it would definitely leave a flaw in his heart. At that time he might really cut off his future path and destroy his Dao. Yang Kai was a little curious. Why did this guy want him to fight with someone else? Was there any benefit for him? If there was no benefit, why would he pay 11 million heaven-opening pellets? However, Yang Kai couldn't understand the thoughts of this idiot. He was too lazy to think about it. He stood up and said, "Where's my opponent? Call him out." The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Pei Buan laughed mischievously. "Your opponent isn't here. How about this, you rest here for a night and recharge your energy. Tomorrow I'll bring you over tomorrow and make a big scene." Yang Kai frowned. He realized that he seemed to have thought too simply about this matter. Listening to Pei Buan's words, it seemed like he was going to go somewhere to make a scene. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. There was nothing he could do. The matter had already been settled, and the 11 million heaven-opening pellets were too tempting. At this time he couldn't back out. He sent a message to Luo Hai, telling her to go back first and that he would look for her tomorrow. Then, under the guidance of the 100 Refinements Hall's servants, he entered a quiet room to rest. The 100 Refinements Hall's hospitality was very thoughtful. They sent Yang Kai a lot of nutritious food and even a few bottles of healing spirit pills. At a glance he could tell that they were top-quality goods. If he took them out and sold them, they could fetch a lot of money. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that tomorrow's battle was very important to Pei Buan. Otherwise he wouldn't have invested so much in him. The night passed without a word. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Pei Buan pushed open the door and entered. With his hands on his waist, he stood at the door like an iron tower. "Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai stood up and said, "Let's go." There was nothing to prepare. It was just a fight with someone he didn't know. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the brighter Pei Buan's eyes became. This showed that he was confident. He grinned and waved his hand, "Follow me." After exiting the 100 Refinements Hall's door, Yang Kai saw Luo Hai standing not far away. He couldn't help but stop and wave at her. Luo Hai glanced over at Pei Buan with a timid expression, mainly because the oppressive feeling this guy gave off was too strong. His entire person was simply too fierce. Normally, if she saw such a person she would definitely avoid him, but since Yang Kai had summoned her she could only walk over and salute Pei Buan. "Greetings, shopkeeper Pei." Pei Buan looked at Luo Hai and then looked at Yang Kai. "Are you a woman?" Luo Hai's face turned red. She didn't know how to explain. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Luo Hai and said, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back?" Luo Hai said, "I came back again. I thought that master might have something to do today." "I don't have anything to do today." Yang Kai smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't have anything to do, you can come with me." He turned to look at Pei Buan and said, "Is it okay to bring one more person?" "It's okay. Just follow me." Pei Buan waved his hand. He had also brought some people with him. They were probably the shop's staff. Speaking of which, the 100 Refinements Hall was also a place that sold artifacts. Unfortunately, it was deserted and the business was terrible. The shop's staff had nothing to do in the shop. Otherwise, Pei Buan wouldn't have been able to bring so many people out. Yang Kai tilted his head at Luo Hai, indicating that she should follow. The two of them led the way in front while the group followed behind. The people on the street gave way from a distance as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that shopkeeper Pei was infamous. No wonder his business was in such a mess. If he was the owner behind the 100 Refinements Hall, he would have fired Pei Buan long ago. "Shopkeeper Pei, the fight will start soon. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly." Yang Kai said. Pei Buan nodded and said, "Indeed, I have to tell you some rules. Listen carefully. In the fight later, you are not allowed to use artifacts or take pills. You can only rely on your own strength to determine the winner. This is the most basic rule." "Artifacts and pills cannot be used?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then he had a huge advantage. "Absolutely not." Pei Buan's expression was dignified. "Don't be nervous and bring out your secret treasure. If that happens, even if you win, it'll be considered a loss." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't use them." He didn't have many artifacts that he could use now. The ones he brought from the star boundary couldn't keep up with the pace. The mountains and rivers bell was destroyed last time. The only ones he could use now were the Black Dragon's Spear, the Wish Pouch, and the Shadowless Veil. Pei Buan continued, "In this fight, life and death are not involved. In other words, if you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you kill them." Yang Kai asked curiously, "You can kill in Star City? Didn't they say that private fights were not allowed here?" Pei Buan laughed, "Only in that place can you kill. However, if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. You are not allowed to fight again. Otherwise you will lose." He turned to look at Yang Kai. "These are the two rules. Do you remember them clearly?" "I remember them clearly." Luo Hai's face suddenly turned pale. She said from the side, "Shopkeeper Pei, are you talking about the Shura field?" Pei Buan turned his head and smiled at her. His mouth was full of terrifying fangs. "That's right, the Shura field." Luo Hai quickly pulled Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "Master, the Shura field is dangerous. Many people die every day. It's best not to go." Pei Buan laughed. "It's too late. This kid has already promised me. He can't not go." Luo Hai heard and her eyes were filled with worry. Yang Kai smiled. "Don't worry. Tell me, what kind of place is the Shura field?" He probably wouldn't get anything from Pei Buan. Since Luo Hai knew, he might as well ask her. Luo Hai thought for a moment and explained, "Among the 36 heavenly paradises, there is a place called the Shura Paradise. The people in the Shura Paradise are bloodthirsty and cruel. They are not to be trifled with. They set up an Shura field in every star city for people to fight. Life and death are not allowed. Those who win a battle in the Shura field will receive some rewards. If they win consecutively, the rewards will be doubled until they reach the maximum reward they set. Chapter 3950. For instance, if you win the first match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. If you win the second match, you can obtain 100 heaven opening pills. If you win the third match, you can obtain 200 heaven opening pills, and so on until you reach the highest limit. Yang Kai nodded. That's a bit interesting. Don't look at the 50 heaven opening pills you won in the first match. If you won 7 or 8 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain would be far greater. If you could win 9 or 10 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain could break through 10,000. The Azura arena is divided into 3 levels: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Correspondingly, there are 3 Azura proclamations. The Mortal proclamation is for those below half-step heaven opening, the Earth proclamation is for those at half-step heaven opening, and the Heaven proclamation is for those at the heaven opening realm. However, no matter which proclamation it is, those that can be ranked on the Azura proclamation are not to be trifled with. This arrangement was also reasonable. After all, for a cultivator, half-step heaven opening was a watershed. Once a cultivator condensed 5 different strengths in their body, their strength would rise by leaps and bounds. After reaching heaven opening, there would be a qualitative change. Thus, the Azura arena used half-step heaven opening as the boundary to divide the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal proclamations. Since Pei Buan said that his opponent wasn't at the half-step heaven opening realm, then his opponent this time should be a master on the Mortal proclamation. I also heard that the purpose of the Azura arena was to temper the disciples of the Azura heaven. The people of the Azura heaven rely on fighting and fighting as their foundation. The more intense the battles they experience, the faster they grow. However, even though the Azura heaven is one of the 36 heavenly grottos, it is impossible for them to often have the opportunity to fight others. This Azura arena satisfies their needs. Pei Buan turned his head and smiled. This little madam knows quite a bit. That's right, the existence of the Azura arena is a place for the disciples of the Azura heaven to cultivate. Everyone that enters the Azura arena is the cornerstone of their smelting trial. But who told them to offer such generous conditions? Even on the mortal decree, as long as you win a single match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. As for the Earth and Heaven rankings, there are even more rewards. Naturally, there are as many as the clouds in the sky. While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the entrance of a shop. From the outside, this shop didn't look special, it was just that the front of the shop was a bit more spacious than the other shops. But before they could even get close, Kai Yang could already smell the stench of blood. Raising his head to look, he could see that above the shop, there was a plaque with the words Azura Field written on it. These 3 words were bright red, as if they were painted with fresh blood. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about it, but after looking at it for a while, you could see that these 3 words were actually dripping with blood, dripping down from the plaque. Yang Kai's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed and the plaque returned to its original state. The bloody scene from before had already vanished. Shopkeeper Pei has arrived. Please come in. A young servant warmly greeted him at the entrance. Pei Buan was clearly a regular customer here. Pei Buan calmly replied with a grunt of acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he led the group of people in. After entering the shop, Yang Kai discovered that there was a completely different world within. The main hall was incomparably spacious and there were many people gathered here. Some were in groups of 3 to 5 and some were alone. In the center of the main hall were 3 thick pillars. On these pillars, there were rows upon rows of shining words. Pei Buan turned around and said, "You all wait here for a moment. I will find someone to make arrangements." After he finished speaking, he led the 2 shop assistants away. After he left, Luo Hai walked over. She softly said, "Master, do you really want to fight? The Azura field is a dangerous place. If you don't have to fight, then it's best not to." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's something that has already been decided." Luo Hai's expression darkened. She exhorted, "Then master, you must be careful later. When fighting in the Azura field, you will do anything. You can't treat it with ordinary experience." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. He looked in the direction of the 3 pillars and asked, "Are those the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal lists?" When he entered, he had already noticed these 3 pillars. It couldn't be helped. These 3 pillars were built too conspicuously. It was difficult to miss them. Moreover, the top of these 3 pillars were engraved with the words heaven, earth, and mortal. Naturally, it was clear at a glance. Luo Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Those are the heaven, earth, and mortal list." Yang Kai raised his head to examine. After a glance, he realized that the names on these lists were quite interesting. Most of them didn't look like names but more like code names or aliases. For example, there were names like Black Fox and Thousand Knives. There were also some names that were more normal and should be real names. Moreover, on these 3 lists, the colors of the names of the people ranked at the top and the people ranked at the bottom were different. The names of the top 3 were written in dark gold. The 4th to 10th were written in gold. The 10th to 30th were written in silver. The 30th and below were written in white. On each list there were only 100 names, no more and no less. These names were not engraved on the pillars. Instead, they were left on them using a strange method. As he was looking, one of the names on the earth list suddenly dimmed. This attracted Yang Kai's attention. He asked in confusion, "Why did this name turn gray?" Luo Hai's face turned slightly pale. "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. This name that had turned gray was originally silver. He was ranked 15th. Obviously, his strength was not low. Now that he was dead, it could be seen how dangerous the battles in this Azura field were. Although the rewards here were generous, they needed to be won with one's life. A normal cultivator would not have the courage to do so. After a moment of being stunned, the name that had turned gray suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was removed from the earth lists. Following that, the names that were originally ranked below him all jumped up a row. At the bottom of the list, a brand new name appeared, making up the number of 100. In a corner of the hall there was a passage. At this time, someone was walking out of the passage with a blood-soaked and lifeless body of a cultivator on his back. Blood dripped onto the floor, striking the hearts of the onlookers. Many people in the hall felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Kai knew that this dead guy should be the one who had just been removed from the earth list. Looking at the miserable state of his body, it was obvious that he had gone through an extremely difficult battle. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw Pei Bu-wan walking towards him. When he was near, he said, "Everything has been arranged. After half an hour you will go on stage." Scratching his head, he said, "Now there is a problem." "What problem?" Yang Kai asked. "What name will you use?" When Pei Bu-wan asked, he pointed to the 3 lists and said, "You can use an alias or your real name if you want. It's up to you." Yang Kai said indifferently, "My real name is fine. Anyway, he was just here to fight. There was nothing shameful about it. There was no need to be so secretive. Moreover, he could use any name, but it was meaningless if he could not change his appearance." Pei Bu-wan nodded and took out a communication bead. He was probably contacting the people in the Azura field. After he was done, Luo Hai asked, "Shopkeeper Pei, who is Lord Yang's opponent?" Pei Bu-wan grinned and glanced at Yang Kai. He pointed to the top of the ranking list of young masters and said, "The guy who is ranked 4th. Luo Hai's face immediately turned pale. "How is that possible? Lord Yang has never fought in the Azura field before. How can he be qualified to fight with that person?" After she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She quickly explained, "Master, there is a rule in the Azura field. You can only challenge opponents who are within 10 ranks of you. If you win, you can replace them." Pei Bu-wan grinned and said, "To an ordinary person, rules are naturally rules. To me, rules are meant to be broken." He had a look of indescribable power on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a golden name on the 4th place on the ranking list of young masters. Yu Luocha. Judging by the name, he was not someone to be trifled with. "Sko. There is only 1 hour left. Take a good rest and adjust your condition." Pei Bu-wan called out and led the crowd to a corner of the hall. Not long after, they arrived at a private room. A maid came to serve them. The private room was very big. Directly opposite the private room was the huge Azura field. At this moment, 2 people were fighting endlessly. However, it was obvious that one side was at a disadvantage and would not be able to hold on for long. Around the Azura field, there were spectators who were watching the battle. They were shouting as the battle unfolded. Pei Bu-wan stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared down and said, "The terrain in the Azura field is ever-changing. You can decide with your opponent which terrain to choose. It can also be changed randomly. Do you have a choice? Ice and snow, hot desert, swamp, jungle, whatever you want. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The Azura field itself is a secret treasure. Pei Buwen nodded. Yes, the Azura field is a secret treasure. Yang Kai said, do as you wish. Pei Buwen glanced at him and grinned. I admire your confidence. Boy, fight well for me. If you win, then everything will be fine. But if you lose, then you might lose your life. I won't hide it from you, your opponent is a disciple of the Azura Heaven. Yang Kai frowned. That you Luocha is from the Azura Heaven? Are you afraid? Pei Buwen stared deeply at him. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that I might accidentally kill him. Don't worry. Pei Buwen raised his hand. He clearly knew what Lin Ming was worried about. If you can kill him, then kill him. It's not like the people of the Azura Heaven haven't died in the Azura field before. Normally, the Azura Heaven wouldn't care about such a situation, and they definitely wouldn't take revenge on you afterwards. Otherwise, who would come to the Azura field to play with them? That's good. In the Azura field there is nothing you can do. You must not be soft-hearted. Pei Buwen warned with a dignified expression. Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. This person was ranked 4th on the mortal decree and also came from the Azura Heaven. He clearly wasn't a pushover. Although Yang Kai was confident in himself, this was still a life-or-death battle. He naturally had to be in his best condition to welcome it. Time slowly passed. The crowd below was in an uproar. Yang Kai remained motionless, his heart as calm as still water. Chapter 39:51. At a certain moment, the noise outside the private room slowly subsided. Pei Buwen's voice was heard, "Get ready." Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly got up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door and cupped his hands. "Manager Pei, I'm here to bring someone into the arena." Pei Buwen nodded and waved his hand. "Go ahead." The man glanced around the room and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He turned sideways and gestured, "Please." "Lord Yang, be careful." Luo Hai whispered behind him. Yang Kai did not turn back. He waved his hand and followed the man out. After he left, Pei Buwen gave a look to a waiter beside him. The waiter swallowed his saliva. "Manager, how much do you want to bet?" "Owen." Pei Buwen said in a low voice. The waiter's face turned pale when he heard that. "Manager, please think twice. It took you a lot of effort to borrow this money. If you lose, you won't be able to answer to the headquarters. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Pei Buwen shouted. The waiter quickly covered his mouth. "Just do as I say. Don't talk nonsense." The waiter loosened his hand and said anxiously, "All in on Yang Kai. Do you want to bet on you, Luocha?" Pei Buwen was so angry that he kicked the waiter away. He turned around and stared at the Azura arena below with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he grinned and turned to look at the confused Luo Hai. He said, "In the future I will eat sh*t and eat meat. It depends on whether this kid can win this round." Although he was the manager of the 100 Refinements Hall, he was not good at business. He was addicted to gambling. Not only did he not earn money in this star market, he even lost a lot. Seeing that Great Altar was about to come to check his accounts, if he didn't find a way to fill this hole, he would definitely be punished by Great Altar. Although he had borrowed a lot of money during this time and had even pawned his artifacts, there was still a large gap. He didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to the Azura arena to earn some money. In the Azura arena, although the winner could obtain a certain reward, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the bets outside. If not, why would Pei Buwen choose a candidate to fight in the Azura arena? Previously he had found a good one. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Yang Kai with just a few punches and kicks. This gave Pei Buwen a chance to make money. As long as Yang Kai could win this round, not only would he be able to make up for his deficit, but he would also be able to pay off his debt. Even if he couldn't become rich, at least he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, if he lost this round, then he would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. This gamble was staking his own future and destiny. He didn't tell Yang Kai before. Firstly, he didn't want to say anything. Secondly, he was afraid that Yang Kai would feel pressured. Seeing his sinister smile, Luo Hai couldn't help but turn pale, not knowing what to say. On the other side, under the man's lead, Yang Kai entered a tunnel. He walked all the way to the end where a large door blocked his way. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man who led the way. The man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Even though there was a large door between them, they could feel the enthusiasm of the spectators in the Azura arena. Behind the large door should be the Azura arena. Someone was introducing Yu Luosha in a bewitching tone. Although the cheers were loud, Yang Kai could still hear it clearly. In that person's introduction, Yu Luosha's battle record in the Azura arena was 172 wins, 8 draws and 1 loss. Such a battle record could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also a standard that only the strong could have. As for this person's opponents, 60% of them died in the Azura arena, 30% were crippled and only 10% survived. Following that person's introduction in a low voice, the cheers in the Azura arena became louder and louder. Then the voice changed and shouted, "Today's challenger is a nameless person, Yang Kai." As the voice fell, the large door that had been blocking Yang Kai's path slowly opened. Light shone in, accompanied by deafening cheers, and the Azura arena appeared in front of him. The voice in the arena continued, "Is it the ignorant who is fearless or the fierce dragon who crossed the river? Let us wait and see." Step down. The man standing beside Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked forward. The voice of the person behind him said, "Boy, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. It won't be fun to lose your life." Stepping into the Azura arena, Yang Kai appeared on a high platform. There was another high platform 100 feet away, and on the high platform a figure stood quietly. Presumably that was his opponent, Yu Luosha. Yang Kai looked up and found that this person was just as he thought, a woman. When he saw the name Yu Luosha just now, Yang Kai faintly guessed. After all, if it was a man he would not use such a name. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Yu Luosha was very tall with fair skin and an enchanting figure. Her clothes were also very simple. Her tight clothes outlined her exquisite curves, revealing a pair of jade-like arms that dazzled the eyes. Although she was just standing there quietly, Yang Kai could still feel a murderous aura coming from her. Many people had died under this woman's hands. For eyes met and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu Luosha's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in her watery eyes. At this moment the surrounding scenery changed and the surrounding stands disappeared, blocked by a layer of restrictions. Then the terrain rolled and squirmed and a hot aura filled the air. In just a moment the entire Azura arena turned into a vast desert. Yang Kai looked up and saw a round sun hanging in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the entire desert was steaming hot. He was surprised. Although he heard from Pei Buan that the terrain in the Azura arena could change, he did not expect that even the sun could be transformed. Thinking about it, this desert should be the battlefield and it should be randomly changed. This was easy to deal with. The desert was empty and there was no place to hide. Other than a direct confrontation, there was no need to think of any other schemes and tricks. A figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, followed by a strong wind. Yang Kai laughed. "You people, why didn't you say hello before attacking?" It was like this yesterday in the 100 Refinements Hall, and it was the same today. However, thinking about it, the Azura arena was unscrupulous, and this method could not be considered a sneak attack. He could only say that his reaction was a little slow. When he said the first word, Yang Kai's figure floated back, and when the last word fell, he had already punched out. On the opposite side, Yu Luosha raised her palm, but just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the arm she stretched out suddenly twisted, like a boneless snake, and wrapped around Yang Kai's fist, fiercely pressing her palm towards Yang Kai's chest. Although this change was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, it was not a big deal. Yang Kai did not dodge and he grinned, strength surging wildly in his fist. In the next instant the two of them were hit at the same time and the two figures were sent flying. Yang Kai grunted and the blood in his chest roiled. A wave of baleful aura rushed through his chest and into his meridians and flesh. Furrowing his brow, he hurriedly circulated his strength to dispel the impact. He gritted his teeth. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched just now, in truth he had suffered a small loss. His fist that had landed on Yu Luosha's shoulder hadn't done anything to her at all. The moment his fist touched her body, this woman's shoulder had trembled subtly a few times. He didn't know what mysterious power she had used, but he couldn't help but feel as if he had punched cotton. He had encountered the nemesis. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. His advantage lay in his strong physique and great strength. Among the cultivator at the same level, there was no one who could surpass him. Against an opponent like Wuxia, it was very difficult for him to display his advantage. On the other side, Wuxia's figure flipped through the air, but in mid-air she suddenly raised her hand, and a blood-red bow appeared in her hand. She gently twisted her fingers and a blood-red arrow formed at her fingertips. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring and with a clang it shot out. The bow was not an artifact and the arrow was also not an artifact. Rather, it was a manifestation of pure strength, so it did not violate the rules of the Azura field. With a few soft sounds, several blood-red arrows had sealed off all of Yang Kai's paths of retreat, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived in front of Yang Kai. So fast. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the pitch-black moon blades met the blood-red arrows and collapsed. However, when the last arrow collapsed, Wuxia's figure suddenly appeared in place, as if she could ignore the barriers of space and teleport. Her jade-white hand reached out towards Yang Kai's eyes, as if she was picking flowers and peaches. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine because this woman was trying to pluck out his eyes. Almost instinctively he pushed his strength to protect himself, and at the same time raised his head to the side. The jade-white hand that was reaching out was slightly obstructed, but it immediately transformed into a blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Although it was a white hand, it was not inferior to any sharp divine weapon. Even if Yang Kai had dragon transformation, if this palm struck him he would likely be decapitated. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai grit his teeth and hurriedly used his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. As the palm descended, it did not feel like it had struck anything tangible. Wuxia's calm eyes finally flashed a strange light as the power in her palm surged, shattering the void around it. Yang Kai let out another muffled groan as his figure solidified, and with a tap of his feet he quickly opened up some distance between him and his opponent. Wuxia didn't chase after him. She only calmly looked at him. After he stood still, she gently nodded and said, "You're not bad." Her tone was light, without a hint of ridicule, as if she were praising him from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had dodged her attack in that critical moment, he had still been shaken and his organs had tumbled around. He chuckled and said, "You're not bad yourself." This woman was truly experienced in battle. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of the Azura heaven. He had actually been suppressed by her to the point of suffocating. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 3952. Wuxia's series of attacks flowed smoothly without the slightest bit of sloppiness, giving people a dazzling feeling. No wonder she could make such a great name for herself in the Azura arena, and her ranking was also frighteningly high. Based on her series of actions just now, there were not many under the half-step heaven-splitting realm who could block her, and any careless mistake could cost them their life. Yang Kai's blood was boiling. Since coming out of this world he had not had a proper fight. All the people he had encountered were existences far stronger than him, so there was no way he could fight them. This was one of the rare battles of the same realm, and it was when he had chased after Fong Tai. With two heaven-splitting realm masters by his side, it had not been difficult at all. It had been the same in the 100 Refinements Hall yesterday. For someone like him who had grown up through fighting, not moving his hands and feet for such a long time made his hands itch. As such, even though he had suffered a small loss, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as if he had seen a prey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to Wuxia, his face filled with arrogance. Seeing this, Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expressionless face slowly curled into a subtle smile. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this in the Azura field, not even the 3 people ranked higher than her. Although she was ranked 4th on the mortal ranking, her strength was not much lower than the 3 people ranked before her. Any one of them would have to use their full strength against her. But today, there was an unknown person who had not even left his name on the mortal ranking who dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Wuxia stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, as if she had seen some delicious food, her appetite greatly aroused. In the next instant, a sandstorm kicked up and a large hole appeared in the ground. Wuxia shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind several afterimages as she floated behind Yang Kai like a ghost. Raising her foot, Emperor's chi madly surged as she swept it towards Yang Kai's head. The power of this kick was incomparably terrifying, and even if there was a mountain in front of her, it would be crushed. The back of Yang Kai's head seemed to open a pair of eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. In the blink of an eye, he caught her ankle and sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang's face changed. This was because the little foot that he was grabbing suddenly lost its strength and slipped out of his palm. Immediately after, a warm body climbed onto his back. The body was warm and soft, but it gave people a kind of frightening feeling. It was as if it wasn't the body of a woman that had climbed onto his back, but rather a python that wanted to swallow him whole. Yu Luosha's 2 legs and arms were twisted into unimaginable arcs, tightly binding Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to exert any of his brute strength. Yu Luocha's low and gentle voice sounded like a soul-stirring voice from the 9 hells. "How do you want to die?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Yu Luocha opened her mouth and bit towards Yang Kai's neck. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in a life-or-death battle, so Yang Kai had a very strange feeling in his heart, but it did not stop him from reaching out and grabbing Yu Luocha's hair behind him, pulling hard. Yu Luocha let out a muffled groan. She was so close to biting Yang Kai's neck, but under the strong pull she had no choice but to raise her head, a cold light flashing across her eyes as her hair trembled under the force of her emperor chi. Yang Kai hissed and quickly let go, but it was still a little too late, and a series of small cuts appeared on his palm. However, in this short moment of respite, Yang Kai finally had time to circulate his emperor chi and shake his body. A copious amount of power surged forth, and Yu Luosha, who was entangled with his body, was shaken off. However, this woman didn't leave. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to fly around Kai Yang, her pair of jade-like palms filling the sky, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, attacking Kai Yang from all kinds of unimaginable angles. From a distance, Yang Kai stood motionless in place, but there was a figure moving around beside him, up and down, left and right. With a series of banging sounds, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly torn apart. Although it looked like he was at a disadvantage from the beginning until now, he had suffered quite a bit. Kai Yang's expression was extremely calm. At this time, the benefits of having a strong physique were displayed. Although Yu Luosha was able to injure him, her strength was limited. Unless she hit a vital point, she couldn't do anything to him. On the other hand, if Yu Luosha were to take a punch or kick from him, she would definitely not have a good end. Inside the private room, Pei Buan stood in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back, closely watching the battle below. The 100 Refinements Hall staff next to him were shouting and yelling, looking extremely thrilling. "Shut up, all of you!" Pei Buan suddenly shouted angrily. The few shop assistants were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. Luo Hai said with a worried look, "Shopkeeper Pei, can Lord Yang win?" With her eyesight, she could only see that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but she could not see the situation on the field clearly. Pei Buan chuckled and said, "Who knows until the end? It's best if he wins. However, in the current situation, if he doesn't get rid of Yu Luocha, it will be difficult for him to win." As soon as these words fell, Pei Buan suddenly raised his brow and grinned, "You're really something." In the Azura field, accompanied by an explosion, Yu Luocha was suddenly sent flying. While in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The two people who had been entangled with each other finally separated. Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he looked extremely miserable, but Yu Luocha obviously did not have a good time either. She had been entangled with Yang Kai for a long time and was always careless. She took a punch from Yang Kai and did not have time to resolve it, causing her internal organs to roll endlessly. "It's a draw." Yang Kai glanced sideways and grinned at Yu Luocha. "It's my turn." His body did not move, but he appeared in front of Yu Luocha like a ghost and pointed a finger at her. This finger seemed to be as light as a feather without any strength, but it caused Yu Luocha's pupils to shrink. With a tap of her feet, she floated back. A small blood-red flower suddenly appeared where she was originally standing. The flower looked as if it was made of blood, bright red, and an extremely dense baleful aura came from it. 1 step, 1 flower. Yu Luocha retreated 10 steps. 10 small flowers took shape in the golden desert. When each flower appeared, it was like an invisible beast that wanted to devour its prey. Yang Kai followed like a shadow. Wherever he passed, the 10 small flowers withered. Yu Luocha's expression finally changed. She formed a seal with one hand and the withered small flowers collapsed. Petals filled the vast void, turning into a rain of petals that fell on Yang Kai. Each petal was strong enough to cut through gold and break jade. Yang Kai maintained his posture and the space principles around him surged. Around his body, small cracks in the void appeared almost imperceptible, but they enveloped him. The petals attacked, but before they could get close, they were cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. Yang Kai pointed a finger and a crescent blade slashed towards Yu Luocha. It was so close that it was almost impossible to dodge. Yu Luocha bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. The blood mist instantly turned into a blood-red barrier that blocked the crescent blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Luocha tapped her feet and hurriedly put some distance between her and Yang Kai. Before, it was Yang Kai who had done everything possible to guard against her, but now it was the other way around. It could only be said that the wheel of fortune had changed. Every dog had its day. Separated by several hundred feet, the two stared at each other. Yang Kai was smiling, but Yu Luocha's expression had become incomparably solemn. It was only at this moment that she discovered that her opponent was not simple. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Since she had suffered a small loss in close combat, she could only use her magical powers. Gently exhaling, Yu Luocha formed a seal. Blood qi surged from her exquisite body and a blood-red flower suddenly appeared under her feet. This red flower looked similar to the one she had just summoned, but it was much larger. Yu Luocha stood on top of it, completely unaffected. Opposite her, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and a dozen pitch-black crescent blades whistled through the air. Yu Luocha remained motionless, waiting for the crescent blades to close in on her. Suddenly, the blood-red flower under her feet began to emit a dense layer of light. Immediately, a blood-red curtain of light enveloped her from bottom to top. With a sizzling sound, the crescent blades slashed at the blood-red curtain of light, but were unable to break it open. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the power of the crescent blades, but this blood-red flower was actually able to completely block them. It seemed that it was indeed sturdy. Yu Luocha changed her hand seal and muttered something under her breath. When she opened her arms, huge blood-red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air and filled the entire azure field. In an instant, Yang Kai was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Apart from the blood-red sky, there was nothing else in front of him. Even Yu Luocha had disappeared. Yang Kai used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he was unable to detect Yu Luocha's whereabouts. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out. Amidst the swirling petals, a blood-red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This spear was composed of flower petals and was filled with a strange fragrance and murderous intent. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck out, his emperor qi surging as the blood-red spear collapsed. However, before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Luocha's figure mysteriously emerged from the dancing petals less than a meter away from Yang Kai. Her slender jade-like palm slammed down, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yang Kai had been on guard for a long time, so he was not surprised. Grinning, he punched out, hitting Yu Luocha's body. The next moment, Yang Kai frowned because he did not feel like he had hit anything. Instead, he saw Yu Luocha's body suddenly collapse, turning into a rain of petals. A strong wind blew behind his head, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Space principles surged and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters to the left. Looking around, Yu Luocha had appeared where she had originally been standing, holding a flower petal in her hand and shattering her afterimage. Both of them turned their heads and saw a strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit in each other's eyes. However, after a moment, Yu Luocha actually dispersed again, turning into a rain of petals. This was not Yu Luocha's true body. Chapter 3953. The spectators in the stands around the Azura field could no longer see what was going on. The entire Azura field was wrapped in blood-red flowers, and one could only vaguely make out the silhouettes within. Even so, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of these spectators. Loud shouts and cries could be heard incessantly. Many people were loudly shouting Yu Luocha's name. It could be seen that this woman was quite popular in the Azura arena. She was beautiful, had a good figure and was strong, so she was naturally sought after by many men. In the private room, Pei Buan stared at the battlefield below with a dignified expression. With his 4th grade heaven-opening eyesight, he could naturally see the situation clearly. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Yang Kai couldn't even find where Yu Luocha's real body was, so how could he win? If he wanted to win, he had to find Yu Luocha's whereabouts first, but did he have the eyesight to do so? In the Azura field, Yang Kai was also feeling a headache. If possible, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. After all, this was the Azura field and many people were watching this battle. Revealing some of his trump cards might lead to some trouble. But now that Yu Luocha was acting like this, not even revealing her whereabouts, Yang Kai was really helpless. Lowering his head slightly, the hair in front of his forehead cast a thick shadow, allowing the petals to dance around him and the murderous intent to fill the air. Yang Kai remained motionless. A strange sound rang out again as the petals fluttered, forming a boundless killing array. Behind this killing array, Yu Luocha's figure was faintly discernible, her eyes emotionless. It wasn't until the sea of flowers was about to reach him that Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, his emperor chi madly surging as void cracks appeared around him like swimming fish. The sea of flowers collapsed and the void cracks gradually disappeared. Yu Luocha, who was following closely behind the sea of flowers, raised her hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored this and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a golden light blooming from his left eye as he grinned. Is it fun to hide here and there? As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai had already rushed over, his hands fluttering as he formed a series of hand seals and muttered, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream." He slammed his palm down. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yu Luocha acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand how the other party had discovered her whereabouts so quickly. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai's left eye had turned into a golden vertical slit. That vertical slit was full of majesty, as if it could look directly into the depths of her soul and pry into the secrets hidden in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. He came to a sudden realization. This fellow had clearly cultivated some kind of profound eye technique. No wonder he could reach such a level. She wanted to dodge, but her thoughts stopped in that instant. By the time she came back to her senses, the might of that palm was already upon her. There was a deafening roar, and the endless sea of flowers seemed to have received a command. They rolled over and gathered in front of her to form a sturdy barrier. As the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal slammed down, the sea of flowers collapsed, revealing Yu Luocha's true body, a slightly flustered expression on her face. If Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal in the early days, he might not have possessed such power, but Yang Kai had witnessed countless battles between the flowing time great emperor and Mo Xing in the ancient battlefield and had absorbed the essence of both of them, evolving his own martial Dao true meaning. He dared not say anything else, but this flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was not much worse than the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal in the past. "You're finished." Yang Kai grinned at her, and as soon as his words fell, a pure white lotus flower flashed from his demon eye of annihilation. Blossoming lotus. Yu Luocha's expression froze, her spiritual energies defenses like paper. A massive lotus flower appeared in her field of vision, its petals blossoming, rapidly draining away her spiritual energy. Although Yu Luocha had also condensed her own Dao seal, she was still within the scope of the Emperor realm. In terms of spiritual energy, how could she compare to Yang Kai? Not to mention the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Even the nourishment he had obtained after consummating with Yu Rumming had caused his spiritual energy to soar by a large margin. Although his spiritual energy was not yet at the opening heaven boundary, it was still at the half-step opening heaven boundary. With a splitting headache, Yu Luocha screamed and instinctively urged her spiritual energy to resist. Unexpectedly, the more she urged her spiritual energy, the faster the pure white lotus bloomed. In the blink of an eye, the entire lotus flower had bloomed white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, a magnificent sight to behold. But this was not the end. Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation flashed again and his spiritual energy suddenly changed. Furious Lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique used the enemy's spiritual energy as nourishment to blossom pure white lotuses, But the Furious Lotus secret technique was the complete opposite. The blooming lotus closed up and enveloped one's spiritual energy, sealing off their spiritual energy and body, severing the connection between them. It could be said that once one was struck by the Furious Lotus secret technique, they would become a mindless walking corpse before they could resolve this secret technique. The blooming lotus quickly closed up, enveloping Yu Luocha's spiritual energy. If she was in her peak condition, Yu Luocha might have been able to break free from the shackles of this secret technique. But after being struck by the blossoming lotus secret technique, her spiritual energy had been greatly damaged, so how could she do it now? Her body and mind dimmed, as if she had been exiled into a world of endless darkness, constantly falling down without end. The boundless sea of flowers collapsed, and the scene of the Azura field was imprinted in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai and Yu Luosha stood motionless not far from each other in the middle of the desert. This scene made the onlookers wonder who had won and who had lost. Luo Hai also couldn't tell. Since the appearance of the sea of flowers, she couldn't see anything. At this moment she couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper Pei, did Lord Yang win?" Pei Buan turned his head, giving Luo Hai a fright. Because in this short period of time, this guy's eyes were blood red and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Luo Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back and her body tensed up. Pei Buan grinned and spat out 2 words. "He won." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, he won." He raised his arms high in excitement as if he was the one who had won. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. He was at the end of his rope, borrowing money to settle his debts, but he still didn't have enough. He had no choice but to gamble, and he actually turned the tables. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the headquarters sending people to check the accounts. While Pei Buan was laughing, Yang Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped Yu Luosha's forehead. Yu Luosha's entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were wide open, but there wasn't the slightest bit of life in them. Before the Furious Lotus secret art was cracked, Yu Luosha could forget about waking up from the unity of body and mind. Seeing this scene, how could the spectators not know the result? On the stands there was an uproar. Yu Luosha, ranked 4th on the Azura list, actually lost to an unknown brat? The key point was that they didn't even see how Yu Luosha lost. Many people had bet heavily on Yu Luosha, and at this time, they were naturally cursing and shouting that the Azura field was secretly manipulated, and that there was a shady plot. On the other hand, the Azura field turned a deaf ear and completely ignored them. That inexplicable voice sounded again, announcing Yang Kai's victory. In the field, the scenery changed. The desert quickly disappeared and the 2 tall platforms once again stood tall. A woman rushed into the Azura field and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Then she picked up Yu Luosha and disappeared in a flash. It seemed that she was thinking of a way to treat him. Yang Kai leisurely returned through the original passage. In the passage, the guy who led him here was still there, and he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting and walked straight into Pei Buan's private room. "Lord Yang." A few of the 100 Refinements Hall's staff immediately greeted him. Their attitude was extremely warm and they nodded and bowed for a while. Yang Kai glanced around and frowned. "Where's your manager?" There was no trace of Pei Buan in the private room. Did this guy run away? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. The 100 Refinements Hall was still there, so where could he go? Moreover, this guy had sworn on his Taoist heart before, so he wouldn't break the promise. Luo Hai said, "Manager Pei went to ask for money." "What money?" Yang Kai was stunned. Luo Hai glanced at the workers from the 100 Refinements Hall and said, "Shopkeeper Pei has placed a bet on you. If you win, he wins." Yang Kai laughed. "He has so much confidence in me? How much did he bet on me?" Luo Hai shook her head. She didn't know either. Yang Kai looked at the 100 Refinements Hall staff, and one of them smiled apologetically. "Not much, not much." "How much is not much?" Yang Kai didn't give up. The staff raised a finger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. 1 million. The staff shook his head. 10 million. Yang Kai was shocked. The staff nodded. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Pei Buan was indeed a fool. He didn't know much about him, but he had the guts to bet 10 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed and he frowned. "What are my odds?" The shop assistant's expression suddenly became slightly awkward as he scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't want to answer, but this matter couldn't be concealed anyway. Yang Kai only needed to casually go outside and look around to find out, so he quickly replied, 1 to 4. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth. Manager Pei is rich. The odds were 1 to 4, so 10 million was a profit of 40 million. Damn. No wonder that guy was so generous, saying that if he won, not only would he give him 10 million, but he would also personally compensate him 1 million. Compared to the 40 million, what was 1 million? Now it seemed that he had already calculated it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a toothache. He had fought so hard on the stage to the death, but in the end, it was others who benefited. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change what he had said before. Lord Yang, Manager Pei, said that he might need a while, so he asked us to go back to the 100 Refinements Hall and wait for him. He said you can rest assured that he will definitely give you the 11 million. Yang Kai snorted. He dares not to give it to me. Chapter 3954. After waiting for less than an hour in the main hall of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buen's laughter came from outside. Brother Yang, where's Brother Yang? Brother Yang, where's Brother Yang? Previously he called Yang Kai a brat. Now that he had won a lot of money, he called Pei Buen his brother. Before Pei Buen could finish his sentence, he strode in and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. He went straight to Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you're really my lucky star. Yang Kai snorted. I think you're my savior. He had to hand it to Pei Buen. Until now he still couldn't figure out where Pei Buen got the courage to bet 10 million on him. What if he lost? There's no difference. Pei Buen waved his hand and looked down at Yang Kai's teacup. He frowned. Come on, change the tea for me. Serve me the best tea. Cut the crap, pay up first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand unceremoniously. Yang Kai was too lazy to interact with such a hooligan. It was more important to settle the account and leave quickly. Don't worry, this king has already prepared everything for you. Saying so, he sat down and pushed a space ring across the table towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai picked up the ring and scanned it with his divine sense to count the money. Pei Buen looked at him with a smile. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. You defeated Wuxia so easily. Are you interested in fighting a few more rounds? Yang Kai was multitasking. He continued to count the money while glancing at Pei Buen. Pei Buen said, Wuxia is only 4th on the human list. Although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the other 3. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to fight with them. If you win, you'll earn a lot of money. Yang Kai raised the space ring on his hand and shook it. I have money, I'm not fighting. Pei Buen laughed. What kind of money is this? 10 million of it is a tribute, not yours. It's only 1 million. How about this, if you listen to me, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her. He stood up and said, this matter is over. Farewell, shopkeeper Pei. He then led Luo Hai out of the room. Don't go yet. Everything can be discussed. 30% is fine too. Pei Buen quickly stood up and persuaded. 40%. Seeing that Yang Kai did not show any signs of stopping, Pei Buen quickly increased the price. 40% at most. I also have to bear the risk of losing money. You can't expect me to give you a 50-50 split, right? Any higher and that would be too much. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and soon disappeared. This brat. Pei Buen smacked his lips. If it was someone else, he might have to resort to threats and promises to stay. This brat was simply a money tree. As long as he operated it well, wouldn't it be easy to earn money from the Azura field? However, this brat was a member of the First Inn, so he couldn't force him. Since he didn't want to fight, Pei Buen really didn't have any good ideas. Watching Yang Kai leave, Pei Buen felt a little regret in his heart, but it was quickly washed away by the joy of winning money. He sat down and counted his gains. He bet 10 million and won 40 million, which was a total of 50 million heaven opening pills. He gave Yang Kai 11 million, so he still had nearly 40 million. Not only was it enough to settle the debt, but he also had a large surplus. The haze that had been plaguing him for many days disappeared, and he felt very happy. Leading Luo Hai out of the 100 Refinements Hall, Yang Kai handed her a ring. Luo Hai looked up at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is for you." Luo Hai took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She whispered, "That's too much, master." When Yang Kai bought the Scroll of the Universe, she had given Yang Kai less than 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Now, after only a day, Yang Kai had actually returned her 30,000. This was indeed a lot for Luo Hai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Take the extra as your reward." "That's still too much." Luo Hai shook her head. "I can't accept it, master. My reward is not enough for this much. Please take it back, master." Saying so, she handed the ring back to him. Yang Kai stared at her and saw her determined and serious expression. He couldn't help but laugh and didn't force her. "All right, deduct the amount you gave me and give the rest to me." Luo Hai nodded and busied herself for a while before returning the extra heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai casually took it and saw that it was still early, so he said, "Come with me to a few more places." "All right, I have nothing to do when I go back anyway. Master, you can go whenever you want." Yesterday, the 100 Refinements Hall couldn't continue with the debt collection, so there were still many shops left. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to finish. In the following shops, he didn't encounter people like Pei Buan. He handed over a greeting card, stated his purpose for coming, and showed the lady boss's token. The shopkeepers all received him politely. Like before, he agreed on a 1-month deadline. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yesterday, he didn't have any money on him and didn't want to go back to the inn, so he stayed at Luo Hai's place for the night. Today he had only earned 11 million. Yang Kai wanted to go back and report the good news to the lady boss, so he let Luo Hai go back first. After agreeing to continue tomorrow, Yang Kai slowly walked to the first store. Not long after, he returned to the inn. The first store was still overcrowded. Several servants were running around and the accountant was standing behind the counter, fiddling with an abacus. "The inn is full. Please find another place." The accountant noticed that someone was coming and said without raising his head. Yang Kai knocked on the table. "Where's the lady boss?" The accountant raised his head. "It's you. I thought you were a guest." He pointed to the backyard and said, "She's in the room." Yang Kai nodded. "Then you go ahead with your business." He went straight to the backyard. The accountant raised his head and looked at his back. He shrank his neck and said in a low voice, "There's a way to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell. Why bother?" Walking to the backyard, Yang Kai saw a person standing up, squatting, and standing up again at the corner of the yard. He seemed to be carrying something on his shoulder. Yang Kai was surprised. He walked over and found that this person was Lao Bai. They looked at each other. Lao Bai grinned at him and said, "You're back?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and looked at him curiously. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, nothing." Lao Bai got up with difficulty. He was almost out of breath when he spoke. It could be seen that the thing on his shoulder was not light. "I'm cultivating." "Cultivating here?" Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. If he wanted to cultivate, he should find a suitable place. Why did he come to the lady boss's yard to cultivate? "Yang Kai, you're back?" In the room with flickering candlelight, the lady boss's cold voice came. "I'm back, lady boss." Yang Kai shouted. He glanced at Bai Qi, shook his head and ignored him. He went to the door and knocked. "Come in." Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. Before he could report the good news to the lady boss, he saw a white shadow rushing toward him. He was shocked and wanted to retreat. But the white shadow was ridiculously fast. It grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. Then the door slammed shut. Yang Kai was very nervous. He thought that someone was going to attack him. But when he looked carefully, he found that it was the lady boss standing in front of him. It made sense. This was the lady boss's house. Who else could it be but her? At this moment, the lady boss's beautiful eyes were cold and she looked at him coldly. Yang Kai stared at her and said, "What's wrong? Who provoked this crazy woman again? Why was she looking at him as if she wanted to eat him alive?" "You still have the face to ask?" The lady boss sneered. She reached out and grabbed something in the air. It looked like a feather duster and she hit it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai jumped in fright and raised his hand to block, but with the lady boss's cultivation and his own, there was no way he could block it. In the blink of an eye, the feather duster struck his head. Yang Kai was in so much pain that his eyes turned red. He covered his head with both hands and shouted, "What are you doing? I'm hitting you. Can't you see?" While speaking, the feather duster stabbed Yang Kai in the stomach. "Who asked you that? I asked you why you hit me." Yang Kai wanted to say something but he couldn't open his mouth. His stomach turned and he arched his back. The feather duster fell again and hit Yang Kai on the shoulder. Kai Yang jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His body flew backwards, wanting to escape through the door, but the lady boss only stretched out her hand and pulled him back. Damn, the difference in strength is too big. He couldn't resist at all. Yang Kai was full of shame and anger. He had never been beaten like this before. Most importantly, he didn't know why he was beaten like this. After being hit a few more times, Yang Kai was in so much pain that anger rose in his heart. He shouted, "Crazy woman, try and hit me again." Crazy woman? The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. The feather duster turned into a boundless shadow and aimed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was suddenly in a panic. He gritted his teeth and comforted himself that a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. No matter what, he had to figure out the problem first. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. Talk nicely. I'm a crazy woman. What's there to talk about? Crazy woman, do what you want to do." She hit him a few more times. Yang Kai was speechless. He lowered his body and shrank in the corner, using his hands to protect his head. Seeing him like this, the lady boss stopped. Yang Kai slowly raised his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. His eyes were full of vigilance. The lady boss looked down at him, the coldness on her face freezing his heart. "Speak, where did you go last night? Why didn't you return last night?" Yang Kai said with grief and indignation, "You hit me because of this?" He slowly got up. The lady boss waved the feather duster and Yang Kai shrank back. He secretly swore in his heart, "Don't let me cultivate to the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise I'll get my revenge 10 times, 100 times. I asked you a question, so answer obediently. Stop being so long-winded." Yang Kai snorted, "I spent the night at a friend's house last night." "Friend?" The lady boss sneered, "You've only been in Star City for a few days. Where do you have friends? Male or female? What do you care?" Yang Kai really wanted to say something, but he was afraid of angering this woman, so he could only say, "Female." As soon as he said this, the feather duster came down again. The lady boss said with disappointment, "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You go around fooling around. You've only been here for a few days and you've already spent the night at someone's house." Chapter 3955. At such a young age? Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "I'm already 100 or 200 years old, but I'm being called young?" However, the lady boss had lived longer, so she was qualified to say that. "The point is, you can just say it, but what does she mean by hitting me?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I won't be polite to you." The lady boss stopped and looked at him calmly. She said with a faint smile, "Why won't you be polite?" Yang Kai stammered for a while, but he couldn't say anything. It was mainly because he couldn't beat this woman. Otherwise he would definitely teach her a lesson. Only this time, no next time. If you dare to stay out all night again, you can try. The lady boss suddenly snorted and put away the feather duster. Seeing this, Yang Kai slowly got up, twisted his body and said angrily, "You're really ruthless." It hurt so much. The point was that this woman controlled her strength very well. It only made him feel the pain in his heart, but it didn't leave any injuries. "If there's a next time, I'll let you see something even more ruthless." The lady boss sneered. "Come with me." Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, but he had to follow her. Not long after, he was let out by the lady boss. They came to the yard and walked to Bai Chi. Lao Bai smiled shyly. "Lady boss, shut up." The lady boss glared at him and Bai Chi immediately stopped talking. "Stand still." The lady boss looked at Yang Kai again and pointed to Bai Chi's side. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He vaguely understood what the lady boss was going to do. He also understood why Lao Bai didn't sleep at night and squatted in the yard. "Lady boss, is it necessary?" Yang Kai looked at the lady boss from the corner of his eyes. The lady boss laughed and raised her hand. The feather duster appeared in her hand. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and nodded. "Okay, you'll regret it." After that, he came to Lao Bai's side and stood still. "Stop talking nonsense." The lady boss snorted. She reached out and grabbed a round piece of wood out of nowhere and placed it on Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body was instantly pressed down. This piece of wood didn't look like much. It was round and no more than 3 feet, but it weighed at least 50,000 kilograms. No wonder Lao Bai was panting while carrying it. This piece of wood was obviously a rare refining material. The next time you dare to stay out all night, it won't be as simple as standing here. I guarantee that I'll throw you out onto the streets. The lady boss snorted, flicked her sleeves and walked into the house. Lao Bai nodded and bowed behind her. Lady boss, rest early. With a bang, the door slammed shut. The lady boss completely ignored him. In the courtyard, a cool breeze blew. The two brothers each carried a log and looked at each other foolishly. This is too much of a bully. White suddenly said, isn't it just 2 nights away? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Although the current situation was a little embarrassing, at least no one else knew about it. He could just treat it as training. He originally wanted to collect the 10 million yuan debt and tell the lady boss the good news, but now he didn't want to. Lao Bai chattered on the side and was indignant. Finally, he angered the lady boss. She slapped him across the air and he fell to the ground. When he stood up again, he was much more obedient. After midnight, most of the customers in the shop had left. The accountant, the cook, and the other servants had nothing to do. They all ran to the backyard to watch. Yang Kai and Lao Bai were almost angered to death. When dawn came, Yang Kai said, "Lady boss, we should go out and collect the debt." "Get lost." The lady boss's voice came from the house. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other. They quickly put the log on the ground and ran out of sight. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai and Lao Bai were much more obedient in the next few days. They came back at night and went out again in the morning to collect the debt. After a few days, most of the people who were supposed to run had run. All that was left was to wait for a month. Luo Hai paid the money, and Yang Kai specially treated her to a meal as a thank you. In fact, Yang Kai wanted to bring Luo Hai into the first inn. The business of the first inn was good now. The shop's staff were too busy. It would be less pressure to have one more helper. If Luo Hai could enter the first inn, it would be a good thing for her. Not to mention whether the pay would be higher than if she was a guide, at least she would have something to look forward to in the future. After all, was the first inn. Even if it was just a servant, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. However, Yang Kai felt that he did not have any right to speak in the first inn. The lady boss had been picking at him recently. She did not like him no matter where he went. At this time it would be counterproductive. Yang Kai decided to wait for some time. After he got all the debt back, he would take the opportunity to mention it. It would be best if the lady boss agreed, but he would not lose anything even if she did not. He did not tell Luo Hai about this. It would not be too late to tell her when it was confirmed. He thought that she would not refuse such good intentions. The next few days passed peacefully. During the day he would run errands in the first inn. At night, when most of the customers had left, he would have time to cultivate. During this time, the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan, came a few times. After paying a visit to the lady boss, he went straight to Yang Kai. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted to rope him into the Azura field to earn money again. Yang Kai was naturally not interested. Although he had defeated Yu Luosha last time, he had also exposed the existence of the Demon Eye of Annihilation. If the people of the 10,000 Devil Realm were to find out, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. Moreover, Yang Kai was not short of money now. He had not spent the 1 million he had last time. What he wanted was not something that could be bought with money. A 7th grade heaven opening talent was not something that could be measured by the heaven opening pill. He was not in a hurry to repay the 16 million he owed the lady boss. Naturally, there was no need for him to go to the Azura field. Time flew by and the 1-month deadline was up. Yang Kai went out leisurely. Following the route he had taken a month ago, he went door to door to ask for money. Could be said that it went smoothly. Those second-class forces could not afford to provoke the first inn. They sent a message to the headquarters to ask about the situation, and confirmed that the destruction of the first inn was indeed caused by their own experts. Most of them readily paid the 10 million debt. After running around for 6 or 7 days, of the 19 shops, 13 had paid. It was not that the remaining 6 did not pay, but 10 million was not a small amount, so they needed some time to prepare. Yang Kai was not an unreasonable person, so he readily agreed. He gave the repayment deadline and agreed to come back when the time was right. A few days later, Yang Kai had just received 10 million from a shop. Walking on the street, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Bai Qi waving at him from the second floor of a restaurant. This was really a coincidence. Star City was not very big, but it was not small either. Yang Kai had been running around for so many days, but this was the first time he had met Lao Bai. Without saying anything, he went upstairs. He saw Lao Bai sitting at a table by the window drinking by himself. Yang Kai sat opposite him and asked the waiter to bring them a set of cutlery. The two drank happily. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lao Bai said, "How's the situation on your side?" Yang Kai picked up some food and said casually, "There are still 2 shops left. They have already agreed on the time to get the money. What about you?" Lao Bai smacked his lips and said, "Basically there is no problem. There is only one shop that is a little difficult." "Which one?" Yang Kai was stunned. Since they were going to ask for money, they must have sent a visit. There was actually someone who dared to not give the money to the first inn? He could not help but be curious. Lao Bai said, "Fengyun Auction House." Yang Kai frowned. Fengyun Blessed Land's property? Although he was very familiar with the forces outside the universe, he at least knew about the 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 Blessed Lands. This Fengyun Auction House was Fengyun Blessed Land's property. Yes. Lao Bai nodded. "What did they say?" Yang Kai asked. Lao Bai snorted, "They have no money. If they want money, ask the lady boss to go there personally." They said that. Yang Kai was stunned. It was not that he had not been to the properties under Fengyun Blessed Land. Although those shopkeepers were not fawning over him, they were still very polite. What was wrong with this Fengyun auction house? They did not give him any face at all. Lao Bai was vexed by this matter for a while. He could not tell others, but Yang Kai was in front of him, so he immediately poured out his grievances. "What do you think we should do? We can't really ask the lady boss to do it. That would make me look incompetent. But they clearly did not want to pay, and I can't report to the lady boss." "Did you talk to them properly?" Yang Kai looked at him. Lao Bai said, "Why not? The first 2 times I went, I could still talk to them. But after that, they did not let me in at all. They are quite bold." Yang Kai sneered. No matter what, he was now a member of the First Inn, so he naturally had a common enemy. Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai, rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Yang Kai, why don't you go there for me? You look unfamiliar, so they will not stop you." Yang Kai frowned. "It might not work even if I go." He and Lao Bai were both workers of the First Inn. If Lao Bai could not help, what was the use of him going? "We'll see if it works. If it really doesn't work, then we can only go back and report to the lady boss." Seeing that Yang Kai was still hesitating, Bai Qi struck while the iron was hot. "Didn't the lady boss say that you can take half of the money to pay off the debt? The Fengyun auction house will be on you. Just give it a try. You won't lose anything anyway." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not refuse anymore. He immediately nodded and said, "Then let's go and give it a try." Bai Qi was overjoyed and quickly poured wine for him. "You're very kind. Here's to you." After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 2 brothers went on their way together. The Fengyun auction house was a big shop. It was located in the center of Star City, and its location was excellent. When Bai Qi led Yang Kai to the Fengyun auction house, the 2 of them looked forward in surprise. They saw that the entrance of the Fengyun auction house was crowded with people. The workers of the auction house were enthusiastically welcoming some famous guests into the auction house. There was also a well-dressed elderly man at the door who kept cupping his hands. "What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned. Bai Qi pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "It seems that they have an auction today." Yes, they do have an auction today. No wonder there are so many people." Chapter 3956. An auction. Yang Kai's interest was piqued. He had attended many auctions in the past, but this was his first time encountering one outside of Universe Palace. He didn't know what good things would be auctioned, so he was naturally interested. But then again, auctions were usually a competition of wealth. Although he had 1 million gold coins now, he might not be able to buy anything good, not to mention he had an important matter to attend to. That is the manager of the Fengyun auction house, Yun Zhenhua. Lao Bai pointed at the old man who was standing at the entrance and cupping his hands. Since he was here to collect debts, he must have met the manager before, so he recognized him at a glance. However, the first 2 times he came, Yun Zhenhua still showed up, but the second time he came, the old man completely ignored him, which made Bai Qi a little angry. "Let's go and meet him." Yang Kai called out and walked towards Yun Zhenhua with Lao Bai. At the entrance of the auction house, Yun Zhenhua was smiling from ear to ear. Although he was from Feng Yun Blessed Land and was arranged to oversee the auction house, many of the people who came to participate in the auction this time were famous figures, and their cultivation and status were not inferior to him. Naturally, he had to stand here and welcome them personally, otherwise it would seem insincere. Just as he was asking an assistant to bring an old friend into the hall, a voice full of energy suddenly sounded in his ears. The first in Yang Kai, greets Manager Yun. Yun Zhenhua frowned and looked back, glancing at Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Why are you here again? Bai Qi cupped his hands and said, Please forgive me, Manager Yun, this little one is just following orders. If Manager Yun doesn't cooperate, this little one will not be able to report back. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Manager Yun, can we have a chat inside? Yun Zhenhua's face was a little cold. Normally he wouldn't pay attention to these two brats, but today was an important day for the auction house, and it was not good to cause trouble in front of the entrance, so he nodded and said, You two go in and wait for me, this old man will come soon. After saying that, he called over an assistant and led Yang Kai and Bai Qi into the auction house. After entering a side hall, the waiter left. Bai Qi and Yang Kai sat across a table from each other. Lao Bai secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai. Did you feel it? Shopkeeper Yun doesn't seem to have any intention of returning the money. Yang Kai frowned and said, Did you make things clear to them? Bai Qi said, How could I not make it clear? I said it the first time I came, but he completely ignored me. What can I do? Yang Kai nodded. Indeed, from Yun Zhenhua's attitude he could tell that the Feng Yun auction house's account wasn't going to be easy. But since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. The two of them waited for more than an hour, but there was no sign of Yun Zhenhua. What was worse was that there wasn't even a cup of tea. Yang Kai's face also darkened. Although he and Old White's cultivation weren't high and they weren't famous, they were still the representatives of the first inn. Judging from Yun Zhenhua's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't put the first in his eyes. Where did this old man come from? Why was he so arrogant? Not to mention anything else, the first Juda origin that Yang Kai went to collect the debt was also a property of the Nine Stars Blessed Land. The shopkeeper Gong Sun Hong had already paid 10 million in debt. In comparison, Yun Zhenhua was extremely arrogant. If Yang Kai didn't know his background, he would have thought that the first inn belonged to some blessed land. After another 10 minutes, Yun Zhenhua suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quickly stood up. Without giving the two of them a chance to speak, Yun Zhenhua said, This old man doesn't know the truth of the first inn's destruction, nor do I know whether the experts of the first inn were involved. If you want to ask for compensation, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Today my Feng Yun auction house has a very important auction. This old man has something important to do, so please excuse me. See you out. After saying that, he turned around and left, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Just as he finished speaking, two men in tight robes pushed the door open and entered, staring coldly at Yang Kai and Bai Qi. These two men had powerful auras around them and world force fluctuated. They were clearly heaven-opening realm cultivators. Shopkeeper Yun, Shopkeeper Yun. Bai Qi shouted and was about to chase after them, but before he reached the door he was slapped on the shoulder by one of the men, and he was immediately immobilized. Under the pressure of the other party, Bai Qi slowly squatted down and faintly looked like he was about to kneel down. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he immediately threw a punch. The other man came over and gently raised his hand, stopping his fist, and grinned. You dare to fight in the Feng Yun auction house? You're courting death. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, Try it if you dare. The people of the first inn aren't cowards. He had only come to collect a debt and hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Yang Kai was furious. Bringing out the name of the first inn finally made the two of them fearful. The man who was suppressing Lao Bai slowly let go, saving Lao Bai from the fate of being embarrassed. Please, the two of you. One of the heaven-opening realm cultivators gestured with his hand. Lao Bai rubbed his shoulder and gritted his teeth as he glared at the man who had almost made him kneel down. His eyes were bloodshot as he said fiercely, Second stage heaven-opening realm, very good. I remember this. When I advance to heaven-opening realm, the first thing I'll do is make you kneel in front of me and call me father. So much nonsense. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The man sneered, not afraid at all. Heaven-opening realm was not so easy to advance. Even if the power of yin, yang and 5 elements was completely condensed, if one wanted to split open the world in their body, they had to bear a huge risk. If they were careless, their body would explode and there was no other outcome. Moreover, the higher the grade of heaven opening realm, the greater the risk. As such, for a cultivator, it was not that the better the quality of the energy they condensed, the brighter their future would be. Instead, they had to act according to their ability. If you felt that you could only reach the 4th stage of heaven opening realm, then it was best to condense 4th stage materials. Forcefully condensing 5th or 6th stage materials would not bring you any benefits in the future. The other party's fist was bigger and they were in his territory. Although Yang Kai and Bai Qi were extremely furious, they could only grit their teeth and accept their fate. Under the escort of the 2 heaven opening realm cultivators, the 2 of them were thrown out from the back door. Standing on the busy street, Bai Qi's anger soared to the heavens. Let's go back and find the lady boss. Yun Zhenhua's attitude was too obvious. This matter was already not something that the 2 of them could resolve, unless the lady boss personally came. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the first inn. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Yang Kai was not following, so he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take this lying down?" Kai Yang glanced at him. "I can't bear it, so I'm going to find the lady boss." Previously, he did not want to alarm the lady boss because he did not want to appear too incompetent. However, he had no choice but to do so now. "There's no need to find the lady boss." Yang Kai's eyes turned a few times and he looked up at the Feng Yun auction house thoughtfully. "What do you think?" Bai Qi walked back. If Yang Kai could find a way to collect the debt without alarming the lady boss, it would naturally be for the best. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Bai Qi leaned over and Yang Kai whispered in his ear. After a moment, Bai Qi looked at him in disbelief. "Isn't this too vicious? If we really do this, the Feng Yun auction house's reputation will be ruined." Yang Kai sneered, soft-hearted. "We'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he ignores us, we can't avoid using some underhanded means." Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. "But we don't have the money." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. Yang Kai raised his head and looked around. "Let's not think about other things first. At the very least, we have to find a way to enter this auction house." He had just been thrown out from the back door, and he was afraid that he would not be able to enter at this time. If he could not even enter the main door, then there was no need to think about what would happen next. If he was alone, it would be easy. In the past month, Yang Kai had been refining the 7 faces every night. Now that he was almost done, he could use them. As long as he took out the 7 faces, he would be able to transform into another person's appearance. Naturally, he could enter the venue without anyone noticing. However, it would not be possible to bring Bai Qi along. Just as he was considering whether to act alone, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Not far from the other side of the street, a group of people on horses galloped over. The leader was a big man with a fierce expression. It was the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Bu Wan. Pei Bu Wan had been living quite comfortably recently. With Yang Kai's help, he had earned 40 million opening heaven pills, paid off his debts and settled the store's accounts. Headquarters had sent people to check the accounts, but they did not find anything wrong. Instead, they praised him, saying that he was good at business and that he had to work harder in the future to make more contributions to headquarters. Just as he was walking forward, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He immediately grinned, "Young boy." "Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Long time no see, you still look as good as before." Although this hooligan had gone to the first inn to find him and asked him to go to the Azura field to fight again, Yang Kai had refused. After a few times, Pei Bu Wan did not show up again. Yang Kai did not expect to meet him here today. "Ha, thank you, thank you." Pei Bu Wan patted his stomach and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, I have something I need your help with. I wonder if Shopkeeper Pei..." Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish speaking, this guy waved his hand heroically. "What do you need? This king will help you if he can." Yang Kai looked around and whispered, "Shopkeeper Pei, please follow me." Pei Bu Wan showed a suspicious expression. Seeing him sneaking around like he was up to no good, he could not help but be curious. He immediately led a group of people and followed. Walking into a small alley, Pei Bu Wan ordered his subordinates to guard the entrance. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, What's the matter? Why are you being so secretive? Yang Kai chuckled. Let me ask, is shopkeeper Pei here to participate in the Fengyun auction? If not, then there was no need to say anything. If there was, then he could use this opportunity to sneak in. Chapter 3957. That's right. I am here to participate in the auction. Pei Buwen nodded slowly. It was true. Yang Kai was delighted. He cupped his hands and said, if that's the case, I would like to ask shopkeeper Pei for a favor. Pei Buwen chuckled and said, go ahead. Shopkeeper Pei, please bring us 2 brothers into the auction house. When Pei Buwen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, this auction house isn't a forbidden area. If you want to enter, then just go in. There are 2 entrances over there. One is for those who have an invitation, those who have a reputation in Star City. The other one is for those who don't have an invitation. As long as you show your wealth, then the auction house will naturally let you in. Didn't you make a lot of money last time? You are fully qualified to enter. Yang Kai had seen this situation before. The auction house did have 2 entrances for those with invitations and those without. However, this was meaningless to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. If they swaggered in, they would definitely be refused entry. If they followed Pei Buwen, they still had some hope of sneaking in. Pei Buwen also reacted, his brow furrowing as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Did you get into some kind of trouble? Yang Kai said innocently, us 2 brothers are honest people. How could we get into trouble? Shopkeeper Pei, you worry too much. He had no credibility at all. Just now he had promised that he would help if he could, but he did not immediately agree. Pei Buwen had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai could only say, how about this, shopkeeper Pei? Haven't you been asking me to go to the Shura arena to fight again? If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Shura arena again. It would have been better if Pei Buwen did not mention the Shura arena. Once it was mentioned, Pei Buwen's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hand and said, no, no. What was going on? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Didn't this guy look for him a few times and try to persuade him to go to the Shura arena? Why was he avoiding him like a snake when he took the initiative to mention it today? Yang Kai thought that he had lost miserably at the Azura arena, but he did not know that the lady boss had warned Pei Buwen. This fellow had gone to the inn to look for Yang Kai several times. The lady boss naturally noticed this and found an opportunity to chat with Pei Buwen. Only then did she know that he had brought Yang Kai to the Azura field. She was immediately furious and almost broke Pei Buwen's arm. She gave him a fierce warning. If she knew that Yang Kai had been brought to the Azura field again, she would immediately flip the 100 Refinements Hall upside down. If that was not the case, why would Pei Buwen give up on the path of making money? It was not to the extent that he did not look for Yang Kai recently. Frowning, Pei Buwen pointed at the 2 men who came with him. You 2 take off your clothes. Although he didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to sneak into the auction house with him, it definitely wasn't anything good. So, after giving his instructions, he looked at Yang Kai and said, you 2 can sneak in with me, but once we're inside, we'll part ways. No problem, thank you, shopkeeper Pei. Yang Kai and Bai Chi looked at each other and grinned. Not long after, the 2 changed their clothes and blended into the crowd. They followed behind Pei Buwen and slowly walked toward the auction house. At the door there was no trace of Yun Zhenhua. The auction was about to begin and he was probably busy with other things. This made Yang Kai and Bai Chi feel slightly relieved. If Yun Zhenhua was still here to greet the guests, they would definitely not be able to enter. Now that Yun Zhenhua was not here, there was still some hope of sneaking in. When they came to the door and handed over the invitation, the person in charge of greeting the guests immediately extended his hand to invite them in. Pei Buwen took the lead and walked into the auction house with majestic steps. Yang Kai and Bai Chi lowered their heads and blended into the crowd. When they entered the auction house, Yang Kai thanked the person in a low voice and then walked in another direction with Bai Chi. Soon the 2 of them arrived at the main hall. Looking around, they could see that the huge hall was packed with people. Rows of chairs were arranged in a trapezoidal shape. The entire auction hall could accommodate at least 300 to 400 people and still have room to spare. On the second floor around the hall, there were also private rooms separated from each other. The chairs in the hall were for individual guests. Those private rooms should be for people like Pei Buwen, who had some status and position in Star City. At this moment, more than half of the seats in the hall had been taken. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quietly observed for a while and found that the individual guests who came in were sitting casually. They did not pay attention to anything. Immediately they found a common seat in the back row and sat down. The guests were still entering the hall. There was still some time before the auction. Bai Qi was a little uneasy. Yang Kai, let's forget it. We're just here to watch the fun. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai squinted at him. Do you really want to invite the lady boss? Bai Qi said, that can't be helped. If we really make trouble here, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. Yang Kai smiled. As long as they have the guts. Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, if we follow your plan, there is still a problem. What if they want to settle the bill on the spot? Yang Kai frowned. This was indeed a problem. If it was really like this, then his plan would not work. But it might not be so. After thinking for a while, he said, then we will act according to the circumstances. If there is a chance, we will make a big scene. If there is no chance, we will just watch the fun casually. Everything depends on God's will. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, okay, it's settled. But I think it's better for us to sit separately so as not to attract too much attention. He looked around and pointed in a direction. I'll go over there. You sit here. After saying this, he got up and walked over. Yang Kai did not stop him. He looked around and found that most of the people in the hall were from the Emperor realm. There were also some heaven-opening realm cultivators, but those heaven-opening realm cultivators were not high. They were probably low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators with no future. Otherwise, they would not have been squeezed here and would have been welcomed into private rooms by the Feng Yun auction house. As he was looking around, he suddenly heard someone call out in a low voice, Lord Yang. Yang Kai looked up and could not help but laugh. Luo Hai. Luo Hai seemed to be looking for a seat. When she saw that there was an empty seat beside Yang Kai, she walked over. When she arrived, she found that it was actually someone she knew. Luo Hai was obviously very happy to see someone she knew here. She looked at the seat beside Yang Kai and asked, is there anyone here? No sit. Yang Kai smiled. Luo Hai sat down and a delicate fragrance wafted out, making people feel refreshed. Are you here to buy something? Yang Kai asked. Since she had appeared here, it was very likely that she was here to participate in the auction. Luo Hai nodded and said, I heard that some great Dao pills will appear this time, so I'm here to try my luck. Luo Hai had not condensed her own Dao seal yet and was in urgent need of great Dao pills. She had also mentioned this to Yang Kai last time. Yang Kai understood and smiled. Do you have enough money? Do you want to borrow some? Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. It should be enough to buy 2. Yang Kai nodded and said, then I wish you good luck. From his previous contact with Luo Hai, he could tell that this woman was very self-reliant and independent. She had even returned the extra reward that he had given her, so she was clearly very principled. Since they were familiar with each other, they chatted and laughed with Luo Hai. After a full hour, the seats in the hall gradually filled up. From this point, the strength of the Feng Yun auction house could be seen. Even the hall was filled, so it was clear how attractive the auction here was to the people of Star City. The sound of gongs and drums rang out, and the originally brightly lit hall suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a beam of light lit up on the high platform, and as the beam of light moved, a figure walked out from the backstage. The beam of light shone on this person, and she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The person who appeared was a young woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and an extraordinary appearance. She came to the auction stage and introduced herself with a soft voice and a smile. After a boring opening, the auction officially began. The first items to be auctioned were naturally not very good. They were basically items that people of the Emperor realm would use. The VIPs in the private rooms and the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall were indifferent, but this caused the people of the Emperor realm to fight over them, and the prices kept rising. Every auction item was carefully selected, so there were almost no unsold items. Yang Kai looked on coldly and realized that his and Lao Bai's previous worries were meaningless. The auction here did not sell the items on the spot. Instead, after the auction was over, the items would be removed and the bill would be paid after the auction. The Feng Yun auction house was not afraid of people reneging on their debts. With its reputation here, who would have the guts to do so? This is interesting. Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. His eyes met with Lao Bai's across the crowd. Lao Bai understood and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Obviously he was ready to go all out. After about half an hour, 7 or 8 auction items were successfully sold, and the auctioneer's voice also became louder. The next item to be auctioned is the spirit pill that friends of the Emperor Realm dream of. As soon as this was said, Yang Kai could clearly feel Luo Hai's back straighten. If he guessed correctly, the great Dao pill should be auctioned. Sure enough, 10 slender and plump maids walked out from the backstage. Each of the maids held a tray with a jade bottle on top of it. The auctioneer smiled and said, "The great Dao pill can help one comprehend their own Dao and condense the Dao seal. Everyone knows that only by condensing the Dao seal can one have the chance to achieve the heaven-opening realm. Many friends of the Emperor Realm who came today should be here for the great Dao pill. Then I will not waste any more time." She pointed behind her and said, "There are a total of 10 sets of great Dao pills and each set has 2 pills. Now we will auction the first set. The starting price of the second set is the second highest bid of the first set. Now we will auction the first set. The starting price is 5,000, and each increment must be no less than 500. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai heard Luo Hai, who was beside him, shout, 5,000. It was a pity that the voices in the hall rose and fell one after another. Her voice was directly drowned out and no one heard her at all. Yang Kai turned to look at her and Luo Hai immediately blushed. Chapter 3958. Previously, Luo Hai had also said that one could buy a great Dao pill between 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Although this price was nothing to Yang Kai, it was not low to anyone in the Emperor Realm. It was very likely that it was the entire net worth of those at the bottom. However, even so, the price of this great Dao pill with a base price of 5,000 continued to soar. In just 10 breaths of time, it had exceeded 10,000. Luo Hai looked a little anxious. She had bid twice but had not succeeded. The bids in the hall rose and fell. It was clear that this great Dao pill was highly sought after by the cultivator in the Emperor Realm. The price of the great Dao pill continued to rise. Soon, it had exceeded 20,000 and was approaching the 30,000 mark. After a few breaths of time, Luo Hai gritted her teeth and bid 30,000. However, it was surpassed in the next moment. She could not help but look dejected. After that she did not speak again. It was obvious that she was going to give up. After all, there were a total of 10 sets of great Dao pills. There were still other chances. After the price broke through the 30,000 mark, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. It seemed that Luo Hai was right. The price of this grand Dao pill was between 10,000 and 20,000. 30,000 for 2 spirit pills was beyond what many Emperor Realm masters could afford, so naturally the number of people bidding decreased significantly. When the price had risen to 34,000, no one was bidding anymore. The person who had shouted this price was a young man. He was sitting in the row in front of Yang Kai. At this moment he looked nervous and clenched his fists. He shouted to the stage, "No one is bidding anymore. Drop the hammer." The auctioneer clearly heard him. He smiled and picked up the hammer. He looked around and said with a smile, "The first set of great Dao pills is 34,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Yang Kai raised his hand. 40,000. Swish, swish, swish. The nearby cultivator all turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. Especially the young man who had called out the price of 34,000. His eyes were almost spitting fire. This was not surprising. Although the price of an auction in the Emperor Realm rose quickly, it did not increase by much. Normally, it would only increase by 51,000. After all, it was not easy for them to save up some heaven-opening pills. Who would be willing to invest so much at once? Yang Kai raised his hand and raised the price by 6,000, something that had never happened before. Luo Hai also looked at Yang Kai with incomparable surprise. She naturally knew that Yang Kai had already condensed a Dao seal and that the great Dao pill was useless to him. She didn't expect that he would participate in the bidding for this great Dao pill at this moment. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she couldn't help but blush. Clearly she had misunderstood something. For the first set of great Dao pills, this friend has bid 40,000. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer asked with a smile. After confirming that no one was bidding, the hammer fell 3 times. The second set of great Dao pills, the starting price is 34,000. Please make your bids. The auctioneer gestured with his hand. Previously, It had already been stated that the starting price of the second group of Great Dao pills was the second highest bid of the first group. The second highest bid of the first group was 34,000, so the starting price of the second group was naturally this price. The auction house would not do business at a loss. 34,000. The young man sitting in the row in front of the Yongkai clenched his fist and shouted. He was the one who shouted the price just now. Yongkai calmly raised his hand. 40,000. It was as if the situation was repeating itself, no different from just now. The young man turned his head again and glared at Yongkai, but Yongkai did not look at him at all. The young man gritted his teeth and said, 40,000. This price was already the limit he could bear. If it was higher he would not be able to follow. 50,000. Yongkai's expression was indifferent. You. The young man suddenly turned his head with a ferocious expression, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Yongkai's body. Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yongkai with unfriendly expressions. Many of them had come for this Great Dao pill. Yongkai had raised the price so high so they had to suffer a loss. Some people even suspected that Yongkai was a helper hired by the auction house. However, thinking about it, that was not right. The Fengyun auction house had a reputation, so they would not do such a despicable thing. There were very few bids for the second set of Great Dao pills. Only Yongkai and the young man shouted twice before the deal was closed. Next was the third set. Without waiting for the auctioneer to finish speaking, Yongkai raised his hand and said, 50,000. The young man in the front row could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "What are you buying so many Great Dao pills for? If you don't have enough aptitude, it's useless no matter how many you buy." Generally speaking, if a martial artist's luck was good, a single Great Dao pill would allow them to successfully condense a Dao seal. Most of them would use 2 pills. If they didn't have confidence in themselves, 3 or 4 pills would be enough. Any more and it wouldn't have a better effect. Yongkai had already bid for 2 sets. Logically speaking, it should be enough. There was no need for him to participate in the bidding for the third set. I have too much money to burn. It's none of your business. Yongkai sneered. The young man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He only felt that this guy was so repulsive. If it were not for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, he would have taught him how to behave. 50,000. At this moment, another bid was heard. Clearly, someone could not help but participate in the bidding. The previous 2 sets were swept into Yongkai's pocket. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to buy more. There were only 10 sets in total. If all of them were bought by Yongkai, what would they buy? Therefore, although the price was a little high for their own future, they could only grit their teeth and bid. As soon as the voice fell, Yongkai calmly followed. 60,000. There was a series of gasps. Many people in the Emperor realm thought that this guy was crazy. 60,000 to buy 2 Great Dao pills. How many years had it been since they had seen such a price? In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched as he stared below. He clicked his tongue. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough. Previously he had vaguely guessed that Yongkai must have gotten into some trouble. Otherwise he would not have borrowed his power to sneak into the auction house. Now it seemed that this guy was stirring up trouble and bidding maliciously. However, what was the point of bidding maliciously? In the end, the items would still fall into his hands. On the other side, Luo Hai was also a little dumbfounded. She originally thought that Yongkai participated in the bidding to give the Great Dao pills to her, but now it seemed that it was not what she thought. Otherwise, why would he bid for 3 sets in a row? She could only vaguely guess that Yongkai must have some relatives or friends who needed the Great Dao pills. Moreover, he needed a lot of them. Thinking that she was thinking too much, she could not help but blush. The third set of Great Dao pills was quickly sold at the price of 60,000. When it came to the 4th set, the auctioneer did not look elsewhere. She only stared at Yongkai as she spoke. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the young man in the front row immediately received the bid. 60,000. The young man did not look elsewhere. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared at Yongkai as he bid. He looked like he was going to fight with him. Yongkai looked at him with a smile and did not say anything for a long time. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down the young man's forehead. 40,000 was the bottom line he could bear. He had only bid this time because he was angry and wanted to disgust Yongkai. Yongkai transmitted his voice. What do you think will happen to you if I don't bid? The young man could not help but gulp. His face was slightly pale. He could not afford the price of 60,000. If he really lost it, he would definitely go bankrupt. At that time, he might even have to pawn off a life-saving secret treasure in his hands. Their eyes met, and the young man could not help but reveal a pleading expression. 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice. The auctioneer's voice was like a life-threatening curse, causing the young man's face to turn even paler. 70,000. Yang Kai smiled softly and raised his hand to call out. As soon as this price was called, the young man immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He almost collapsed in his chair, feeling a sense of relief for no reason. The bidding for the 5th set of Great Dao pills started, and someone immediately bid 70,000. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this voice. It was Lao Bai who was bidding. This guy probably felt that it was a little too much for him to monopolize so many Great Dao pills. It would attract too much hatred, so he wanted to help him share some of the pressure. Yang Kai did not mind. Since Lao Bai had bid, he did not say anything else. The bidding for the next few sets of Great Dao pills was completely exclusive to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. No one in the cultivator in the hall made another bid. Usually, the two of them would call out the price and make the final call. The bidding for the 10 sets of Great Dao pills was completed very quickly. Yang Kai was the first to bid. He obtained 6 sets while Lao Bai obtained 4 sets. The stonemason standing on the stage was grinning from ear to ear. After all, it was a little unbelievable that 2 Great Dao pills could be auctioned for 70,000. Generally speaking, 30,000 was more than enough. Although the Fengyan auction house had a large business, they were also happy to see such an intense competitive atmosphere. Because in this way it could arouse the enthusiasm of the following bidding. As expected, the price of the auction item after the Great Dao pills also rose all the way. This auction item was a secret treasure, and it was a rare defensive secret treasure. It could even withstand a full-force attack from a low-grade splitter. It was definitely a good item to protect one's life. This time, not only did many people from the Emperor realm participate in the bidding, but even some low-grade splitter geniuses participated in the bidding. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had a calm expression. He waited until it was about time to participate. After a few rounds of competition, he defeated his opponent and obtained this treasure at a price far higher than the normal price. At this time, many people looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai repeatedly bid for the Great Dao pills, they thought that this guy was stupid and had a lot of money. Now it seemed that whether he was stupid or not, he really had a lot of money. However, this was far from the limit. After an hour, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became extremely strange. Even the smile on the auctioneer's face had disappeared, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This was because the dozen or so auction items that appeared in this hour were all won by Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Every auction item had an absolute advantage in terms of price, which the Emperor realm had such a huge amount of financial resources. After a rough calculation, the items that these two people bought each exceeded 1 million. What was the concept of 1 million splitter pills? An ordinary splitter realm cultivator couldn't take out that much. Where did the Emperor realm get so much money? The young man in the front row had almost been tricked by Yang Kai. At this moment he looked back at Yang Kai from time to time, looking suspicious. Although Luo Hai didn't know why Yang Kai was bidding so crazily, she wasn't too worried. She knew that Yang Kai had 1 million splitter pills. That was the reward that Pei Buan gave Yang Kai last time. Chapter 3959. The auction continued, and the auctioneer on the stage said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a portion of true sun flame." Not long ago, a sun star in a large territory was extinguished. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. This portion of true sun flame came from that extinguished sun star. As she spoke, a maid walked up from the backstage with a round bowl in her hands. Flames flickered in the bowl as a wave of heat swept out. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction hall went into an uproar. Yang Kai could clearly sense powerful divine senses extending from the private rooms to investigate the true sun flame. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the true sun flame of a sun star would appear here. After all, this place was too far away. However, thinking about it, it wasn't strange. Many people had obtained true sun flame back then, and the Fengyan auction house was backed by one of the 72 blessed lands. It wasn't strange for it to be auctioned here. However, the lowest grade of true sun flame was 4th grade, and there were even 5th grade ones. He wondered what grade this item would be auctioned. Even Pei Buan and Gong Sun Hong were only at the 4th stage of Heaven Splitter. A single piece of 4th stage Heaven Splitter material had a chance of creating an expert on the same level as them, so it was only natural that they would pay attention to it. Yang Kai understood. Most of the items auctioned before were things needed by those in the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet. The next item to be auctioned should be things that people like him desired. 4th grade True Sun Flame. The starting price is 100,000. And each increment must be no less than 5,000. The auctioneer smiled and gestured. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, 7 or 8 people in the hall called out bids, each voice sounding extremely eager. Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had thought that this auction would be exclusive to the VIPs in the private rooms, but who would have thought that the individual guests sitting in the hall would also have the ability to bid? However, their voices were quickly suppressed by a bidder in a private room. 150,000. As soon as this price was announced, the voices in the hall immediately fell silent. For a level 4 heaven opening material, 150,000 was basically the normal price. When they were in the Qiqiao land, Dayu had told Yang Kai that a level 1 heaven opening material was 1,500, a level 2 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 1 heaven opening material, and a level 3 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 2 heaven opening material. The stainless golden dew that Yang Kai bought in the Kikikyo land was a grade 3 material and cost him 15,000 gold coins. However, in an auction house the price would naturally be slightly higher. If it was someone who didn't lack money, it wouldn't be strange no matter how high the price was, not to mention that 150,000 was the normal price. As expected, the voice of 160,000 immediately sounded from another private room. The people sitting in these private rooms were all reputable figures in Star City, who didn't have a million heaven-opening pills on them. They were all in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally did not need the sun's true flame. However, they also had juniors and disciples, and it was rare for a 4th rank material to appear in the auction house. Who would be willing to miss it? The sun's true flame was very popular, and the guests in the 2 private rooms continued to bid. 2 people eventually raised the price to 200,000 gold coins. At this time the private room that had bid first had already fallen silent. It was obvious that this price had exceeded his bottom line. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 200,000 gold coins, but every heaven-opening realm cultivator had to condense the yin, yang and 5 elements. If one material was 200,000 gold coins, then 7 materials would be 1,400,000 gold coins. Moreover, even at the final juncture there was no guarantee that he would succeed. This price was not small. Shopkeeper son, thank you for letting me win. A hearty laugh came from the private room that had bid second. Shopkeeper son coldly snorted but didn't say anything. Drop the hammer, that voice rang out again. The auctioneer looked around with a smile and raised the hammer. 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice. She glanced over at Yang Kai, secretly wondering if this little brat would make a bid at the last moment. Just now he and the other person had been in the limelight. After the Great Dao Pill, the 2 of them had basically taken all of the auction items, leaving no room for anyone else to interfere. However, after calling out twice and not seeing that Yang Kai had any intention of bidding, she couldn't help laughing inwardly. She felt that she was overthinking things. Since this person had bought the Great Dao Pill, it meant that he hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet, so what was the point of buying these 4th rank materials? Even if he had a lot of money he shouldn't spend it like this. 300,000. Yang Kai raised his hand. The auctioneer's hammer immediately froze in mid-air, and her beautiful eyes widened as she stared in Yang Kai's direction. The hall was also in an uproar. In the past, although Yang Kai and Lao Bai had won the auction with absolute advantage each time, the value of the auction items before wasn't too high. They were all fought over by a group of people from the Emperor realm, so in the eyes of those who were truly rich it wasn't much. However, it was different this time. To suddenly increase the price by 100,000, was he trying to make things difficult for her? Brat, which sex disciple are you? The heaven-opening realm cultivator who had bid 200,000 was almost angered to death. He stared through the private room and felt that this brat was really detestable. He had given him a surprise at the last moment. Was he deliberately slapping his own face? If you have the money to bid, then shut up. Why do you care which sex disciple I am? Yang Kai didn't even turn his head. The person in the private room was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. He was a 4th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he couldn't possibly argue with someone from the Emperor realm. What kind of scandal was this? The youth in the front row looked back at Xianxia again, and the suspicion in his eyes became even stronger. The auctioneer was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She chuckled dryly, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice. The mallet fell and the deal was struck. Without stopping, the auctioneer continued, the item that will be auctioned is also a 4th-rank material. 300,000. Before she could finish speaking, a bid came from within the hall. The auctioneer's words were stuck in her throat, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She stared speechlessly in Xianxia's direction, her expression somewhat annoyed. She thought to herself, what's wrong with this person? You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. You don't even know what the material is, yet you directly bid 300,000? Is there something wrong with your head? The entire hall and the private room were completely silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Xianxia. Sitting to the side, Luo Hai felt like there was a thorn in her side, and her expression was filled with worry as she advised in a low voice, Lord Yang, this price is too high. It's fine, Xianxia smiled. Do you have that much money? At this moment a person's voice sounded. It was the young man sitting in the front row of Xianxia. He looked at him and sneered, you've bid for so many things, do you have the money to pay the bill? He came to the auction this time for the Great Path pills. Originally he still had hopes of bidding for a set, but after being repeatedly messed up by Xianxia he lost all hope. Although Xianxia let him off previously, he still held a grudge. After seeing Xianxia bid for so many things without batting an eyelid, he had always suspected that Xianxia was here to cause trouble. Now he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and launched an attack. As long as he could prove that Xianxia was indeed here to cause trouble, then the Great Path pills he bid for previously would not count, and he would still have a chance. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up, cupped his hands towards the auction stage and said, Master of the Fengyun auction house, I suspect that this person is bidding maliciously and has bad intentions. I request a verification to see if he has the ability to pay the bill. That's right, I think so too. A voice immediately came from the private room where Xianxia had snatched the Grand Sun Real Flame. A verification of the verification is a good idea. This kid is indeed a bit of a troublemaker. Another private room also agreed. It wasn't that Xianxia had offended them, but if they allowed Xianxia to continue acting so recklessly, then they wouldn't have any hope in the following auctions. Who wouldn't want to buy something at an auction, especially when the following items were all 4th grade and above? Therefore, after the young man in the front row finished speaking, many private rooms echoed his words. In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched. This kid is full of evil tricks. Why didn't I see it before? At this time, how could he not know that Xianxia was indeed here to cause trouble? However, he didn't know what kind of enmity he had with the Fengyun auction house that he actually wanted to make a move at the auction. Wasn't this smashing their reputation? How could there be a good ending? This kid probably wouldn't be able to pass the verification of the verification. Although he had given Xianxia 1 million heaven-opening pills as a reward last time, the value of the items he was bidding for this time had far exceeded that amount. However, he wasn't very worried about Xianxia's safety. After all, he was a member of the First Inn. At most, he would be kicked out of the auction house and his reputation would be ruined. On the stage, the auctioneer looked in a certain direction backstage with some difficulty. There was an elderly man sitting there, and since the start of the auction he had been motionless with his eyes closed. This elderly man wasn't Yun Zhenhua, but he was also a mid-rank heaven-opening expert of the Fengyun auction house. He was overseeing this place to prevent others from causing trouble. With so many people unanimously requesting the verification of the items, the elderly man naturally heard their voices. He slowly stood up and walked to the stage. Someone in the private room said, Elder Yu, I'll have to trouble you to make a move and see if this kid has the financial resources. The elderly man frowned. There had never been such a precedent in the auction house before. After all, with the Fengyun auction house's reputation, no one dared to go back on their word. Everyone was bidding according to their ability. However, Xianxia's previous actions were really suspicious. He also wanted to see the situation, so he only nodded. With a flash, he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai and nodded slightly. "Young friend, please." Yang Kai sat on the chair with his hands on the armrest. He looked up at the elderly man and grinned. "What? Is this how the Fengyun auction house treats its guests? Cut the crap and cooperate with Elder Yu to verify the items. You don't look like someone with that kind of money." The young man in the front row turned his head and shouted angrily. If Yang Kai really had that kind of financial resources, he would have been invited into the private room long ago. Why would he be sitting with them? A voice rang out from the private room. "Kid, don't waste any more time. If you're really causing trouble, this seat advises you to stop and leave. At the very least, you'll still be able to maintain some semblance of dignity. If Elder Yu finds out anything, things won't be so simple anymore." Chapter 3960. "Excuse me, young friend." Elder Yu slowly extended his hand and stared at Yang Kai as if he wanted to look deep into his heart. Luo Hai's face was pale and her fists were clenched tightly. She didn't know if Kai Yang would be able to pass the capital verification test. It was very likely that he wouldn't, but she didn't have much money on her. Otherwise she would be able to lend it to Kai Yang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Even though there was a rank 4 Kai Tian standing in front of him, he still smiled and said, "Fengyun auction house has such a rule? How come I didn't know about it?" Elder Yu frowned. Fengyun auction house didn't have such a rule in the past because everyone abided by the rules. However, this guy didn't look like a good person, yet he still had the nerve to talk about rules. Moreover, someone from the Emperor realm dared to spout such nonsense in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Young friend, please cooperate. Kid, don't talk nonsense. If you don't have money, get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here." "Hee, isn't it too late to leave now? Do you think you can leave if you dare to cause trouble here?" "Elder Yu, don't be polite with him. Just do it." In the private room, a cacophony of voices could be heard. Obviously, they all wanted the auction house to get rid of Yang Kai so that the auction could continue. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He mainly came to find trouble with the Fengyun auction house this time. Who told them not to give him compensation, and their attitude was so bad. However, he didn't expect to incite public anger. In other people's shoes, his actions were indeed a little offensive. Therefore, although the words in the private room were a little unpleasant, Yang Kai didn't care. He just stared at Elder Yu and said, "There's no problem with the capital verification, but what if I have the financial resources?" Elder Yu frowned. "Then the auction will naturally continue." Although he said that, he didn't want to believe that Yang Kai really had the financial resources. When entering this auction house, everyone asked to show their wealth. If he was really that kind of rich person, he would have been arranged to enter a private room long ago. Most of the people sitting in this hall had a net worth of hundreds of thousands. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Fengyun auction house's actions are ruining my reputation. Do you think just saying that the auction will continue is enough? Then what do you want?" Old man Yu frowned. This brat in front of him was a little difficult to deal with. Yang Kai looked at him. "Don't you need to apologize for making a mistake?" Old man Yu was furious. If this wasn't an auction house, he would have taught this young man the consequences of speaking to him like this. But this was his own territory, so he couldn't attack a guest, even if this guest was only an Emperor Realm Master who was suspected to be causing trouble. Doing so would make him look like a bully, and it would also affect the reputation of the auction house, so even though he was angry, he could only endure. Kai Yang continued, "I can cooperate with the verification. If it proves that I don't have the financial resources, then you can do whatever you want with me. If I'm lucky enough to pass, then you have to apologize." Elder Yu's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. Stubborn as a dead duck, do you think this old man will back down? Young people are still too inexperienced." Just as he was thinking this, a faint smile appeared on the face of the young man in front of him. "I hope Elder Yu will keep his word." Saying so, he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai's reaction was so straightforward that Elder Yu didn't expect it. He couldn't help but frown. Did this boy really have such strong financial resources? Suspiciously accepting the space ring, Old Man Yu swept its contents with his divine sense. His hand trembled and he almost dropped the space ring. His eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, suddenly widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. Inside the space ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, one pile after another. It was simply impossible to count them all. It was impossible to count because there were just too many. Elder Yu was a 4th grade heaven opening master and had been in charge of a place like Fengyun auction house for many years. He had never seen so much money before, but he had never seen so much. How many heaven opening pills were there in this ring? Over 100 million was the minimum. It was very likely that there were around 200 million. No wonder this boy didn't even blink during the auction. With so many heaven opening pills, let alone the items worth tens of thousands, even if he bought the entire auction house, it would be a drop in the ocean. Who is this guy? How could he have so much money? Moreover, he wasn't very strong, yet he dared to wander around with such a large sum of money. Although there were people from the Great War Heaven maintaining order in Star City, wasn't he afraid of some accident? His heart surged with shock. Clutching the ring, he stood there dumbly, speechless for a long time. Elder Yu. A voice rang out from a private room. Everyone had originally planned to laugh at Yang Kai, but who would have thought that Elder Yu would have no reaction after verifying the ring? The many heaven-opening realm cultivators were all people with good eyesight, so they could naturally see the shock in Elder Yu's eyes. They didn't know what was going on. What exactly was in that ring that could make a 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator lose his composure like this? Only in room A6, Pei Buan seemed to think of something and couldn't help but mutter, "This boy is quite bold." Last time he had given Yang Kai 11 million, of which 10 million was to compensate the first in. He had originally thought that Yang Kai would definitely give it to Madame Lan, but now it seemed that the 10 million should still be in his hands. No wonder this boy was so calm and composed, not afraid of verifying the ring at all. From just now until now, the value of the items he had bid on didn't exceed 2 million. With 10 million, what was there to be afraid of? However, on second thought, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Even if there really was 10 million in that ring, it shouldn't be enough to make Elder Yu lose his composure like this. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only one who wanted to compensate the first in. There seemed to be several dozen other families and each family wanted 10 million. Hiss. Pei Buan sucked in a cold breath. That ring couldn't possibly have hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills, right? Although he didn't dare believe it, looking at Elder Yu's expression, his guess should be right. How is it? Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, then returned the spatial ring and nodded. "Young friend, you do indeed have the right to bid. This old man was wrong, please forgive me." Yang Kai grinned. "Then can the auction continue?" Elder Yu nodded. His figure flickered and he returned backstage. Only then did the auctioneer react. He raised the auction hammer and shouted, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice, sold. The young man in the front row looked at Yang Kai with the corner of his eye twitching. He couldn't understand why this guy was squeezing in the hall with him when he was so rich. Suddenly he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile. He quickly turned his head and lowered it. A person with such wealth, no matter what his cultivation was, must have a powerful backer behind him. He couldn't afford to offend him. He didn't wait for the auction to end and found an opportunity to quietly slip away. A good auction, after being disturbed by Yang Kai, suddenly became dull. No one bid for the next few auction items. Yang Kai won all of them at once. It was as if this auction was specially set up for him, and everyone else was just there to serve as a foil. Because no one bid, the auctioneer's hammer fell very quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, more than a dozen 4th grade materials were won by Yang Kai. Even Lao Bai didn't make a sound. Anyway, with Yang Kai's help, it didn't matter whether he bid or not. The next few items are the finale of this auction. If there's anything you like, please bid as much as you want. The auctioneer stood on the stage and shouted a little awkwardly. The main reason was that there was only one person's voice in the entire auction house, so it was meaningless for her to be the auctioneer. A maid came on stage and presented the auction item. The auctioneer said in a loud voice, 5th grade True Sun Fire. The starting price is 1 million. Everyone feel free to bid. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the lonely auction house finally had a trace of liveliness. The divine senses in the private rooms once again stretched out to check the situation. Generally speaking, the best heaven-opening materials on the market were 5th grade. 6th grade heaven-opening materials couldn't be bought with money at all, unless one was extremely lucky. Although the 4th grade materials were of interest to everyone, they could still fight for them. However, the 5th grade materials were a must-have. The 5th grade materials were highly sought after wherever they were placed. Even the Blessed Enclave couldn't meet the demand. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone shouted, 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. In room A6, Pei Buan was about to bid. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice, 3 million. The words were stuck in his throat. Pei Buan touched his head and cursed speechlessly, this guy is crazy. The normal price of a 5th grade material was 1,500,000. Even if the auction house had a little overprice, 2 million would be the highest price. Yang Kai doubled the price. How could others bid? This meant that he didn't want to play with others at all. That's enough, kid. Don't go too far. A voice sounding a little exasperated. That's right, kid. Don't you find it troublesome to bid for so many things? I think this kid is here to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Kai had won all the items, everyone would have suspected that he was hired by the Fengyun auction house. However, at this time, anyone could see that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. However, what was the point? Although it would damage the auction house's reputation if one person bought all the items in an auction, this person would have to pay a huge price. It was equivalent to hurting the enemy, but hurting the enemy without benefiting oneself. Elder Yu, does this kid have that much money? Someone asked doubtfully. Even the auctioneer turned to look at Elder Yu. The items that were auctioned before were worth at most a few 100,000. This time the bid was 3 million, which was 10 times the original price. It was hard for people not to be suspicious. However, Elder Yu didn't say much when he verified the price. Therefore no one knew how much money Yang Kai had on him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Yu lowered his eyebrows and didn't move. He smiled bitterly to himself. What was a few million? That kid had close to 200 million in his ring. Chapter 3961. After Yang Kai bought the 5th grade True Sunfire for 3 million, the next two items, which were not inferior to the 5th grade Heaven Opening material, fell into Yang Kai's pocket without any suspense. The grand auction ended in a strange atmosphere. Whether it was the individual cultivator in the hall or the shopkeepers in the private rooms, they all felt that their horizons had been broadened. They had never participated in such an auction before. Except for the first few items, the rest were basically bought by one person. And this person was from the Emperor realm. The entire auction cost more than 10 million. They were all secretly guessing, which sect is this kid from? How could he have so many heaven-opening pills? It should be known that the funds that the shopkeepers could mobilize were only a few million. 10 million was beyond their ability to bear. There were also some people who recognized Kai Yang's identity, but there weren't many of them. After all, Kai Yang had gone to 19 shops to collect debts and had met with 19 shopkeepers, so there were bound to be some who had come to participate in the auction. In the VIP room of the Fengyun auction house, Yang Kai and White sat across a table and tasted fragrant tea. There was a large pile of items in front of them. Even so, there were still maids coming in constantly and putting down the items in their hands. These were the items that they had obtained in the auction before. The Fengyun auction house followed the rule of bidding first, settling the bill later. The auction had ended, so it was naturally time to settle the bill. The enchanting auctioneer stood in front of them with a smile on her face. Every time an item was brought up, she would smilingly introduce to Yang Kai what it was and how much money Yang Kai had spent to win it. Next to her there was another guy who looked like an accountant. He was holding an abacus and counting the prices of the items. As maids came in and out, more and more items were placed in front of Yang Kai and White. Although White was drinking tea, he glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, feeling a little guilty. The main reason was that he had never done such a thing before. Moreover, this was the wind cloud auction, so he didn't know how to deal with this situation. After a long time he finally settled the account. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Mister, the total price of the items you bid is 36 million. He turned to Lao Bai and said, Mister, the total price of your items is 930,000. Compared to Yang Kai, Lao Bai didn't bid much. He only bid for some random items. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai bid, he didn't have many chances to bid. Pack them all up. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. Hearing this, the auctioneer gestured to the side and the staff immediately put everything into a space ring one by one. The auctioneer then handed it over to Yang Kai with both hands. Yang Kai took the ring without even looking at it. With a twist of his finger, a faint trace of space laws appeared and the ring disappeared. Immediately after, Yang Kai stood up and called out to Lao Bai, "Let's go." The smile on the auctioneer's face froze. He flashed in front of Yang Kai and said politely, "Mister, did you forget something?" Yang Kai looked left and right, then raised his head and said, "I didn't forget anything." The auctioneer squeezed out a smile and said softly, "You forgot to pay the bill." As she spoke, her face was filled with hidden bitterness. "I don't have money." Yang Kai looked at him with incomparable honesty. Behind him, the corners of Lao Bai's mouth twitched. The auctioneer blinked her big eyes, then suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, "Mr. really likes to joke. Earlier, old man, you had asked him to verify the funds. If he didn't have the financial resources, how could he have allowed him to keep bidding? At this time, who would believe him if he said he didn't have money?" "I'm not joking." Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Your Feng Yun auction house already owes me and my brother 10 million. Take these auction items as collateral. When you pay back the 10 million, I'll give them to you." The auctioneer was stunned. She stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked hesitantly, "Mister, what do you mean?" She was only an auctioneer of the Feng Yun auction house, so she didn't know what had happened before. Therefore she was confused at this time. He thought, when did the Feng Yun auction house owe someone 10 million? "What do I mean? Your shopkeeper naturally knows, right, shopkeeper Yun?" Yang Kai shouted the last sentence to the door. Although he didn't sense Yun Zhenhua's aura, he thought that at this time, Yun Zhenhua was most likely outside. After all, he and Lao Bai were kicked out of the auction house, then sneaked in and bid at a high price. As a shopkeeper, it was impossible for him not to know, since he knew he would definitely show up at this time. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The person who came in was not Yun Zhenhua, but Elder Yu, who had verified Yang Kai's funds. At this moment, Elder Yu's face was gloomy. With one hand behind his back and the other in front of his stomach, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend, don't make a mistake." He only knew the identity of Yang Kai and Lao Bai after the verification. After all, it was hard to imagine that someone from the Emperor realm would carry around more than 100 million. He secretly told Yun Zhenhua about this matter. Yun Zhenhua secretly came to take a look and found out that the bidders were actually 2 workers from the first inn. Moreover, these 2 people had come to ask for money before. Elder Yu immediately knew that these 2 people didn't come with good intentions. However, at that time the auction was already in its second half. Moreover, they did have the capital to bid, so he couldn't stop them. He could only wait until the auction was over before making a decision. Now that he saw that these 2 guys didn't intend to pay, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's only right to repay one's debts. If your Feng Yun auction house won't pay, then us 2 brothers can only think of a way to get some money ourselves. Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu with a smile. Elder Yu said coldly, "No one has dared to behave atrociously in my Feng Yun auction house. Are you sure you want to do this?" "There wasn't before, but there is now." Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Although the Feng Yun auction house had a strong backer, he also had the first in behind him. In terms of backing, there was no telling who would be afraid. Moreover, the Feng Yun auction house was in the wrong first, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "You have guts." Elder Yu snorted. "But just having guts isn't enough. Do you think you can still get away?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what do you want? Are you going to detain us?" Elder Yu snorted and waved his hand. "Search them." He sneered in his heart. These 2 inexperienced brats really think that they can do whatever they want just because they have the firstin's name? "I'll take back the money from the auction first, then deal with them properly." At Elder Yu's order, the workers who had been standing on both sides immediately rushed forward. Lao Bai hurriedly got into a defensive posture. "If anyone dares to come over, I'll fight them to the death." Yang Kai raised his hand and pressed on Lao Bai's shoulder. "Let them search." Lao Bai turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. The 2 of them had spent more than a month collecting money from everywhere. Not only had Yang Kai taken 100 million to 200 million, but Lao Bai had also done the same. He hadn't given anything to the lady boss. Yang Kai hadn't given anything to the lady boss because he had been beaten by the lady boss with a feather duster the last time he went back to report the good news. As for why Lao Bai hadn't given anything to the lady boss, It was probably because he had never seen so much money before and wanted to hold on to it for a while longer. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked him to give him all his valuables, so Lao Bai didn't have a single heaven-opening pill on him. Could be said that he was clean. Lao Bai wasn't afraid of others searching him, but he was afraid that they would search Yang Kai's body. However, since Yang Kai had said so, even though Lao Bai didn't understand, he still relaxed. The main thing was that he couldn't beat them. This was the other party's territory. Not to mention these workers, even Elder Yu could crush them with a single finger. There was no point in resisting. 4 workers came forward. 2 searched for Lao Bai while the other 2 searched for Yang Kai. After a while, the workers didn't find anything. They all turned to look at Elder Yu and said, "There's nothing." Impossible. Elder Yu's expression changed. He didn't seem to move, but he directly came in front of Yang Kai. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and searched Yang Kai's body with the other. How could he not have anything? Not to mention that Yang Kai had shown him a space ring containing nearly 200 million heaven-opening pills. Even the auction items just now had been obtained by him not long ago. How could they have disappeared for no reason? However, after searching for a while, they really couldn't find anything. Not only that, Elder Yu even released his divine sense and carefully searched every corner of Yang Kai's body. Let alone a space ring, he couldn't find even a single heaven-opening pill, let alone the auction items. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yu vaguely felt a fluctuation of space principles outside the door just now, which was somewhat similar to when he used the universe escape technique. His heart clenching, Elder Yu clenched his teeth and shouted, "Speak, where did you hide those things?" Elder Yu had a 4th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivation, so in his anger his hand was incredibly strong. Cracking sounds came from Yang Kai's shoulder as if his bones were being crushed. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he endured it and didn't say anything. He coldly stared at Elder Yu and said, "I already said that you owed us money and didn't pay it back. Us brothers just wanted to find a way to get some of it. When you pay back the money, we'll return those things." Bastard. Elder Yu flew into a rage. Although the prices of the auction items this time were generally high, it was still a failure for the auction house. It couldn't be helped that the auction house's reputation had been completely monopolized by a single person. In the future, when people brought up this matter, they would say that there was a problem with the Fengyun auction house's organizational ability. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous situation have occurred? The Fengyun auction house had stood tall for so many years and had a good reputation, so losing a little bit of reputation wasn't a big deal. Now that they had even lost their auction items, they would truly become a laughingstock. As such, in Elder Yu's anger, the might of a 4th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator filled the air, causing Yang Kai's entire body to shrink. He felt as if he was being suppressed by the entire world. The difference in their cultivations was simply too great, and now that he was in the other party's grasp, he didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have immediately knelt down. Chapter 3962. You dare make a move? Lao Bai was enraged. Seeing that Yang Kai was being pressured to the point of suffocation, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged in his body. He raised his hand and slapped at Elder Yu. After that move, he suddenly realized that he was no match for Elder Yu. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied had made him a little hot-blooded. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop. Scram. However, Elder Yu didn't even look at him. He just casually slapped Lao Bai's chest with his palm. With a crack, Lao Bai was sent flying with a muffled groan. He slammed into the wall, causing the entire room to shake. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw that Lao Bai's face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. A large part of his chest had caved in. His head was tilted to the side and he didn't move. His expression immediately turned cold. Old thing, you're courting death. The power in his body surged wildly. His short body suddenly straightened and his hands flew up to form a seal. He sent a palm strike at Elder Yu. Elder Yu was shocked. It wasn't that Yang Kai's palm strike was very strong. It was just that under this palm strike his thoughts actually paused for a moment as if time had stopped. This brat actually knew the laws of time. Even so, his weak strength was still a weakness. Elder Yu snorted coldly and raised his palm in front of him, slowly pushing it out. With a boom, Yang Kai was also sent flying. The principles of time wrapped around Elder Yu's palm, causing his palm to change unpredictably and wither rapidly. However, it only took an instant for it to return to normal. The difference in strength was too great. Yang Kai's principles of time was easily dispelled by Elder Yu. Otherwise, how could he be unscathed? After retreating to the foot of the wall, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. He forcefully suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and lowered his head to look at his hand. The hand that had collided with Elder Yu's palm strike couldn't help but tremble. Even the bones in his wrist were broken. Elder Yu looked over coldly. No one dares to steal my Fengyun auction house's things. Those who dare to do so are all dead. Try and kill us if you dare. Yang Kai was clearly in a disadvantageous situation, but he still looked down at them with his chin raised, his face full of arrogance. Elder Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly stared at Yang Kai. Then he turned around and flicked his sleeves. Keep an eye on them, don't let them escape. Finished speaking, he strode away. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with disgust and left as well. The other workers closed the door before they left, obviously intending to put Yang Kai and Lao Bai under house arrest. Outside the door, Yun Zhenhua stroked his beard with a frown on his face. Seeing Elder Yu come out, he gestured to him and the two of them walked side by side into a secret chamber. It didn't take long for them to enter the secret chamber. Yun Zhenhua frowned and said, "You've injured them. I'm afraid that this matter won't be easy to resolve." No matter what, those two brats were still members of the First Inn. Although they were rude first and Elder Yu wasn't wrong to teach them a lesson, they had still injured them. Thinking of that woman's craziness, Yun Zhenhua felt a headache coming on. Elder Yu's anger still hadn't subsided. He coldly snorted, "They were rude first, wanting to steal my Fengyun auction house's things. So what if this old man beat them up?" Yun Zhenhua glanced at him and remained silent. He knew that this Elder Yu had always been proud and arrogant. Although he was only a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, he had the ambition to devour the heavens. He couldn't be blamed for being arrogant. Elder Yu himself had the potential to become a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, but because he had been deceived by a scoundrel, he ended up becoming a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, Elder Yu hadn't been in the heaven-opening realm for very long, so he probably hadn't heard of that woman's name yet. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? However, it didn't matter. It was just two workers, so that woman wouldn't make a fuss over a small matter. However, in this case, the 10 million heaven-opening pills would probably have to be returned. Otherwise, it would be an excuse for her to make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Yun Zhenhua took out a communication bead and sent a message to his subordinates, telling them to prepare 10 million heaven-opening pills. At the same time, he also sent someone to the First Inn to invite Madame Lan over to discuss how to deal with this matter. Return the money, return the money. Those two workers had disrupted the auction and made malicious bids. In the end, they had basically smashed all of the auction items into their own hands. This matter had to be properly discussed with Madame Lan. Just as Elder Bai was knocked unconscious, a young woman rushed into the First Inn. When the worker in the inn saw her, he hurriedly came over and said with a smile, "Dear customer, please come in. Are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" The woman hurriedly said, "I'm looking for your lady boss, Madame Lan." The worker looked her up and down, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, dear customer, but the lady boss doesn't receive guests. If you have something to tell me, it's the same. I'll tell the lady boss later." It was Lord Yang who told me to come. He said that I definitely had to tell the lady boss. The woman said, "Lord Yang? Which Lord Yang?" The worker was puzzled. There were many people with the surname Yang in Star City. Yang Kai, Lord Yang. The person who had rushed to the First Inn was Luo Hai. She had left when the auction ended, but Yang Kai had secretly instructed her to do something, so she had rushed to the First Inn. "Yang Kai told you to come here?" Behind the counter, the accountant who had been doing the accounts suddenly looked up at Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes." "What's the matter? Where's that kid?" the accountant asked. Luo Hai shook her head and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, the accountant couldn't help but laugh. This woman's strength wasn't high, and it seemed that she hadn't even condensed a Dao seal. She was a delicate and naive person. Yang Kai had told her to find the lady boss, and she had gone to find the lady boss. She hadn't even said anything when the accountant asked. Since she was someone who Yang Kai had called to deliver a letter, there must be something. The accountant said, "Take her to see the lady boss." The worker nodded. "Yes. Miss, please come with me." He led the way to the backyard with Luo Hai following closely behind. Not long after, they arrived at the lady boss's room. The worker bowed and said, "Lady boss, this miss wants to see you. She said that Yang Kai had asked her to come here." "Let her in." The lady boss's voice came out. "Please." The worker gestured. Luo Hai took a deep breath and thanked the worker before pushing the door open and entering. The first thing she saw was a woman's room. It was very elegantly arranged and a fragrant scent lingered at the tip of her nose. Turning her head, Luo Hai saw a voluptuous woman sitting on a chair in front of the dressing table. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her stunning face was reflected in the bronze mirror. Their eyes met and the lady boss asked, "Where's that damn brat?" "Damn brat." Luo Hai secretly stuck out her tongue. She knew the lady boss was talking about Yang Kai, so she immediately said, "When I parted with him, he was at the Fengyun auction house." The lady boss frowned and said while combing her hair, "Why did he go there?" Suddenly, she remembered that the Fengyun auction house was also in debt, so he should have gone there to collect his debts. She also remembered that when she had just arrived in Star City, Yang Kai had not returned home one night, and when she asked him later, he said that he had spent the night in a woman's house. After sizing her up, the lady boss furrowed her brows. Although this girl could be considered pretty, it was obvious that her strength was very low. Furthermore, her expression was timid, as if she had never seen the world. Could it be that this brat had spent the night in her house? "Why did he ask you to come find me?" the lady boss asked. Luo Hai quickly stepped forward and unfolded the things she had been holding tightly in her hand. "He asked me to give you these things." The lady boss turned her head and saw 3 space rings. 3 rings, one obviously had Yang Kai's aura, one had Bai Chi's aura, and obviously belonged to these two, while the last one seemed to be ownerless. The lady boss reached out and took the rings, and with her divine sense she first checked Yang Kai's ring and couldn't help but raise her brow. Humph. Inside the ring there was a large pile of heaven-opening pills, and it was clear that this brat had recently collected his debts. He had never given them to her, and she didn't know why he had asked an outsider to give them to him. She then looked at Bai Chi's ring and it was the same, not much less than Yang Kai's. "You 2 little bastards, just wait and see how this old lady will deal with you when you come back." The lady boss secretly cursed in her heart and looked up at Luo Hai. "Do you know what's inside?" These 2 rings were worth 300 to 400 million heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had actually asked someone from the Emperor realm who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal to send them back. Was he not afraid of any accidents? Although no one in Star City dared to do anything sneaky, it was better to be safe than sorry. Luo Hai shook her head. "I haven't seen them." The lady boss's gaze softened slightly. Regardless of whether Luo Hai had seen them or not, the fact that she was able to return the rings meant that this woman was a trustworthy person. She didn't try to explain anything to Luo Hai. The difference in status and strength was too great, so she couldn't explain anything. She then looked at the 3rd ring. There was a large pile of random items, but there were also quite a few good items which confused the lady boss. She casually handed the ring to Luo Hai and asked, "Where did he get these things?" Luo Hai took a look and covered her mouth as she said, "These are the things that were just auctioned off at the auction house." She also didn't know why these things would appear here. She simply followed Yang Kai's instructions and left first before finding a secluded place to wait silently. Before she left, Yang Kai gave her a bead and told her that something would be delivered to her later. She was to go to the first inn and hand it to the lady boss. Not long after, the bead flashed and 3 space rings appeared in front of Yang Kai. "He participated in the auction?" The lady boss was startled. Luo Hai nodded and said, "Lord Yang basically won everything." "This bastard." The lady boss suddenly stood up and was about to curse him when she suddenly seemed to remember something, and her expression changed dramatically as she cried out, "Not good." Taking back the space rings from Luo Hai's hand, her figure flickered and she rushed out, not even bothering to comb her hair carefully. Luo Hai stood dumbfounded in place, completely dumbfounded, but she still hurriedly followed after her. But where was the lady boss? The cashier behind the counter looked out in surprise and asked one of the shop assistants, "Why is the lady boss in such a hurry?" The shop assistant shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Seeing Luo Hai come out, the cashier hurriedly called out to her and asked her a few questions. Hearing this, the cashier's expression also changed dramatically, faintly feeling that things had become a little troublesome. Chapter 3963. In the side room of the Tempest auction house, the two of them grimaced in pain. Both of them were injured and in extreme pain, so they naturally weren't happy. Comparatively speaking, Lao Bai's injuries were more serious. His chest was slightly sunken, his internal organs were damaged, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Yang Kai only had a broken hand. However, these injuries weren't too serious for the two of them, and they only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Lao Bai sat cross-legged and was about to circulate his energy to heal his injuries when Yang Kai pulled him up. "Don't heal your injuries. What are you doing?" Cold sweat broke out on Lao Bai's forehead. He didn't understand why Yang Kai stopped him at this time. Yang Kai held his broken hand and looked at him. "Guess what the Tempest auction house is doing now?" "How would I know?" Lao Bai said angrily. How could he be in the mood to guess when Yang Kai didn't heal his injuries? He'd never been put under house arrest before, and it was the first time today. It was simply a great humiliation, and rage surged in his heart. "Don't you have a brain?" Yang Kai tapped his head. "It's such a simple matter. Just think about it and you'll understand." Lao Bai couldn't help but raise his head and glare at Yang Kai. However, he suddenly thought of something and cried out in a low voice. "Oh no, I'm afraid we'll alarm the lady boss." After all, he and Yang Kai were the attendants of the first inn. Even though the Tempest auction house had a good reason to injure and put them under house arrest, they would definitely notify the lady boss and let her come over to deal with it. Instantly, he had a vexed expression and sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done that." He didn't want to alarm the lady boss. After all, it was just a trivial matter. If he didn't come over, it would be because he was incapable. If the lady boss was disturbed, it would be because of his incompetence, and it would be quite embarrassing. When he raised his head and saw Yang Kai's spurious smile, he frowned. "You did it on purpose?" Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai had maliciously bid against him in the auction house and basically got all the auction items. In the end, he didn't pay and wanted to leave. How could he leave? The situation was bound to develop to its current state. In the end, the Wind Cloud auction house would definitely invite the lady boss over. At that time, Shifeng had thought that Yang Kai had some brilliant idea. Yang Kai chuckled. "Did you just understand?" Lao Bai was a little confused. "Didn't you say not to alarm the lady boss?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. That was then and that was then. Previously, even if Feng Yun had invited the lady boss over, it might not have worked. If Feng Yun auction house was determined to renege on their debt, would the lady boss still be able to snatch it from them? In the beginning, she said that if you cooperate, you can just pay up. If you don't cooperate, she will have to go to the headquarters of some forces to talk. I don't know where Feng Yun blessed land is, but it's definitely not too close. Why bother lady boss to make this trip? Then now. As Senior White spoke, his eyes lit up and he faintly understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai also grinned sinisterly. "Now that you and I have been seriously injured and don't have much time left, the lady boss will naturally have an excuse and reason to make trouble. If we want to appease the lady boss's anger, what is a trivial debt of 10 million? Seriously injured and don't have much time left." The corners of Senior White's mouth twitched when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if he was seeing him for the first time. This little brat was too treacherous. "You and I can easily get back the 10 million by suffering some physical pain, so it's worth it. When the time comes, we might even be able to casually ask the Wind Cloud auction house for some compensation." Not only was he treacherous, but his heart was also black. Senior White thought to himself as he said, "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to grab those auction items and run away." Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. "There are 2 4th-stage heaven opening realm masters guarding this place. How can you and I escape with our insignificant strength?" It wasn't that there was no chance. Since he could deliver the 3 space rings to Luo Hai, he could naturally escape with Senior White in an instant. However, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. The first inn still had to open, so if he really ran away with Senior White, then all of his previous efforts would be for naught. If I'm not wrong, Yun Zhenhua should have already sent someone to invite. Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, he heard a familiar voice. "Yun Zhenhua, come out and see me." The two of them stared at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. "The lady boss is here so quickly?" Almost at the same time, the two brothers fell to the ground. Senior White's tongue was hanging out like a dead dog, his aura suddenly weak. Yang Kai casually slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood. He looked very miserable. In the other room, Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu, who were sitting at a table across from each other, were also astonished. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Madame Lan to arrive so quickly. The servant who had gone to deliver the letter had only just left. However, no matter what, it was fine as long as she was here. They had to properly explain today's matter to her so that she could carefully discipline her subordinates in the future. After exchanging a glance, the two stood up at the same time and walked out. No matter what, this person was a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, not someone the two of them could casually offend. They had to give enough face. Unexpectedly, before the two of them had even taken a few steps, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky. The cold, murderous intent was so dense that it seemed tangible, causing the entire Feng Yun auction house to tremble. Yun Zhenhua's hair stood on end, feeling his scalp go numb. Elder Yu's expression also became extremely solemn. Although he tried his best to resist, his bones still creaked under the pressure. The two of them did not understand why this Madame Lan had suddenly launched an attack. Although the tone of her previous words was not very polite, a 6th-level splitter of the heavens had the qualifications to do so, so it was understandable for her to speak like that. What was the meaning of suddenly using her aura to oppress others? Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was afraid of her? Both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu were somewhat angry. Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was a place where she could behave atrociously? At this moment, a few screams suddenly came from somewhere in the backyard, followed by a crashing sound. It seemed that the door of a room had been blasted apart. Yun Zhenhua turned his head to look at Elder Yu and shouted, "Let's go." The two of them immediately walked towards the backyard and soon arrived at the place where the incident had occurred. It was the room where Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned. At this moment they saw that in the courtyard, there were people lying haphazardly on the ground. They were all the attendants of Feng Yun auction house who had been arranged here to guard Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Wails rang out incessantly, all of them beaten up miserably. Needless to say, the person who had attacked was Madame Lan. In front of a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, how could these ants have any power to resist? The two of them were furious. No matter what, this was the Feng Yun auction house. Even if Madame Lan was a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, she couldn't injure so many of them as soon as she arrived. Moreover, these people's injuries weren't light and they would need at least a year to recover. In a flash, the two of them arrived in front of the smashed door. Looking inside, they saw a graceful back facing them in the room, squatting on the ground to check the injuries of the two detestable brats. "Lady Boss." Lao Bai gasped for breath, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. "I'm afraid I won't make it. Lao Bai will remember the care you've given me all these years. I'll repay you in my next life." The lady boss squatted in front of him, her black hair hanging down and covering her eyes, so they couldn't see her expression. However, Yang Kai and Lao Bai could clearly hear the sound of her secretly gritting her teeth. "Shut up." The lady boss raised her hand and pinched Lao Bai's chin with a little force. Under Lao Bai's incredulous gaze, she directly knocked him out. However, the lady boss slowly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. "You two are really good." Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. The lady boss was also furious. When Luo Hai hurriedly reported to her, she vaguely guessed what had happened and immediately rushed over. Originally, she wanted to discuss with Yun Zhenhua how to resolve this matter, but when she arrived she discovered that Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned here and their breathing was weak. In her fury, she couldn't care less and directly charged in. When she saw the two of them, she realized that she had been fooled. The two brats' breathing was weak and their injuries were also real, but it wasn't as serious as she thought. They would naturally recover after a few days of recuperation. She actually thought that they were really beaten up badly. She secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that serious. After speaking, the lady boss slowly stood up with her eyes downcast, and a cold aura emanated from her body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. "Who injured them?" As she asked, she slowly turned around and swept her cold gaze over Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu. Being stared at like this, both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Yun Zhenhua suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and frowned. "Madame Lan, is it?" If you have something to say, we can talk it out. He had only heard of this woman's crazy reputation, but had never seen her in person. He felt that this beautiful woman in front of him was very different from what he had heard. Who hurt them? The lady boss ignored him and repeated the question again. The coldness in her eyes became even colder. Yun Zhenhua was furious. In any case, he was the head shopkeeper of Feng Yun Blessed Land. Although Madame Lan had an extraordinary background, she shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Elder Yu coldly snorted. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dared to cause trouble at the Feng Yun auction house. Not taking their lives is already this old man's. Ha! He shouted the last word with all his might, and a force visible to the naked eye shot forward. It couldn't be helped. In his field of vision, the woman in white was wrapped in a baleful aura, as if a peerless monster had been born. She sent a palm strike towards him. She actually dared to attack him? Old Man Yu was both shocked and furious. Although he had injured Yang Kai and Bai Qi before, and Madame Lan had also beaten up a group of shop assistants when she arrived, it wasn't a big deal. Those were just servants, but two heaven-opening realm masters fighting in Star City was different. How could the people of the Great War Heavens turn a blind eye to this? Was this woman crazy? A thought flashed through Elder Yu's mind. Chapter 3964. Before he could finish his thought, Madame Lan of the First had already shattered his divine technique and pressed her palm against his chest. Elder Yu's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was no match for her. After all, she was a 6th-level heaven splitter and he was only a 4th-level heaven splitter. He immediately retreated, and at the same time, the shadow of the mini-universe world appeared behind him. The aura of the world force suddenly filled the air, and the shadow of the mini-universe world disappeared in a flash. The lady boss followed like a shadow, her beautiful eyes cold. Old Man Yu only felt his neck tighten and all the strength in his body came to a halt. By the time he reacted, his whole body had already been lifted up, a soft whip wrapped around his neck. Madame Lan was standing just 3 feet in front of him, the source of the whip in her hand. The cold air around her was thick. How was this possible? Elder Yu's eyes widened and his heart was filled with shock. He knew that he was no match for Madame Lan, and the difference between their grades of heaven splitter was obvious. However, he never thought that she would be so strong. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat Madame Lan, he could at least hold on for a while. At that time, shopkeeper Yun would naturally come to help. As long as the aftermath of the battle here spread out, the people of the Great War Heavens would naturally come out. As long as the people of the Great War Heavens showed up, this fight wouldn't happen and everyone could sit down and have a good talk. However, in the face of absolute strength, this illusion was shattered. This was a 6th-level heaven splitter? Even a high-grade heaven splitter couldn't be more powerful, right? Although Elder Yu was a 4th-level heaven splitter, he had seen high-grade heaven splitters in action before. He could vaguely feel that this Madame Lan's strength wasn't something that a 6th-level heaven splitter could compare to. On the side, Yun Zhenhua's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Madame Lan, please show mercy." It wasn't that his reaction was slow, but that the lady boss was too fast. She captured Elder Yu in a breath's time and he didn't even have time to help. Seeing Elder Yu being strangled by the soft whip and suspended in midair, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. On the other side, Kai Yong, who was holding his broken hand, was also dumbfounded. 3 parts of his blood was boiling and 3 parts of his jaw dropped. Oh my god, isn't the lady boss a bit too fierce? She actually dared to fight in this star market, not giving any face to the Fengyun auction house. What if the people of the Great War Heavens? After all, this star city was de Zhan Tian's property. However, it had to be said that this scene was quite satisfying. It was a pity that Lao Bai had fainted, otherwise he would definitely call him over to watch it together. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss suddenly asked. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what she was asking. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was talking to him. He quickly said, 3 sticks. The lady boss nodded lightly. Suddenly she struck out with her palm, which landed squarely on Elder Yu's chest. Elder Yu immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. Cracking sounds could be heard from his chest. Yun Zhenhua's eyes narrowed as he rushed over to support Old Man Yu. The two of them stood side by side as they glared at Old Man Yu. The lady boss flicked her sleeves, and the soft whip in her hand shrank back like a snake, disappearing without a trace. With an indifferent expression she said, "You broke 3 of my men's ribs, so I'll break 3 of yours. It's very fair." Elder Yu gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Yun Zhenhua's eyes were also about to pop out of their sockets. Yang Kai stood behind her and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He was the one who broke the ribs just now, and Elder Yu only fractured the bones in his hand. This matter seemed to have gotten out of hand. "Now we can talk properly." The lady boss raised her smooth chin. Her slender body was like a majestic mountain, blocking in front of Yang Kai as if she could block out all the storms. These words were undoubtedly in response to Yun Zhenhua. Just now, when the lady boss was inspecting Yang Kai and Old Bai's injuries, Yun Zhenhua had said that they could talk properly. Unfortunately, the lady boss didn't care at all. She first captured Elder Yu, who had injured them, and then broke 3 of his ribs. Only then did she give them a chance to talk. What else was there to talk about? Elder Yu had never suffered such humiliation in his life. At this moment, the blood in his heart was boiling like a volcano that was about to erupt. If it weren't for the fact that he was weaker, he would have already pounced forward to take revenge. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he ignored it. In his eyes, there was only the woman in white, and his hatred was etched into his bones. Yun Zhenhua also didn't say a word. He didn't expect this Madame Lan to be even more unreasonable than the rumors. Moreover, she didn't give him any face at all. His mouth was filled with bitterness as he stuffed it into his mouth. He had already sent a message to the headquarters to inquire about the destruction of the First Inn, and it was confirmed that there was indeed an expert from his clan who acted in the First Inn. The destruction of the First Inn was indeed related to his clan. However, that person didn't have a good relationship with him. Although they were both from Feng Yun Blessed Land, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Why did he have to pay for the trouble caused by someone else? He oversaw the Feng Yun auction house, and as the shopkeeper of this place, the annual income would more or less become his capital to climb up the ranks. 10 million heaven-opening pills wasn't a small amount, and if he didn't have 10 million, then he would have worked for nothing this year. Therefore he flatly refused Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and didn't intend to clean up after them at all. He thought that even if Madame Lan came personally, he would ignore her. After all, he wasn't the one who acted in the First Inn, and Madame Lan couldn't possibly force him to pay for it. Later he would just let Madame Lan go to the headquarters to find the person who acted. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a disaster? Elder Yu was a proud and arrogant person. He had already thought of paying for the damages and settling the matter peacefully, but he still underestimated Madame Lan. "It's fine if you don't say anything. Yang Kai, you tell me." Madame Lan didn't even turn her head, her voice cold. Yang Kai clutched his chest and sorted out his words. He then told her about how he met Bai Qi on the street, heard Lao Bai's complaint, came here with Lao Bai to see Yun Zhenhua, and even Yun Zhenhua's response. After the lady boss heard this, she coldly snorted, "Shopkeeper Yun, you open the door to do business and you pay attention to integrity. What's the meaning of this debt?" Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth but still didn't say a word. He really wanted to say that he didn't owe money, but it was meaningless to say this in front of this crazy woman. It would only give her an excuse to make trouble. "Continue," the lady boss said. "If the other party didn't want to pay back the money, why did you participate in this auction and even bid for so many things?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly. In reply to Lady Boss, this humble one was thinking that if the other party didn't want to pay back the money, we brothers wouldn't be able to report back. Our fists aren't as big as the other party and we can't beat them in a fight, so we might as well get some auction items. That's why. Because of this, Yang Kai also felt a little uneasy that his mistake had caused so much trouble. His original intention was to use this matter to create an excuse for the lady boss to make trouble for them, but who knew that the lady boss would make such a big deal out of this? It was really unexpected, and now he was afraid that this matter wouldn't end so easily. He didn't know if the lady boss would blame him later. "Very good, it's rare for you to think of such a method." The lady boss turned around and gave him a smile. "If it were me, I would do the same." Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Yun Zhenhua finally couldn't take it anymore. "Madame Lan, is this how you indulge your subordinates?" "Indulge?" The lady boss looked at him coldly. "It's only right and proper to repay a debt." "What indulgence?" Besides, this lady's subordinates aren't people that can be hurt by any random person. Random person? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he almost couldn't help but cover the lady boss's mouth. Only now did he realize that this woman's mouth was really hateful. Saying these words, wasn't it the same as slapping other people's faces? Sure enough, when the lady boss finished speaking, Elder Yu and Yun Zhenhua's expressions changed. They were both fourth-stage heaven splitters, and although they couldn't be considered top-notch experts in this universe, they were still quite famous since they were born in Feng Yun blessed land. When had they ever been called random people? This was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Yun Zhenhua was still forcefully suppressing his anger, but Elder Yu was already trembling all over and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he couldn't wait to fight the lady boss to the death. You want to fight? This lady is more than willing to accompany you. What's the point of bullying children? Just sign a life and death contract and go to the Azura arena. I just don't know if you have the guts to do so. The lady boss spat venom. As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura weakened greatly. It was obvious that he was about to die from anger. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, Madame Lan, my Feng Yun auction house admits defeat this time. You can take these two away." If he allowed this woman to make a scene here, he was really afraid that Elder Yu wouldn't be able to control himself and accept her challenge. At that time, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Dying in the Azura arena would be a meaningless death, and he wouldn't even have an excuse to take revenge. I will naturally take them away, but where is the money your Feng Yun auction house owes me? The lady boss looked at Yun Zhenhua coldly. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and threw out a spatial ring. He already knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million, so he had someone prepare it beforehand. It just so happened that it came in handy at this time. The lady boss caught it without even looking at it. She believed that Yun Zhenhua wouldn't do anything to the 10 million. Seeing that the lady boss had accepted the money, Yun Zhenhua said, "The money has been paid and you've injured them. You should leave the things behind, right?" "You're talking about this?" The lady boss reached out and took out another spatial ring. With a shake of her hand, a large pile of items appeared in front of everyone. They were the items from the previous auction. Why were they in her hands? Yun Zhenhua didn't understand. He thought that Yang Kai had hidden these things somewhere. "Yang Kai, they injured you. Although I've collected some interest, this isn't the end of it. You can take anything you want, just treat it as shopkeeper Yun's compensation to you and old Bai." Although the lady boss was speaking to Yang Kai, her pair of cold eyes were fixed on Yun Zhenhua. The latter's face twitched upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to speak again. This woman was really, as the rumors said, a madwoman, a completely unreasonable madwoman. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just accepted the 10 million. None of this would have happened. Chapter 3965. Asking for compensation. Kai Yang could be considered to have witnessed the lady boss's ability to pester others endlessly. He was speechless in his heart, but at this time he naturally couldn't let the lady boss lose face, so he immediately stepped forward and pulled out 10 bottles from the pile of auction items. He took out 10 bottles of Great Dao pills. He was thinking that Luo Hai had helped him this time and she just happened to be lacking these pills. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take some back and give it to her to help her condense her Dao seal. As a member of the First Inn, you should at least be a little more capable. Just as Yang Kai was about to stand up, the lady boss's words entered his ears. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. How could he not understand the meaning behind her words? Was she saying that he was a good-for-nothing for taking such a small amount of things? Gritting his teeth, he reached out and took the Grand Sun True Fire. Yun Zhenhua's heart bled as he watched from the side. This was one of the final items of the auction, and its value was close to 2 million heaven-opening pills. This crazy woman was too much. Unfortunately, his strength was not as good as hers, and he had witnessed her madness with his own eyes, so he didn't dare to say anything. Since the lady boss didn't say anything, Yang Kai couldn't just stop. After taking the Grand Sun True Fire, he went to take the other 2 final items. Don't go too far. Just show some appreciation. The lady boss finally spoke. Yang Kai secretly sighed and hurriedly returned to the lady boss's side. Not far away, Yun Zhenhua almost vomited blood. The 3 most valuable items of the entire auction were taken away. Wasn't this too much? Although the 3 items were few, Their value was almost half of the auction price. Why didn't you take away the rest as well? Manager Yun, you don't seem to be convinced. The lady boss looked at Yun Zhenhua indifferently. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and said, Madame Lan, we will meet again. Feng Yun Blessed Land will remember today's gift. When we meet again in the future, I hope Madame Lan can still be so high-spirited. The lady boss snorted coldly, you don't have the qualifications to represent Feng Yun Blessed Land. With a flick of her sleeve she shouted, let's go. Yang Kai hurriedly ran back and carried the unconscious Lao Bai on his shoulders. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he followed behind the lady boss and strode away. Behind him, 2 pairs of burning eyes stared at him like leeches. A long time after the lady boss had left, Elder Yu suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Brother Yu. Yun Zhenhua's expression changed as he hurriedly asked Yu Xinghai to sit down. Are you all right? Old man Yu waved his hand. His expression changed as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant. He let out a low chuckle. I've really learned a thing or two today. Suddenly, his expression turned ferocious as he gritted his teeth. This matter isn't over yet. Yun Xinghua nodded and said, of course it's not over yet. We must make that woman pay the price. I will report everything that happened today to the headquarters, and when the time comes, the headquarters will send someone to seek justice from her. Elder Yu faintly nodded and frowned. Brother Yun, why is that woman so tyrannical? It's not like I've never seen a high-level splitting the heavens cultivator fight before. She's just a 6th level splitting the heavens cultivator. Seems a bit too strong. Yun Zhenhua sighed. Brother Yu, you don't know this, but that crazy woman had a very high chance of reaching high-level splitting the heavens back then. However, because she was in a hurry to advance, she had no choice but to reach 6th level. Although 6th level is only mid-level splitting the heavens, her foundation is still there. Under high-level splitting the heavens, almost no one is her match. What made her give up the chance to reach high-level splitting the heavens? Elder Yu was stunned. Even though the 6th rank was only 1 step away from the upper rank to a martial artist, this 1 step was like a heavenly moat. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, why would they give up on such a bright future? Although that woman had a chance to advance further in the future, that would require countless flowing time, great emperor, and endless energy. Moreover, different cultivators would have different degrees of improvement in the future. Yun Zhenhua slowly shook his head. I'm not too sure about this. It seems to be for a man. Elder Yu coldly snorted. Love is long and the heroic spirit is short. It was unknown what he thought of, but his expression suddenly became gloomy. Seeing this, Yun Zhenhua knew that Elder Yu's heart had been touched. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. Elder Yu himself also had a chance to reach 6th level splitting the heavens back then, but because of love he was forced to reach 4th level. From this point of view he was somewhat similar to Madame Lan. Yang Kai carried Old White and silently followed behind the lady boss, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The lady boss didn't say a word and Yang Kai didn't know what to say, feeling somewhat guilty. Today he had seen the lady boss's awe-inspiring power, but he hadn't expected the matter to blow up so big. He felt somewhat guilty, wondering if he had brought any trouble to the lady boss. A figure approached from the front. It was Luo Hai. Seeing Yang Kai in a miserable state and Old White unconscious, Luo Hai was shocked. She covered her mouth and asked, Lord Yang, are you all right? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for Luo Hai's report, the lady boss wouldn't have come so quickly. Luo Hai said, I didn't do anything. It's just a small matter. As the two of them spoke, the lady boss had already walked further and further away. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, Yang Kai hurriedly said, Take these things. I'll look for you later. After saying this, he directly stuffed 3 bottles into Luo Hai's hands and jogged to catch up with the lady boss. After Yang Kai disappeared, Luo Hai lowered her head to look at the 3 jade bottles in her hands. She opened the bottle caps and immediately cried out in surprise. Inside these bottles were the great Dao pills that she had always dreamed of. Each bottle contained 2 pills, so there were 6 pills in 3 bottles. This was one of the items that had been auctioned previously. Looking up gratefully, Luo Hai secretly gritted her teeth. She would definitely remember this kindness in her heart. In the future she would do anything for him. On the way back to the first inn, the accountant and the cook came out to welcome them. Seeing the miserable state of Yang Kai and Old White, they were filled with righteous indignation and clamored to avenge the two brothers. Yang Kai was afraid of them. The lady boss had just made a big fuss and even took back her capital and interest. If they were to talk about losses, it was the Fengyun auction house that had suffered a great loss. At this time he didn't dare to let them add fuel to the fire. He hurriedly persuaded them and finally dispelled their thoughts. Take Old White over. Are you too blind? The lady boss turned her head and glared at the accountant and the cook. The accountant shuddered and hurriedly went forward to take the unconscious Old White. Rest well for the next few days. It's more important to heal your injuries first. The lady boss turned around and reminded Yang Kai. It was the first time that he had seen her speak to him so amiably. Yang Kai was not used to it, but he still agreed. I'm tired. The lady boss yawned and walked toward the backyard. She was so charming that countless diners in the hall couldn't help but stare at her. Only then did Yang Kai notice that the lady boss's hair was not combed and just draped over her shoulders. Only after the lady boss's figure disappeared did the quiet lobby suddenly burst into a clamor. Yang Kai grimaced and said, I'm going back to rest too. After this big fuss he was also very tired. In the following days Yang Kai finally experienced what it meant to live like a prince. Every day the cook personally sent over many nourishing and blood-nourishing foods. They were all very nutritious. In addition to the cook's excellent cooking skills, Yang Kai ate every meal clean. In the cook's words, it was like being licked by a dog. After eating for several days, Yang Kai was so nourished that his qi and blood were surging. In the end he really did not want to eat anymore. The cook said that the lady boss had ordered them to watch him finish eating. Not only him but Old White also did the same. There was no other choice but to finish the food. With these nutritious foods and his own recovery ability, Yang Kai was fully recovered in a few days. Although Old White was not as good, it would not take long for him to fully recover. He did not need to go out to run errands. This was the benefit of the injured. The two brothers had nothing to do all day. After going through such a trial together, their relationship improved a lot. From time to time they would get together to chat and fart. Old Bai was a little worried because he had never seen the lady boss show so much concern for any of the workers in all these years. He was always a little suspicious, wondering if the lady boss was going to give them a bowl of candied dates first, and then wait until their injuries were healed before giving them a beating with a club. He was on tenterhooks all day. He could not even taste the food that the cook sent over. Yang Kai did not think much of it at first, but after hearing Old White's words he also felt a little uneasy. All their debts were collected. Although the Fengyun auction house incident was a secret, the truth could not be hidden forever. They did not know how the news leaked out, but half of the shopkeepers in Star City knew that the lady boss of the First Inn went to the Fengyun auction house to collect debts. Not only did she injure the shopkeeper but she also extorted a lot of things. Who could sit still after hearing this? Those who still owed money personally sent 10 million to the First Inn, afraid that the lady boss would visit them one day when she was in a bad mood. Including the money that Yang Kai and Old Bai had taken back, all of the forces that had attacked the first hotel had to pay 10 million gold coins. Yang Kai's debt was reduced by 10 million because of this. Now he only owed the lady boss 6 million. On this day, Yang Kai was in his room inspecting the map of the universe when he suddenly heard the lady boss calling him. He could not help but grit his teeth and get out of bed. He came to the lady boss's room and knocked on the door. A languid voice immediately came from inside the room. Come in. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. His face twitched slightly. He saw the lady boss lying on the incense bed with her hand supporting her forehead. Her face was languid. He did not know what kind of incense was lit in the room, but it was faintly condensing and refreshing. Lady boss. Yang Kai walked over and lowered his head. The lady boss did not look at him. She raised her hand and waved and something flew towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang took a look and was overjoyed. This thing was his shadowless muslin. Not long after he had come here the lady boss had taken it from him. After more than a month he had finally returned it. When the lady boss took it away she did not say what she wanted it for. She only asked him to keep it for a while. How could Yang Kai dare to disagree? Chapter 3966. After more than a month Yang Kai picked up the shadowless veil and raised his brow. Lady boss, this thing. He vaguely felt that the shadowless muslin was somewhat different from before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. The lady boss lazily replied, I asked someone to help you refine it and improve the mysteries of this artifact, but it has already been fixed so the degree of improvement isn't very great. Refine. Yang Kai's heart trembled. He had experienced many of the wonders of this shadowless muslin and knew it was an extremely good artifact. For such a thing to continue being refined, it was obvious that the person who refined it was extremely skilled in artifact refining. Although the lady boss's identity was extraordinary, asking such a person to help him would likely come at a price. Why was this woman so good to him? Yang Kai was puzzled. If she had stood up for him and Old White a few days ago because of the Firston's reputation, then there was no way to explain the shadowless muslin. Holding on to the shadowless muslin, Yang Kai cautiously asked, How much is it? Just borrowing 7 surfaces had cost him 5 million. The cost of refining the shadowless muslin was probably not small. Was the lady boss going to put the bill on him again? How long would it take for him to pay back the money he owed? Hearing this, the lady boss opened her eyes slightly, stared at him for a while and then closed them again. What does this mean? Yang Kai was confused by her words, but since she didn't say how much it cost, Yang Kai was too lazy to continue asking. In any case, he would just pretend he hadn't spent any money and happily asked, So now it can avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens? In your dreams. The lady boss sneered. What kind of improvement is that? Yang Kai was stunned. The shadowless muslin could not avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens before, but if the other party was not careful enough, they would have overlooked it. This was the case back in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Yuan Xiaoman and the other 4th-rank splitters were all focused on exploring the Golden Crow Divine Palace and failed to discover him. The lady boss said unhurriedly, I've already said that the improvement is limited. Under the same conditions, the middle-ranked splitter the heavens had a 70% chance of seeing through illusions, but now it's only 40% or 30%. Yang Kai nodded, still smiling. This was not bad. The chances of being seen through had decreased a lot. It was indeed an improvement. It could save his life at a critical moment. Thank you, lady boss. Yang Kai thanked her sincerely. Do you have any other orders? The lady boss climbed onto the bed and rested her hands on her chin. Her legs were long and slender and her hips were round and firm. Her graceful curves formed a soul-stirring arc at her waist. She lazily said, My shoulders are a little sore. Did she want him to massage her shoulders? Yang Kai blinked. However, when he looked over, the scene in front of him was really captivating. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. He scratched his face and said, This isn't good, right? It was one thing for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, but if they were to touch each other, who knew what other people would think if they saw them? The lady boss didn't say anything. Yang Kai stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then he made up his mind and walked over. He sat on the edge of the bed and raised his hand to massage the lady boss's shoulder. He wasn't afraid, so what was he afraid of? He took it as a sign of thanks. Thinking this way, his mood became a lot more relaxed. He didn't feel like he was being restrained. He gently massaged. He couldn't feel anything through the layer of clothes. The lady boss's eyes were closed, so he couldn't see her expression. However, Yang Kai could clearly feel that her body was very relaxed. They didn't say anything for a while. Time slowly passed. I want to eat snowy sky fronds. The lady boss suddenly said faintly. What? Yang Kai was in a daze and didn't hear clearly. When he reacted, his expression changed greatly. Snowy sky fronds? He had learned from his mistakes. Last time, when he brought Snowy Sky Franz back from the 9 Serenities continent, she dragged him to her room to drink with her. In the end, both of them were drunk. When they woke up, they were severely taught a lesson by Lao Bai and the others. They were even almost chopped in half by Chef with a kitchen knife. All kinds of past events were vivid in Yang Kai's mind. He had an instinctive feeling of repulsion towards Snowy Sky Franz. According to Lao Bai and the others, every time the lady boss ate Snowy Sky Franz, she would be depressed for a long time. He would even get drunk. Yang Kai didn't know why she suddenly wanted to eat Snowy Sky Franz at this time. The corner of his mouth twitched. He forced a smile and said, Eat what? There's no Snowy Sky Franz here. I want to eat. The lady boss turned her head and stared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Even if I want to eat it, I can't. That thing is a specialty of the 9 Serenities continent. It can't be sold anywhere else. The lady boss didn't answer. She only looked at him quietly with a pair of expressive eyes. Xianxia ignored her. As he pinched, he suddenly frowned. Don't tell me, you want me to make a trip to the Nine Serenities continent? The Nine Serenities continent was located in the large territory where the First Inn was originally located. It was extremely far away from here. The last time he rushed over, it took him half a year. Now, even with the help of the Heaven and Earth escape, it would take him at least 1 to 2 months to make a round trip. The lady boss blinked, which was her answer. Wishful thinking. Xianxia was furious. She wanted him to go so far to pick fruits for her on a whim. She was going too far. Are you going or not? The lady boss glared at him. I'm not going. Xianxia replied resolutely. You're really not going? The lady boss supported her head with her hand and half straightened her body. Not unless you kill me. Xianxia snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong force came from his waist and he was kicked to the ground. Lan Yorua. Xianxia got up and glared at the lady boss. Don't go too far. It was fine if she wanted him to pinch her breasts, but now she wanted him to go to the Nine Serenities continent. Did she really think he was her assistant? The lady boss blinked her big eyes. How do you know this name? She had never told Xianxia her name. White and the others were not people who gossiped. After asking, they realized that it should be a shopkeeper in Star City who told him. Why? Can't you let others know your name? Xianxia patted his butt and snorted. I'm going out now. If you want to eat snowy skyline, go to the Nine Serenities continent yourself. After saying that, he strode out and closed the door with a bang. Standing outside the door, Xianxia was blown by the night wind, and his anger gradually subsided. Thinking that his reaction just now was a bit too intense, he couldn't help but think of the last time when he and White were imprisoned in the Fengyun auction house. The lady boss came aggressively to stand up for them. How awe-inspiring she was. Her tyrannical aura made the 2 level 4 sky splitters unable to breathe. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and admit defeat. Although he didn't know what the lady boss had to pay, it was definitely not without a price. Looking up at the night sky, Xianxia cursed angrily and soared into the sky. Damn it. In the room, the lady boss clenched her silver teeth. After half an hour, Xianxia's figure appeared outside Star City's Lingzhou. In the vast universe, there was no one around. Xianxia formed a series of hand seals and silently activated the Heaven and Earth escape seal. Not long after, a faint connection emerged in his mind. It was a sign that he was connected to the Heaven and Earth Palace in this large territory. An inexplicable array suddenly appeared under his feet and slowly rotated. The fluctuations of the law of space spread out. With Xianxia's actions, the array rotated faster and faster. After a dozen breaths of time, it suddenly hummed and a ball of light enveloped Xianxia. When the light dissipated, Xianxia had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in an unfamiliar large hall. Within the large hall, there were a total of 10 to 20 large formations carved and set up. They did not look very different from each other. The large formations were extremely similar to the formation that had appeared beneath his feet before, and he was at the center of one of the large formations. In the other large arrays, flashes of light would appear from time to time. Every time a light flashed, a person would appear here. Heaven and Earth Palace. It was Xianxia's first time using the Heaven and Earth escape technique. He felt it was very novel. Previously, he had wanted to test the mysteries of the Heaven and Earth escape technique, but unfortunately he hadn't found the opportunity. Now it seemed that although the Heaven and Earth escape technique was amazing, its drawbacks were too great. With his current strength, it took him a dozen breaths of time to be teleported here. In a life-and-death battle, a dozen breaths was enough time for the opponent to kill you hundreds or thousands of times. He was proficient in the law of space. What if it was another cultivator with the same strength as him? It would take more time and the aftereffects would not be small. At this moment, Xianxia felt a little dizzy. After all, the distance he had crossed was too great and it was difficult for him to bear. The cultivator that appeared on the other large arrays was even more exaggerated. They stood there with their eyes closed, their faces pale and sweating. The lower their strength, the more obvious this was. Even though there were drawbacks, the universe escape technique had an enormous benefit, and that was its universality. So long as one cultivated the universe escape technique and left one's own brand in the various universe halls, then one would be able to freely travel back and forth, saving a great deal of time on the way. After resting for a while, Yang Kai didn't want to appear too abrupt. When it was about time, Yang Kai walked down from the large array. He didn't stay in this heaven and earth palace for long. Taking out the heaven and earth scroll and determining his position and route, Yang Kai directly left. After leaving the heaven and earth palace, he flew for less than half a day before arriving at the territory gate that led to another large territory. Staring at the huge territory gate that stretched across the void, Yang Kai felt a little troubled. The pressure that had to be endured to pass through the territory gate was enormous. If one's strength was not enough, it was very likely that they would be torn to pieces by the tyrannical power of the void. Old White had said before that a medium-grade splitter the heavens could rely on one's own strength to forcibly pass through the territory gate without worrying about being injured. However, a medium-grade splitter the heavens and below would have to buy a flight-type artifact and use the power of the artifact to resist the tearing force of the territory gate. Yang Kai had rushed out in a hot-blooded manner, but he had forgotten about this. He only discovered this when he arrived. What should he do? Should he go back home? Or should he wait here and see if there was anyone who could give him a lift? At this moment, going back home was not a big deal. The lady boss should not know that he had run out, so it was not embarrassing. If he waited here, who knew how long he would have to wait? Chapter 3967. However, since he was already here, Yang Kai was not willing to go back with his tail between his legs. It was not as if he had never passed through a territory gate before. Last time, when he brought Dai Yu and the others out of the Qiqiao land, they had passed through several territory gates in succession. Ah Sun's white jade fox had run out of energy, and Yang Kai had relied on himself to withstand the pressure. Thinking back, Yang Kai faintly felt that it should not be a problem for him to pass through. After all, he was proficient in the law of space, and the strength of his body was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and walked towards the huge territory gate. A huge suction force came from the territory gate, and the more he tried to resist, the more powerless he felt. Yang Kai frowned and simply stopped resisting, allowing the suction force to pull him into the territory gate. His vision blurred as he charged into the territory gate. An incomparably terrifying tearing force assaulted him from all directions. There was also a wave of unbearable dizziness, causing him to lose his sense of direction. All the bones in his body were making cracking noises. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the law of space, secretly combining it with the fluctuating law of space in the territory gate. Immediately the pressure was reduced and he was delighted. He knew that his guess was right. The law of space could indeed reduce the risk. With this, he was more confident in passing through the territory gate. Calming his chi, Yang Kai allowed his body to drift, protected by the law of space. After an unknown amount of time, the suction force around him suddenly disappeared, and his body became much lighter. He regained control of his body. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. This should be another large territory gate. In other words, he had succeeded in passing through the territory gate. However, with just a slight movement, he felt incomparable pain all over his body. Looking down, he was shocked to see that his body was covered in small wounds, and his blood had dyed his entire body golden. His clothes were in tatters. For a moment he felt a pang in his heart. He knew that Lao Bai was right. Only a mid-level splitter heaven cultivator could forcefully pass through this territory gate. No one below mid-level splitter heaven cultivator had the ability to do so. In other words, not only was his body formidable, but he was also able to utilize the spatial laws to reduce the pressure he faced. Otherwise, he would absolutely be unable to accomplish such a feat. He didn't pay too much attention to them. They were all superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. He changed into a clean set of clothes, took out the map of the world and identified his location. Then he walked in a certain direction. Along the way, Yang Kai casually threw a space spirit bead out. Ever since he came to this world, there was one thing he wanted to test, and that was the limit of the effective range of his space spirit bead. Although the space spirit bead was powerful and had the same effect as the Qingquan escape technique, its effective range was not unlimited. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he had yet to find out where its limits were. He hadn't had the chance before, so he could use this opportunity to test it out. After a few days, Yang Kai held a space spirit bead in his hand, a contemplative look on his face. During this period of time he had thrown out a few space spirit beads. After several tests, he discovered that the maximum effective range of the space spirit bead was about 2 days of flying at full speed. Any further and the space spirit bead would not be able to sense him. Since it couldn't sense him, it naturally wouldn't be effective. 2 days of flying at full speed wasn't considered short. In that case, the space spirit bead's teleportation distance couldn't compare to the Qianquan escape technique. At the very least, as long as he was in a large territory, the Qianquan escape technique would be effective. This was not surprising. The foundation of the Qianquan escape technique was the Qianquan Palace. There was the Qianquan escape seal in the palace, and there were many large formations supporting it. It made sense that its effective range was greater than the space spirit bead. A few days later, a familiar world appeared in front of Yang Kai. The 9th underworld continent. Just like last time, he broke through the shackles of the world barrier and rushed into this mini-universe world. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the telepathic thoughts of the great emperors in this place sweep over him. Immediately after, an old man appeared in front of him out of thin air. He bowed slightly, a look of surprise on his face. Special Envoy Yang? The old man was the sect master of Tianshan, Bao Zitong. He was also the one who welcomed Yang Kai the last time he came. Sect Master Bao. Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting. Bao Zitong asked curiously, Special Envoy Yang, why are you here? Does Madame Lan have any orders? Yang Kai sighed. She doesn't have any orders. The lady boss is hungry and wants to eat the snowy skyline again. She asked me to come and pick some for her. Bao Zitong was shocked. Madame wants to eat it again. Is there a problem? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Bao Zitong waved his hand. No problem, no problem. Special Envoy Yang, please come with me. He was curious why Madame Lan wanted the snowy skyline again so soon. In the past, Madame Lan didn't want it even once every 10 or 20 years. She would only ask someone to pick it when she passed by this place. However, only half a year had passed since the last time. Although he was curious, he couldn't ask too much. He apologized and went forward to grab Yang Kai's arm. He called for a woman and ordered her to pick some for the snowy skyline. Bao Zitong was about to invite Yang Kai to sit down when Yang Kai said, Let's go together. Bao Zitong nodded. Sure. The three of them set off and flew towards a certain part of Heavenly Mountain. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a valley. The valley wasn't large and was surrounded by mountains. However, when Yang Kai arrived, he could clearly feel that there were strong cultivators guarding this place. Although they weren't at the level of the great emperors, they were at the limit of this world. In addition, there were layers of formations set up inside and outside the valley. It was obvious that Heavenly Mountain attached great importance to this place. In the valley, there were about 50 to 60 small trees that were as tall as 2 people. Yang Kai had never seen those trees before, but the fruits hanging on the trees were very familiar. They were the size of a baby's fist and were reddish-black in color. They were the snowy skyline. Yang Kai had eaten this fruit before. It was bitter and astringent. Although it was a spirit fruit in Yang Kai's opinion, it didn't have much value. At most, it was suitable for cultivator below the Saint King realm. In other words, the grade of this spirit fruit was very low. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't need to personally pick the fruits. The Heavenly Mountain women would pick the fruits that were about the same size. Bao Zitong accompanied Yang Kai as they shuttled through the fruit forest. Sect leader Bao, there's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask you to enlighten me. Yang Kai stopped under a fruit tree and suddenly spoke. Bao Zitong replied, Please speak, Special Envoy Yang. This snowy skyline. Yang Kai pointed at the fruit tree and said, Does it have any special meaning to the lady boss? He vaguely sensed it last time, but he didn't ask too much. Bao Zitong looked around and reminisced. To be honest, Special Envoy Yang, the fruit trees here were planted by the lady herself. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The lady boss planted them? He suddenly realized something. Could it be that the lady boss was born in the 9 Serenities continent? If she wasn't born here, why would she plant fruit trees here? Yes. Bao Zitong nodded slightly, a hint of pride appearing on his face. The lady was once the 43rd sect leader of Heavenly Mountain. Yang Kai understood now. No wonder the lady boss was so fond of the snowy skyline. It was because of homesickness. However, on second thought, this wasn't right. If she was really homesick, shouldn't she come back to Heavenly Mountain to take a look? However, the lady boss didn't come back at all when the ship stopped in the void last time. She only asked him to come here and pick some fruits. Sect leader Bao, is there anything special between the snowy skyline and the lady boss? Yang Kai asked again. This time Bao Zitong didn't answer. He only shook his head and said, it's not my place to interfere with the lady's matters. Special Envoy Yang wants to know, you can ask the lady. He paused and said, however, Special Envoy Yang, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. Please speak, Sect Leader Bao. Bao Zitong said, this Bao earnestly hopes that Special Envoy Yang can take good care of the lady. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The lady boss is a 6th grade heaven-opening realm master, so she's very impressive. I'm just a little venerable sovereign. How can I take care of her? On the other hand, the lady boss takes good care of us. Bao Zitong smiled and didn't say anything else. The two of them walked forward for a while. Yang Kai said, Sect Leader Bao, I want to take a fruit tree with me. Is there a problem? Bao Zitong pondered for a moment. Sure. There are dozens of fruit trees here. I don't think the lady will blame me for taking one. Yang Kai thanked him and immediately got to work. It wasn't difficult and he finished it in a short while. This time, the lady boss had gone crazy and made him come to the 9 Serenities continent to pick the snowy skyline. If she went crazy again next time, wouldn't he have to come here again? He would transplant one into his own medicine garden first. After all, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate this thing. He would let the 2 little wood spirits handle it later. With their abilities, they would be able to harvest dozens or hundreds of trees in less than 1 or 2 days. At that time he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. When he was done here, the snowy skyline was almost finished. The heavenly mountain woman came over with a basket of spirit fruits and handed it to Yang Kai. After declining Bao Zitong's invitation to stay, Yang Kai immediately set off and rushed back. It took him more than 20 days to come here and about the same time to go back. This round trip took him 1.5 months. When Yang Kai hurried back to the first inn, he was stopped by Old Bai. With an anxious look on his face, Old Bai whispered, You dare to come back? Where have you been all this time? The lady boss ordered me to go out and do something, Yang Kai replied. What are you talking about? Lao Bai glared at him. The lady boss was very angry when she couldn't find you. If he really went out to do something for the lady boss, how could the lady boss not know? Hurry up and leave. Don't ever come back again. If the lady boss finds out. Lao Bai said as he pushed Yang Kai out. Suddenly his expression froze. He bared his teeth and said, It's too late. The lady boss's voice sounded in his mind. Obviously she had discovered Yang Kai's presence. Yang Kai didn't have the energy to say anything else. He walked straight into the inn. I'm going to see her. Lao Bai couldn't stop him. He exchanged a glance with the accountant. When he thought about the lady boss's terrifying state, he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 3968. When he arrived at the lady boss's room, Yang Kai knocked on the door. A cold voice immediately came from inside the room. Get in here. Yang Kai shrunk his neck. He knew that Lao Bai was not lying. The lady boss did not seem to be in a good mood. Even her tone sounded very creepy. However, he was on a mission, so he was not afraid of anything. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. Lady boss, I'm back. Inside the room, the lady boss was sitting on a chair. She glanced at him with a cold expression. Hearing him, she laughed. You still have the guts to come back? You still have the nerve to come back? She slammed the table and shouted angrily, Why don't you die outside? Didn't you ask me to pick the snow sky front line? Now that she was saying such things again, Yang Kai felt a burst of anger in his heart. Clenching his fists, he was about to argue back, but then he remembered how she had rushed to the storm auction house to save him and Old Bai. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, he stepped forward without saying a word. Lady boss, I've brought back what you wanted. What I wanted? What did I want? The lady boss clenched her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. As soon as she finished speaking, her small mouth opened slightly. She stared blankly at a bamboo basket on the table. The bamboo basket was filled with red and black fruits the size of a baby's fist. They smelled very fresh, as if they had just been picked. The snow sky front line? The lady boss was shocked. Her anger disappeared in an instant. She said in a daze, Where did you get it? Yang Kai sneered, Where else could I get it? The lady boss suddenly stood up and said in shock, You went to the Nine Serenities continent? Yang Kai said in annoyance. Nonsense, this is a specialty of the Nine Serenities continent. Where else could I go? You disappeared for a while because you went to the Nine Serenities continent? The lady boss still could not believe it. Her eyes were wide open. Where else did you think I went? Yang Kai glanced at her and was surprised to find that the lady boss had a look of guilt and fear in her eyes. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He didn't know what she was afraid of. How did you get to the Nine Underworlds continent? Asked the lady boss. How else can we go? It's just. Yang Kai paused, suddenly realizing that there was no way to explain this. He didn't have a flight-type artifact that could resist the tearing force of the territory gates, so how could he pass through them? If he were to tell the lady boss that he used his physical body to travel through space, she probably wouldn't believe him, so he decided not to tell her more. He waved his hand and said, if you want to eat it, then eat it quickly. It won't be fresh if it's left for too long. I'm going to rest first. He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, his collar was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned his head and saw that the lady boss was standing behind him, grabbing his clothes. What? Hey, why are you taking off my clothes? Yang Kai's face was filled with panic. The lady boss had directly grabbed him and thrown him onto the bed, one hand holding him down while the other undid his clothes. What was wrong with this woman? He wanted to resist, but in the hands of a 6th-grade heaven splitter he couldn't even summon the slightest bit of strength, so how could he resist? After a few seconds his clothes were undone. Have you gone crazy? Yang Kai shouted angrily, his eyes spitting fire. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could a woman force a man onto the bed and strip him? He angrily glared at her, only to see the lady boss staring blankly at her exposed chest and waist. Then she stretched out a hand and gently touched them. Her touch was warm and tugging at his heartstrings. Yang Kai couldn't help but groan, his resistance instantly becoming less firm. Suddenly he hissed again. It was the lady boss who had touched his wounds, causing him a burst of pain. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, and he had used the space principles to reduce the risk when he passed through the territory gate, every time he passed through he would be riddled with scars. They weren't serious injuries, just that they looked quite miserable. After a few days of recuperation he would naturally recover. He had rushed back without stopping and directly came to see the lady boss. His injuries hadn't healed yet. You forcibly passed through the territory gate? The lady boss looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Yang Kai pushed her away and stood up to put on his clothes. He snorted, "What else could I do? Are you crazy?" The lady boss shouted, "Don't you know that this is very dangerous? In case. Weren't you the one who asked me to go?" Yang Kai tidied his messy clothes and didn't even raise his head. The lady boss was suddenly at a loss for words. She did ask Yang Kai to go to the Nine Serenities continent to pick some snow, but she didn't ask him to forcibly pass through the territory gate. If Yang Kai had agreed, she would have found him a flight-type artifact to protect himself. However, Yang Kai didn't agree at that time and went back by himself. She thought that Yang Kai had left in a fit of anger, so she was very angry these days. "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go and rest first. It's quite tiring to travel all the way here." Yang Kai cupped his hands and asked. Seeing that she was just staring blankly at him without any reaction, he couldn't be bothered with her anymore. He nodded and turned to leave. Opening the door, Yang Kai paused for a moment. In the courtyard, the accountant was holding his golden abacus and making a crackling sound. Lao Bai and the chef were together, looking dignified as they muttered something. The chef nodded from time to time. These three bored fellows. Yang Kai snorted, turned around, closed the door and strode away. Halfway, Lao Bai caught up with him. He didn't say much but solemnly reminded him, "Don't bother the lady boss for 3 days or you'll suffer." Yang Kai nodded seriously. What happened last time was still fresh in his mind. How could he make the same mistake again? He secretly made up his mind. Even if the lady boss called him, he would definitely not go. After returning to his room, he sat down and rested, conserving his energy. The past month of travel was really tiring. Yang Kai didn't want to think about anything else now. He just wanted to have a good sleep first. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai came out early and busied himself with the first in with Lao Bai and the others. The first inn's business was very good. Since noon it was full of guests. In fact, the first inn had a large business and didn't need to rely on selling food to make a living. Their main purpose was to gather information and obtain all kinds of secret information. This was also the reason why they opened an inn. The first inn was a place where good and bad people mixed together. It was where all kinds of information flowed. After working for half a day, they finally had time to rest and chat with the accountant at the counter. Although the people of the first inn hadn't been in Star City for long, their ability to gather information was unparalleled. It was quite interesting to listen to the accountant talk about the anecdotes of the masters in Star City. Yang Kai was more concerned about the Feng Yun auction house. After asking, he learned that the Feng Yun auction house hadn't made any big moves recently. It seemed that they had admitted defeat last time. Did you really go to the 9 underworlds some time ago? The accountant asked while doing the accounts. Yang Kai nodded. The lady boss said she wanted to eat snowy skyline, so I went. The accountant looked up at him. The lady boss didn't know you went. She thought you ran away or something happened to you. She has been inquiring about your whereabouts. The whole Star City has been turned over several times, but she couldn't find any clues about you. Yang Kai sneered. Does she care about me that much? The accountant shook his head solemnly. I don't dare to say for others, but for you, the lady boss definitely cares about you. What? The accountant shook his head and didn't say anything. He just said, our lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, she has a hard life. Don't be fooled by her awe-inspiring appearance in front of outsiders. In fact, she's not like that at all. She has a good temper, but sometimes she can be a little hot-tempered. As he spoke, the accountant suddenly stopped talking. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly behind Yang Kai. Clatter. A plate fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lao Bai, not far from his left, was also standing there in a daze. One of his hands was hanging in the air, and the plate under his feet was shattered. A plate of side dishes was scattered all over the floor. The other busy workers in the shop were all frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on them. Many customers were staring blankly. Everyone in the lobby was focused in one direction. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly turned around. His eyes suddenly shrank. Not far behind him, the lady boss had appeared out of nowhere. Her fine black hair was tied up in a woman's bun, and her hair was glittering with jewels. A silver-gilded phoenix hairpin was inserted into her hair. As she walked, it trembled as if it was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. The dress she wore fitted her perfectly. It was not only graceful and luxurious but also graceful and dignified. What was particularly eye-catching was the lady boss's face. At this moment, the lady boss walked in with a sweet smile. All the male customers in the lobby stared at this beauty like leeches. The lady boss went to greet the customers table by table. From time to time she would let out a tinkling giggle. She even personally poured wine for a table of customers. The male customers at that table all showed expressions of fascination. If they didn't have some scruples, they would have dragged the lady boss to drink with them. Not long after, she walked around and came to the counter. She knocked on the table and said, "Don't be in a daze. Work hard." The accountant made a sound of, "Oh," but his hands did not move. It seemed that he was still in a daze. The lady boss glanced at Yang Kai again and smiled. "Come here later. I have something to tell you." Yang Kai also made a sound of, "Oh," but his heart was alarmed. This crazy woman was smiling at him. What was she smiling at? "Wipe the floor and tidy up. What do you think you look like?" the lady boss said to Lao Bai. Lao Bai kept nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The lady boss turned around again and reached out to touch her hair. In a low voice she asked Kai Yang and the accountant, "Won't this hairpin look too young on me?" "Not young, not young." The accountant quickly said, "Lady boss is so young. It's just right for you." He punched Yang Kai in the arm. Yang Kai also came back to his senses. Yes, it's just right. Chapter 3969. You're the only ones who know how to make people happy. The lady boss chuckled and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. It was not until her figure disappeared that the quiet lobby became noisy again. What's going on? Yang Kai stared at the accountant, but the accountant was confused. Didn't they say that the lady boss would be depressed for a long time every time she ate the snowy skyline? Why was she so different this time? Did you see that? Did you see that? The lady boss put on that hairpin. Lao Bai didn't care about wiping the floor anymore. He leaned over and whispered. His face was full of horror and no one knew what he was thinking. How could he not see that the lady boss had purposely held the silver-gilded phoenix hairpin and asked for Yang Kai and the accountant's opinion? What's wrong with the hairpin? Yang Kai had just joined the first and not long ago, so he was confused. That hairpin. The accountant frowned and said, it was given to the lady boss by a very important person. The lady boss hasn't worn it for a long time. And the lady boss's attitude today is not right. Lao Bai stared in the direction of the backyard. There must be a reason for this abnormality. The accountant clicked his tongue. So should I go or not? Yang Kai asked. Just now, the lady boss had called him over and said that she had something to tell him. He had made up his mind not to go to the lady boss for the next 3 days, but now he was in a dilemma. Go go go. Lao Bai grabbed his arm and pushed him towards the inner courtyard. The lady boss summoned you. How can you not go? Nothing will happen, right? Yang Kai was worried. He didn't want to be drunk by the lady boss again. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. Stop talking nonsense. Go. Lao Bai said impatiently. Yang Kai had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the inner courtyard. After he left, Lao Bai returned to the counter and looked at Yang Kai's figure. He sighed and said, it's been so many years. It's time to come out. The accountant lowered his eyes and said, it's not easy to come out of a blood feud. But it's not bad to have something to rely on. By the way, have you investigated Yang Kai's background? Don't let anything happen in the end. Lao Bai said, how can I not know when I'm personally involved? He has only been in the trichiliocosm for a short while, so he doesn't need to investigate much. Moreover, this fellow's personality is very much to my liking. He doesn't seem like someone from that side. Good. The accountant heaved a sigh of relief. If you fall in the same place twice, lady boss won't be able to get up again. The two looked at each other and sighed heavily. In the boudoir, the proprietress was sitting upright. After Yang Kai came in, he was a little worried. Fortunately, there was no smell of alcohol in the room and there were no messy fruit pits. It seemed that the proprietress did not drink last night. This is for you. Go back and refine it. The lady boss didn't say anything else. She directly handed Yang Kai a spindle-shaped object. Yang Kai took it and raised his eyebrows. Territory shuttle? He had seen this thing before. Previously, when he was in the Star Market, he had gone to many shops and seen many things to buy and sell in the Star Market. This territory shuttle was one of them. As the name implied, this thing was a secret treasure specially used to travel through the territory gate. The 100 Refinements Hall sold it, and it seemed that according to the quality, it was divided into several grades. The lowest grade started at 100,000, and then there were hundreds of thousands, millions and even millions. The better the quality, the more expensive it was. Of course, it could be used for a longer time. The lowest grade territory shuttle could only withstand 3 to 5 shuttles. Any more and it would not be able to withstand the pressure of shuttling through the territory gate. If it was forcefully used, it would only shatter. The highest grade territory gate could be used indefinitely, and there was no risk of it being damaged. Of course, the price was also high. Yang Kai didn't know what grade the item the proprietress gave him was, but the proprietress definitely wouldn't be too bad. It's good that you recognize it. The proprietress smiled. Actually, last time, forget it, don't casually travel through the territory gate in the future. You haven't opened the heavens yet, so it's very dangerous. Refine this, and if you want to travel through the territory gate in the future, you can use it. This was indeed something he needed, so Yang Kai didn't bother with pleasantries and nodded. Thank you, proprietress. The proprietress sneered. What are you thanking me for? You are my shop's employee, so I naturally have to consider your safety. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back to work. Saying so, she waved her hand. Yang Kai cupped his fists and left, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around. Proprietress, is our shop still short of people? The proprietress looked up at him. What's wrong? It's like this, if the shop is still short of people, I want to recommend someone to come over. That person has helped me a lot, but because her strength isn't high, life in the Star Market is very difficult for her. The proprietress pondered for a moment before asking, the woman you called last time? Yes, that's her. Yang Kai nodded. Her name is Luo Hai and she was born in the Star Market. She has never joined any forces, so if proprietress is still worried, you can go and inquire about her background. No need, you can go and talk to her. If she is willing, let her come over. It's just a matter of one more person. The proprietress agreed so readily that it was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, so he immediately thanked her. Returning to the lobby, Lao Bai immediately greeted him and looked at him worriedly. Is everything all right? I'm fine, I'm going out. Yang Kai put the white towel on his shoulder into Lao Bai's hand and strode out. Last time he had stayed in Luo Hai's house, so Yang Kai vaguely remembered the location. He went all the way to the outermost area of the Star Market, and finally found Luo Hai's house among the messy buildings, but he found that there was no one home. Fortunately, he still had a way to contact Luo Hai, so he immediately took out his communication bead and sent a message to her. After a short while, Luo Hai replied, asking him to wait for a moment and she would come back soon. After waiting for less than half an hour, Luo Hai hurriedly appeared, and after seeing Yang Kai she asked in surprise, Lord Yang, why are you here? After the incident at the Fengyun auction house, she had not seen Yang Kai again, nor had Yang Kai contacted her. Originally she thought that Yang Kai had forgotten about her, but who knew that after more than a month, Yang Kai actually came to find her. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, What's wrong? Can't I come? Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand and said, That's not what I meant. It's just that a few days ago I went to the First Inn to look for you, but they said that you were missing. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's just a misunderstanding. His face suddenly turned cold and he said in surprise, You've condensed your Dao seal? Compared to the last time they met, although Luo Hai was still in the Emperor realm, there was clearly an aura of Dao circulating around her body, which meant that she had successfully condensed her Dao seal and could look forward to reaching the heaven-opening realm. Luo Hai said, I have to thank Lord Yang for the great Dao pill, otherwise I don't know when I would have been able to condense my Dao seal. A few days ago she went to the First Inn to find Yang Kai to thank him, but who knew that when she arrived she heard that Yang Kai had inexplicably disappeared. The lady boss of the First Inn was very angry because of this, and she was so scared that she hurriedly left. Although she had been paying more attention to Yang Kai recently, she found nothing. It's nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand. The great Dao pill was something he had casually brought back from the auction house and he had no use for it. He had originally intended to give it to Luo Hai. You don't have to call me master, just call me Big Brother Yang. Thinking that they would be working together at the First Inn in the future, he had to change this address, otherwise it would be awkward. How can I? Luo Hai waved her hand again and again. Just as Kai Yang was about to say something, he heard a sarcastic voice from not far away. I was wondering why a cheap slut like you would suddenly abandon this young master. So it turns out you ran off to meet with your lover. You don't put this young master in your eyes at all. As soon as this remark came out, Luo Hai's face changed. Yang Kai also couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that not far away, a group of 3 people were walking over. The leader was a young man with a fair complexion. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. At a glance, one could tell that he came from a wealthy background. Behind him was a middle-aged man and an old man who seemed to be his guards. Yang Kai noticed these 3 people when they came over, but he didn't expect them to be looking for Luo Hai. Looking at the 3 people, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The young man in the lead was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator who wasn't even an Emperor Realm master. Yang Kai didn't know how poor his aptitude was, but it was surprising that he only had such a weak cultivation outside the universe. The middle-aged man and the old man behind him had deep auras, indicating that they were 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators. From what Yang Kai could tell, the auras of these 2 were no weaker than Wei Kei of Great Moon Province. In other words, they were 2 third-order heaven-opening realm cultivators. What was the background of this guy? He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he had brought 2 third-order heaven-opening realm guards with him. Moreover, he even knew Luo Hai. Yang Kai was a little confused. Cheap slave. This young master paid you so you could serve this young master well, not come here to flirt with your lover. Tell me, how should we settle this account? The young man looked extraordinary and dignified, but when he opened his mouth was full of venom. He didn't even look at Yang Kai, only staring at Luo Hai as he shouted. Luo Hai trembled and hurriedly explained, Young Master Hai, you misunderstand. I am an old acquaintance of this Lord Yang. He came to find me for some reason. This mistress didn't mean to abandon young master. This mistress apologizes to young master here. Please forgive her. Young Master Hai glanced sideways at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, "What bullshit, Lord Yang, pig master? A trivial piece of trash dares to call himself master in front of this young master? You really don't know what you're talking about." Yang Kai was immediately unhappy. He hadn't provoked anyone, and this was the first time he had met this young Master Hai, yet he was being called trash. His face immediately sank as he said, "Friend, can we talk things out? If you don't know how to speak properly, I can teach you on behalf of your master." Young Master Hai sneered, "Friend? Who's your friend? A piece of trash like you dares to talk nonsense in front of this young master." The two Third Order Heaven Opening Realm cultivators behind him also glared at Yang Kai coldly, the pressure of their Heaven Opening realms slowly spreading out from their bodies. Chapter 3970. Where did this mad dog come from? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Hai. Luo Hai replied, "I don't know where this young Master Hai came from, but it seems his background is not small. This is the first time he came to Star City, so he asked me to be his guide." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that this young Master Hai was familiar with Luo Hai, but it turned out that he was just a customer. Just like last time, he didn't know much about Star City, so he found someone familiar to guide him. No wonder this guy had said something about abandoning him as soon as he appeared. It seemed that he had implicated Luo Hai. He had sent a message to her, and Luo Hai should have hurried back, causing this young Master Hai to feel indignant and chase after her to see what was going on. As for the other party's background, Yang Kai could see that this young Master Hai's background was not small. Otherwise, how could he have two third-stage heaven splitters guarding him? Not in the mood to argue with him, Yang Kai simply said, "Young Master Hai, is it? Miss Luo has other important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for her to be your guide. You should find someone else." Young Master Hai sneered, "You think it's inconvenient? Did you ask for this young master's opinion?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then what opinion do you have?" Young Master Hai sneered, "You took this young master's money, but you want to get away without serving this young master well? How could it be so simple? How much did he pay you?" Yang Kai turned to Luo Hai and asked. Luo Hai lowered her head and said, 3 spirit pills." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand, tossing 3 heaven splitter pills over. "Young Master Hai, these are 3 heaven splitter pills. Now that I've paid you back, we don't owe each other anything." Whether it was young Master Hai or the 2 third-stage heaven splitters, none of them took the heaven splitter pills, not even glancing at them, letting them fall to the ground. Young Master Hai chuckled, "Heaven splitter pills? This young master can have as many as he wants. Even this young master usually feeds his dog more than 3 pills a day. Do you think this young master cares about this?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "There are countless directional derivatives in this Star City. Young Master Hai can find them anywhere, so why be so aggressive? So what if I like to be aggressive?" Hai Gongzi looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. "Get lost if you don't want to die. This is none of your business. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Then what will it take for you to give up?" Yang Kai was disgusted. Although he loathed young Master Hai's domineering and arrogant personality, he had 2 third-grade heaven splitters with him, so he really did have the capital to be arrogant. "Make her accompany me obediently for a day and a night, and this young master will pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Young Master Hai pointed at Luo Hai. Once he said that, Luo Hai's body trembled. How could she not know Mr. Hai's intentions? Her face immediately turned pale. The reason she had rushed back so quickly after receiving Yang Kai's message was that when she was acting as young Master Hai's guide, this guy had been harboring ill intentions towards her, causing Luo Hai to feel very insecure. As such, after receiving Yang Kai's message, she had immediately apologized and returned the 3 heaven splitter pills as a reward before rushing back. She hadn't expected this guy to chase her all the way here and not let her off so easily. Yang Kai's face also became cold. Observing the situation, young Master Hai couldn't help feeling smug. 2 insignificant pieces of trash daring to oppose this young master. I'll let you know what the consequences will be. Luo Hai was obviously someone who lived at the lowest rung of society. She had no backing or strength, so even if such a person was killed, no one would stand up for her. The young man next to her didn't seem to have any kind of background either. He was dressed like a manservant and it was impossible to tell where he was from. Although young Master Hai was a little interested in Luo Hai, it wasn't like he had to get his hands on her. He had an extraordinary background. Not to mention Luo Hai, who had only condensed a Dao seal from the Emperor realm. Even some low-rank heaven splitters would willingly crawl into his bed, strip naked and let him taste them. So, although he was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, he had played with no less than a dozen heaven splitter realm women. It was just that he was accustomed to others obeying his every command, so suddenly one day someone disobeying his wishes naturally made him very angry. Yang Kai's eyes were downcast and his face was gloomy, causing young Master Hai to mistakenly think that Yang Kai was afraid. He immediately snorted coldly, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, scram. This young master can't be bothered with trash like you." Saying so, he pointed at Luo Hai and said, "Take this cheap slut down." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on his left stepped forward. Luo Hai was so scared that she trembled all over, her face drained of blood. Just as she was considering whether to run or beg for mercy, a figure flashed in front of her and blocked her path. Yang Kai looked up and shouted coldly, "Who dares to make a move? Take her down." Young Master Hai shouted angrily. The middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Yang Kai at all and stretched out his hand to grab Luo Hai. Although Yang Kai was in front of her, Luo Hai still felt her vision go dark at this moment, as if all the light had been blocked. "We are Madame Lan's people in the first inn. Try it," Yang Kai shouted. The middle-aged man's hand paused and his calm expression finally changed as he asked in surprise, "The first inn, Madame Lan?" Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed Luo Hai's wrist, and in a flash the two of them disappeared. What a treacherous boy! The middle-aged man was furious. How could he not know that he had been fooled? This boy had only shouted those words to frighten him so that he could escape. "Get out here." At this moment, the elderly man who had been standing next to young Master Hai suddenly punched the air, and a fierce fist chi erupted. In the air, two figures suddenly appeared. It was Yang Kai and Luo Hai who had just disappeared. Being hit by the shockwave, Yang Kai and Luo Hai both spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with horror and disbelief. These guys actually dared to fight in Star City? Star City was under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and private fighting was strictly prohibited here. Old White had told him this before he came. Last time when the lady boss fought in the Fengyun auction house, the Great War Heavens people were not alarmed because the Fengyun auction house itself was isolated from the outside world by a restriction, and the fight was short so the fluctuations did not spread out. The Fengyun auction house felt embarrassed and would not expose the matter. There were no restrictions here. If the Great War Heavens people were attracted, no one would have a good ending. Only now did young Master Hai realize what was going on. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Still want to run? You want to run in front of this young master? Break this guy's legs for me." The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Probably because he was deceived by Yang Kai just now, he immediately stepped forward, raised his foot and stomped on Yang Kai's thigh. Looking at his posture, he did not show the slightest mercy. Even if Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline body, he would not be able to withstand the power of a third-grade Heaven Splitter's stomp. When the time came, he would definitely end up with broken bones and broken legs. Just as he was considering whether to use the last golden annihilation plume to stew these guys in a pot, an angry shout suddenly came from afar. "Who dares be so presumptuous?" Seeing these people, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. These guys were all wearing battle armor and were surprisingly from the Great War Heavens. There was no need to use the golden annihilation plume. This thing was a trump card that could repel the lady boss, so it would be a waste to use it here. The leader was a silver-armored young general. In terms of aura, he was not necessarily stronger than the 2/3 grade Heaven Splitters by young Master Hai's side, but his momentum was much fiercer. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood on his body. Obviously, he had experienced many life and death battles. Yang Kai silently recalled that when he had just arrived in Star City and passed by the Void Ferry, Old White had told him some things about the Great War Heavens. The Great War Heavens acted as a military unit and had a very rigid style. They were like an army, and their internal ranks were all divided according to military rules. The one guarding the Void Ferry was a general. The so-called general referred to middle-grade heaven splitters. 4th-grade heaven splitters were generals. 5th-grade heaven splitters were generals, and 6th-grade heaven splitters were great generals. Above them were marshals, grand marshals, and below them was this silver-armored young general. This silver-armored young general should also have a 3rd-grade heaven splitter cultivation base. The people he had brought were all heaven splitters, but their cultivation bases were clearly inferior to his. However, Yang Kai could clearly sense that these fellows' auras were faintly connected, as if they could use some kind of joint attack technique. With such a small team, even if they faced a 4th-grade heaven splitter, they would still have the strength to fight. While inwardly shocked by the Great War Heavens Foundation, Yang Kai also admired their ability to act. They had only just started fighting here, and this silver-armored young general had immediately brought people over. Their speed was truly fast. His heart finally relaxed. Yang Kai looked at young Master Hai and the others with schadenfreude. Since the Great War Heavens people had come, they were in for a bad time. The silver-armored young general clasped his hands behind his back and swept his eyes over everyone present, finally stopping on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. He coldly snorted and asked, "Who did it?" He was clearly asking who had injured Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The middle-aged man and the elderly man beside young Master Hai did not speak. At this time, there was naturally no reason for them to admit it. Young Master Hai casually said, "They injured themselves." The silver-armored young general glanced at him. Young Master Hai said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." The silver-armored young general raised his hand and threw out a slap. With a bang, young Master Hai was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before landing on the ground. "Young Master." The young man and the elderly man were shocked when they saw this, but just as they were about to catch young Master Hai, they suddenly felt a sharp aura lock onto them. They were afraid that the slightest movement would immediately attract a storm of attacks, causing their faces to turn ugly as they froze in place. Chapter 3971. After sending young Master Hai flying with a single slap, the silver-armored young general acted as if nothing had happened and said lightly, "Do I look like a fool?" His slap was not heavy, but young Master Hai was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he withstand it? With this slap, half of young Master Hai's teeth were broken and his face was swollen. After staggering to his feet, young Master Hai covered his face and stared at the silver-armored young general in disbelief, muttering, "You dare hit me?" Ever since he was a child, let alone being hit, no one had even said a single harsh word to him, but today in this place he had actually lost so many of his teeth, causing him to tremble in anger as he stomped his foot and shouted, "What are you two idiots doing? Why haven't you killed them yet?" As soon as this statement came out, the 2 third-order heaven opening masters brought by young Master Hai paled and quickly signaled to him to calm down. Not to mention that the two of them were not necessarily the opponents of these people. Even if they could, they would not dare to do so here. This was the Star City under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and these people were all disciples of the Great War Heavens. If they really killed someone here, how could they be let off so easily? Even if they had powerful backgrounds, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Young Master Hai, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear and continued to clamor. The silver-armored young general glared at him coldly. "If you dare to make any more noise, it won't be as simple as a slap." A faint murderous intent flashed across his eyes, almost tangible. Young Master Hai could not help shuddering, perhaps realizing the danger he was in, but he really did not dare to speak again. Yang Kai watched from the side with a smile on his face, cheering in his heart. This was the first time he had seen people from the Great War Heavens carry out their official duties, and as expected of the military, they were truly firm and unyielding. Knowing that this calamity should be considered to have passed, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Sir, it's fortunate that you came in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my companion and I would be in trouble. These fellows took a liking to my companion's beauty and tried to coerce her in broad daylight. If she didn't comply, they would start a fight. I hope that Sir can be fair." The silver-armored young general glanced at him faintly and coldly snorted, not saying anything after hearing this, simply waving his hand and ordering, "Take them all away." "Master?" Yang Kai was a little confused. What kind of situation was this? Taking Mr. Hai and the other two away was understandable, but why did they want to take him and Luo Hai away as well? Before these thoughts had even come to their minds though, The surrounding Great War Heavens cultivators took action and threw out rope-like artifacts towards everyone present. These ropes were like snakes, binding everyone in an instant. Yang Kai immediately panicked and shouted, "Master, we are the victims. De Zhantian will find out whether or not I'm the victim. It's not up to you to say anything." The silver-armored general didn't even turn his head. "Master, we're from the first inn," Yang Kai hurriedly said, trying to use the name of the lady boss as a deterrent. The silver-armored young soldier who was leading the way suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at them. "You're from the first inn?" Yang Kai hurriedly nodded, but before he could say anything else, the silver-armored young soldier rushed over and punched Yang Kai in the stomach, causing his 5 viscera and 6 organs to churn violently. The pain caused Yang Kai's entire body to curl up like a shrimp. If Madame Lan was here, this general would have to give her some face. "Yet a mere servant like you dares to speak so arrogantly?" The silver-armored young soldier's cold voice rang out in his ears, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth. How could he not know that this time, even using the name of the first inn didn't work? The Great War Heavens people were unbelievably stubborn. "Take them away." The silver-armored young soldier shouted again and led the way, the others holding Yang Kai, Luo Hai and Mr. Hai following closely behind. "Big brother Yang, how are you?" Luo Hai was on the verge of tears, full of self-blame. If it weren't for her, Yang Kai wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved calamity. She also didn't expect that Mr. Hai would use his power to bully others like this. She had clearly returned the reward, yet he still chased her all the way here. In the end, she attracted the people of the Great War Heaven and caused trouble. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have rushed back no matter what. However, when she received Yang Kai's message just now, she thought that Yang Kai had something urgent to attend to. Moreover, she was a little repulsed by Mr. Hai, so she naturally left quickly. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. That punch wasn't too heavy, so he wasn't injured. It was just a brief moment of pain. "It's all my fault." Luo Hai's eyes were a little red. Yang Kai said, "Don't say that. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame some trash." Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Mr. Hai and the other two were also glaring at him, their eyes filled with malicious intent. They were all people with great backgrounds, so even if they were caught red-handed by the people of the Great War Heaven, there was nothing to be afraid of. At most, they would be released after paying some compensation, but these two pieces of trash were different. How could such trash have any compensation? They would definitely suffer a bit later. Mr. Hai secretly bore a grudge and swore to himself that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson later, letting him know the consequences of offending him. Luo Hai originally lived in the outermost area of Star City. There were many crooks mixed in with the honest folk and the buildings were a mess. Generally speaking, this was where the lowest level of Star City lived, so there weren't many people here. But as they moved forward and arrived at the bustling area of Star City, countless people stopped and looked over, pointing at several people who had been tied up. They didn't know what crime these fellows had committed to actually cause them to fall into the hands of the people of the Great War Heaven. Many people didn't know the rules of other star markets, but in this Star City the Great War Heaven ruled over everything. Those who dared to cause trouble here, no matter how big or small, would not have a good ending. There was once a 4th-stage heaven-opening powerhouse who had fought with someone in Star City, but the result was that he was blocked by the people of the Great War Heaven and killed on the spot. And that 4th-stage heaven-opening powerhouse was an elder from a 2nd-class force. Since then, no one dared to casually cause trouble in Star City. If there really was some unresolvable grudge between them, they could set up a life-or-death contract and enter the Azura field to determine victory or defeat. In any case, they couldn't cause trouble in Star City. Mr. Hai and the others were ashamed and indignant. This feeling of being surrounded by so many people was very uncomfortable, and they wished they could find a piece of cloth to cover their faces with. Yang Kai and Luo Hai were also embarrassed. Yang Kai was a bit better off as this matter wasn't their fault. It was Mr. Hai who had been too domineering and arrogant, bringing this disaster upon himself. Luo Hai was a woman after all. Being surrounded and pointed at by so many people, she could hear the constant whispers of disdain mixed in, causing her to feel ashamed and unable to show her face. However, this group of people from the Great War Heaven seemed to have the intention of showing off their might. Wherever there was a crowd, that was where they would go. Moreover, they walked at a leisurely pace, covering almost half of Star City. Seeing the silver-armored general teach Mr. Hai a lesson, Yang Kai had secretly applauded him, causing his impression of the Great War Heaven to rise to a whole new level. But now he no longer had a good impression of the Great War Heaven, only feeling that this group of people was truly abominable. After walking for more than an hour, the group arrived in front of a massive building. This was a large hall that stood at the center of Star City. It was the governor's mansion. Yang Kai had been in Star City for quite some time now, so he naturally had some understanding of the governor's mansion. This place was set up by the Great War Heaven in Star City and was in charge of managing Star City. There was an extraordinarily strong governor in charge of this place. Normally it was deserted with only the disciples of the Great War Heaven coming in and out. Arriving here, the silver-armored general led them in and then passed through a checkpoint, leading them all the way down into a dungeon. The light in the dungeon was dim and a rotten smell filled the air. It was dark and damp. One cell per person locked them in. The silver-armored general waved his hand, and the several people who had been escorted back were immediately separated and locked into cells. Luo Hai had never experienced such a situation before, and her beautiful face immediately paled. Even though Yang Kai was comforting her, her mood was still unstable. With a bang, the cell door closed and Yang Kai stood in the cell, a strange expression on his face. They had been locked up. This was the first time in his life that he had entered a cell. Fortunately, his cultivation was not restricted. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that the cell was not so solid. If he wanted to, he could forcibly break it open, but breaking it open would be useless. There was no way to escape and it would only make things more troublesome. Now he could only hope that the people of the Great War Heaven would act impartially and release him and Luo Hai as soon as possible. Opposite him, young Master Hai and the 2 third-rank Kai Tian Realm Masters coldly glanced over. Young Master Hai was constantly shouting and cursing, saying that he would make Yang Kai pay a painful price. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, pretending not to hear. However, young Master Hai had only been shouting for a while before someone from the Great War Heaven came over and whipped him through the cell door, causing him to scream and not dare to make another sound. The person put away the whip and coldly glanced at young Master Hai before snorting lightly and turning his head to look around for a while before heading straight to Yang Kai's cell, opening the door and saying, "Get out here, the Master of Punishment wants to question you." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at him before walking out of the cell. "Big brother Yang." Luo Hai looked at him nervously through the cell door. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, indicating for her to calm down. Following the disciples of the Great War Heaven out of the dungeon, Yang Kai came all the way to a large hall, where he saw the so-called Master of Punishment, an elderly man with a cold expression. He sat behind a table, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai went forward to greet him and asked him questions. He didn't ask anything else, just the cause and effect of this conflict. Kai Yang explained everything in detail without the slightest bit of embellishment. After the interrogation, the Master of Punishment ordered someone to take Yang Kai away, and the next person to be summoned was Luo Hai. Luo Hai did not know what she would encounter this time, so she looked at Yang Kai with an inquisitive gaze. Yang Kai transmitted his voice, "Tell me the truth." Luo Hai secretly nodded. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of the first inn, there was a knock on the door, sounding somewhat urgent. The door opened and the lady boss frowned as she looked at Lao Bai and Chef standing in front of her. "What's the hurry?" Lao Bai's expression was serious as he said, "Yang Kai has been captured by the Great War Heaven's people." The lady boss's expression changed. "When did this happen?" "Just now. Chef saw it when he went out." Chef nodded vigorously at the side. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Did you see it clearly?" the lady boss asked. Chef said, "Not only was he captured, but the woman who came to report last time was also captured. There are 3 other people I don't know and I don't know what happened." Chapter 3972. Lao Bai said, "Lady boss, what should we do? The Great War Heaven's people are a bunch of lunatics. What good would it be if Yang Kai was captured?" The lady boss said, "I'll go take a look." Then she flashed out and disappeared. Lao Bai and the chef looked at each other and sighed heavily. Yang Kai hadn't been in this world for long, so he didn't know about the Great War Heaven's reputation. They had long heard of it and knew that even with the lady boss's help, Yang Kai would still suffer. They just didn't know if he could withstand it. After a cup of tea's time in a large hall in the governor's office, a middle-aged man was reviewing documents behind a table. The middle-aged man sat there, his body straight like a spear. His expression was dignified without being angry. His head was tied with a golden crown and his eyes were like stars. Although he was just sitting there, his body was still surrounded by a murderous aura, as if he had just killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This person was the governor of the Great War Heaven's Star City, Xianxia. A silver-armored soldier hurried in from outside and stood in the hall, bowing. Reporting to the governor, Madame Lawn of the First in requests an audience. The governor's eyes opened and there was a flash of lightning. His pen was suspended in the air and he squinted slightly. Madame Lawn? What's the matter? The silver-armored soldier said, perhaps it's about the matter of her first-in's waiter. He briefly explained the matter of a few people being captured. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in Star City, and the Great War Heaven had also not captured anyone for a long time. Therefore, the matter just now quickly spread and everyone in the governor's office heard about it. Hearing this, Xianxia put down his pen and said, invite her in. Yes. The silver-armored soldier responded and quickly turned to leave. Not long after, a white shadow flashed past. The lady boss rushed in from the outside, wrapped in a gust of cold wind. She rushed directly in front of the governor and slammed her hand on the table. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, Xianxia, release my men. With this slap, countless cracks appeared on the sturdy table, and the documents on the table flew up. With the sound of armors colliding, a large group of Great War Heaven's disciples rushed in from outside the door, all of them summoning their artifacts and glaring at the graceful figure in front of the table. In an instant the hall was filled with killing intent and the atmosphere was tense. Even so, the lady boss turned a deaf ear to it and only looked at Xianxia. The latter shook his body slightly and the numerous documents that were floating in the air fell back to the ground. Just like before, he waved his hand at the people below. Those disciples of the Great War Heavens who rushed in after hearing the commotion didn't say a word and retreated in an instant. They really moved like lightning. It was only then that Xianxia slowly raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss. 300 years ago we parted. Madame Lawn is still as elegant as ever. I've long heard that Madame Lawn has opened her first inn in my star market. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems like it's true now. The lady boss said, I'm not here to reminisce with you. Let him go. Xianxia asked, who is it? Stop playing dumb. The lady boss slammed the table again. My man was captured by your men. Don't tell me you don't know. I've never heard of it. Xianxia replied calmly, then changed the topic. But my men never capture innocent people. If Madame Lan's man didn't do anything wrong, he shouldn't have been captured. The lady boss said, I don't care if he did anything wrong or not. He was captured by you. Let him go. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. What does Madame Lawn think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Are you going to let him go or not? The lady boss looked straight into his eyes. Xianxia smirked and lowered his head to deal with the documents. The lady boss turned around and left. All right. I'll announce to the world what happened in the bamboo forest in the Purple Jade Cave realm 800 years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Xianxia blocking her way. Their eyes met. The lady boss's smooth chin was held high with a smug look on her face. Xianxia's face twitched slightly. After a long while, Xianxia said, You're still as shameless as before. A woman like you is also a weirdo. The lady boss smiled sweetly. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. What do you say now? Xianxia said, Before the matter is investigated, no one can break the rules of Star City. Otherwise, where will the dignity of the governor's office be? So you're not letting him go? The lady boss's eyes narrowed slowly. Xianxia said, If it's proven that your men have nothing to do with this matter, I'll deal with it impartially. The lady boss thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then I'll wait here and see how you deal with it impartially. She turned around and sat on a chair at the side. She did not hold back and slammed the table. Don't you know how to serve tea when you're an esteemed guest? Is this how the people of Great War Heaven treat their guests? Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He clapped his hands and someone immediately rushed in from outside and saluted. Governor. Xianxia pointed at the lady boss. Serve the tea. The person turned to look at Madame Lawn with an incredulous expression. However, he still replied, Yes. He turned around and left. After that, Yi Tianxiong's divine sense surged again. No one knew who he was sending a message to. After a while, an elderly man walked in and greeted the viceroy. This elderly man was the master of punishments who had questioned Yang Kai and the others before. Yi Tianxiong said, "Have you questioned the people who committed the crime?" The master of punishments cupped his hands and said, "I have." What exactly happened? Although the master of punishments found it strange that the governor would ask about such a trivial matter, he did not dare to ignore the governor's questions. He immediately explained the whole story. He had asked them one by one just now and had already figured out what had happened. Yi Tianxiong listened without batting an eyelid, but the lady boss was furious. "Listen to it yourself. It was those 3 people who caused trouble in Star City and disregarded the rules of Great War Heaven. My servant was just helping out when he saw injustice. You guys arrested him without any reason. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let you off." The master of punishments could not help but turn to look at the lady boss. He was secretly shocked. There was actually someone in this world who dared to speak like this in front of the governor. What made him even more surprised was that the governor did not get angry. Yi Tianxiong gently knocked on the table and waited for the lady boss to finish speaking before saying lightly, "In this world it takes 2 hands to clap." The lady boss was furious. "What do you mean?" Yi Tianxiong said, "No matter what the reason is, if you dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, don't think you can get away without paying a price." The lady boss laughed coldly. "Yi Tianxiong, are you going to do this?" Yi Tianxiong said, "Don't worry, it's just a small punishment." "That won't do," the lady boss said decisively. She knew the horror of the Great War Heaven's punishment. Yang Kai was only from the Emperor realm. No matter what kind of punishment he received, it would not end well. "When I do something, I don't need anyone else to interfere." Yi Tianxiong snorted coldly. It was obvious that his patience had been worn thin. He looked at the master of punishments and said, "That man and woman, give each of them a dragon-tooth whip." "How dare you?" The lady boss gritted her teeth and shouted. Yi Tianxiong looked up. "Lan Yura, don't think that I didn't notice what happened at the Fengyun auction house. I just didn't want to argue with you." The lady boss had caused a ruckus at the Fengyun auction house. Even if there was a barrier around it, it could not escape the detection of a powerhouse like Yi Tianxiong. The lady boss was speechless. She glared at Yi Tianxiong hatefully. After a while, she stomped her foot and said, "You'd better remember this." In the dungeon, after being questioned, Yang Kai and Luo Hai were locked up again. However, they did not have to wait for long before someone came to take them out. Yang Kai did not understand what was going on. He asked the Great War Heaven's disciples, but they ignored him completely. They kept walking forward and walked out of the Great War Manor. Yang Kai was delighted. He thought that this matter was over. After all, no matter what, he and Luo Hai were the victims of today's incident. They had no intention of causing trouble in Star Market. It was young Master Hai and the other 2 who were too aggressive. Just as he was about to thank them, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. He could not help but be surprised. "Lady boss, why are you here?" The lady boss looked at him with a complicated expression and sighed. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." "Bear with it? Bear with what?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Before he could ask clearly, 2 Great War Heaven's disciples came to him, grabbed his arms and tied him to a cross. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist. However, he heard the lady boss's voice. He could not help but give up the idea in his heart and let the 2 Great War Heaven's disciples do what they wanted. After a short while, he was tied up with his arms and legs spread out. At this moment, outside the Great War Manor, a large group of people had gathered. There were even some people who flew into the air to look down. Noisy discussions immediately entered everyone's ears. "What did this guy do? Looks like he's going to be executed. Good heavens, how many years has it been since someone dared to cause trouble here? This guy really doesn't fear death." The Great War Manor's dragon-tooth whip can kill. 13 years ago, a second-rank heaven splitter was tied up here. After 10 lashes he died on the spot. I wonder how many lashes this boy will take today. Looking at his aura, it seems that he is still in the Emperor realm. At most he can take 3 lashes. I'm afraid he won't be able to take any more. Yang Kai couldn't help but pale when he heard this. How could he not know why he was tied up here? Turning his head, He saw that the executioner he had seen before slowly walking over with a soft whip in his hand. The whip was covered in barbs, and the tip of the whip looked like two dragon fangs. Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. With such a whip on his body, how could there be any good outcome? Looking at the other side, Luo Hai was also tied up. She had clearly heard the discussions around her, and her face was completely pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but look to the lady boss for help. However, the lady boss slowly shook her head. He knew that there was nothing the lady boss could do about today's matter, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He and Luo Hai were purely victims. If not for Mr. Hai and the other two being so overbearing, how could they have been implicated? But now they were actually tied up here and executed in front of so many people. Were the people of Great War Heavens all idiots? Chapter 3973. In front of the governor's mansion, it was not long before a sea of people gathered, all eyes focused on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The executioner stepped forward with the dragon tooth whip in his hand, looked around and shouted, "These two have caused trouble in Star City, breaking the rules of Star City. The governor has ordered that each of them be given a dragon tooth whip as a warning to others." Yang Kai was about to defend himself when he heard a gust of wind, followed by a burst of heart-wrenching pain on his back, almost causing him to jump up. The pain was simply indescribable. He felt as if his entire soul was trembling. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were replaced by a roar. He could clearly feel that when the whip landed on his back, the clothes on his back were torn, his flesh lacerated and blood flowed out. He didn't know what kind of special method this dragon tooth whip was made from, but when it struck a person they would feel 10 times the pain. If it wasn't for Kai Yang's strong willpower, this whip strike would have caused him to faint on the spot. Since his debut he had fought countless life and death battles and had been seriously injured countless times, but never once had he felt such unbearable pain. His eyes widened, his eyeballs trembling violently in their sockets, blurring his vision. The lady boss's anxious voice sounded in his ears. "Are you done? Hurry up and untie me." Wait a minute." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. The lady boss asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "There's still one more whip, I'll take it for her." Yang Kai turned to look at the executioner. The executioner had a strange expression when he heard this. "Are you sure?" No one had ever dared to try the dragon tooth whip again after tasting it. Not to mention anything else, this kind of willpower was really admirable. The lady boss did not let it go. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai squeezed out an ugly smile. "Lady boss, Miss Luo is a woman after all. How can she face others in the future if she is whipped in public?" His clothes were already torn, his flesh lacerated. If this whip fell on Luo Hai's body, not to mention whether she could withstand it, her body would definitely be exposed. If a woman encountered such a thing, she really would not be able to face others again. The lady boss was both angry and amused. "You're still thinking about others at a time like this?" Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "No matter what, it was all because of me. If he hadn't hurriedly sent a message to Luo Hai, none of this would have happened." After that, he looked up at the disciplinary officer and said, "Do it." The disciplinary master glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. With a flick of his whip, it whistled through the air. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body straightened up. The heart-wrenching pain that penetrated deep into his soul struck him again. A large piece of flesh was instantly missing from his back. After holding it in for a long time, a low growl rolled out of his throat. The lady boss used her fingers like a knife and made 2 strokes to untie Yang Kai. Once free, Yang Kai could not stand steadily and fell onto the lady boss. "Lord Yang." Luo Hai turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were red and tears flowed down her cheeks. Unfortunately, she was also tied up and couldn't move at all. I'm fine." Yang Kai gasped in pain, but he gritted his teeth and held on. "You shut up." The lady boss glared at him. With Yang Kai in her arms, her figure flashed as she rushed straight to the first inn. The lady boss's speed was so fast that it only took a few breaths to reach the first inn. Old Bai and the others who were standing at the door didn't see clearly before the lady boss rushed in like a gust of wind. They looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. They hurriedly followed in. In the boudoir, the lady boss put Yang Kai down and let him lie on the bed. She reached out and tore open his clothes. Then she pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and threw a pill into it. She ordered, "Swallow it." Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air as he swallowed the pill into his stomach. The next moment a small hand touched his back. He didn't know what she was applying on his back. It was cool and refreshing and the pain immediately lessened. His nose was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai realized that he was in the lady boss's boudoir. He immediately felt embarrassed. "Lady boss, I'm sorry for the trouble." The lady boss didn't say anything. She only focused on applying the ointment on Yang Kai's back. A series of footsteps sounded. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw Old Bai, the cook, and the accountant huddle in. They stood beside the bed and looked at him. Old Bai asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. "I'm fine." Chef clicked his tongue. "That's 2 whips. That's really vicious." The accountant sighed and said, "Why did you get into a conflict with someone in this star city?" The star city under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens is the most strict. No one dares to cause trouble in their territory. The lady boss snorted coldly. "Isn't it because of jealousy?" You're all the same." "Jealousy?" Old Bai was surprised. Yang Kai said with a wronged expression, "Don't listen to the lady boss's nonsense. It's not like that at all. It's someone bullying the weak and looking for trouble." "I'm talking nonsense?" The lady boss sneered. "You even took a dragon tooth whip for someone else. How dare you say it's not jealousy? I think your soul has been taken away by that little vixen." As she said this, she slapped Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale. He almost lost his soul from the slap. Old Bai and the others watched from the side and swallowed their saliva. The room was silent for a moment. After a while, the lady boss stood up and said, "Rest well for the next few days. Don't move around. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine after a few days." "Thank you, lady boss." Yang Kai thanked her. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But lady boss, this is your room. If I rest here, where will you go?" "Rest well and rest well. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Old Bai and the others were soon driven out by the lady boss. "Stay here. I'll be back soon," the lady boss said and turned to leave. After a while, the door opened and there was a rush of footsteps. It didn't sound like the lady boss's voice. Yang Kai looked sideways and suddenly said in surprise, "Miss Luo?" It was Luo Hai. On second thought, it should be the lady boss who brought her here. Otherwise, how could Luo Hai enter the inner yard of the first store? Luo Hai's eyes were red and there were tears on her face. Obviously she had cried. She came to the bed and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang, how are you?" Yang Kai grinned. "It's just a superficial wound. Don't worry. The lady boss applied some medicine on me. I'll be fine in a few days." Tears welled up in Luo Hai's eyes. "If it weren't for me this time, Milord wouldn't have to suffer this punishment. Previously, Milord also took a whip for this concubine. This concubine is truly unable to repay this kindness." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. I can't just watch you get beaten up in public. Besides, today's matter isn't your fault or mine. It's that Mr. Hai who went too far. He can't tell right from wrong. We'll remember this and teach them a lesson one day." Seeing that she was still full of self-blame and guilt, Yang Kai changed the topic. "Alright, how did you get here? Did the lady boss ask you to come?" Luo Hai nodded. "Madame Lan said that master took a whip for me and asked me to take care of the master." She paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, Madame Lan also agreed to let me join the first inn. From now on, I'm also a member of the first inn." Yang Kai chuckled. "That's really something to celebrate. You don't have to run around like before." He thought to himself, the lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She was still calling me a vixen just now, but now she's taken me into the first inn. Luo Hai said, "Madame Lan said that master came to find me this time to ask me to join the first inn. Master's kindness to me is as great as the ocean. In the future, if master has any requests, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." "You're too serious." Yang Kai laughed. "You've helped me a lot before. Let's call it even." Luo Hai shook her head slowly. "It's not the same." It was indeed not the same. She helped Yang Kai lead the way only because of her relationship with Gu Kong. Helping Yang Kai pass on the Fengyun auction house incident was just a small matter. However, Yang Kai gave her the pill of Great Dao, which allowed her to condense the seal of Dao. This time he even took the dragon tooth whip for her and recommended her to join the first inn, so she didn't have to worry about her future livelihood. All these things, which one of them wasn't a great favor? To someone like her who lived at the bottom of the social ladder, Yang Kai's actions were tantamount to the grace of rebirth. As the two chatted, the lady boss sat on a chair in the lobby of the First Inn with an indifferent expression. The First Inn wasn't open for business today, so the lobby was empty. Only the accountant and the chef stood beside the lady boss. Not long after, Lao Bai rushed in from outside. The lady boss looked up and said indifferently, "Did you find out?" Lao Bai said, "Yes, it's the son of an elder of the thoughtless heaven." He frowned and said, "Lady boss, I'm afraid this matter is a little troublesome. The other party's background is not small." The lady boss snorted coldly. "Who cares about his background? Whoever dares to touch my people will have to pay the price." She stood up slowly and said indifferently, "You've been lying low for too long. Do you think I don't dare to kill anyone?" Lao Bai, the chef, and the others looked at each other. They seemed to have recalled something and couldn't help but shudder. "Keep an eye on those people. If they leave Star City, let me know immediately." Lao Bai opened his mouth as if he wanted to persuade her, but he gave up in the end. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes." He knew that those guys were going to be in trouble. The lady boss hadn't been so angry for many years. It looked like this matter wouldn't be settled easily. For the next few days, Yang Kai was recuperating from his injuries. The lady boss occasionally showed up, but every time she did, she would reprimand Luo Hai. She seemed to have a very bad impression of her. Luo Hai had a submissive personality. Every time she was reprimanded, she didn't say much. She just kept admitting her mistakes so the lady boss couldn't vent her anger. Yang Kai watched from the side with fear. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. She kept making trouble for Luo Hai these past few days. After recuperating for a few days, his injuries were almost healed. He couldn't just lie in bed all the time, so he went to the lobby to help. Chapter 3974. After busying himself for a long time, he still didn't see the lady boss. Even Lao Bai wasn't there. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. He ran to the counter and asked the cashier, "Where are the lady boss and Lao Bai?" The cashier raised his head and glanced at him, his eyes flashing. "They went out for some business." Yang Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, on the second floor of a tea house opposite an inn in Star City, Lao Bai was sitting by the window. There was a pot of tea and several plates of fruit on the table. He was drinking tea and eating fruits while staring at the inn opposite. He had been here for several days. After all, this was an order from the lady boss, so he didn't dare to neglect it. At a certain moment, 3 people suddenly walked out of the inn. One was a young man, one was a middle-aged man, and one was an elderly man. At that moment, the elderly man was leading the way while the middle-aged man supported the young man. The young man's face was pale, as if he was heavily injured. There were faint traces of blood on his back, and it was not just the young man. The middle-aged man and the elderly man were the same. After glancing around, the 3 of them soared into the sky and rushed towards the void fairy. Lao Bai stared in the direction they left, his face full of struggle. After a long time, he sighed heavily and took out a communication bead. His divine sense surged as he sent out a message. At the same time, somewhere in the void outside the spirit state where Star City was located, a beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of coldness and seemed to be able to freeze even the void. Who else could this woman be but the lady boss of the First Inn? Time passed slowly, and in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a large ship appeared in the lady boss's field of vision, and the direction it was heading towards was exactly where she was standing. Seeing this, the lady boss clenched her fists and a burst of crackling sounds rang out. When the ship was close enough, the lady boss suddenly threw a punch forward. The light of this punch was indescribable, and the whole world seemed to be overshadowed. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, a cracking sound could be heard from the hull of the ship before it exploded into pieces. From the shattered ship, 3 figures rushed out, covered in dust, and an old voice shouted, "Who is it?" When they saw who it was that blasted their ship apart, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the elderly man constricted. On the contrary, it was the young man who seemed to have not figured out the situation and cried out, "This young master is in so much pain. What's wrong with you 2 pieces of trash?" Yang Kai had received 2 dragon tooth whips in front of the governor's mansion, but as the instigators, the punishment they received was naturally heavier, 5 whips each. Young Master Hai's strength was insufficient, So he only received 1 whip. The remaining 4 whips were taken by his 2 attendants. Even so, that 1 whip had taken away half of his life. Over the past few days, young Master Hai had been hiding in the inn to treat his wounds, taking a large number of pills. After barely managing to keep his life, he didn't dare to remain in Star Market any longer and hurriedly left. But who would have thought that as soon as he left Star Market, his flight-type artifact would explode, causing him great pain. After cursing out loud, he discovered that his 2 attendants were staring forward in horror. Young Master Hai followed their gazes and his eyes lit up. Which family does this little girl belong to? She's quite beautiful. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the middle-aged man and the old man both paled as they cursed in their hearts. You pig. I'm afraid we're going to die because of you. Although they didn't know who this peerless beauty in front of them was, her aura was as deep as the sea and was not something the 2 of them could compare to. This was definitely a mid-rank splitting the heavens, perhaps even higher. How could such a master be humiliated so casually? However, young Master Hai didn't know what was good for him, and the more he looked at this woman, the more pleasing she seemed to be to his eyes. Even the wounds on his back didn't hurt as much as before. Grinning widely, he said, "Quickly capture her for me, this young master wants to treat her well." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice, "Young master, be careful with your words." The old man's body flashed as he stood in front of his young master, cupping his hands and saying, "This old man greets the master. May I ask why this master is blocking our way and why you destroyed our flight artifact?" The lady boss smiled sweetly. "When you were making things difficult for my servant, did you not inquire about who was behind him?" "Your servant?" The old man frowned, then suddenly seemed to recall something and said in shock, "The first in, Madame Lawn." The lady boss coldly snorted, "Old thing, you're not too stupid after all." The old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his mouth full of bitterness. Looking around, he found that this was the depths of the void, where he could neither advance nor retreat. Being blocked here, how could there be anything good to eat? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he cupped his hands and said, "So it's Madame Lawn, this old man's eyes are blind, please forgive me." After a pause, he continued, "We come from Thoughtless Heaven. My young master is the grandson of Elder Thoughtless Heaven Ocean." The lady boss said indifferently, "I know." You know. The old man's face was filled with horror. Since she knew, she still dared to block their way here and even destroyed their flight artifact? Was this woman crazy? "This queen has been waiting here for you." The lady boss coldly snorted and raised her slender jade hand. Her palm was white and crystal clear, as flawless as white jade, but when it was raised, it gave the old man a great sense of crisis, as if the whole world was about to collapse. "Take the young master back to Star City," the lady boss exclaimed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly fled with young Master Hai. "Do you think you can escape?" The lady boss snorted. "The servants of my first inn, other than this queen, will fight to the death with anyone who dares to hit or scold me." As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her palm down, turning the universe upside down and shattering the void. When the lady boss withdrew her palm, the entire void was quiet. Whether it was the old man, the middle-aged man, or young Master Hai, they were all gone. Killing 3 people with a single palm, and they were all from Thoughtless Heaven, the lady boss acted as if nothing had happened. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her head to look at a certain spot in the void and coldly said, "Was this a good show?" In the void, a ripple spread, and a general in golden armor leisurely appeared, wearing a cherry blossom helmet and a long sword at his waist. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely recognize this golden-armored general as the one who guarded the Void Fairy. He was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was only slightly weaker than Governor Yi Tianxiong, who oversaw Star City. The general in golden armor frowned slightly. "Why bother? It's fine to teach them a lesson, but killing them won't do you any good." The lady boss squinted at him. "So what if I kill them?" "Not only will I kill them, I will also kill Yi Tianxiong right now." The general in golden armor was speechless. Just a worker. Although he guarded the Void Fairy, it did not mean that he knew nothing about what happened in Star City. Furthermore, the lady boss had left the Void Fairy with murderous intent 2 days ago, so he could easily find out the ins and outs of the matter. "That's my first inn's worker." The lady boss snorted. The general in golden armor nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's your first inn's worker." Your first-in's worker is more valuable than other people's worker. He sighed. After all, it's thoughtless heaven. In other words, it was fine to just teach them a lesson, but why did she have to kill them directly? Send a message to Hai Pingle right now. Let's see if he dares to come find me for revenge. The general in golden armor stared deeply at the lady boss and sighed. After being dormant for 1,200 years, are you going to make trouble again? You might not be so lucky this time. The lady boss glanced at him, flicked her sleeves and said, I won't attack unless I'm attacked. After saying that, she rushed toward the void fairy. The general in golden armor stared at her back and slowly shook his head. Such a woman was more outstanding than many men, and he did not know if she would have a good ending. The return of the lady boss did not cause too much of a stir. Yang Kai did not even know when she came back. He only knew that one day she suddenly appeared in the lobby and warmly greeted the customers in the shop. Days passed and nothing happened. Yang Kai spent all his time helping in the shop and refining the territory shuttle. From time to time he would inquire about the Tree of World and the Earth Element Heaven opening materials, but unfortunately he did not find anything. He had also been to the Fengyun auction house many times. Although the lady boss had made a scene at the auction house because of him and White, he had the 7 faces with him so he could enter safely by changing his appearance. He could not find any information about the Tree of World in the auction house. There were earth element materials, but they were all below the 5th grade so they were meaningless to him. Whether it was the immortal tree's wood element energy or the golden crow primordial flame's fire element energy, they were all top-notch powers. Yang Kai did not want to waste such a good foundation so he chose to condense earth element energy with high requirements. It had to be at least the 7th grade or his future achievements would be limited. However, high-quality earth element materials were not so easy to find. The golden crow primordial flame last time was just a coincidence, and it was unrealistic to expect such an opportunity again. This made Yang Kai a little anxious. If he could not succeed, he would have to split open the sky. Outside this universe he was still too weak. Last time when he was troubled by the 2 3rd-grade heaven-opening experts by young Master Hai's side, he could not resist. He wanted to ask the lady boss but he was too embarrassed. Moreover, if he really did ask he would definitely expose some secrets. Although the lady boss was very good to him, their relationship was not to the extent of sharing secrets. Yang Kai could not help but have a headache. On this day Yang Kai, who was busy in the lobby, suddenly heard the lady boss's call. He greeted Luo Hai and asked her to keep an eye on him, then went straight to the inner courtyard. After knocking and entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that White was also there. At this moment White had an excited expression on his face. His eyes were shining and his fists were clenched. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted the lady boss, then turned to look at White. Your face is glowing and your glabella is shining. Is there good news? Senior White chuckled. There is indeed a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion. Yang Kai blinked and asked in confusion, what good news? Chapter 3975. Lao Bai smiled proudly. I'm going to break through to the heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Really? This was a joyous occasion for anyone who pursued the martial Tao tirelessly. Outside of the universe, the open heaven realm was a dividing line. Above open heaven and below open heaven were completely different existences. After pursuing the martial Tao for one's entire life, he had entered the heaven-opening realm, the dragonfish transformation realm. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Lao Bai fight at the Fengyun auction house. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body, and he was obviously half a step into the heaven-opening realm. Now it seemed that Lao Bai was only a step away from the heaven-opening realm. He had probably already condensed 6 types of power, and only lacked the last one to reach perfection. Congratulations! Yang Kai cupped his fists and congratulated him. He was truly happy for Lao Bai and also slightly envious. Lao Bai could be considered to have achieved success and fame. He didn't know when he would be able to break through to the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai laughed loudly and was in high spirits. He slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder. Let's see if that Yun Zhenhua still dares to make things difficult for us when we go out in the future. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What grade do you want to break through to? From the meaning of his words, he didn't take Yun Zhenhua seriously at all. Yun Zhenhua was at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai had the confidence to say this, so it was obviously above the 4th grade. Lao Bai bared his teeth and raised his hand. 5th grade. Yang Kai understood. The lady boss snorted. You're not even in the picture yet and you're already so confident. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to end things when the time comes? Lao Bai immediately said with a bitter face, Lady boss, don't say such inauspicious words. I've been steadily building my foundation for the past 1,000 years. There shouldn't be any problems. The lady boss said seriously, on the path of the martial Dao, any carelessness can lead to failure. If you're going to break through with this mentality, you should wait another 100 years. Lao Bai's expression became solemn and he bowed. You're right, lady boss. I'll remember it. When the time comes, I'll do my best and leave everything to fate. The lady boss looked deeply at him and her tone became much gentler. You were taught by me. Every step of your foundation is very solid. When the time comes, as long as you can calm your mind, it shouldn't be a big problem to break through. Yes. White replied respectfully. Go and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days. The lady boss waved her hand. Senior White replied before he bowed and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's face was full of envy. Suddenly he heard the lady boss say, you should also get ready. We'll leave together in 3 days. Me. Yang Kai was stunned, but then he understood the proprietress' intentions. The scene of a cultivator breaking through to split the heavens was extremely rare, and ordinary people would rarely see it. The proprietress wanted to take him to observe. If he could have this experience, then when he broke through to split the heavens in the future, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Overjoyed, he chuckled, Thank you, lady boss. I will never forget lady boss's great kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Glib tongue, get lost. The lady boss snorted and waved her sleeve, sweeping Yang Kai out of the door. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, outside the first inn, the lady boss instructed the accountant, the cook, and the others to take care of the inn. Then she led Yang Kai and Senior White into the sky. After passing through the void ferry, she summoned the ship and headed straight for a certain place in the void. Compared to his excitement 3 days ago, Senior White's state of mind had obviously calmed down at this moment, and he was more indifferent than before. The lady boss stood on the deck and leaned against the side of the ship, looking at the magnificent scenery in the void. Yang Kai and Senior White stood behind her and the three of them moved forward together. After flying for more than half a day, the ship still didn't show any signs of stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask curiously, Lady boss, where are we going? The lady boss's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind and she said without turning her head, We're going to look for the last piece of split the heavens material. Yang Kai was stunned. You haven't gotten the last piece of split the heavens material yet? When he saw how excited Senior White was earlier, he thought that the materials had already been gathered. So it turned out that they still had to go look for it. Senior White said, 5th grade Yang Qi is very rare. Once it appears, countless people will go crazy over it. It's also because our first inn is well informed that a 5th grade Yang Qi has appeared in the territory of the Golden Rainbow sect. Otherwise, why would we have to go so far? Yang Kai understood. He originally thought that they had flown so far to find a place where there was no one around so that Senior White could focus on his breakthrough. So there was another reason. Moreover, based on Senior White's words, Senior White should be lacking yang energy. He couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, then wouldn't there be another fight? Senior White grinned. That place is very well hidden and it's difficult for ordinary people to find it. It shouldn't be discovered by others. We just need to absorb it this time. Yang Kai nodded. The lady boss suddenly asked, What level of split the heavens do you want to achieve? Yang Kai said casually, Of course, the higher the better. The lady boss said, Everyone knows that the higher the better, but there is a limit to one's strength and everyone has different limits. The higher the quality of energy absorbed, the higher the level of split the heavens will be in the future. Everything has to be done according to one's ability. I'll keep that in mind. Senior White glanced at Yang Kai and said, Speaking of which, what level of split the heavens material have you absorbed, and what kind of energy have you condensed now? Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless. If it were a few months ago he would have answered casually, but now he really didn't want to lie to the lady boss and the others. However, it wasn't easy to say this. If he told them that he had condensed an 8th or even 9th grade split the heavens material, they probably wouldn't believe him. Seeing his silence, the lady boss slowly turned to look at him and said with a smile, If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who doesn't have secrets? Thank you for your understanding, Lady Boss. Lao Bai looked at him with a strange expression for a while, and then said in a low voice, if it's possible, I suggest you tell the proprietress. With her help, it won't be difficult for you to reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Let me tell you, not only me but also the cook and the accountant will reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Only by reaching the 5th level can you have a chance to reach the upper level of splitting the heavens. After a cultivator reached the level of split the heavens, it wasn't completely fixed. After taking the split the heavens pill, there was still a chance to raise one's level by 1 or 2 levels. That was why Senior White said this. I know. Yang Kai smiled. Seeing that he really didn't want to reveal anything, Senior White didn't force him. He excused himself from the lady boss and returned to the cabin to adjust his state of mind. They sped along the way, abandoning the ship from time to time and activating the Qianquan escape art, using the Qianquan Palace as a transit. It wasn't until 10 days later that the 3 of them arrived at the Golden Rainbow Territory. There was a Golden Rainbow State in the Golden Rainbow Territory. Although it was named after the Spirit State, it was a genuine second-grade force with several middle-grades split the heavens in charge. The name of the Golden Rainbow Territory came from this. When they arrived at the Golden Rainbow Territory, the lady boss took out a compass-like object and checked it from time to time. Then she changed directions. The compass-like object was obviously guiding the location of the young fiend. After another 3 days, a cloud of white mist suddenly appeared in the void. The mist was ethereal and indistinct. If one didn't look carefully, it was very likely to be overlooked. Seeing the mist, the lady boss's expression turned serious and she shouted, "We're here." Senior White immediately raised his eyes and looked in that direction. Even though he restrained himself, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He had been waiting for this moment for more than 100 years. Compared to the energy of the 5 elements, Yang Fiend and Yin Fiend were even rarer. The value of any Yang Fiend or Yin Fiend was almost a few times higher than the energy of the 5 elements of the same quality. Moreover, it was priceless. The first Yin could be considered to be an extraordinary force, but it was still unable to find a suitable Yang Fiend for Senior White after so many years, so it was obvious how rare Yin Fiend was. If it wasn't for a coincidence this time, he would probably have to wait even longer. The ship sped along like a bolt of lightning and they quickly arrived before the white mist. When they arrived here, Yang Kai noticed that it wasn't mist at all and he didn't know what it was. When he looked at it closely, it looked like a ball of cotton, but it clearly emanated the aura of spatial fluctuations. Yang Kai came to a sudden understanding. Surprisingly, this thing that was like mist and cotton was the entrance to a secret realm, and the true Yang Fiend wasn't outside at all. No wonder Senior White said that this place was extremely hidden and ordinary people couldn't find it. Earlier he was thinking that if 5th grade Yang Fiend was really born, then how could it not be discovered by others? After all, such a precious treasure was sufficient to make many people fight to the death for it. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Standing before the mist, the lady boss only briefly sized it up before her hands fluttered in the air to form a seal. Then she pointed out with a finger, and the white mist seemed to have received an order and parted to reveal a passage. "Let's go," the lady boss called out in a tender voice. She used her strength to wrap around Yang Kai and Lao Bai, and after the 3 of them disappeared, the passage slowly closed up again. His vision blurred, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he had already arrived in another world. He didn't have the time to take a good look at what this world was like, but Kai Yang could clearly feel that this place was filled with a rich Yang attribute energy. Yang Sealing Ground. The lady boss's beautiful brows raised and she seemed extremely surprised. No wonder 5th grade Yang Fiend could be born. So it's Yang Sealing Ground. This place is incredible. Yang Kai was puzzled. "Lady boss, what is Yang Sealing Ground?" The lady boss said, "Yang Sealing Ground is an extremely special place. The Yang Qi in this place won't leak out and it will only become denser and denser, so it's very easy to produce Yang Fiend. Moreover, as time passes, the grade of Yang Fiend will become higher and higher. Even if it's taken away this time, in another 1,000 or 800 years, new Yang Fiend will be born. Can be said that this place is inexhaustible. In the 3,000 worlds, it's not that Yang Sealing Ground doesn't exist, but they are all controlled by a few great powers. The young fiend produced here is either for the use of their own disciples or to exchange for other materials with other powers. Senior White also said excitedly, Lady Boss, we're rich. If we can control this place, we won't have to worry about the source of young fiend in the future. The Lady Boss nodded. I'll go back and carefully investigate. If this place is really valuable, we can think of a way to control it. Chapter 3976. The area of this Yang Sealing land was not very large, about the size of 2-star markets. Following the source of Yang Qi, the three of them quickly arrived in front of a lake. The lake was sparkling and the water was clear, but it was filled with Yang Qi. It was the place where Yang Qi gathered. The Lady Boss used her divine sense to investigate for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, It is indeed 5th grade Yang Qi. Hearing this, Lao Bai's spirit was lifted. He cupped his fists and said, Lady Boss, I'm going. Be very careful. The Lady Boss reminded him. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, Lao Bai, I wish you good luck. Lao Bai grinned at him, Wait for my good news. His figure flickered as he dove into the lake, but there was not the slightest ripple. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and the Lady Boss, Old Bai swam to the bottom of the lake like a fish. There a mass of extremely pure Yang Qi gathered. Old Bai rushed into this mass of Yang Qi and sat down cross-legged, silently circulating his secret art. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. 1,000 years of cultivation just for today. Lao Bai went all out. After watching for a moment and seeing that Lao Bai had absorbed the Yang Qi wholeheartedly and condensed the last of the Yang Qi, the Lady Boss took Yang Kai to walk around the lake. From time to time she would form hand seals and send a formation flag into the void. Although this place was hidden, everything had to be prepared. Lao Bai's advancement to splitting the heavens was of great importance and could not be careless. Therefore, even if the Lady Boss personally came to protect him, she still had to set up a formation here to prevent Lao Bai from being disturbed. After spending 2 hours, the Lady Boss laid down 16 flags by the lakeside. When the last flag was laid down, the Lady Boss waved her jade-like hands and shouted, Up! Silently, a thick fog rippled out from the lakeside and enveloped the entire lake. Nothing else could be seen. Yang Kai had been following behind the Lady Boss the whole time, watching silently. Although he didn't know what kind of attack this spirit array could block, since it was made by the Lady Boss, it shouldn't be too bad. What's more, the Lady Boss was a 6th-order heaven-opening cultivator. Even in the 3,000 worlds she was a well-known master. With her here and the support of this spirit array, even if someone accidentally broke into this place, there was no need to worry about Old Bai being disturbed. After doing all this, the Lady Boss turned her head to look at Lao Bai and said softly, The rest is up to him. After advancing to opening the heavens, one would condense the 7 energies of Yin, Yang, 5 elements, and create a new world within one's body. Once one succeeded, a minor universe world would appear within one's body. At that time, one would no longer need to draw upon the power of the world and would be able to use the power of the world on their own. This was the greatest characteristic of the opening the heavens realm. Great emperors needed to rely on a certain world to be able to use the power of the world. Heaven splitters did not need this because they already had a world in their bodies. Moreover, compared to the great emperors of the various worlds, the power that heaven splitters could unleash could grow. The strength of their power was closely related to the strength of their world. Outsiders were unable to help with this matter at all. The Lady Boss had only come here to protect Lao Bai just in case. Strolling over to a slope 3 kilometers away from the lake, the Lady Boss waved her hand and took out a table and 2 chairs. She also placed a set of tools for brewing tea on the table. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not need her to say anything and began to boil the tea himself. If it was in the past, he definitely would not have been willing to do something like this. But after receiving the Lady Boss's favor time and time again, Yang Kai's impression of this woman had changed drastically. He no longer felt the rejection and hostility from the beginning. However, what followed was a few questions that he kept bottled up in his heart. Very soon, the tea was ready and the Lady Boss gracefully sipped it, chatting with Yang Kai from time to time, occasionally letting out a giggle. Yang Kai also heard many anecdotes about famous people from outside this world from her. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, there was still no movement from the lake array, but Yang Kai knew that this matter could not be rushed. Lao Bai had to condense his Yang attribute energy first before he could break through to the Heaven Splitter realm. This was not something that could be done in just a few days. 5 days later, at a certain moment, the lady boss who was chatting with Yang Kai suddenly turned serious. Her beautiful eyes stared at the spirit array on the lake. Her pair of gem-like eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void as she looked into the spirit array and shouted, "It's starting." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression became serious and he also turned his head to look in that direction. Unfortunately, he did not have the lady boss's strength and eyesight, so apart from the roiling fog, he could not see anything at all. However, Yang Kai could also feel that today was different from before. Previously, the array around the lake had not moved at all, but today the fog was roiling, so it was obvious that Lao Bai was moving inside. Yang Kai could not help but become nervous. "Lady boss, what are Lao Bai's chances of success?" The lady boss slowly shook her head. "This kind of thing is hard to say. Even someone with heavenly talent has the risk of failure. Everything depends on his own luck." She might as well not have said anything, but the path of cultivation had always been like this. Just as she was nervously watching, the lady boss suddenly frowned. She let out a soft gasp of surprise and looked in a certain direction. That was the entrance to the sun-sealing land. Very soon, Yang Kai also felt that something was wrong because there was a clear fluctuation of space principles coming from that direction. Someone had come in. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly looked in that direction. What he saw was a crack in the void, and the space principles inside were fluctuating, and a figure stepped out from it. Even though they were dozens of kilometers apart, Yang Kai could clearly see the appearance of the person who had come, and he could not help but frown. Why is it him? He did not know many people outside of this world, so he did not expect that the person who had come here would actually be someone he knew. Moreover, there was a bit of a conflict between them. The person who had broken through the void was none other than Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House. Previously, Yang Kai and Lao Bai had been injured by this guy, and the lady boss had rushed to his door when she heard the news. They had directly fought in the Tempest Auction House, and Elder Yu had spat out 3 liters of blood. After not seeing him for a few months, this guy had already recovered from his injuries. As soon as he entered, his eyes wandered around and he quickly fixed them on the lady boss. His turbid eyes immediately shone with an unforgettable hatred. Following closely behind Elder Yu, one figure after another tore through the void and arrived. In the blink of an eye, 4 people had rushed into this small sun-sealing land. There were men and women old and strong. Among them, Elder Yu's aura was the weakest, only at the 4th stage heaven-opening realm. The other 3 were all stronger than him, and Yang Kai even felt a profound aura not inferior to the lady bosses from one of them. This guy was at the 6th stage heaven-opening realm. What was going on? Yang Kai's eyebrows twitched. Why had so many experts suddenly come to this sun-sealing land, and all of them were at the middle stage heaven-opening realm? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was that as soon as these 4 people came in, they all focused their gazes on the lady boss. Some had dignified gazes, some had hatred in their eyes, and some had killing intent on their faces. Even though Yang Kai did not understand the specific situation, he faintly felt that something was wrong. So that's how it is. The lady boss gently nodded and swept her gaze over these people one by one. So this is a trap. That's right, this is a trap specially designed to lure you here. Lan Yura, when you were acting presumptuously at my Fengyun auction house a few months ago, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Elder Yu coldly shouted, a look of satisfaction on his aged face. A trap? Yang Kai turned pale with fright and all the hair on his body stood on end. On second thought, this kind of trap was not too difficult to set up. The only difficulty was this sun-sealing land. As a member of the First Inn, it should not be too difficult for someone to inquire about him. As long as the news of the 5th stage Yang Fiend's appearance was released, the lady boss would definitely bring Old Bai here to take a look. As long as they came, they would fall into this trap. This was bad. Although the lady boss was at the 6th stage heaven-opening realm, among these people except for Elder Yu who was not strong enough, each of them had a stronger aura than the last. Among them, 2 were at the 5th stage heaven-opening realm and 1 was at the 6th stage heaven-opening realm. Trapped in this sun-sealing land, how could the lady boss be their opponent? This situation was simply a sure-kill situation. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately transmitted, "Lady boss, if you have the chance, quickly leave this place. There's no need to worry about Old Bai and I. As long as you don't die, Old Bai and I will be fine." After all, he and Old Bai were only employees of the First Inn. As long as the lady boss escaped, These people might not do anything to them out of fear of harming the innocent. On the other hand, if the lady boss was really in danger, he and Old Bai would definitely die. The lady boss replied, since they set up this trap to lure me into it, how could they let me leave so easily? This area has probably been sealed off long ago. Unless we kill our way out, we won't be able to leave. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. Although he knew that the lady boss was right, as someone from the Emperor realm who had only condensed the power of wood and fire, there was nothing he could do to help in a battle of this level. He immediately felt powerless and clenched his fists. The lady boss looked at Elder Yu and sneered, "You really have a lot of face, you old bastard. You actually managed to get so many helpers." Elder Yu snorted, "It's not that this old man has a lot of face, it's you who brought this upon yourself. Back then, you relied on the support of someone behind you to do whatever you wanted in these 3,000 worlds. You haven't forgotten who you've offended, right?" When Elder Yu finished speaking, the middle-aged man with a dignified appearance standing beside him said with his hands behind his back, "Madame Lan, after so many years, do you still remember this seat? Head of the Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin." The lady boss smiled softly, "What? I spared your life back then, but now you want to die again? If you want to die, you should have told this seat earlier. I could have fulfilled your wish." As soon as she said this, a fierce light flashed in Qi Jin's eyes. Madame Lan's tone is still so arrogant. "That's because you're too weak." The lady boss snorted and looked at Qi Jin thoughtfully. "So you're saying that this sun-sealing land isn't actually ownerless, but belongs to your Golden Rainbow Province?" After all, this was the territory of the Golden Rainbow Province, so the lady boss naturally had this guess. Qi Jin said, "This place has been explored by my Golden Rainbow Province since 3,000 years ago. Normally it's hidden by a formation. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to lure Madame Lan into a trap, how could it have been discovered?" Chapter 3977. I was wondering why a fifth-stage baleful Yang suddenly appeared. So that's why. The lady boss nodded lightly. Sun-sealing land is not an ordinary place for any faction. Aren't you afraid that a battle will break out and destroy this precious land? Qi Jin's eyes were solemn. If I can resolve my worries, what is a mere sun-sealing land? Although he said that, Qi Jin's expression was clearly pained. After all, if a battle really broke out here, sun-sealing land would definitely be lost. For the Jinhong province, this was a huge loss. It seems you are determined to have me die here. If you don't die, crazy woman, how can we have a day of peace? An old man standing to Qi Jin's left shouted. This old man's hair and beard were white, but his face was ruddy. An extremely ferocious aura emanated from his body, as if he had just emerged from a sea of corpses. He coldly snorted, "You were only a sixth-stage heaven opening, but you killed so many people that the 3,000 worlds turned into rivers of blood and covered the land with corpses. If you were allowed to ascend to the seventh stage one day, how can there be a place for us in this vast universe?" The lady boss looked at the old man coldly and said softly, "If I don't die today, I will definitely flatten your Sun Luo altar and slaughter your entire Ling Chunqiu." The old man called Ling Chunqiu's expression changed and he couldn't help but take a step back. Clearly, he was taken aback by the lady boss's aura, but he quickly gritted his teeth and said, "Since we are here today, don't even think about leaving alive." The lady boss flicked her sleeve, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She coldly looked at the last person. That person was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. Her figure was graceful and her waist was graceful. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were watery and captivating. "Do you also want to make things difficult for this queen?" The lady boss asked indifferently. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed and she stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, elder sister Lan." The lady boss said, "So you still remember me, your elder sister? I thought you had already forgotten." The woman said, He will always remember elder sister's kindness in cultivating me. How could I forget it? If I didn't dare to forget, how could I dare to come here?" The lady boss clenched her teeth and said, "It's fine if you retreat now, but if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for ignoring our sisterhood in the past." The woman called He slowly shook her head and said, "Elder sister Lan, although I am grateful for your nurturing back then, if it weren't for your stubbornness, he wouldn't have died. Although it wasn't my intention to come here today, I still want to put an end to what happened back then. Elder sister, please forgive me." The lady boss stared at her deeply for a long time before nodding her head. Alright, since you have such intentions, then I'll fulfill your wish. Otherwise, I'll always feel like I owe you something. But you have to remember, fighting and killing is a matter of life and death. If you accidentally die in my hands, then don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs. Yuehe doesn't dare. The woman bowed. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Attack together and kill her. Ling Chuanqiu's murderous aura surged, and his face was full of murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to chop the lady boss into pieces right now. However, he was only a 5th-rank cultivator after all. Facing such a fierce and powerful existence like the lady boss, he still felt a little apprehensive. This trip was only led by the leader of the Jin Rainbow State, Qi Jin. If Qi Jin didn't make a move, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Qi Jin took a step forward, his hands behind his back, and shouted, Madame Lan, regardless of who was right or wrong in the past, countless disciples of the Jin Rainbow State died at your hands. Today I, the leader of the Jin Rainbow State, will avenge them. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. If you dare to resist, then don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. You want me to surrender? Dream on. The lady boss shouted. If that's the case. Qi Jin took a deep breath and suddenly said, then let's fight. As soon as his words fell, the phantom of a miniature universe world behind him flashed and disappeared. Qi Jin threw a punch, the aura of world force filling the air as a giant fist rushed towards the lady boss. The moment he attacked, Ling Chuanqiu and Yu He, who had been prepared for this, summoned their artifacts together and sent a barrage of attacks towards the lady boss. In an instant, the yuan qi around the lady boss became chaotic and the void trembled. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up. When the lady boss was talking to those people, he had already been thinking of a way out, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were just empty words. For a time he was at a complete loss. The 3 mid-rank heaven splitters suddenly attacked, and Yang Kai only felt his skin tighten as a great crisis enveloped him. Even though these attacks weren't aimed at him in the face of such world-destroying power, just the aftermath alone was enough to kill him on the spot. At this critical moment, a gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him away. How could Yang Kai not know that this was the lady boss protecting him at this critical moment? The scene in front of him changed rapidly, and when it came to a stop he was already dozens of kilometers away. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he saw that the place where the lady boss was standing had been enveloped by a huge light. Inside this light, a violent force raged, making it impossible to see the lady boss's figure. 1 against 3, Yang Kai was already at an absolute disadvantage, but at this critical moment of life and death, the lady boss had still spared a trace of her strength to protect him, so how could he deal with such a terrifying attack? The light quickly dissipated, revealing a white figure standing in the void. Yang Kai could clearly see a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of the lady boss's mouth. This dark red blood stain stung Yang Kai's eyes like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, causing him to clench his fists and tremble. If it weren't for her protecting him, the lady boss wouldn't have been injured. Although the attacks of those 3 were terrifying, the lady boss could have easily avoided them. Junior, do you still have the mood to care about others at a time like this? An old voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House was standing not far away, looking at him sinisterly. When you were behaving atrociously in my Tempest Auction House, did you ever think that today's situation would occur? Although Elder Yu is also a middle-rank Kaitian, he was still only at 4th rank. It wouldn't make much difference whether he participated in the battle with the lady boss or not, so he didn't participate and directly came to find trouble with Yang Kai. Last time he had been beaten and humiliated because of this brat in front of him. Although Elder Yu hated the lady boss for being vicious and merciless, his impression of Yang Kai wasn't very good either. Now that he had a chance, how could he let him go? Old man, you should be rejoicing that the lady boss didn't kill you back then. Today you actually set up such a sinister trap. The moment the lady boss escapes will be the moment you die. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and glared at him. Elder Yu laughed coldly. I don't know if she can escape, but I'm afraid you won't be able to see it because you will die at my hands. As he spoke, Elder Yu slowly reached out a hand towards Yang Kai, then suddenly clenched it. Following his movements, Yang Kai could clearly feel the space around him crazily compressing towards him, as if it wanted to crush him into dust. At this critical moment he hurriedly activated the law of space and flashed out. Elder Yu obviously hadn't thought of this. Seeing Yang Kai escape, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. I wanted to give you a quick death, but who knew that you wouldn't appreciate it? Since that's the case, then you can slowly enjoy it. Turning his head, he saw a figure rushing rapidly into the air. It was Yang Kai, who had just escaped. Elder Yu frowned but didn't chase after him. After all, that was the battlefield of Madame Lan, Qijin and the others. He didn't want to get involved so easily. However, Yang Kai's actions made him laugh. This brat from the Emperor realm actually wanted to interfere. Was he looking to die? Yang Kai's expression was anxious. After escaping from Elder Yu's hands, he hurried towards the battlefield. He didn't know how strong the lady boss was or what she had done to attract the hatred of so many people, but 1 against 3, she definitely wasn't a match. If he could help her get rid of a 5th rank splitter, it would definitely help reduce the pressure on the lady boss. Perhaps he could even change the situation. His own strength wouldn't be of any use in a battle like this. Instead, he would be a burden to the lady boss. However, he still had a trump card in his hand. Golden Yetting Plume. Back then, Nie Meng had given him 3 golden plumes. He had used one at the Golden Crow Divine Palace to kill the big golden crow that had faked its death. He had used one on the lady boss, causing her to suffer a small injury. There was still one left that he hadn't used. The Nie Meng golden plumes could injure the lady boss. If he used it on a 5th rank splitter, he could at least severely injure the other party. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill him. At that time, he would naturally be able to change the situation. With this thought in mind, he ignored Elder Yu and rushed towards the battlefield. But soon Yang Kai discovered that his thinking was too simple. On the battlefield, figures flitted about, secret techniques and secret treasures bloomed, and powerful energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. Not to mention using the Nie Meng golden plumes to sneak attack a 5th rank splitter, he couldn't even get within 10 li of it. Several attacks were swept back by the aftermath of that power. Looking up, he saw that the lady boss had been distracted by his actions. She was already at a disadvantage and now she was having trouble dealing with it. Yang Kai was anxious. He looked at the lady boss's position again. She was faintly guarding the lake where the Yang Fiend was. Obviously, she had been protecting Lao Bai, who was on the verge of breaking through. Although the lady boss had set up a formation around the lake that could block some of the energy fluctuations, the battle this time was extremely dangerous. Even with the formation, it couldn't stop it with all its might. It was also because of this that the lady boss was somewhat restrained and couldn't go all out. On the other hand, Qijin and the others had no scruples and each of their moves was deadly. Lao Bai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If Lao Bai could successfully break through at this time, then the lady boss would definitely have a great help. At that time, even if Lao Bai's realm was unstable, he would be able to tie down an enemy and alleviate the lady boss's current crisis. However, breaking through to splitter the heavens was extremely dangerous. Lao Bai would be disturbed, so could he still succeed? Behind him, an aura locked onto him. Without needing to look back, Yang Kai knew that Elder Yu was already walking towards him, step by step. I've long heard that Madame Lan cares for her subordinates. Now it seems that it's true. How fortunate it is for the workers of the First Inn to have a shopkeeper like Madame Lan. Elder Yu shouted loudly as he walked over. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 3978. As Elder Yu spoke, he had already arrived 1.5 miles away from the lake. He glanced at the lake that was steaming with clouds and mist and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be by Qian side, right?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the lady boss, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, to hear it clearly. Since they could find out that Lao Bai needed the Yang Qi to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, it was not difficult to guess who was in the formation. "I'm going to take Bai Qi's life now. Lan Yura, let's see how you choose." Elder Yu shouted. "Despicable." Yang Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This old man obviously saw that the lady boss was being restrained at this moment. She did not want to cause too much disturbance in the battle and interfere with Lao Bai's advancement, so he said these words. Once these words were spoken, it would definitely disturb the lady boss's state of mind. Moreover, if he really did make a move unless the lady boss stopped him, there would be no one who could protect Lao Bai's safety. Once the lady boss was distracted, the already disadvantaged situation would definitely become even worse. In a battle of life and death, the winner takes all. What's the difference between despicable and noble? Elder Yu glanced at Yang Kai coldly. His hand seals changed, activating the chi of heaven and earth. The aura of the world force lingered around him. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he was about to bombard the formation of the lake. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent. The key to today's situation was Lao Bai. If Lao Bai could successfully advance, the lady boss could completely break free from the restraints and fight the three people without restraint. At that time Lao Bai would join the battle. Even if he could not win, he would have the strength to protect himself. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let the old dog named Yu ruin Lao Bai's plan. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he pounced on Elder Yu like a startled swan. Elder Yu stood in place, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He stared at Yang Kai's figure that pounced on him, and there was a faint mockery in his eyes, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and pushed forward. The speed of this palm strike could be said to be extremely slow. However, as this palm strike was pushed out, it was as if an entire world was pressing down on it. As the palm force pushed forward, the surrounding space shattered and everything turned into dust. Yang Kai, who had been rushing forward at high speed, seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall in an instant. His extreme movement turned into extreme stillness, and when a loud bang rang out, his internal organs rolled over and over and blood gushed out of his mouth. However, he did not retreat at all. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear in the air. Gathering all the power in his body, he fiercely thrust the spear forward. Mysterious true intent of the martial Dao lingered on the tip of the spear. At the tip of the spear, there was even a fist-sized black hole that flashed before disappearing. Elder Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. He had thought that with Yang Kai's cultivation he would be reduced to dust in an instant. Who would have thought that he would only be injured? Moreover, the power released from this spear didn't seem like something that someone from the Emperor realm could display. Elder Yu's eyesight was extremely sharp, and at a glance he could tell that the spear in Yang Kai's hand was no ordinary object. The black dragon spear was a gift from the giant god spirit Ada. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this spear, but through his dragon vein he could clearly feel that this spear had been refined from the spine of an adult dragon. When the spear struck out, the black dragon appeared and the dragon's roar resounded, shaking the world. This kind of spear was a top-notch artifact even outside of this universe, but with Yang Kai's current strength he was unable to display its full power. Dragon pressure filled the air and the black dragon roamed. Elder Yu was shocked and his eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily, "A dragon artifact?" He wasn't shocked by the power of Yang Kai's spear, but because this little brat actually had such a treasured artifact. If this spread to the ears of the dragon race, how could the dragon race let him off so easily? For a moment, even the little bit of greed in his heart dissipated. Even if such a spear was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. Unless he never used it in front of others in the future, the dragon race would come knocking on his door sooner or later. At that time, even Feng Yun Blessed Land wouldn't be able to protect him. The ignorant are fearless, the ignorant are fearless. Elder Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, anyone with a little bit of knowledge wouldn't use such an artifact. Yang Kai from the Emperor realm actually dared to take it out and use it. If this wasn't ignorance, then what was? With his mind shaken, the power of that palm strike also weakened slightly. Yang Kai's spear thrust forward and with the momentum, pushed forward 100 zhang, directly rushing to a place 30 zhang away from Elder Yu. However, this was the limit. Elder Yu's hand seals changed again and Yang Kai's momentum came to a halt. He was fixed in place by a great force and no matter how hard he tried he couldn't advance any further. If you want to die, this old master will fulfill your wish first. Elder Yu coldly snorted and looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze. He raised a palm and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. As this palm descended, a misty blue hand made of yuan qi appeared above Yang Kai's head, pressing down towards him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him. Elder Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, his heart was on high alert, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. In the next instant he saw Yang Kai raise his hand and shoot out a ray of golden light. Within that golden light, there seemed to be a feather that was a foot long, and a monstrous evil aura surged towards him. Elder Yu's eyes widened and all the hairs on his body stood on end. A chill ran from head to toe, and without thinking he pushed his strength to form a solid layer of protection around himself. At the same time he quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. As the golden light shone brightly, a gigantic golden pheasant suddenly appeared, towering between the heavens and the earth. When this golden pheasant appeared, the entire secret realm trembled, as if it couldn't withstand this golden pheasant's monstrous aura. Elder Yu's eyes trembled as he stared fixedly at the golden pheasant. A name that would make anyone's face pale flashed through his mind, and he cried out involuntarily, "Miameng." Even Qi Jin and the others who had been fighting against the lady boss were shocked. That old man Ling Chuanqiu almost turned around and ran away. Miameng. Even in the 3,000 realms, it was a terrifying beast with a notorious reputation. An adult Miameng was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a high-grade heaven splitter. Although it wasn't ranked as high as dragons and phoenixes, it wasn't something that a few mid-grade heaven splitters could resist. If they angered it, it could crush them all to death with a swipe of its claws. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why Miameng would appear here. But soon, everyone discovered that this wasn't the real Miameng, but a divine technique of Miameng. Qi Jin and the others couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Elder Yu was scared out of his wits. He was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter, so how could he block this divine technique of Miameng? Even though he had fled the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he still didn't feel safe at all. When Miameng appeared, his eyes were indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. He stared indifferently at Elder Yu, then stretched his neck forward slightly and pecked with his beak, like a little chick eating a worm. The rapidly retreating Elder Yu was the worm that Miameng had mentioned. There was great terror between life and death. Elder Yu screamed, "Save me!" No one could save him. No one had expected that Elder Yu's life would be in danger when he went to deal with Yang Kai and Bai Qi. Qi Jin and the others were all focused on the lady boss, so no one had the time to help. Moreover, it was already too late. With a peck from Miameng, Elder Yu, who had fled 10 li away, suddenly stopped. His head drooped and his entire body was like a deflated balloon. The aura of a mid-level heaven splitter dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a huge hole had appeared in his chest and abdomen, almost taking up his entire body. One could clearly see the wriggling flesh in the wound. This kind of injury could be said to be fatal. However, a mid-level heaven splitter had vigorous vitality. As long as there were suitable conditions, it wasn't impossible to recover. However, although Elder Yu's physical body was still there was no aura of a spirit in that broken body. A mournful scream came from the other side. It was Elder Yu's voice. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw Miameng opening his mouth and swallowing a blurry figure. Yang Kai could clearly see that the blurry figure was Elder Yu's spirit avatar. This scene made Yang Kai both happy and horrified. The power of Miameng's peck not only destroyed half of Elder Yu's physical body, but even Elder Yu's spirit avatar was pecked out and was about to be swallowed into his stomach. Ignoring Elder Yu's mournful pleas, Miameng swallowed the spirit avatar into his stomach. Then he lowered his head and glanced at Yang Kai. His huge body suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Yang Kai grimaced, feeling a bit pained. The last Miameng golden plume was used just like that. He originally wanted to use it to deal with Ling Chuanqiu or Yu He to reduce the pressure on the lady boss, but in the end he used it on Elder Yu. It couldn't be said that it was a waste. If he didn't use it on Elder Yu, Lao Bai would definitely be in danger. But now he really couldn't help the lady boss anymore. He could only hope that Lao Bai would quickly advance. Moreover, he felt that he seemed to have underestimated the lady boss's strength. A 4th grade splitting the heavens couldn't even withstand a single blow from Miameng. Could a 5th grade splitting the heavens withstand it? It would probably end up the same way. Then what kind of combat strength did the lady boss, who could withstand Miameng's attack and only suffered a small injury, have? Turning his head to look, the originally precarious situation had been turned around by the lady boss. Both sides were evenly matched. Moreover, those people were also paying attention to Yang Kai while fighting with the lady boss. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He knew that they were wary of Miameng's terrifying attack, so they were constantly paying attention to his movements. They didn't know that Miameng golden plume was the last one. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Step by step he walked toward the battlefield. Sure enough, as he approached, Qi Jin's expression remained unchanged, but Ling Chuanqiu and Yuhi were shocked. What are you afraid of? At the critical moment, Qi Jin shouted angrily, this brat's strength is weak. So what if he can still summon Yameng? He can't even get close to the battlefield. He's not a threat at all. Chapter 3979. These words hit the nail on the head, causing Ling Chuanqiu and Yuhi to heave a sigh of relief. They thought that Qi Jin's words were reasonable. So what if that kid could activate the divine technique of Niameng again? He couldn't even approach the battlefield, so who would be afraid of him? Only now did they understand why Yang Kai had repeatedly charged into the battlefield with Bai An's strength. So it was because of this. They couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. If they had allowed him to approach a suitable distance at that time, then the one to die might not have been Elder Yu but them. They didn't have the confidence to resist Miameng's attack. When they thought up to here, they didn't hold back any longer, and violent strength wantonly swept out. In midair, the lady boss's soft whip contained the sound of wind and thunder. Every time she swung it, wind would rise and thunder would rumble, and the whip would create layer upon layer of afterimages. Not only did she protect herself, but she also protected the place where Senior Bai was behind her. However, even though she was strong, she was unable to fully display her strength due to her numerous misgivings. The situation that had been reversed due to Yang Kai's unexpected actions had once again fallen into a disadvantageous position. The eyes of Qi Jin and the others almost split apart from rage, and they revealed anxious and disbelieving expressions. They'd already tried their best to overestimate the lady boss's strength, but only after they'd truly fought her did they realize that they'd still underestimated her. A 6th rank and 2 5th rank cultivators had actually fought with such difficulty under the premise that the lady boss could only use 70% of her strength. If she fought with her full strength, then the 3 of them might really not be a match for her. Qi Jin's expression was extremely unsightly and he shouted explosively, this bitch will probably advance to the 7th rank in a few days. If we don't kill her here today, then we can only wait for death. As soon as he spoke, Ling Chuanqiu and Yuhi's pupils constricted. Right, 1,000 years ago this woman before them was already at the 6th rank. Because of the death of a single person, blood flowed like rivers and corpses covered the entire world. After 1,000 years, it was impossible for her to still be in the same place. She was probably not far away from advancing to the 7th rank. 1,000 years ago she was able to cause a monstrous slaughter in the 3,000 worlds. If she really advanced to the 7th rank, then who could stop her revenge? Therefore, when Qi Jin finished speaking, the 3 of them no longer dared to hold back, and they all used their trump cards to attack the lady boss. At this moment, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared in the lake protected by the formation behind the proprietress. The fluctuation was extremely strange, as if a new world was slowly being born, as if an ancient great being was creating a new world. Not good. Qi Jin's expression changed again, and he looked in the direction of the lake with a serious expression. Then Bai Qi is about to advance. They were all heaven-opening powerhouses, so they were naturally not unfamiliar with this fluctuation. This was shockingly the movement of a cultivator's body splitting open the heavens and splitting open the heavens. At this moment, there was still a formation protecting the lake, but the ripples were still spreading out. It was clear that Bai Qi's advancement this time was not small. The huge commotion caused by the advancement meant that the grade of splitting heaven he achieved would not be low, which was in line with the information they had heard before. They had used the 5th stage Yang Qi to lure the lady boss and the others here, so they naturally knew that Lao Bai was going to advance to the 5th stage splitting heaven. If White 7th successfully advanced at this time, then how could they still have a good life? Qi Jin immediately shouted, Miss Yu He. The beautiful woman understood tacitly and quickly left the battlefield with a feint. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the lake, leaving Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu to resist the proprietress, and the pressure on them increased sharply. Yuhi's figure flickered as she rapidly approached the lake. Yang Kai saw this scene and was extremely anxious. Without thinking, he blocked her path with his spear and pointed it forward. He hid his strength and shouted angrily, If you dare come closer, I'll kill you without mercy. It was ridiculous for someone from the Emperor realm to say such words in front of a 5th stage splitting heaven, but he had indeed used the Miameng divine technique to kill a 4th stage splitting heaven, So Yuhi was very afraid and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike was just a test and she did not use her full strength. She was afraid that Yang Kai would summon Miameng again. Yang Kai did not have any Miameng golden plume left. The warning just now was just a show of strength. Facing this palm strike he could neither dodge nor resist. His mouth was full of bitterness and behind him was Lao Bai who was on the verge of breaking through. He could only grit his teeth and send out a spear strike. With a loud boom Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His body was in midair and countless sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Even though the attack of a fifth stage splitting heaven was just a test, it was not something he could withstand. He was seriously injured by this palm strike. Yuhi was delighted when she saw this. How could she not know that Yang Kai had no more trump cards? If he could still summon Miameng he would not be in such a sorry state. She did not hesitate and rushed forward, quickly arriving at the edge of the lake. She raised her slender hand again facing Lao Bai and prepared to strike. "You dare!" Yang Kai's angry roar was heard, but he did not care about his injuries and returned. In front of the black dragon spear, a fist-sized black energy ball containing the power to annihilate all things in the world flew over. Yuhi looked at it coldly and her other hand formed a seal. A mysterious power lingered on her fingertips. However, before she could point out this finger she was in a trance, staring blankly ahead. Yang Kai, with disheveled hair and covered in blood, gradually merged with a figure in her memory from 1,000 years ago. "Ting Yu," Yuhi called out with a trembling voice. Previously Yuhi had not paid close attention to Yang Kai. After all, he was just the Emperor realm, how could she pay attention to him? This time she had only come to settle a grudge from the past. Even when she injured Yang Kai just now she did not look at him directly. But at this moment she was shocked to find that this person from the Emperor realm was so similar to a person she knew in the past, especially that disheveled hair and covered in blood, but still moving forward courageously. That person in the past also looked like this. The tumbling memories stung her heart and Yuhi's hands paused. "Lady Yuhi, be careful." Qi Jin's cry of alarm suddenly came to her ears, pulling her back from the distant memories. Just as she felt a strong sense of danger, a fierce qi swept over from behind. It was the lady boss, seeing that she had come to interfere with Lao Bai's advancement, abandoned Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu and directly rushed towards her. "You're courting death." Ling Chuanqiu was angry and happy at the same time. He was angry that the lady boss chose to protect her subordinates at the moment of life and death, exposing her back to them. Did she not put him and Qi Jin in her eyes? He was happy because in this way he and Qi Jin could attack without fear. Even if the lady boss did not die she would be seriously injured. They looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. They did not hold back and two divine technique blasted towards the lady boss. There was a violent explosion and the heaven and earth trembled. There was a muffled groan and a miserable cry. The world was silent, and only the sound of Yang Kai's heavy breathing resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes were focused on the formation of the lake, and the small lake seemed to have become the only focus in this place. Yuhi flew out, the skin on her back torn open. How could the lady boss's wind and thunder whip be so easy to withstand? This whip had almost ripped her soul out of her body. In comparison, Yang Kai's black dragon spear did not cause too much damage to her. Fortunately, the lady boss had to divert her attention to deal with Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu's attacks, so she did not use her full strength in this whip. Otherwise, Yuhi would have been in grave danger. Even so, Yuhi's face was pale and her qi fluctuated unsteadily. He was terrified. Yang Kai was not much better. When Yuhi was whipped out, he was hit by Yuhi's attack and his whole body was sent flying. He flew back dozens of miles before he could stabilize himself. His internal organs were in turmoil and he was gasping for breath. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu did not look at Yuhi, nor did they care about Yang Kai's life or death. Their eyes were like leeches that were locked onto the lady boss. At this moment, several diamond-shaped transparent shields were flying around the lady boss, and they were full of cracks. When everything came to a standstill, those shields shattered and the lady boss spat out a mouthful of blood. She was clearly injured, but she was completely unaware of it. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the lake. Crack! A crisp cracking sound entered everyone's ears. Everything in the world came back to life from a stagnant state. Yang Kai's expression changed and so did the lady boss. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu let out a long breath, and Yu He stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk crack. Asterisk fine cracking sounds rang out one after another. In just 3 short breaths of time, tiny cracks appeared on the array that the lady boss had personally set up to protect the lake. After all, there was no one guarding it. How could it block Yuhi's full-strength attack? With a crash, the array collapsed and the clouds instantly evaporated, revealing a figure sitting at the bottom of the lake. Lao Bai sat cross-legged. The baleful yang qi that originally existed at the bottom of the lake was no longer there. Obviously, it had been absorbed and refined by him. However, at this moment the yin-yang 5 elements force on his body was in chaos, and the shadow of a mini-universe world flickered behind him as if it could collapse at any time. Lao Bai raised his head to look at the lady boss, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. 1,000 years of cultivation just for this moment. A lifetime of painstaking effort, and all his previous efforts had been wasted. He was disturbed at the critical moment of his advancement, and it was even from a 5th stage heaven splitter. Even if Lao Bai did his best, he could not continue. It was only a matter of time before the mini-universe world in his body collapsed. Once the mini-universe world collapsed, the yin-yang 5 elements force would erupt, and Lao Bai would definitely die a tragic death. The lady boss looked at Lao Bai at the bottom of the lake. The clear lake water could not block out his apologetic eyes. His clear and bright beautiful eyes were gray at this moment, and it made one feel sorry for him. The lady boss slowly closed her eyes and took a light breath. When she opened them again, a violent aura swept out, and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She turned to look at Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu, and cold words that could freeze one's soul came out of her mouth. If I don't kill you, I won't advance to the 7th stage heaven splitter in this lifetime. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu's expressions changed greatly when they heard this. Once such a heart demon oath was made, it would be an irreconcilable situation. Chapter 3980. At this moment, Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu couldn't help but wonder if it was right or wrong to spoil Bai Qi's advancement. If they had allowed him to advance, he might have restrained the lady boss and prevented her from using her full strength. Now Bai Qi had no hope of advancing and was definitely going to die. The lady boss was furious and had no more worries. The wind and thunder whip rose and lashed towards Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu. Although the lady boss was seriously injured, her aura was much stronger than before. When the whip came, a terrifying force swept out, causing Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu's eyelids to twitch. Who would dare to face such a violent attack head-on? They dodged left and right. With a boom, it was as if the world had collided. Under the whip, the ground collapsed and even a deep mark appeared in the void. It couldn't be repaired for a long time. However, before Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu could catch their breath, the wind and thunder whip swept over again, sweeping through the void. Qi Jin's heart trembled. Only now did he realize how terrifying the lady boss's true strength was. He was also a 6th grade heaven splitter. He thought that even if the lady boss was stronger than him, her strength would be limited. However, judging from the power of these 2 whips, Lan Yura was more than just a little stronger than him. A soft whip danced in the wind and thunder. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu's combined strength could only withstand it. They couldn't fight back at all. They were in a sorry state. The ground was riddled with ravines and the entire secret realm was trembling. Without any restraints, the lady boss no longer held back. Under the wrath of the heavens, this secret realm couldn't withstand it at all. It was only a matter of time before it shattered. Come and help. Qi Jin roared. Yuhi came back to her senses when she heard this. She stared deeply at Yang Kai and quickly rushed to the battlefield. In the next moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. The energy between heaven and earth was violent, and the power of the world fluctuated. 4 figures fought endlessly between heaven and earth. After all, this sun-sealing land was only a secret realm. How could it withstand the impact of the battle between 4 middle-grade heaven splitters? Moreover, the lady boss's killing intent was monstrous. She didn't hold back at all. In a short moment, the sun-sealing land had begun to fall apart, and the chaotic space laws drifted throughout the secret realm. In such a situation, Yang Kai couldn't intervene at all. Although he was worried about the lady boss's condition, there was a limit to what he could do at this moment. Yang Kai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and rushed over to Senior White's side. As he gazed at Senior White, Yang Kai's mouth wriggled and he didn't know what to say. Even though he hadn't known Senior White for long, they had a similar temperament, and Senior White could be considered as the first true friend he'd had outside of the universe. He had thought that this time, Lao Bai would soar into the sky and become famous. Who would have thought that he would fall into the abyss at the crucial moment? Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is my fate. Senior White laughed miserably. Even though he was still trying his best to maintain the balance within his body, how could the energy of yin yang and the 5 elements be so easily appeased? They were rampaging through his body and they reinforced and restrained each other, causing blood to seep out from all the pores on Senior White's body, causing him to seem extremely miserable. What are the consequences? Yang Kai licked his dry lips and asked. If it's light, then my martial path will be destroyed. If it's heavy, then my soul will be destroyed. Senior White squeezed out a smile. No matter what, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve Lady Boss in the future. Don't think so much. Senior White said bitterly, I know my own matters. As the two of them spoke, rumbling sounds could be heard and the ground shook. In the end, this secret realm was unable to withstand the attacks of 4 mid-rank heaven splitters, and it completely collapsed. When the secret realm shattered, chaotic spatial energy surged out from all directions. If it was an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, they would have no choice but to go with the flow at this time. However, going with the flow would only lead to the fate of being swept into a spatial rift. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the laws of space, and he activated the laws to protect himself and Senior White as they escaped from the chaotic void. When he looked up, he saw that the Lady Boss, Qi-Jin, and the others had also charged out of the secret realm. The Lady Boss glanced over with her beautiful eyes worriedly, and she was only relieved when she saw that Yang Kai and Senior White were unharmed. However, Qi-Jin's expression was ugly, and his heart was bleeding from the pain. This Yang Sealing Land was a secret realm of his Golden Rainbow State, and the Yang Qi was inexhaustible. Relying on this Yang Sealing Land, the Golden Rainbow State might be able to achieve great things in the future. However, in today's battle, it was completely destroyed. How could he not feel heartache? However, this was not the time to feel heartache for this Yang Sealing Land. How to calm Lan Yuro's monstrous anger was the first problem he had to face. Fortunately, they were not the only ones who came to seek revenge this time, otherwise it would really be troublesome. Immediately he exhaled and shouted, Elder Hai, if not now, when are you going to make a move? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light slashed from afar. The sword light seemed to be able to shatter even the stars in front of it. No one had expected that Qi-Jin and the others would have helpers. Moreover, judging from the power of this attack, this person's strength was no weaker than Qi-Jin's. The Lady Boss also did not expect this and was momentarily caught off guard. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Although she shook her soft whip to resist, the sword light still broke through the whip and slashed her delicate body. Blood spurted out and the Lady Boss retreated explosively. She retreated 1,000 feet before she was able to stabilize herself. Looking up, she saw a person slowly walking over from the void with an azure sword in his hand. Sword intent soared into the sky. Hai Pingle. The Lady Boss stared at the approaching person and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. On the other side, Lao Bai's expression changed greatly. Oh no, he is here too. Yang Kai didn't know who this Hai Pingle was, but he knew that he was a 6th Order Heaven Opening Master. He was secretly speechless. What kind of heaven-defying thing had the Lady Boss done to have so many enemies? Lao Bai smiled bitterly. The young Master Hai you met before is this Hai Pingle's grandson. Yang Kai was stunned. He did not expect that young Master Hai would be involved in this matter. Only now did he understand why young Master Hai was so domineering and arrogant. It turned out that he had such a powerful background. However, although he had a conflict with young Master Hai in the star market, there was no deep enmity between them. Later, young Master Hai was whipped by the people of the Great War Heavens. There was no deep enmity between them, right? What did Hai Pingle mean by adding insult to injury? Lao Bai seemed to understand what he was thinking and said in a deep voice, Young Master Hai is dead. He was killed by the Lady Boss. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Lao Bai said, the Lady Boss is very protective of her own people. He abused his power to bully others and caused you to be whipped. How could the Lady Boss let him go? She killed him outside the star market. Hearing this, Yang Kai fell into a trance. Although he hated young Master Hai very much and had even been implicated by him twice with the dragon tooth whip, causing his back to ache just thinking about it now, to be honest, it was just a small conflict and not a life or death feud. After all that had passed, Yang Kai had almost forgotten about it, but who would have thought that the lady boss would actually kill him? Lao Bai said with a mischievous smile. If I, the accountant, and the cook had encountered this matter, the lady boss might not have made such a big fuss. But you are different. Me? What about me? Lao Bai stared at him deeply. After a long while, he sighed heavily. Anyway, you have to remember that the lady boss values you very much. You are also very important to the lady boss. Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Lao Bai lowered his head and smiled bitterly. There were some things that could not be said. After all, it was something that happened many years ago. While the two of them were talking, the battle in the void started again. Hai Pingle entered the battlefield with a strong momentum. His long sword flashed wildly. The lady boss was already seriously injured, so it was not a problem for her to deal with Qi Jin and the others. But with Hai Pingle it was difficult for her to deal with them. However, with the lady boss's ability, even if she fought against many, her life would not be in danger for a while. Yang Kai did not have the time to ask Lao Bai anything. He raised his head and looked at the battlefield with a worried expression. He did not know if the lady boss would be able to turn the situation around in this situation. In the midst of the fierce battle, the lady boss turned her head to look at them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai could clearly see the regret and reluctance in her eyes. She turned her head and flicked her soft whip. It wrapped around the people who were fighting fiercely and pulled the battlefield far away. She obviously did not want the aftermath of the battle to affect Yang Kai and Lao Bai. But she forcefully pulled the four enemies away from the battlefield, which made the already bad situation even more dangerous. Qi Jin and the others were like sharks that smelled blood. They bit the lady boss and did not pay much attention to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. After all, in their opinion, Lao Bai had failed to advance. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. There was no need to pay attention to him. Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm and could not do anything. As long as they could kill the lady boss, they would be victorious. After a dozen breaths, the crowd gradually moved away and disappeared. Lao Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go back to Star City and the First Inn. Tell the chef to ask the boss to help. Otherwise, the lady boss will be in trouble." Yang Kai had seen the boss of the First Inn before. He was a high-rank Kai Tian expert. The corpse of the Golden Crow had fallen into his hands. If he could help, things would be easier. Yang Kai clenched his fists and asked, "What about you?" If he left, no one would be able to collect Lao Bai's corpse. But at this time he did not dare to touch Lao Bai. Moreover, this place was so far away from the First Inn. By the time he rushed back to the First Inn to report, the situation would have been settled. It would be too late. "Don't worry about me. Go." Lao Bai pushed him hard. His body was affected and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He hurried forward and took out a large number of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into Lao Bai's mouth. "It's useless." Lao Bai smiled bitterly. "If you can't suppress the power of yin, yang and 5 elements in my body, any spirit pills will be useless." However, Yang Kai's movements suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as if he had discovered something surprising. Old White scolded angrily, "What time is it now? Why are you still pestering me? Hurry up and return to the First Inn." If it were not for his poor condition, he would have kicked Yang Kai away right now. Yang Kai looked at him with shining eyes. "Lao Bai, you may still be saved." "Bullshit!" Lao Bai shouted angrily. In his current situation, not to mention Yang Kai, even a high-rank Kai Tian expert would be powerless. What could Yang Kai do in the Emperor realm? Chapter 3981. I'm just trying my best. Don't blame me if it fails. If it succeeds, then treat me to a drink later. As Yang Kai spoke, he withdrew a jade bottle, removed its cap and opened Senior White's mouth before pouring the contents of the bottle into Senior White's mouth. Senior White was caught off guard and swallowed the contents of the bottle, and he didn't have the time to ask anything before his expression suddenly turned serious, and he stared at Yang Kai with an extremely shocked expression. "How is it?" Yang Kai looked at him anxiously. After a long while, Senior White's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd understood something, and he cried out involuntarily with surprise. "Worldly elixir? Is it useful or not?" Yang Kai wished for nothing more than to kick him. Why are you still bothering me about this at a time like this? Do you have more? Senior White smacked his lips and revealed an expression of unwillingness. Yes. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, and he took out another bottle of worldly elixir and poured it into Senior White's mouth. Senior White gulped it down before he suddenly took a deep breath, and his dejection from before was swept away. He said in high spirits, "Move further away and watch me, Senior White, break open the heavens and seek the Grand Tao today." Yang Kai fled decisively and flew 50 kilometers away before he stopped. When he looked at Senior White from afar, he saw Senior White sitting cross-legged in space while forming seals with his hands. Even though they were 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai was still able to clearly sense that the chaotic energy in Senior White's body was calming down swiftly, and a strand of profound aura was rising and falling slowly. It's really useful. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this. He'd thought of giving Senior White some worldly elixir on the spur of the moment, and he didn't know the exact effects. He'd taken the worldly elixir from the secret realm of heaven and earth in Heaven Void Hall, and it was a spirit elixir that was only born when the heavens and earth were formed. At that time he'd collected a huge amount of worldly elixir, but he'd never really used it. He had heard that the reason the Iron Blood Great Emperor was stronger than the other great emperors was because he had taken the origin liquid in Heaven Void Hall. Yang Kai had consumed it before. When the liquid entered his stomach and its effects took effect, he could still vividly remember the feeling of heaven and earth splitting apart in a daze. Lao Bai's current condition was that his yin, yang and 5 elements were in chaos, and the newly formed mini-universe world in his body was unstable. Yang Kai thought that this liquid might be of some use. Now it seemed that it was more than just effective. It was simply the right medicine for the problem. With the passage of time, the chaotic aura disappeared and was replaced by the power of yin, yang and 5 elements. Wisps of world energy emanated from Senior White's body, and under the perception of his divine sense, it seemed that a brand new world was being born there. Yang Kai was excited and his eyes did not move. Although he didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to split the heavens with this experience, he would have a lot more experience when he advanced in the future. Kong. A dull sound came from 100 kilometers away as the sound of a great bell rang out from Senior White's body. As the sound spread, a vibration wave spread out from him. As the vibration wave rippled, Senior White's aura suddenly deepened and condensed. Hong hong hong. The vibration wave continued to spread, and Senior White's aura rose steadily. There was no longer any sense of chaos, and a vague phantom slowly appeared behind him. In the beginning the shadow was not very clear, but as time passed the shadow gradually became more and more solid. Yang Kai looked around and could not help but be surprised because the phantom was the first in, and it seemed that he had returned to the first in. This should be Senior White's mini-universe world. Yang Kai suddenly understood. So far he had only seen one mini-universe world that belonged to the heaven-opening realm. It was the mini-universe world of the fire spirit earthly guardian, Duanhai of the Chiqiao land. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed worm and separated from Zhang Shi, Yang Kai was introduced to that world by Duanhai. It was a sea with a lone island in the sea. It seemed that every cultivator's mini-universe world was different. Senior White was a waiter of the first in, and the first in was very important to him. The mini-universe world that he condensed after advancing to split the heavens was based on the first in. Yang Kai understood. Senior White's situation had stabilized, and it was only a matter of time before he advanced to split the heavens. Yang Kai was also seriously injured, so he simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing to heal his injuries. Days passed and the aura of the world force became stronger. Gradually, the illusory mini-universe world solidified, and an astonishing power suddenly spread out from Senior White's body. In the mini-universe, Senior White opened his eyes and lightning appeared in the void. He looked up to the sky and roared. The roar rolled and shook the 9 heavens. The mini-universe world flashed and disappeared into Senior White's body. Then a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. Senior White had crossed the distance of 50 kilometers and appeared in front of him. He looked at him with a grin. "Don't congratulate me yet. I'll treat you to a drink later." "How long has it been?" 7 or 8 days, Yang Kai replied. It was impossible to calculate the time carefully in the void, but it had been a long time since Senior White swallowed the origin liquid. What made Yang Kai rejoice was that no other masters had passed by this place over the past few days. Otherwise, they would have been alerted. It's been 7 or 8 days. I wonder how the lady boss is doing. Senior White frowned and looked worried. Previously, he and Yang Kai had seen with their own eyes that the lady boss was being chased by 4 Split the Heavens cultivators. 2 of them were at the 6th level and the other 2 were at the 5th level. The longer they fought, the farther they went. Although the lady boss was strong, she was injured after all. Moreover, how could she be a match for the 4 of them? Yang Kai pondered and said, "The lady boss is not a fool. How could she be entangled with those people when she knew that she was no match for them? If I were her, I would either hide in the Universal Palace or hide in the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory." Senior White nodded. That makes sense. In that case, the Universal Palace is more likely. He didn't know what the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory was like. If it wasn't controlled by Zhou Xian, it was not necessarily forbidden to fight in the Star City. Even if the lady boss hid there, it would be useless. However, the Universal Palace was absolutely forbidden to have a conflict in it. Otherwise, it would be making an enemy of all the blessed paradises. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, who would have such courage? Let's go to the Universal Palace. Senior White made a prompt decision. Do you need to stabilize your realm first? Yang Kai asked. He had just advanced and was not familiar with the power of the Split the Heavens stage. Although he had reached the 5th level, if he really encountered an enemy, it was hard to say how much strength he could use. There's no time. You can slowly familiarize yourself with it in the future. Senior White was about to use the universal escape technique as he spoke. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a helpless expression. He couldn't help but slap his head. Right, I forgot that you didn't leave your brand in the Universal Palace in the Golden Rainbow territory. Without leaving his brand, he couldn't use the universal escape technique to go to the Universal Palace. You go first. I'll fly there slowly. Yang Kai took out the star as he spoke. He looked at the location and said, "It's not far anyway. It'll only take 4 or 5 days." Senior White hesitated. "But if you're alone," Yang Kai said in a low voice, "I'm fine. The lady boss is more important." Thinking of the lady boss's expression before she left, Yang Kai felt a stab of pain in his heart. If it wasn't for her being wary of him and Senior White, why would the lady boss forcefully move the battlefield? Senior White knew that this wasn't the time to delay. He'd already spent 7 or 8 days to advance into Heaven's Splitter. After such a long period of time, the lady boss's situation would definitely be worse. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, you must be careful." Yang Kai nodded. Senior White didn't hesitate any longer and executed the universal escape technique. Light enveloped him while a grand formation floated beneath his feet, and he instantly flew away. After he left, Yang Kai's figure flashed and flew towards the Universal Palace. Based on the star, it would take 4 or 5 days to reach the Universal Palace. Even if Yang Kai traveled at full speed, it would take him at least 3 days to reach the Universal Palace. He was worried in his heart because he didn't know how the lady boss was doing and if she'd escaped. At the same time, he hated Qi Jin and the others for being shameless. They were actually so treacherous and didn't hesitate to use the Yang sealing ground to lure the lady boss into their trap. Traveling through space was extremely lonely. Unless it was a coincidence, it was extremely difficult for him to encounter others in this boundless world. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who was traveling with his head down, suddenly felt a divine perception sweep over from ahead and sweep past him. His expression couldn't help but turn cold, and he hurriedly raised his head to look over. He couldn't see anything within his field of vision, and he couldn't detect anything when he released his divine perception. He knew that the owner of that divine perception had a strength that far surpassed his own, and that was why he was unable to detect the owner's tracks. Right when he was thinking like this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed because the divine perception that swept past him didn't move away, and it was firmly locked onto him. Yang Kai didn't even think before he directly utilized the spatial laws to flee, and he was already a few hundred kilometers away when he reappeared. No matter who the owner of that divine perception was, since it had locked onto him, it definitely didn't have good intentions, so how could Yang Kai not know how to flee? He felt extremely sorrowful in his heart. It's really sad to be so weak. I was invincible in the star dimension, but when I came out of this world, anyone could actually chase after me like a rabbit. It looks like I can only advance to become a genius as soon as possible like Senior White in order to gain a foothold. The divine perception didn't disperse and it kept locking onto Yang Kai and its speed was extremely fast. No matter how Yang Kai moved he still couldn't get rid of the other party's pursuit, and the speed was constantly decreasing. After a full half a day Yang Kai finally sensed the aura of the person behind him, which also meant that the person chasing after him was already within the range of his divine perception. "It's you, bitch." After a careful investigation, Yang Kai was shocked and angry, and he cursed in his heart. The person chasing after him was none other than the woman who fought with the lady boss before, Yu He. Since Yu He was here it meant that the battle with the lady boss was over. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank and he instinctively felt that the lady boss was in a bad situation. But he was just from the Emperor realm, so why was this woman chasing after him? Looking at her direction, she should have come from the heavenly temple. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to run into him. He was puzzled, but Yu He's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yurua is dead or alive?" Chapter 3982. Yang Kai's figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped. He knew that this might be a trap but he still couldn't move. He gritted his teeth, stopped in place, turned his head and waited silently. He was a 5th grade Kai Tian. Unless he used the space spirit bead like last time when he came out of the Golden Crow Palace, there was no way he could completely get rid of her. But even if he used the space spirit bead he might not have a chance. Last time he was able to get rid of the lady boss and the others because they were worried about the Golden Crow's corpse and were distracted by him, giving him a chance to succeed. Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to do it again. Sooner or later she would catch up, so Yang Kai simply stopped running. He didn't feel any killing intent from Yu He, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so careless. Soon Yu He's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision, and after a while the woman was more than 10 miles away. Yang Kai raised his hand. "Don't come any closer or don't blame me for being ruthless." While speaking he formed a seal with a dignified look. Yu He stopped and quietly looked at him. Only then did Yang Kai realize that this woman seemed to be seriously injured. He felt a burst of joy in his heart, knowing that this was the masterpiece of the lady boss, but he didn't know the final outcome of the battle, so he couldn't help feeling uneasy. A strange look flashed in Yu He's eyes and she smiled at him. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yurua is alive or not?" "Yes," Yang Kai said decisively. Yu He sighed and said, "Don't worry, she's not dead yet." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "You Drex want to take the lady boss's life? Dream on." Yu He said, "Since you have so much confidence in her, why did you stop? In the end, aren't you just worried?" "So what? I just want to confirm it." Yang Kai squinted at her. "Now it's your turn to worry. If the lady boss doesn't die, I think your good days are coming to an end." "Yes." Yu He nodded repeatedly and coughed lightly. "My good days are indeed coming to an end, so I came to find you." Yang Kai sneered. "What's the use of looking for me? Do you think I'll help you make peace?" Yu He said, "As long as you are in my hands, I believe that Sister Lan will not make things too difficult for me. At the very least she will be able to sit down and talk to me calmly." "You're thinking too much. I'm just a worker at the first inn. You failed to plot against the lady boss today. Once she recovers she'll definitely settle the score with you one by one." Yu He's expression changed slightly as if she could imagine this scene. She forced a smile and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. Although your strength is not high, you should have some weight on Sister Lan's side." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Before this, Lao Bai had also said that the lady boss valued him very much. Now that Yu He had said something similar, it made him feel a little confused. He and the lady boss had not known each other for a long time, and the only connection between them was the destruction of the first inn. However, thinking about it carefully, the lady boss had indeed taken care of him during this period of time. She had given him 7 masks, refined the shadowless veil, and even gave him a shuttle from her territory. Last time when he had a conflict with Hai Gongzi, the lady boss had even killed him outside of Star City. Thinking about it this way, the lady boss was indeed very kind to him. Sister Lan is seriously injured and is now recuperating in the Heavenly Palace. I'm afraid she won't be able to recover for at least a year. Yu He changed the topic. "Before Sister Lan goes to my place, I hope you can follow me." "Follow you just because you say so?" Yu He covered her mouth and chuckled. "Although I'm injured, it shouldn't be a problem to take you down." Yang Kai changed his hand seals and shouted, "You can try." If you dare that you guy yesterday will be your tomorrow. Yuhi's expression turned serious. The scene of Elder Yu being killed by Miemeng was still vivid in her mind. The 4th grade Kai Tian was completely powerless in front of Miemeng. Even his spirit avatar was pecked out and swallowed into his stomach. Although she was a 5th grade, she was still injured. Compared to Elder Yu, she was not much stronger. 4 pairs of eyes met. Yuhi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, while Yang Kai had a provocative look on his face. After a long while, Yuhi finally shouted, "Are you trying to scare me?" She reached out to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He did not even have the intention to resist and let her grab him by the collar. Once exposed, it was meaningless to use the tiger's skin as a flag. Miemeng's golden feathers were already gone. Facing a powerhouse like Yuhi, any resistance would only be asking for trouble. With such a close distance between them, even if he wanted to teleport away, he had no chance. As expected, you're lying. Yuhi snorted. She raised her hand and knocked Yang Kai on the head, neither too hard nor too light. Yang Kai covered his head and looked at her angrily. He had never been knocked on the head by a woman in his life. It was a great humiliation, but the situation was worse, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. You still dare to glare at me? Yuhi raised her hand and knocked him again. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and shouted angrily, "I'm warning you. If you continue to be so touchy, don't blame me for being impolite." Yuhi's eyes narrowed slightly. "How are you going to be impolite? Let's hear it." Yang Kai glared at her angrily, his grief and indignation reaching its peak. Suddenly Yuhi laughed lightly. All right, I'll make a deal with you. My condition is not very good, so I won't waste my energy to imprison you. You should be good and don't run. It'll save everyone some trouble. At least you know what's good for you." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Since this woman planned to capture him alive to use as a bargaining chip in future negotiations with the lady boss, she shouldn't do anything to him. Without a threat to his life, Yang Kai's mood relaxed. Yuhi slowly shook her head, not in the mood to bicker with him. She looked around and said, "Then it's settled. Come with me." As he spoke, he actually took the lead and led the way. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before giving up on the idea of escaping. Although Yuhi's back was to him, Yang Kai believed that as long as he made the slightest move, she would immediately take action. In front of a 5th stage heaven splitter, Yang Kai really didn't have the confidence to escape. He secretly swore, "Wait for the lady boss to come pick me up in a year and see how I'll get my revenge." But then again, the lady boss should come to pick him up, right? Yuhi clearly wanted to treat her wounds, so Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything to her. The 2 of them shuttled through the void, crossing one territory gate after another. The way the 2 of them interacted was a bit strange. In name, Yang Kai was being held hostage, but in reality, Yuhi didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, when flying, she deliberately slowed down so that he could keep up. After 6 or 7 days like this, Yuhi's wounds were more or less healed. And as early as 3 days ago, this woman had become more talkative, asking Yang Kai many things. When Yang Kai was in a good mood, he would chat with her, and when he was in a bad mood, he would ignore her. Yuhi didn't seem angry and instead smiled all day long, making Yang Kai wonder if this woman's mind was a bit twisted. In particular, the way she often looked at him was a bit strange. After passing through this territory gate, we still have to pass through 2 large territory gates before we reach our destination, Yuhi said as she flew, pointing at the territory gate in front of them. Your home is very far away. Yang Kai followed behind her. After a few days of being together, Yang Kai's hostility toward her was not as strong. It's okay. Let's go to the star market over there. I want to buy something. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He didn't have the power to make the decision, and Yuhi would go wherever she said. But this woman dared to take him to the star market. Was she not afraid that he would take the opportunity to escape? Yuhi seemed to know what he was thinking. He turned around and smiled. That star market is an ownerless place. Fighting is prohibited. If you want to escape, you can try. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. He wondered why this woman was so bold. She didn't want to go to any other star market but this one. So there was this reason. After passing through the territory gate, Yuhi led Yang Kai to a star market. This star market gave Yang Kai a completely different feeling from the first inn. As soon as he entered the star market, he saw people fighting on the streets. It was very chaotic. Many people looked at him with malicious eyes, especially when they looked at Yuhi's graceful figure. Greed flashed in their eyes from time to time. However, they were afraid of Yuhi's powerful aura, so no one dared to cause trouble. Instead of calling this a star market, Yang Kai felt that it was more appropriate to call it a black market. This seemed to be a place where people who lived in the dark gathered. The star market was very large. It was several times larger than the star market managed by Dezhan Tian. There were also many people gathered here. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least several 100,000 people here. Following Yuhi into several stores, Yang Kai was speechless as he watched her spend money like water. This fifth stage splitting the heavens was extraordinary. The things Yuhi bought were very messy. Some were for cultivation and some were for healing. It could be seen that Yuhi often came to this star market and was familiar with the shopkeepers of some of the stores. After shopping for more than half a day, they finally bought all the things they needed. Without stopping, the two were about to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the street and many people looked up at the sky. With such a big movement, it was naturally impossible for Yang Kai and Yuhi not to notice. They could not help but stop and look in the direction of everyone's gazes. What he saw caused Kai Yang's brow to wrinkle. Up in the sky, a large mass of pink fog was sweeping towards him. The area covered by this fog was simply indescribable. It seemed to be able to fill his entire field of vision. Furthermore, it was moving at an extremely fast speed. When Yang Kai first saw it, the pink fog was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right above the star market and was still pressing down at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Yang Kai was stunned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. The great cosmological abyss fog. Before Yuhi could answer, there were already cries of panic on the street, as if someone had recognized the origin of this pink fog. Yuhi's expression also changed drastically. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shouted, "Let's go." Yang Kai only felt his body lighten, and then the surrounding scenery quickly receded. Surprisingly, Yuhi was doing her best to escape, as if she wanted to escape the range of this fog. Chapter 3983. Yuhi looked as if she was facing a great enemy, which made Yang Kai extremely nervous. Although he didn't know what the great cosmological abyss fog was, he could guess that it was definitely not something good. Everyone in Star City was frantically retreating. Everyone was running away. Yang Kai turned his head and his pupils suddenly shrank. Under the shroud of the great cosmological abyss fog, the cultivator who couldn't escape in time disappeared into thin air. The pink fog was like an invisible beast that swallowed all the cultivator. No matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't resist. Yang Kai even saw a third stage heaven splitter, who couldn't resist for a moment even after using all his strength. Not only were the cultivator like this, but even the buildings in Star City and the spirit state where Star City was located were the same. In the fog, the spirit state dissipated and so did the buildings. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths after Yang Kai discovered the great cosmological abyss fog, more than half of Star City disappeared, including everything in it. Yuhi grabbed Yang Kai's arm and desperately fled. She was a 5th stage heaven splitter and her strength wasn't low. When she used her full strength, her speed was extremely fast, but even so she couldn't escape the pursuit of the fog. Seeing that the fog was about to catch up, Yang Kai panicked. Let go. The speed of the great cosmological abyss fog was too fast. At this moment he could only rely on teleportation to have a chance to escape. However, Yuhi had a tight grip on him, so Yang Kai couldn't use the spatial law in peace. Yuhi didn't care about him. Yang Kai didn't know about the strangeness of the great cosmological abyss fog, but she was very clear about it. Sensing Yang Kai's struggle, she silently injected a force into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body went soft and he almost vomited blood in anger. And it was this momentary delay that caused him to lose the best opportunity to escape. The pink fog of the great cosmological abyss swept over from behind, enveloping the two of them in an instant. Yang Kai's vision changed and a feeling of dizziness assaulted him. His entire body was surrounded by the pink mist and he couldn't see anything else. He couldn't even release his divine sense. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yuhi's voice entered his ears, her breath like orchids. Don't be afraid. The fog of the great cosmological abyss has no killing power. You won't die. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Since it had no lethality, Why were the many cultivator in Star City so terrified and uneasy when they saw the fog of the great cosmological abyss? Furthermore, he had seen countless cultivators swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss with his own eyes. Were those people still alive? His body shuttled through the darkness as if he was falling into an endless abyss. A delicate figure pressed against him. Even though he couldn't see it, Yang Kai knew that it was Yuehe. He secretly laughed in his heart. A fifth-stage heaven opening actually felt insecure. However, he was more curious at the moment. He didn't know what the fog of the great cosmological abyss was, nor did he know what would happen after he was swallowed by it. However, the current feeling was not unfamiliar. It was as if he was shuttling through an unknown place. It didn't take long for the pink mist that had been wrapping around his body to dissipate. His vision suddenly became clear and he seemed to have arrived at another world. This was definitely not the Star City just now because his vision was wide and boundless as if he was on a plane. There were many cultivators scattered around. Obviously, they were the unlucky ones that had been swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss just now. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai frowned. He saw that the sky was dim as if it could collapse at any time, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. There were many ruins scattered around behind him. Judging from the shape of these buildings and some plaques, they should be the shops of Star City. It was the first time Yang Kai had seen a strange scene that could even swallow some buildings, so he couldn't help but have a strange expression. The cultivator that had been swallowed had different reactions. Some looked excited, some looked depressed, and some even cursed the damned heavens. The great cosmological abyss realm. Yuhi looked around and murmured, "I didn't expect the rumors to be true." The great cosmological abyss realm? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. It was only then that he realized that she had been grabbing his arm, and he couldn't help but look down. He let go and chuckled. Outside this universe, there are 3,000 worlds that are controlled and occupied by various major forces. However, in addition to those known to the world, there are also some hidden in the void, such as the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm. The Great Cosmological Abyss Realm appears once in 1,000 years, and every time it appears, it's a flash in the pan. No one can find its traces unless they're lucky enough to enter this place. Lucky chance. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's both a lucky chance and a disaster. Yuhi turned her head and glanced at him. The Great Cosmological Abyss Realm is mysterious and unfathomable. It drifts outside the universe and is not in the world. If it's not a lucky chance, then what is it? Yang Kai sneered. If it's really a lucky chance, why did you flee in panic before? How could any of the surrounding cultivators curse out loud? How could there be anyone with ashen faces? Yuhi's face gradually turned solemn as she said in a deep voice, "In the past, I only heard that when the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm appeared, the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm would be shrouded in fog and everything would be devoured. Only when I saw it with my own eyes did I know that the rumors were true." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "From what you've said, it's possible to leave the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm?" Yuhi said, "Of course. If it's impossible to leave, how did the rumors about the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm spread? However, this place cannot be broken by external forces. As long as you stay here for a certain period of time, you can naturally leave." "How long will it take?" Yang Kai frowned. Hearing that it was possible to leave the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm, Yang Kai was not so worried. He was afraid that he would be trapped in this damned place for the rest of his life. "I'm not sure. Some say it's 10 years, some say it's 20 years, and some say it's 50 years or 100 years. It seems that the time limit of the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm is different every time." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. 10 or 20 years was fine, but if they were really trapped here for 50 or 100 years, it would be a little bad. The Great Cosmological Abyss Realm is not a good place. You must be careful. Yuhi stared at him again and said solemnly, "If 10 people enter here, it's already not bad if 1 or 2 can leave alive. Is it very dangerous here?" Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi nodded. "There are many ancient remnant beasts living here. Each of them is tyrannical in strength and can easily massacre entire cities and clans. Moreover, the human heart is the most dangerous." As she spoke, she glanced at the cultivator with different expressions. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You just said that this place is an opportunity and also a disaster. I finally understand the disaster, but where is the opportunity?" Yuhi chuckled. The great cosmological abyss realm opens once every 1,000 years, and not everyone can enter it every time. If the great cosmological abyss mist sweeps through the void, I'm afraid that even if the great cosmological abyss realm opens, no one can come here. As far as I know, the last time someone came to the great cosmological abyss realm was thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of nurturing, don't you think this place is a treasure trove? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He continued, some people found enough power here and directly advanced to the high-grade heaven opening realm when they left. Some people found the great cosmological abyss fruit here and directly advanced to the next grade. Some people even subdued ancient remnant beasts here and swept through the 3,000 worlds. There are countless examples of people who soared to the sky after obtaining benefits here. It is said that the leaders of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, True Martial Cave Heaven, and Hunyuan Cave Heaven once came to the great cosmological abyss realm. Yang Kai was taken aback when he heard this. He had never heard of the great cosmological fruit before, but the effect of allowing one's cultivation to rise by one's minor realm was too incredible. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if such a thing really existed. Moreover, the Xianyuan Grotto Heaven, True Martial Grotto Heaven, and Chaos Grotto Heaven were among the top grotto heavens, and their leaders were at least grade 8 heaven opening realm experts. How could such a character have come to the great cosmological realm? Did their high achievements have anything to do with the experiences they had here? Everything was unknown, but the only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that there were indeed many opportunities in the Great Void Realm, and they were not small. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators be so excited? He suddenly frowned again. There are too many people coming in this time. I'm afraid there has never been so many people coming in the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm before. This time was also a coincidence. The great cosmological abyss mist had swept across a star city. Yang Kai estimated that the people of the entire star city couldn't escape and were all swallowed by the great cosmological abyss realm. Hundreds of thousands of people from the entire star city gathered in the great cosmological abyss realm, which could be said to be a historical precedent. However, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be so many people gathered here. They were probably scattered when they entered the great cosmological abyss realm, so there were only a few tens of thousands of people here. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a shrill scream. Startled, Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw a group of people surrounding a big man wielding a saber, confronting another group of people. At the front of the group was a cultivator dressed like a servant. At the moment, his face was filled with pain as he clutched his stomach, a look of horror on his face. On his stomach there was a bloody wound with blood flowing out. Obviously it was caused by the big man wielding the saber. The big man with the saber looked disdainful and shouted angrily, "I'll say it again, get out of my way or die." The leader of the group of people confronting him looked like the shopkeeper of a shop. Hearing this, his expression changed and he cupped his hands. "Everyone, we are all in trouble together, so we should help each other. Why do you have to hurt others so easily? My spring herb haul is not without a backer. Aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for doing this?" The big man with the saber sneered, "Retribution? Let's talk about it later." Saying so, he slashed forward with his saber. The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically and he wanted to retreat, but the big man with the saber was much stronger than him. When the saber slashed down from the top of his head, the saber light bloomed and directly split the shopkeeper in half. When the servants standing behind the shopkeeper saw this, they all screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The big man with the saber laughed wildly and ordered his subordinates, "Take away all the spirit pills in this shop. Don't leave a single one behind." The crowd behind him rushed out in a single file and rushed into the collapsed shop. They lifted up the broken walls and collected bottles of spirit pills into their pouches. Chapter 3984. Human Heart. Yuhi chuckled coldly. Her tone was full of sarcasm, but she had no intention of interfering. The star market was a chaotic place. Not to mention that it had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm. Even outside there were often people fighting to the death on the streets. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many similar scenes. All the shops in Star Market had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm, and even the goods in the shops were not spared. Now that everyone was trapped here and completely cut off from the outside world, the goods in those shops naturally became popular items, especially places like Spring Herb Hall that specialized in selling pills. It was the favorite of the cultivator. Although the shopkeepers and staff of those shops tried their best to stop them, how could they stop this group of people who were like wolves and tigers? They were all scattered and the goods in the shops were swept clean. Sup all of you. Whoever dares to touch my spring herb hall's things will die. With a stern shout, a middle-aged old man rushed over from not far away and landed in front of the collapsed spring herb hall. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings with disdain. When the staff of Spring Herb Hall saw him, they were overjoyed and crowded around him. One of the staff cried out, "Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Not only did this guy steal our pills, but he also killed the shopkeeper with a single slash." The newcomer glanced at the shopkeeper's corpse on the ground, then looked up at the big man with the saber. "Did you kill him?" The big man with the saber frowned and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but soon this trace of fear disappeared. He rested the saber on his shoulder and sneered, "Master Kong, long time no see." The old man with the surname Kong snorted, "Ding-yi, you're quite bold. You know that this is my man, yet you still dare to attack. I think you're tired of living. Obediently kneel down and cripple your own cultivation, and this old man can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." The man called Ding-yi heard this and said, "Master Kong is really impressive." Shaking his head, he grinned and said, "If we were outside, I wouldn't dare to offend your excellency Kong, who is at level 3 of the heaven-splitting realm. I could only kneel down and lick your boots. But your excellency Kong, have you forgotten where you are? This is the Great Cosmological Realm, and the Great Cosmological Realm is sealed by the Great Cosmological Realm's fog. I wonder what kind of strength Master Kong can unleash with his third-stage heaven-opening cultivation base?" The old man surnamed Kong said angrily, "More than enough to kill you." Ding-yi brandished his saber and stepped forward. He squinted and said, "Then I'll have to experience Master Kang's skills." "You're courting death." Old man Kong was infuriated. This person that used to bow and scrape before him had actually brazenly provoked him at this moment. How could he endure this? As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Ding-yi and slammed his palm down. Ding-yi was not afraid when he saw this. Instead, his eyes lit up and he laughed. "You old dog, you've been riding on my head for hundreds of years. Today I'll get some interest back." From the meaning of his words, it seemed that he had some enmity with this old man surnamed Kong. Otherwise, he would not have targeted Spring Herb Hall. The saber light surged and slashed down. A violent power lingered on the long saber, cutting through the old man surnamed Kang's palm force and pressing forward. The old man surnamed Kong struck out several palms in succession. With a few booms, the two figures separated as soon as they touched. Ding-yi retreated dozens of feet and crashed into a collapsed shop. The old man surnamed Kong only took 3 steps back before stabilizing his body. As soon as they exchanged blows, Ding-yi fell into a disadvantage. However, this scene made countless people's eyes burn in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. This old man surnamed Kong was at level 3 of the splitting heaven realm. If they were outside, Ding-yi would not be able to contend with him. However, in the Great Cosmological Realm, although Ding-yi was still not his opponent, he was at least qualified to fight him. It turned out to be true that the Great Cosmological Realm's fog sealed the universe. Everyone was enlightened. Like muffled thunder rolling across the ground, Ding-yi rushed out of the collapsed building with his saber. Although blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were shining. He waved his saber and said, "Brothers, there is no splitting heaven in the Great Cosmological Realm. This old dog has humiliated us for many years. Today let's take revenge together." As soon as he said that, the cultivators who had followed Ding-yi before were all shocked. They summoned their secret treasures and followed Ding-yi to attack the old man surnamed Kong. The old man surnamed Kang's expression changed drastically. Although the Spring Herb Hall's workers joined forces to help, the huge gap in numbers could not be made up for. Screams rang out, and the workers of the Spring Herb Hall fell to the ground and died in less than 3 breaths. Even the old man surnamed Kong was hit by the power of several secret treasures and spat out blood. Seeing that things were not going well, the old man surnamed Kong gritted his teeth and said, "Ding-yi, this old man will definitely return today's grudge 100-fold. Remember this." After saying that, he turned around and rushed out of Star City. Although Ding-yi led everyone to stop him, he was powerless. After all, the old man surnamed Kong had the foundation of a third-stage splitting heaven. Although he could not exert his full strength in the Great Cosmological Realm, Ding Yi and the others could not stop him if he wanted to escape. Looking at the departing figure of the old man surnamed Kong, Ding Yi spat fiercely on the ground, full of unwillingness. In Star City, countless people watched this scene with different thoughts. Some were happy while others were sad. Ding Yi raised his arms and shouted at the right time, "Brothers, we venerable sovereigns have been living a humble and difficult life outside this universe, all thanks to those arrogant heaven-opening masters. Today the heavens have given us a great opportunity to enter the great cosmological realm. Do you still want to let those arrogant heaven-opening masters ride on your heads? Why don't you follow this Ding Yi and overturn this heaven and flatten this earth? When you leave in the future you will also be able to look down on all living beings." These words were extremely provocative and resonated with the hearts of many, especially those Emperor Realm Masters who had always been bullied by heaven-splitting realm cultivators. They all resonated with Ding Yi's words and longed to be able to overturn the situation, their eyes burning with passion as they stared at him. In an instant, many people gathered around Ding Yi as if they wanted to follow his lead. Yang Kai leisurely turned his head to look at Yuehe. The fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm? Although he did not know what the old man surnamed Kang's true cultivation was, since Ding Yi said that he was a third-stage splitting heaven, it should not be wrong. However, in the battle just now the old man surnamed Kong had only displayed the strength of a peak venerable sovereign. Where was the power of splitting heaven? Thinking back to what Ding Yi had said before, Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart. Yuehe hesitated for a while before sighing, "Yes, although the fog of the great cosmological realm is not lethal, it is extremely strange. If it invades the body it will seal the lesser universe world. In other words, in the great cosmological realm, splitting heaven realms are unable to display their full strength, which is why there is the saying that there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm." Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a while before grinning, "Then you're in trouble." He could not help but laugh at the sky. Originally, Yang Kai was a little unhappy that he had suddenly fallen to such a place. He felt that if Yuehe had not held him hostage he might not have encountered such a situation, but now, it seemed that he had to thank her properly. In the great cosmological realm, the splitting heaven realm's lesser universe world was sealed. With the lesser universe world sealed, the strength that a splitting heaven realm cultivator could display was limited, just like that old man surnamed Kong, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. If not for this, how could old man surnamed Kong, a third-grade splitting heaven realm cultivator, be beaten to a pulp by Ding Yi and the others? And at the level of the Emperor realm, when had Yang Kai ever been afraid of anyone? He had never thought that there would be a time when he could do whatever he wanted outside of the universe world. Yuehe snorted lightly, "So what if the universe world is sealed? A splitting heaven realm cultivator is a splitting heaven realm cultivator after all. His foundation is there and the ordinary people of the Emperor realm can't be his match at all." Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "That's because you can't imagine what I'm capable of." After a pause he continued, "Besides, the number of people from the Emperor realm in this star market is more than 100 times that of splitting heaven realm cultivators. If one person is not a match, how could 10 not be a match?" Yuehe said angrily, "You want to fight me?" Yang Kai turned his head and smiled, "There's no need for that. Someone will make a move against you. After all, you're a high and mighty splitting heaven realm cultivator." Yuehe's expression changed slightly when she heard this. When she turned her head she saw Ding Yi staring straight at her. His eyes were filled with greed and passion, constantly rotating on her beautiful face and voluptuous body. He pointed his long blade and shouted, "Brothers, I remember that this woman seems to be a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. What do you think we should do?" "Fifth-stage splitting heaven realm," a group of people exclaimed. Foremost cultivators, splitting heaven realm cultivators were high and mighty existences. Even a third-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator like the old man surnamed Kong was a great figure in their eyes, let alone a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. Many people had never seen such a powerful expert in their lives. This was especially so for Yuehe's charm. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery as if they could seduce souls. In an instant many people's hearts were stirred and greed was born. "Take her down. So what if you're a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator? She's the same as us in the great cosmological realm." "TSK, a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. I've never played with such a master in my life. If I can have a good night with her, it'll be worth it even if I die. This woman doesn't look like a decent person. She must be very exciting in bed. Obscenities came from all directions, causing Yuehe's expression to turn cold, and her body overflowed with killing intent. Normally these guys from the Emperor realm or even the Emperor realm would not dare to talk to her like this. However, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, coupled with Ding Yi's bewitchment just now, the dark side of people's hearts was immediately exposed. It seemed that just the filth of words could give this group of people a lot of pleasure, and their words became more and more unbearable. Yue trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You're courting death." Ding Yi sneered and said, "The last guy who said that has already fled in embarrassment. Madam, if you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Then I may be able to take good care of you. But if you don't blame us for not knowing how to show you mercy when we fight later." As he spoke, the saber light on his long saber flickered, making him look even more ferocious. Chapter 3985. Yue secretly gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to slap Ding Yi to death, but she also knew that she didn't have the ability to do so in the great cosmological realm. Judging from Ding Yi's fight with Old Man Kong just now, Ding Yi's strength in the Emperor realm wasn't weak. It was unrealistic for her to take Ding Yi down with the strength that she could display now. Ding Yi pointed his saber and said aggressively, "Madam, you decide whether to stay or fight." Yue glared at him bitterly before turning to look at Yang Kai with a trace of longing in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile and was indifferent. To him, Yue was an enemy and not a friend. He was already being very kind by not adding insult to injury, so why would he care about her life or death? "You're on your own." A trace of disappointment flashed in Yue's eyes. Her figure swayed and she quickly rushed out of the star market. Ding Yi looked on coldly and had no intention of pursuing. Old Man Kong, who was a third-grade heaven splitter, could escape from the siege of everyone, so Yue, who was a fifth-grade heaven splitter, naturally had the same ability. Therefore he couldn't be bothered to do anything useless. He turned his head and looked deeply at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "I have a grudge with her." "That better be the case." Ding Yi snorted and turned to face the many cultivators. He shouted, "Today I, Ding Yi, want to establish Di Tian and Di Zun as the heavens. This dilapidated star market will be my headquarters in the great cosmological realm. Anyone who is willing to join can stay and live and die with me and my brothers. We will share blessings and hardships together. If anyone is unwilling, please leave quickly. If there are still people who have nothing to do here before tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, he slashed down with his saber and a gully appeared on the ground. Yang Kai frowned. This Ding Yi seemed to be quite a character. He actually took this opportunity to raise the flag and gather people. It was a very smart decision. The opening of the great cosmological realm this time was completely different from before. There were too many people entering and it was difficult to fight alone. If they could gather some people, it would be convenient for them to do anything. However, it seemed that he wanted to occupy this dilapidated star market. This would definitely arouse the disgust of many people, especially the heaven splitters who were still hiding in the star market. But then again, if this Di Tian could be established and survive a few more tribulations, the peoples will be useful. We'll share blessings and hardships together. To Yang Kai's surprise, when Ding Yi's words fell, dozens of people began to shout, and the number of people continued to increase as their voices rose. Yang Kai was stunned. He had not been in the outside world for long. Apart from the period when he was a servant in the Kikikyo land, he had lived a relatively comfortable life on the first shelf, so he could not understand the status of the Emperor realm in the 3,000 worlds. But then he thought of Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was here, she would probably be attracted by Di Tian's ideals. With this thought, Yang Kai felt relieved. It was rare to have such a chance to make a comeback, so how could these people from the Emperor realm not grasp it? The cheers grew louder and louder. The dozens of people gradually increased to over 100, and then to several hundred. Ding Yi's face was flushed red in front of everyone's eyes. He raised the long saber in his hand and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces below in high spirits. As the saying goes, heroes only show their true colors when the sea is turbulent, and heroes emerge in troubled times. At this moment, two figures suddenly rushed over from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the two people were the old man surnamed Kong and Yu He who had left earlier. He did not know what they were thinking, but they actually returned. Furthermore, their expressions were very serious, as if something big had happened. "Old dog, you still dare to come back?" Ding Yi also noticed the old man surnamed Kong and laughed. "I'll use your head as an offering to my Di Tian's flag." Who knew that the old man surnamed Kong would ignore him and continue to flee, leaving Ding Yi stunned. Yu He rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed him, shouting, "Let's go." Yang Kai frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he felt the ground tremble. At first, the tremors were not intense, but soon, a rumbling sound could be heard as if thunder was rolling. Yang Kai's expression changed as he vaguely sensed something. He looked up and saw a black mass of things rushing over. Their speed was not much slower than the old man surnamed Kong and Yu He's. The darkness was endless, as if there was no end to it. It covered the sky and the earth, and it was a group of strange beasts of different sizes and shapes. It was unknown whether Yu He and the old man surnamed Kong were chased back or deliberately lured here. Especially the few strange beasts in the lead. They were extremely large, and their overflowing hostility was terrifying. Even Yang Kai's expression changed slightly when he saw them. How could he dare to hesitate? Following that, Yu He's figure flashed and fled into the distance. The Star City was instantly in chaos. Ding Yi also widened his eyes and his heart was cold. He had thought that it was a good opportunity to make a name for himself, but who knew that he would encounter such a calamity as soon as he raised his flag? He did not know if he could leave this place alive. However, he was determined and made a decision in an instant. He raised his arms and shouted, "The beast tide is attacking. We can only have a chance of survival by huddling together. If you don't want to die, follow me." As he shouted, he urged his power, and his body shone brightly as he rushed in the opposite direction of the beast tide. As soon as he moved, quite a number of people followed behind him. A rough count showed that there were at least 1,000 people following him. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Star City. Although they had been scattered when they were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were still tens of thousands of people gathered here. If everyone worked together, they might be able to guard this place. However, tens of thousands of people had different thoughts, so how could there be a unified command? Therefore, before the beast tide arrived, everyone dispersed. The beast tide caused a huge commotion. Soon, everyone in the Star City knew about it and fled. Yang Kai and Yu He rushed all the way to the other side of Star City, thinking that they would be able to fly freely like birds in the sky, but they hadn't expected that the cultivators on the other side would suddenly rush towards them. Many of them collided midair and fell to the ground. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. When he looked up, his eyes could not help but shrink. Yu He also exclaimed, "There's one here too. No wonder the people over there would rush over here." It turned out that there was also a beast tide over there. Yang Kai frowned and flew straight into the sky. He looked left and right and could not help but feel a headache. Not only was there a beast tide attacking from the front and back, but the Star City was completely surrounded by the beast tide. There were mutated beasts in all directions. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to kill their way out. When he landed, Yu He asked, "How was it?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yu He understood and was not very nervous. She looked at him and said, "Don't be too far away from me or I won't be able to take care of you." Yang Kai had a strange expression when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and gave up on using the law of space to escape. A figure approached. It was the old man surnamed Kong who had escaped with Yu He. "Madam, shall we work together to kill our way out?" Yu He smiled gently. "That's the only way." The old man surnamed Kong glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "You want to bring this burden along?" The reason he looked for Yu He was because he knew that Yu He was in the heaven-opening realm. Even though the mini-universe world in her body was sealed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, the power of the heaven-opening realm was still stronger. What could Yang Kai do in the Emperor realm in front of this beast tide? He would only be a burden to the two of them. "This is my young master. Of course I have to protect his safety." Yu He's smile faded. "If you think my young master will be a burden to you, it's fine if we don't work together." Hearing this, the old man surnamed Kong was taken aback. He had been in Star City for a long time and had seen Yu He before. He knew that she was in the 5th stage of the heaven-opening realm. What was the background of the person she called her young master? Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Is this woman crazy? Do I look like a young master from a big faction? Thinking back to the beast tide attack, the first thing she did when she ran back was to bring him along. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was thinking. Without hesitation, the old man surnamed Kong said, "Then I'll do as you wish." However, this old man can only take care of himself. If you encounter danger later, don't complain. He said, "Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. Let's go." The old man surnamed Kong shouted in a low voice and rushed forward. "Keep up." He also reminded Yang Kai and followed closely. In the blink of an eye, the group of three rushed out of Star City. At this moment, many people were also rushing out. Everyone knew that if they continued to stay here, they would only be waiting for death. If they wanted to live, they had to kill their way out. The overwhelming tide of mutant beasts quickly collided with the many cultivators. In an instant, the brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Mutant beasts were beheaded one after another, mixed with miserable cries. There were many mutant beasts, and what was even more terrifying was that each of them possessed extraordinary strength. The environment of the great cosmological realm was excellent, and no one had disturbed it for thousands of years. These mutant beasts were able to grow safely in this place, so their strength was naturally not too bad. After a series of attacks, countless Star City cultivators were killed or injured. Although many were killed, it was only a drop in the ocean in front of the huge beast tide. The old man surnamed Kang's strength was extraordinary. The reason why he was beaten back just now was that 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. At this moment, he opened a path with a long sword, his strength flowing freely as he moved with the sword, forcibly opening a path of survival in the midst of the beast tide. He held a red caltrip in her hand, which twisted and turned the mutant beasts into dust. Yang Kai followed behind the 2 heaven-opening realms, taking a leisurely stroll as if he was strolling in a garden. He took good care of him, and not a single mutant beast could reach him. After a short while, the old man surnamed Kong shouted, "Change." As soon as he said this, he retreated with a step, and he took the opportunity to step forward. Although the 2 did not discuss it, they cooperated perfectly and swapped positions. After all, the old man surnamed Kong was also a little exhausted after standing at the front for a long time. Once he exhausted his strength, he would definitely die without a complete corpse, so how could he do something that would cause him to lose out? This time Yang Kai was no longer as leisurely. The old man surnamed Kong did not take care of Yang Kai like he did. Although he killed many of the mutant beasts attacking from all directions, there were still some that slipped through the net. Chapter 3986. Old man Kong also seemed to want to see Yang Kai's ability, so even though he could intercept some strange beasts, he turned a deaf ear to them and allowed them to rush towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a series of moon blades, cutting the approaching beasts in half before they could even get close, their corpses sliced cleanly in half. Space Divine Technique. Old man Kong narrowed his eyes, secretly wondering if this young man was really the young master of some great force. Even outside of this universe, there were not many who were proficient in the Space Divine Technique, let alone condensing their own Dao seal with the Space Divine Technique. The Dao of space was more profound and obscure than other Daos, and it was difficult to cultivate it. Without huge resources and the guidance of a famous teacher, how could this young man have such a deep understanding of the Dao of space? Thinking of this, old man Kong could not help but look at Yang Kai in a higher light, secretly feeling that this person's origin was extraordinary. Otherwise, he, a 5th-grade heaven splitter, would not have called him young master. Now he was completely relieved. The power Yang Kai displayed now was not inferior to his and Yuhi's. With the 3 of them working together, their chances of killing their way out had greatly increased. Old man Kang's thoughts changed, but Yang Kai did not notice. On the contrary, he glanced back at Yang Kai and was relieved to see that he was at ease. The 3 of them moved forward, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but the strange beasts were endless. Old man Kong and Yuhi had exchanged positions several times in a row, and both of them had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them had extremely solemn expressions. Compared to the monster beast outside, the strange beasts in the great cosmological realm seemed to be much stronger in the same realm. They did not know if it was because of the environment of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm there was no heaven splitter. Not only was this the case for the cultivator but also for these ancient beasts. After accumulating in the same realm for many years, the power they could exert would also be stronger. Gradually, a lot of people gathered around the three of them. At this time, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would know to gather together for warmth. Yang Kai and the other two had been invincible all the way. So, they naturally attracted the attention of some people. Under the desire to survive, many people gathered around them. He and the old man surnamed Kong didn't say anything. At this time, the more people gathered around them, the more advantageous it would be for them. Thus, they tacitly approved of the actions of those people. After the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, 100 people had already gathered, and as time passed, even more people were approaching. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Brother Yang? Is it Brother Yang?" The voice sounded a little familiar. Yang Kai looked over in surprise, only to see a man bathed in blood, wielding a sharp sword as he charged over. There were a few people following behind him, but there were many strange beasts between them, so they couldn't get close for a while. Their eyes met. Yang Kai was surprised. Brother Meng. This person was none other than Meng Hong of the Great Moon Prefecture. Yang Kai didn't expect to meet someone he knew here. He wasn't very familiar with Meng Hong, but they had been together for a while. At that time he took a son to look for his relatives. After finding Wei Kei, they were arranged to stay in a ship in the Great Moon Prefecture. At that time it was Meng Hong who arranged the room for them. Knowing that Yang Kai had just entered the outer space and was confused about this place, Meng Hong gave him a jade slip that introduced all kinds of information about the outer space. However, after the incident at the Golden Crow Palace, Yang Kai stole the Golden Crow's corpse and fled back to the first inn. The Great Moon Prefecture was too weak to protect Yang Kai, so Wei Kei and the head of the Great Moon Prefecture gave him some compensation and left. Before they left, they were asked by Yang Kai to bring Old Fong and Dai Yu to the Great Moon Prefecture. Meng Hong had a good character and was the leader of this generation of the Great Moon Prefecture, so he could be considered generous and honest. Since he was an acquaintance, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. His figure flickered and he rushed over. The moon blade at his fingertips spat out, cutting down the strange beasts. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Meng Hong's side. "It's really you, Brother Yang." Meng Hong was surprised and delighted. "I thought I recognized the wrong person." Yang Kai grinned. "I also didn't expect to meet Brother Meng here. Let's not talk about small talk. Come with me." Meng Hong nodded. "Thank you, Brother Yang." He turned around and called out to his companions, "Let's go." When Yang Kai went to pick them up, Yuehe, who was leading the charge, immediately stopped. She waited until Yang Kai brought Meng Hong and the others back to the team before Yuehe moved forward again. This action made the old man surnamed Kong frown slightly. He was a little unhappy, but since nothing happened he didn't bother to say anything. Although this group of over 100 people was unable to influence the overall situation in front of this overwhelming beast tide, at the very least, they had some ability to protect themselves. Although they did not know each other, in order to survive, their will was as strong as an impregnable fortress. Everyone twisted their strength into a rope and like a sharp arrow they shot outwards. "Brother Meng, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked casually as he attacked. Meng Hong smiled bitterly. "There is a property in Star City that belongs to the Great Moon Prefecture. I came here to check the accounts." Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. "Then you're really unlucky." Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, what about you? Why are you here?" "It's a coincidence," Kai Yang said casually. It wasn't that he didn't want to say he was being held hostage, that would be too shameful. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Brother Yang. These are my junior brothers and junior sisters. This is junior sister Qin Yu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture." Meng Hong pointed to the people who came with him and introduced them. When he talked about his junior brothers and junior sisters, Meng Hong's expression was natural, but when he mentioned Qin Yu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture, Meng Hong's expression became tender and sweet. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing at Qin Yu and found that this woman had a sweet appearance and an exquisite figure. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Meng Hong was interested in this woman. As for the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture, two of them looked familiar to Yang Kai and he thought that he had seen them before. After all, Kai Yang had saved them, which was a debt of gratitude. Qin Yu even smiled sweetly and said, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Kai, for saving me. It was like I was in water and fire." Her voice was sweet, but it didn't lose its purity and was very pleasant to listen to. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Junior Sister Qin, you're too polite. It's not a big deal. Let's think of a way to get through this difficult situation first. Qinyu said generously, I'll listen to Brother Yang's instructions. While they were talking, the earth shook violently and an extremely fierce aura rushed toward them. The old man surnamed Kong, who was leading the way, exclaimed, Thunder roar. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. They saw an extremely enormous exotic beast that seemed like a rhinoceros charging over. Even though this exotic beast was enormous, its speed wasn't slow at all. As it approached, numerous tiny bolts of lightning actually appeared in the heavens and the earth. They drifted through the air and touched the bodies of everyone, causing them to feel numb. Exclamations were heard and everyone panicked. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed slightly. Thunder roars were famous fierce beasts in the 3,000 worlds. They were an ancient remnant, and judging from the ferocity of this thunder roar, it had probably cultivated to the limit of the great cosmological realm. Who would dare to face such a fierce beast head-on? In this huge beast horde, this thunder roar was probably the top existence. Wherever it went, all the beasts would retreat. It was obvious how powerful it was. 1,000 feet away, the thunder roar suddenly let out a dull roar and lowered its head. From the single horn on its forehead, a bolt of lightning struck straight at the old man surnamed Kong. The blazing white lightning contained the power to destroy the world and ignored the barriers of space, crossing 1,000 feet. The lightning bolt was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. What made everyone's expression change drastically was that in the face of this terrifying blow, the old man surnamed Kong didn't even think about it and directly dodged to the side. Even so, his speed was slightly slower and half of his body was grazed by the lightning bolt, instantly emitting a burnt smell. He was the one in the lead, so with such a dodge he immediately exposed everyone behind him. Although Yuhi could also dodge, she didn't move. Instead, she shook the red caltrip in her hand and turned it into a blood-red shield in front of her. With a loud bang, a bright white light burst forth. The blood-red shield only lasted a breath of time before it was broken and the blazing white lightning bolt slammed into Yuhi, sending her flying backwards like a rag sack, blood spraying out of her body. Yang Kai reacted quickly and caught her. Looking down, he saw that Yuhi's face was pale and the corners of her mouth were full of blood. Her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, obviously heavily injured. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled as the thunder roar's attack was successful and it quickly rushed forward. This team of over 100 people had been put together at the last minute, so seeing one of the two Kai Tian leaders flee and the other injured, how could they dare to remain in place? In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all run away. Only Meng Hong and the others remained. After all, Yang Kai had just saved them, so they couldn't just leave Yang Kai behind. Meng Hong anxiously shouted, Brother Yang, run. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Yuhi in his arms with a strange expression. Why didn't you dodge? Yuhi forced out a laugh. You're still behind me, what would I do if I dodged? If a heaven-opening realm cultivator like her was reduced to such a state, if Yang Kai was struck by the lightning bolt, his soul would likely scatter. Am I that close to you? Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly. Yuhi pursed her lips and stubbornly refused to speak. Ai. Yang Kai sighed lightly and turned around, handing Yuhi to Qinyu. Help me look after her. What are you doing? Yuhi asked in shock. Meng Hong and the others were also stunned. Looking over, they saw Yang Kai walking forward step by step, his black hair fluttering in the wind and his heroic figure standing straight like a mountain, deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. With a cracking sound, the horn on the thunder roar's forehead released a blazing white lightning bolt that shot towards Yang Kai like a dragon emerging from the sea. Go away. Yuhi screamed in horror. Meng Hong also cried out, Brother Yang, be careful. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai punched out, his deep voice ringing in everyone's hearts. Exile. Wherever the fist arrived, space collapsed, instantly forming a huge black hole. This black hole was filled with an aura of primal chaos and nothingness, and the lightning bolt that could injure a heaven-opening realm cultivator plunged into it and disappeared. The black hole disappeared in a flash and Yang Kai withdrew his fist, completely unharmed. Silence. Chapter 3987. His heroic figure was like a mountain peak, like a harbor that could block all storms. In this chaotic land filled with mutant beasts, he gave off an indescribable sense of security. Yuhi, who was in Qinyu's embrace, opened her mouth slightly as she stared blankly at the back of the figure blocking her way. The figure slowly overlapped with the figure in her memories. Once that person had also blocked in front of her like this, blocking all the incoming dangers for her. The memories buried deep in her mind surged, causing Yuhi's body to tremble slightly. Qin Yu was also dumbfounded, muttering, "Brother Yang is so powerful?" Yang Kai's thunder roar had forced Old Man Kong to dodge and severely injured Yuhi, but the same attack had been easily blocked by Yang Kai. Comparing the two events, the impact on everyone present was simply too great, making it hard to believe. Meng Hong slowly shook his head, a dumbfounded expression on his face. He didn't know whether Yang Kai was strong or not, but he knew that Yang Kai was quite bold. Otherwise he wouldn't have snatched the Golden Crow's corpse in front of a group of heaven-opening realm masters in the Golden Crow Divine Palace and then miraculously allowed him to escape back to the First Inn. Yes, if he didn't have some ability, how could he have escaped the pursuit of so many heaven-opening realm masters? He had heard his martial uncle Wei Kei say that Yang Kai was very good at running, but now it seemed that not only could he run, his own strength was also extraordinary. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. The thunder roar was completely enraged when it saw Yang Kai block its attack. The horn on its forehead flashed with lightning once more, and with a crackling sound, a terrifying bolt of lightning took shape and was about to burst out. "Brother Yang, be careful," Meng Hong shouted. As soon as he said this, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared in front of the thunder roar like a ghost. His small figure formed a stark contrast with the thunder roar's massive body, but the two's auras were not inferior in the slightest. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai punched out once more, his space principles fluctuating as he ruthlessly smashed down. A single punch collapsed. A huge black hole took shape, wrapping around Thunder Roar's head. The space law raged as it shrank. The Thunder Roar shook its head and let out a painful roar. In the black hole, lightning was rampant, as if there were electric dragons swimming, fighting against the void power that could destroy all things. The black hole collapsed in an instant and Lei Ho staggered back. His eyes, which were originally emitting a fierce light, were now crimson red. When everyone looked over, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The horn on Lei Ho's forehead had disappeared without a trace. Not only that, his huge head was full of cuts and blood was dripping. The monster beast refined its body into a secret treasure, and the power of its strong body was not much weaker than that of a secret treasure. The horn was the strongest part of Thunder Roar and now it had disappeared. This made everyone deeply understand the horror of Yang Kai's attack. No one below the heaven-opening realm could withstand such a punch. He was dumbfounded. Only now did she understand how terrifying this young man's strength was. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up, staring at Yang Kai's movements without blinking. On the other side, Old Man Kong was beheading the monster beasts that had gathered around while paying attention to the situation here. He had a complicated look on his face as he thought to himself, "Is this the foundation of a disciple from a great force?" For someone like him who had worked hard all his life but could only reach the third-grade heaven-opening realm, he simply could not imagine where such power came from. Hoochie hoochie. Thunder Roar staggered back, its breathing like a war drum. The destruction of its horn not only did not make it retreat, but instead aroused its ferocity. Yang Kai was also surprised that his collapsed divine technique had failed to take Thunder Roar's life. It seemed that the monster beasts in the great cosmological realm could not be judged by common sense. The earth trembled as Lei Ho dashed straight towards Yang Kai. Its huge body was surrounded by arcs of lightning, and as it dashed forward, small arcs of electricity covered a radius of 1,000 meters. There were even bolts of lightning falling from the sky, making the scene look extremely dangerous. Yang Kai grinned as he cracked his neck and cracked his knuckles. Then he suddenly assumed a parrying stance. What is he trying to do? Qin Yu was stunned. Meng Hong's expression changed. This. Is he trying to wrestle with Thunder Roar? He's crazy. Old Man Kong, who had been paying attention to this scene, also shook his head, wondering if there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head. Why would he want to wrestle with such a huge monster beast? Even though Yang Kai's previous performance was extremely eye-catching, blocking the lightning with a punch and injuring Thunder Roar with a punch, wasn't such an arrogant move courting death? No matter how strong a cultivator's physical body was, how could it be stronger than a monster beast? The monster beast's talent in this aspect was unparalleled, not to mention that Thunder Roar was an ancient remnant beast. Dong. Asterisk in front of everyone's eyes, Lei Ho arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. Lowering his head, it was as if a mountain had crashed into him. Even if there was a star in front of him, it would have been smashed to pieces. Qin Yu turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Meng Hong also closed his eyes. Only Yu He's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, but they were filled with worry and anxiety. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a dull sound of collision rang out, mixed with thunder roar's low roar. A cry of surprise rang out, containing an inconceivable emotion. "Oh!" Yu He exclaimed. She reached out to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. The old man surnamed Kong, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, trembled even more. In his shock, he made a mistake and was injured in the waist by a strange beast, almost losing his life. He was so frightened that he quickly focused on dealing with the crisis in front of him, but the corner of his eyes had been watching Yang Kai. Seeming to have sensed that something was wrong, Qin Yu slowly turned her head. What she saw shocked her. She saw Yang Kai holding up his hands to the sky, stubbornly resisting the impact of thunder roar. His body did not move, but the ground under his feet could not withstand the force of the collision, and cracks like ravines appeared. "How can this be?" Qin Yu murmured. Meng Hong sensed the shock in her words and hurriedly opened his eyes. The next moment he was also dumbfounded, his eyes trembling. How could a person block the impact of a strange beast? How terrifying was his strength? Looking around, Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was being pushed back by thunder roar, he had really managed to block it. 3 breaths later, Yang Kai's retreating figure came to a halt, and with a burst of strength from his feet he actually managed to force thunder roar back a step. This scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes, making them feel even more incredulous. What happened next was even more shocking. Yang Kai roared, "Rise!" Grabbing thunder roar's massive head with both hands, Yang Kai threw it high into the air. Thunder roar's massive body bared its fangs and brandished its claws mid-air, a comical sight to behold, but no one who saw this scene laughed, feeling that what they had seen today had overturned everything they knew. With a swish, Yang Kai also soared into the sky, heading straight for thunder roar. Midair, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the void, summoning the blue dragon spear. Brandishing the spear, Yang Kai pushed his emperor chi, and with a loud dragon roar, the spear shot out like a soaring blue dragon. Thunder roar's crimson eyes were filled with fear. This spear pierced through thunder roar's soft abdomen, and Yang Kai rushed in with his spear, emerging from thunder roar's back, leaving behind a cloud of blood. Yang Kai's figure shot out like an arrow, and thunder roar's massive body exploded mid-air, sending a rain of blood and bits of flesh flying everywhere. A monster core flashing with lightning entered Yang Kai's eyes, exuding a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then turned his head and met the shocked eyes of Old Man Kong. Coldly snorting, Yang Kai slowly descended. Meng Hong and the others stared at him in shock. Compared to Yang Kai's heroic display of killing Thunder Roar with his spear, what shocked them even more was that Yang Kai had blocked Thunder Roar's attack head-on with his own physical strength. After all, Yang Kai's final spear attack had targeted Thunder Roar's abdomen. Although he had killed such a fierce beast in one shot, it was still a bit of a trick. It was not as shocking as fighting head-on with an ancient descendant. He obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed, and Meng Hong's face was full of admiration. "Let's go." Yang Kai did not say much, calling out to everyone and taking the lead. Originally, the 2 heaven splitters were in the lead, but Old Man Kong had abandoned them at the critical moment, causing He to be seriously injured. Now Yang Kai had no choice but to take the lead. To his surprise, as they moved forward, the mutant beasts actually took the initiative to part to the sides, ignoring them and only attacking the cultivator at the back. Meng Hong said excitedly, "These beasts also know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems that Brother Yang killing Thunder Roar has made them feel apprehensive." Yang Kai did not comment, looking thoughtfully at the black dragon spear in his hand. Meng Hong's words might make some sense. After all monster beasts had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. However, Yang Kai felt that the black dragon spear might be the root of these mutant beasts' apprehension. The black dragon spear was filled with dragon's might, so how could these mutant beasts dare to challenge the might of a dragon? However, no matter what, it had saved him a lot of trouble. Seeing this group of people leisurely strolling through the battlefield where thousands of beasts were galloping forward, the cultivators who had scattered like birds and beasts before were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have run away no matter what. Wouldn't it have been better to follow Yang Kai's group? At this moment they could not come over even if they wanted to. There were mutant beasts everywhere, so they had to kill their way out. "Brother, save us. This little brother is willing to give you all his wealth as a reward," someone shouted from not far away. "Master, save me. If I can survive, I will follow Master's lead in the future. I don't want to die. Brother, save us, sisters. We are willing to do anything." Cries for help reached Yang Kai's ears one after another, many of them pleading for their lives, but Yang Kai simply turned a deaf ear to them. For these people who had chosen to flee in the face of disaster, it was their own choice to suffer such a fate. At this time, those who could keep up with his pace, Yang Kai wouldn't stop them, but he also wouldn't be so kind as to deliberately save them. Life and death were ruled by fate, and riches and honor were ruled by the heavens. Chapter 3988. Along the way, Yang Kai's guess was further confirmed. The dragon pressure emanating from the blue dragon's spear did indeed have a deterrent effect on these strange beasts. Along the way there were no longer any obstacles. Occasionally, a few giant beasts with powerful auras glanced over, but even so, none of them showed any intention of stopping them. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the group of several dozen broke out of the range of the beast tide. Looking back, they saw a group of beasts galloping forward, occasionally flashing the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques. Almost every moment a cultivator would fall, their blood spraying across the sky. After surviving such a calamity, everyone's heart palpitated, but at the same time, they felt it was inconceivable that they could escape with their lives. Just as everyone was in a daze, a burst of powerful qi burst out. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai holding his spear with one arm, his black hair fluttering in the wind as he glared at the old man surnamed Kong with murderous intent. Old man Kang's face was slightly pale. He wasn't weak and had found an opportunity to escape with Kai Yang's group, but he hadn't expected that Kai Yang would suddenly attack him the moment he escaped. He hadn't even settled down yet. "Junior, what are you doing?" The old man surnamed Kong stared at Yang Kai angrily and asked. "What else can I do? Of course I'm going to kill you." Yang Kai grinned. "Why else do you think I brought you out here? You want to kill me?" The old man surnamed Kong frowned, feeling that Yang Kai was a bit unreasonable. In the end there was no deep hatred between them, so why force him into a life-or-death situation? It was just him abandoning everyone at the critical moment, but if it had been anyone else they would have made the same choice. Every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost. This was an ancient truth, yet he was willing to go to war over such a trivial matter. Was there something wrong with this young man's head? Although he thought so, the old man surnamed Kong still said, "If your excellency wants to kill us, shouldn't you at least give us a reason?" "I don't like you. Is that reason enough?" Yang Kai said arrogantly. "Junior, you're too arrogant." The old man surnamed Kong was furious. "Since you brought this old man out, this old man will show you some respect. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you?" Although he had seen Yang Kai kill the thunder roar with his own eyes, the thunder roar was only a monster beast after all. Its intelligence was not complete, so how much of its strength could it unleash? He was a third-grade heaven splitter. Although the great cosmological abyss's fog had sealed the small universe in his body, his foundation was still there. If he really fought with Yang Kai, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, now that he was in such dire straits, he didn't want to get into a conflict if he could avoid it. After all, he had just gotten into an argument with Ding Yi. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on, let's fight." Yang Kai urged his strength and his spear shot out like a dragon. A ferocious look flashed across Old Man Kang's face as he quickly retreated to avoid Yang Kai's attack. He then turned around and fled like a bolt of lightning. A voice came from afar. "Junior, this old man is injured today, so I won't lower myself to your level. The next time we meet I'll definitely take your dog life." Previously he had been injured by the thunder roar and half of his body had been charred by electricity. Later he had also suffered some minor injuries in the surprise attack. At this time he was not in the mood to engage in a meaningless fight with Yang Kai. Naturally, he wanted to find a place to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Therefore, although Yang Kai was aggressive, he could only temporarily avoid him. You want to leave? Yang Kai sneered. Stay here. As he spoke, he grabbed forward with one hand. Under the urging of the law of space, the void froze. Old Man Kang's rapidly fleeing figure suddenly stopped. He felt that the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky like a swamp. He cried out in horror, the power of space. Although he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique with his own eyes and knew that his attainments in the path of space were quite deep, he had not experienced it directly. It was only now that he realized how terrifying this young man was. Old Man Kang's expression changed slightly as he roared, "Open!" His thin and weak body suddenly swelled up and a violent force swept out, breaking through the power of the void and regaining his freedom. However, before he could move forward again, a fierce aura attacked him from behind. Old Man Kong felt his hair stand on end, and without thinking, he summoned a long sword and slashed out. A huge sword chi split the void and slashed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai was not surprised but instead overjoyed. He laughed and said, "My spear has been empty for a long time, it's been thirsty for a long time." Along the way he had fought countless battles, both big and small. Yang Kai felt a little tired of it. He asked himself, was the path of martial arts really about fighting and killing? However, ever since he had come to this world, he had not had many opportunities to fight. The heaven-opening cultivators he had met all suppressed him in terms of cultivation. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with them. After not fighting for so long, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his battle instincts had become a brand in every inch of his flesh and blood. Nothing could compare to the carefree feeling of fighting with others. The only time he had truly fought was when he had been ordered to kill Fong Tai in the Chiqiao land. However, even at that time there had been 2 heaven-opening cultivators protecting him, so Fong Tai had not been able to display his full strength. Even though he had the protection of the lady boss in the first inn, and even though he was living a life that 90% of Emperor Realm Masters yearned for, Yang Kai still felt a deep sense of loneliness. His body felt like it was about to rust, and his Dao heart, which was always eager to forge ahead, was about to sink. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Finally he could fight to his heart's content. Finally he could rely on his own strength to fight a powerful enemy without relying on external items. Yang Kai felt carefree and happy from the bottom of his heart. Looking around, Old Man Kang's face was not only not repulsive, but rather pleasing. With a single thrust of his spear, the weather changed and Old Man Kang's expression changed as well. The sword chi shattered and the spear pressed forward, imprinting itself in front of Old Man Kong. It was like a giant dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail, wanting to swallow him whole. Old Man Kong cried out in alarm and formed a hand seal. The sword in his hand trembled, instantly filling the sky with sword images. These sword images seemed both real and fake, and it was impossible to tell which was real. Each sword trembled slightly, and their sword intent soared into the sky as they pointed at Yang Kai. "Go!" Old Man Kong shouted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword images in the sky turned into a rain of swords that bombarded Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Seeing the power of this move, everyone present paled. Yueha involuntarily clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes staring straight ahead. She asked herself, in the face of such a terrifying attack, with the strength she could display at this moment, there was no way she could deal with it except by dodging. What would happen to Yang Kai after being struck by these countless sword images? Meng Hong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Ai, that little brother was too careless. After all, Old Man Kong is a 3rd grade splitting the heavens cultivator, so how could he not have some trump cards? Someone sighed. When I saw his divine might just now, I thought he was a peerless genius, but now it seems the heavens are jealous. Someone else sneered, genius? Only those who can mature are true geniuses. In the 3,000 worlds, how many geniuses have fallen in the growth stage? Back then, Lan Tingyu was a shocking genius, someone who had the opportunity to directly become a high-grade splitting the heavens cultivator. Who in the 3,000 worlds didn't know about him? In the end, didn't he still die? This friend's words are reasonable. Someone agreed. A killing intent suddenly overflowed. Yueha, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, coldly turned her head and looked at the people who had spoken. If you don't want to die, shut up. The people who had spoken felt the cold killing intent and immediately fell silent. Cough. Not far away, Old Man Kong coughed lightly, his mouth overflowing. That attack just now had clearly consumed a lot of his energy. Looking at the place where the sword intent was wreaking havoc, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Although you're not bad, you lack respect for the strong. Even if you don't die today, you won't live for long. Remember this principle in your next life. Is that so? Inside the sword domain, a figure rushed out and arrived in front of Old Man Kong in the blink of an eye, staring at him coldly as he said, "Do you only know how to talk big? You're still a third-grade splitting the heavens cultivator, don't disappoint me." Old Man Kong was shocked and couldn't help retreating. Looking around, if the person who had rushed in front of him wasn't Yang Kai, who else could it be? What shocked him and puzzled him was that Yang Kai had no fatal wounds on his body at this moment except for some small wounds. How was this possible? That blow just now was the strongest he could muster. Knowing that Yang Kai was strong, how could he dare hold back? He had thought that under such a blow Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured, but who would have thought that it would only cause him minor injuries? Shocked, Old Man Kong instinctively raised his hand and thrust out his sword. With a clang, the long spear swept out and the two artifacts collided. Old Man Kong suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from the front, passing through the long sword in his hand and into his body. Old Man Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy's strength is terrifying, no wonder he can wrestle with Thunder Roar. As soon as this thought appeared in Old Man Kang's mind, his body flew out uncontrollably. Although Old Man Kong was shocked, he didn't panic. Taking advantage of the situation, he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands, and the long sword in his hand turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai followed like a shadow, his long spear trembling as spear shadows filled the sky and enveloped Old Man Kong. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the two figures flew up and down, colliding with each other from time to time, causing the world to change color. Everyone stared at the battle without blinking, feeling that what they saw today was really unbelievable. Even if Old Man Kang's small universe was sealed inside his body, he shouldn't be no match for someone from the Emperor realm. But this was the reality. In front of everyone's eyes, Old Man Kong was suppressed to the point that he could only parry, unable to fight back. Was the young man fighting with Old Man Kong really just from the Emperor realm? After 30 breaths, the two figures collided in mid-air and separated, standing 1,000 feet apart. Yang Kai's momentum was like a rainbow, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky as he pointed his spear forward. Old Man Kang's aura was declining as if he had suddenly aged hundreds of years. The long sword artifact in his hand was also dim at this moment.